her head sadly, trying not to cry, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs. But 2 months after quitting, the bastard company cancelled small guaranteed pulls, making every pull yield a reward. My flawless number, Delilah clenched her fist tightly. If I had just endured a few more months, I could have seen a bright future. But I fell just before dawn. How can I not resent Yofeng? Arlen is the boss of Yofeng, no wonder I couldn't stand him and wanted to punch him. You wanted to punch him anyway, whether or not he was the boss. Elena munched on chips, watching Delilah vent, the crispy sound filling the room. Delilah had an icy, aloof beauty, yet now her expressions were hilariously contrasting, like a serious lady turned comedian. Hearing the crunch, Delilah quickly wiped her face, grabbing the chips back and stuffing one into her mouth, forgetting her earlier resolve to avoid high-calorie snacks. Elena didn't mind, patting her hands free of crumbs. So, are you really going to punch him? Should she intervene? One was her boyfriend, the other her best friend. But intervening probably wouldn't change much. Perhaps she should just observe, calling 110 and 120 if needed. It suited her well. How could I? Delilah frowned, sipping water to rinse the saltiness. Now it's a rule of law society, and we're both respectable people. I can't solve it with violence. So, what? So, give me an internal flawless number, and I'll forgive him. Delilah said seriously. Elena. Your demand seems quite easy to satisfy. Not at all like someone who wants to punch him twice. Chapter 286, Cotton Candy. So, you want me to give her an immaculate ID for the game? Arlen on the other end of the phone asked slowly, as if he hadn't quite grasped how things had escalated to needing an immaculate ID. Yes, your company should have one. Find one for Delilah to play with. Hearing no reply for a long time, Elena tentatively said, I can buy it from you, just tell me the price. No need, I'll ask the tech department to send her one. She's your good friend, giving her a favor wouldn't be too much trouble, right? Forget it, how could he let his girlfriend buy an account? He didn't want to turn into Elena's ex-boyfriend by month end, not after everything they've been through. The term ex-boyfriend sounded terrible. Arlen only wanted to ensure the title boyfriend would become future tense and not past tense. Upon hearing Arlen's confirmation, Elena chuckled and fell onto her bed. She gazed at the ornate ceiling above her, unsure of what to say, ultimately only murmuring Arlen's name softly. Arlen. Her voice was barely audible, more like self-muttering rather than calling out to him. Unexpectedly, Arlen responded immediately, unhurried and characteristically slow. Yep, I'm here. What is it? His voice through the phone made Elena's ears feel warm, and she touched them instinctively. Even her face started heating up, yet she spoke nonchalantly about unrelated matters. Luo wants an account that isn't heavily dependent on safety nets, a bit Eurocentric in style. Initially expecting Elena to say something else, Arlen was taken aback, then responded, I'll ask Dale to check in the tech department if there's such an account available. Arlen, you're really a good person, Elena commented unexpectedly. Elena struggled for words before finally speaking up. The sudden compliment caught Arlen off guard. He never expected to receive a good person card from Elena even after becoming her boyfriend. Arlen sighed, don't give me a good person card. You could say I'm a good boyfriend or... Before Arlen finished his sentence, Elena's giggles interrupted him. Arlen, those words are so cheesy. Arlen. He now understood Elena's frustration when he acted oblivious. It felt like hitting a cotton ball, soft and sweet, turning all anger into amusement. He found himself both annoyed and amused by Elena's laughter, ultimately leaning towards the latter. His handsome features softened, eyes twinkling with amusement, as he lowered his voice near his phone as if she stood right before him. Then say something nice, not cheesy. Just thank me. Elena immediately recoiled as if he had stepped on her tail. Arlen imagined her sitting up from bed, ready to argue. Why should I? Luo's demands aren't my company's responsibility. Whose company, whose problem? But if it weren't for you, Arlen smirked, I wouldn't bother finding this kind of account for Delilah. If that's the case, I owe many people, it's unnecessary to repay each one. So in the end, it's still you owing me. Not only did you fail to thank me, but you also think my words are cheesy. Not only do you give me good person cards, but you used to when we weren't dating, and now, still. That's not fair. Why are you remembering such things? Elena complained. I'm not a soccer referee with a pocket full of good person cards. Arlen's comments were clearly exaggerated. Despite his usual poise, Arlen couldn't help laughing at Elena's rambling. Listening to her flustered babble, he relaxed against the desk until her voice faded away. You don't need to say anything cheesy. Elena breathed a sigh of relief. Just call me Big Coleman Art. What? What nonsense was this man saying? They were on the phone in the evening, but this wasn't a midnight drama yet. These words aren't cheesy and short. If you say it, we'll call it even. Plus, I'm older than you. Calling me brother won't make you lose. Blushing furiously, Elena, at a loss for words, hiccuped loudly, completely disregarding Arlen's romantic mood. Arlen's attempts to coax her into calling him a brother were met with hiccups, disrupting the atmosphere. His tenderness cooled, listening to her hiccups. He advised, drink small sips of water multiple times. It will stop the hiccups soon. Elena, initially stumped on how to respond, felt her hiccups vanish upon hearing his advice. Arlen. Elena. Gotta sleep, gotta work tomorrow. Good night. Fearing Arlen realized her hiccup stopped, Elena quickly pretended to be sleepy and hung up. Before Arlen could respond, the call disconnected. A moment later, he received a WeChat message. If you continue being naughty, I'll report you to the police. Arlen, I'm talking to my girlfriend. My girlfriend has declined your flirtation and reminds you of your probation period. Good night. Arlen stared at his phone, then sighed deeply. Chapter 287, Nightmare. Elena had a nightmare. In her dream, she encountered Arlen. Just as she was about to grab his hand and ask why he was there, she saw his distant and cold gaze that nearly froze her on the spot. Who are you? At first, Elena thought Arlen was joking with her. She pointed at herself and said, I'm Elena, your girlfriend. Arlen only raised his finely chiseled eyebrows, his voice devoid of any inflection, looking at her like a complete stranger. I don't know you. How could that be? My voice also shifted from its usual playful tone to disbelief. I really am your girlfriend. The password to your home is my birthday. You live upstairs from us. Dale and Marlon both know me, and they know our relationship. Your stepmom knows too. Arlen looked at Elena's face and finally shook his head. In an indifferent manner, he told her, Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your boyfriend. His voice was barely audible, almost lost in the silence between them. Elena reached out to grab him but was left stunned by Arlen's evasive move. Looking at this version of Arlen, Elena felt uneasy. If there's nothing else, miss, I'll be going now. My girlfriend is waiting for me. Arlen glanced at her and, seeing no response from Elena, walked away. Your girlfriend? Who is your girlfriend? Elena snapped out of her despondency and hurriedly ran in front of Arlen to block him. Arlen looked down at her, his expression slightly impatient but still replied, It's Marnie. Then Elena saw Marnie appear nearby, smiling and walking up to Arlen. Arlen, who is this lady? I don't know. Elena jolted awake, beads of sweat on her forehead. The unease from her dream lingered, making her feel lingering fear even in consciousness. Elena wiped the sweat off her forehead, gradually regaining her composure. Really, Elena laughed awkwardly to herself. How could she have such a dream? Could it be because she was affected by the protagonist's glance today, leading to this dream? In the original story, Arlen and the female lead Marnie hardly interacted, let alone became a couple. It all seemed like her own imagination. Elena lay back into her bed but couldn't fall asleep, staring blankly at the dark ceiling. Images from her dream kept flashing through her mind. Arlen's look towards her was entirely one of a stranger. If. A sudden conjecture arose in Elena's heart. If she hadn't traveled through time, would Arlen see her like a stranger just like in her dream? Although the curtains were drawn, Elena could hear the drizzle outside, dripping steadily. Though not loud, it sounded extremely irritating, even worsening her mood. Did she really care so much about Arlen that she feared he might be taken away by the female lead? Looks like you went night robbing last night. Your eye bags are terrible. Delilah noticed something was off with Elena early in the morning. She looked listless, as if she had been up all night. Elena shook her head, just had a bad dream, nothing serious. Don't worry, it's supposed to be a leisure tour today, so no heavy physical work required. Elena forced a smile, trying hard to divert her attention from the matter. Have you eaten breakfast yet? They say it's a buffet today. It seems to be a specialty of the hotel. Noticing Elena's lack of energy today, even when he sat beside her, Arlen realized she didn't notice. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night? Elena came back from her daze and looked at Arlen, intending to assure him nothing was wrong, but the sight of him brought back the dream vividly. The scene from her dream felt incredibly real, even his attitude seemed true to life. Elena initially wanted to tell Arlen but hesitated, aware of too many people and cameras around. It would be better to wait until they were alone. Today's activity involved visiting various scenic spots. As the snow mountain was high, each group needed to take a cable car up. Elena looked so exhausted, like she didn't sleep well last night. Where is this snow mountain? The scenery is beautiful, I want to visit. Why are Elena and Arlen so quiet today? My favorite pairing isn't talking, I'm feeling sad. Is the cameraman sitting in the same cabin with them? Why does the camera seem so close to their faces? Marnie and Daniel seem to be getting along better today, maybe my ship has hope after all. Haunted by last night's nightmare, Elena stared out the window absent-mindedly after boarding the cable car. All along the ride, she remained lost in thought. Noticing her, Arlen secretly placed his hand next to hers, and their little fingers touched. With a pair of skis between them, the audience in the live stream didn't catch their small gesture. Observing her for a long time, Arlen concluded that something was seriously wrong. Despite doing the same thing as yesterday, skiing, she seemed far less enthusiastic and happy. After just one day, Elena appeared soulless. He signaled the cameraman filming them, who instantly understood and walked away, giving them enough privacy to talk. No matter how rich Mr. Art was, what difference did it make? When it was time to comfort his girlfriend, he still had to do it, maintaining the same low status. Thinking of this, the cameraman suddenly felt a sense of balance, realizing even the rich had similar issues. What's wrong? Arlen asked Elena solemnly, removing the microphone from her collar and pocketing it to ensure privacy. Arlen, I had a nightmare last night, Elena said, her expression uncertain. I dreamed you had another girlfriend. When I went to find you, you said you didn't know me and flaunted your new girlfriend in front of me. You left me alone without even looking back. Arlen was speechless for a moment before silently placing his hand on her forehead. ####Chapter 288, The Female Lead. Elena. She knew all along that Arlen's true form was a dog. I don't have a fever. Last night's dream was very clear, and I can still remember your expression. Arlen nodded, his worried expression relaxing slightly. His brows relaxed, and a hint of a smile flashed in his long eyes. Okay, since you say I have a girlfriend, who was she in your dream? Elena looked at Arlen, feeling somewhat bashful and embarrassed. Marnie. Arlen furrowed his brows. Who? Marnie, from our show's crew. Arlen paused for a moment before looking at Elena earnestly. Even if you're going to dream about my girlfriend, at least pick someone I'm more familiar with. Elena shook her head and then nodded. You don't seem to have any close female friends. I only know that Dale and Edric are your male friends. It seemed that Arlen didn't have much of a rapport with women either. Before Elena could dwell on this topic, she felt herself being enveloped in a warm embrace. Yes, the only female friend I know well is you. So, the next time you dream about my girlfriend, it will only be you. Elena froze, taking a moment to understand the meaning behind Arlen's words. He had only one close female friend, so his girlfriend would definitely be her. Elena felt both moved and amused. No wonder it was Arlen, even his comfort had its unique style. Elena closed her eyes and nestled closer into Arlen's arms, whispering softly. There's a camera watching us. They might capture us. Arlen reassured her without blinking. They won't. I've already made them stay further away. Thinking of Arlen's wealth, Elena quietly hid in his embrace without any objections. She lowered her head, buried in Arlen's chest, unaware of the look on his face as he held her. The mountain wind carried a biting chill, howling across the slope, making the cold environment somewhat restless. After a while, Arlen pressed his chin to Elena's hair and whispered, Don't worry, I'll always recognize you. His voice was soft, immediately swallowed by the howling north wind. Elena lifted her head from his chest, her bright eyes blinking. What? What did you say just now? Your voice was too low, I didn't hear it. Arlen simply reached out to touch Elena's face, his cool fingertips brushing against her warm cheek. He said, Nothing. Let's go. Didn't you want to ski? I'll teach you today, and next time you'll be able to ski on your own. There weren't many people around. Arlen glanced at the distant camera, took Elena's hand, and smiled faintly. Elena quickly resolved her emotions. It was just a dream, after all, it didn't mean anything. In the story, Arlen didn't know her, but reality was different. She really had come from another world, met Arlen, and become his girlfriend. Moreover, Arlen wasn't cold and distant, nor was he just a background character in a dating show. He had his own identity, life, and career. He breathed, he had a heartbeat, and he even took her skiing, proving that he was a real person beside her. Most importantly, she liked him, and he liked her. Their mutual affection was enough. Come here, come here. I think this small slope is perfect. You first need to do. Not far away, the director was conflicted. Had President Art finally calmed down his girlfriend? Could they start filming the show now? If they didn't focus the live stream on them soon, the audience would tear apart the poor staff members. Why is everything fine with others except Elena and Arlen's live stream? Can the production team give us an explanation? This is what happens when you're a nobody. Isn't it? Everyone else's live streams are fine, but theirs are blurry and haven't been fixed yet. Can you work properly? Who's the most popular couple in this show? Let me see. My couple-crushing addiction needs to be satisfied. By the time they descended the mountain, Elena had fully processed her emotions. She happily walked ahead, holding her skis, radiating excitement. Under Arlen's guidance, she finally managed to slide slowly today. She could slide, but only for a little bit. All along the way, she chattered nonstop to Arlen, not noticing the suspicious looks from the staff behind her. When they reached the program's hall, Elena noticed everyone glancing at her subtly but quickly averting their gaze when she looked back. What happened? Elena was confused. She glanced at Arlen, who also looked bewildered. At this moment, she realized something was off with everyone's expressions. Only Delilah looked at her as if seeing a savior, her eyes lighting up. She hurried over, her usually calm demeanor unusually serious. Elena, I need to talk to you. She glanced at the camera behind her, hesitated, and then lowered her voice. Let's go to the corner, it's not convenient here. Why suddenly so mysterious? Though puzzled, Elena followed Delilah to the corner. Delilah's first action upon pulling Elena to the corner was to remove the microphone from her collar and then began. Krista, someone online has revealed that you got into this show through backdoor connections. Not only that, you supposedly took Marnie's leading role in The Moonlit Night. The news has gone viral. Everyone is saying you used connections to get here. You should get your agent to handle this. I guess the production team must know by now. If you don't clarify, they'll keep attacking you online. If this continues, your work and reputation will be ruined. Elena froze, taking Delilah's phone and scrolling through the trending comments. Moonlit Night originally cast Marnie as the lead. Why it changed to Elena, we dare not say, nor ask. Anyway, Elena paying to enter facing love head-on, is confirmed by her former agent. No wonder she stays on hot searches all the time. Having connections makes it easy. I feel like Elena's promotion is excessive. Look, even a minor star like Marnie couldn't compete. This behavior is really disgusting. Can Elena leave the entertainment industry? Overhyping brings divine retribution, you know? Hashtag chapter 289, impenetrable. Elena immediately understood why the staff member had looked at her that way after seeing those comments. It seemed the entire production crew was already aware of this drama. The two accusations online, apart from the first one, were the former, Elena, indeed paid the show producers to get on the program. The second accusation about Elena snatching Marnie's role was purely a rumor. Without a word, Elena told Delilah she was going outside to call Anton and check what her agent thought about the situation. As she walked out, she noticed in her peripheral vision that Arlen also held his phone and walked out with a serious expression, as if he already knew what was happening. Elena hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow Arlen out of the living room. The crew member filming Elena initially wanted to follow her to capture her genuine reaction. However, they saw Elena and Arlen walking in the same direction, giving them no chance to film anything. What are you thinking? That's President Art. Bellamy warned us right from the start not to focus on him too much. In necessary situations, we should even create favorable conditions for him. If you go with him now, aren't you just asking for trouble? But the director filming Elena clearly wasn't satisfied. He glanced at Elena's back, sounding dejected. If we can get Elena's first reaction to this matter, our show will have an explosive impact. Do you realize how big the issue between Elena and Marnie has become? It's practically nationwide news. That's still impossible, the person talking to him said coldly when he realized the director wouldn't budge. You need to understand who President Art is, not only a sponsor but also a good friend of President Curtis. Elena is also an artist under Curtis's company. If you really film this, believe me, Elena won't be the one to suffer. Coleman, you're new to the entertainment industry, aren't you? He patted the director's shoulder forcefully. I know you want to make achievements and climb the ladder, but sometimes your actions can only be used as someone else's tool. Elena followed Arlen until they reached a secluded corner, where they finally stopped. Arlen's expression remained calm as he made his phone call, his thick lashes covering his eyes, making it impossible to gauge his emotions, whether he was angry or upset. While talking on the phone, Arlen motioned for Elena to come closer. She approached and heard a familiar voice from the other end. President Art, we've contacted Weibo to lower the trending topic. We're also investigating who leaked this information. Given the scale, it's highly likely that someone is manipulating things behind the scenes. We currently suspect it might be a competitor of Xingheng, but we'll need more evidence to confirm. Anton's voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed clearly in the quiet corner. Arlen handed his phone to Elena, saying, Krista is here, talk to her. Elena looked at Arlen, noticing his calm demeanor. Her initially anxious heart calmed down. She took the phone, glanced at Arlen, and spoke into it. Hello, Andrew, this is Elena. Elena, you must have seen what's happening online. Don't worry, the company is handling everything. When you record the show later, just pretend you don't know about this. President Curtis has already spoken with Bellamy. He knows what to say and what not to say. I assure you no one on the crew will dare ask you about it. When you arrive at the airport tonight, we'll arrange a VIP passage for you. Jacob will be waiting at the back entrance to take you home secretly. As for the journalists at the airport, we'll send someone to distract them. After you get home, turn off your phone and don't answer any calls. If there's anything, I'll contact you through your home landline. Just stay at home, and President Art and Jacob will deliver your meals regularly. Anton's tone was steady, clearly well prepared for the situation. This was Elena's first time experiencing something like this, and all she could do was nod repeatedly at Anton's arrangements. After finishing, Anton realized his tone had been too serious. Softening his voice, he joked. Don't worry. Once you become a leading actress, you'll find such incidents commonplace. This is just a small drill. Even if you're scared, President Art and we are all by your side. Elena, his voice lightened, remember, you're never alone. We'll all help you. Elena smiled and said earnestly. I know, thank you, Andrew. Well, don't mention it. Just follow instructions carefully and don't post any irrational comments on Weibo. Anton seemed to sense Arlen listening nearby and indirectly praised him. President Art asked me to be your agent to handle these issues. If you want to thank someone, thank President Art. After all, if not for President Art, I might never have met you. Alright, pretend nothing happened and enjoy your snowy mountain trip. I still have work to do. Talk to you later. When Andrew hung up, Elena looked up at Arlen, noticing his ears almost stood up, while his eyes casually gazed elsewhere, as if unaware Anton had complimented him. They were so close, Arlen couldn't possibly have missed it. Didn't expect Andrew to listen to you so much, Elena jokingly remarked, pretending to be annoyed. I thought the company assigned me such an experienced agent because of my potential and determination. Arlen took his phone back, looking at Elena calmly. His voice was measured yet convincing. You definitely have potential, no doubt about that. Otherwise, Anton wouldn't willingly stay by your side as a mere agent. Elena had meant it as a joke to ease the tension, but didn't expect Arlen to affirm her potential so sincerely. Her heart softened, feeling her previous confusion and anxiety suddenly insignificant. She stared at Arlen, whose gaze was serious and tranquil, as if revealing a profound truth. She coughed lightly, flashing a bright smile despite Arlen's puzzled look. Thank you, Art. Coleman Art. Chapter 290, Keeping. Now, it was Arlen's turn to be stunned. He stood there for a moment, blinking his eyes as if finally understanding what had just happened. Elena, on the other hand, suddenly became bold. She laughed, reaching out to hook Arlen's neck. Lower your head. Almost instantly, as Arlen lowered his head, he saw Elena rise up on her tiptoes. Her body leaned into his, and then Arlen felt a sweet and soft touch land on the corner of his lips. It was like honey-coated snow, but much warmer. Before Arlen could savor this sensation, Elena darted away, looking like a rabbit that had ventured out only to retreat back into its burrow after gathering all its courage. All right, I now formally notify Mr. Art that your 1-month probationary period has been shortened to half a month. Please continue to work hard and achieve even better results. I'm going back now. Goodbye. Elena practically ran off, quickly covering several meters. In the quiet corner, only her shy voice echoed, leaving Arlen standing alone. Arlen took a long time to recover from the shock. After a while, he finally realized what had just happened. His slender fingers nervously pinched his earlobe before slowly moving to the corner of his lips, where he could still faintly feel her soft sweetness. His gaze grew distant as he mumbled softly. It's getting hot. If someone had been beside him, they would have certainly reminded him. Coleman, look at the snow on the mountain before saying such things. I always knew Elena wasn't an easy target. To make so many male guests revolve around her, she must have some talent. No wonder my sister Verna, despite being more famous, hasn't become as popular in the show. How dare you insult the program? You should apologize to the producer right away. If she wants something, she can get it, even if she can't get it herself, she can buy her way through. Or maybe she isn't the producer's favorite. Maybe she's being kept by some old fat entertainment mogul. Why doesn't the program explain? Can you clarify if you've received money from Elena? Are you refusing to comment because you actually took her money? I liked her with Daniel, but I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. Is it possible that she forced Daniel into a CP due to program manipulation? These tactics are really low. Shouldn't she leave the entertainment industry? I hate these rich and powerful people who act innocent. Not everyone thinks so. There's no solid evidence. Why should Elena be driven out of the entertainment industry? Moonlight Dusk did indeed cast cold Verna initially, but changing roles is common. Stop defending her, Elena's fans. It's nauseating. Moonlight Dusk has confirmed Elena as the lead actress. Why did she push cold Verna aside? Elena's fans need to wake up. She's just an 18th tier celebrity, known only briefly from variety shows and selling CPs. How dare you compare her to Daniel in terms of acting ability? How does she have the face to CP with him? The online public opinion erupted, flooding Elena's live stream. Her live stream became crowded and sluggish almost instantly. Those criticizing her, defending her, demanding her departure from the entertainment industry, or curious about her all flooded in. The speed of the comments was overwhelming. Sure enough, after running at full capacity for 10 minutes, the server predictably went down, displaying the familiar 404 error. Angry netizens rushed to the program's official Weibo account, demanding an explanation. Daniel's streams had never caused a server crash despite massive traffic, but Elena's live stream disappeared after just 10 minutes. This suggested the program was protecting her connections. The blatant actions of the production team further solidified the belief that Elena was someone's protege. Without responding to the questions, netizens turned to the streaming platform, demanding answers. Why did only Elena's stream crash? The platform responded swiftly, posting their findings on Weibo alongside a photo of a programmer laughing bitterly at his computer. Dear netizens, we apologize for the delay. Upon investigation, our server did experience a minor issue. The high number of users in that particular live stream caused congestion. Our tech team is working overtime this weekend to resolve it. Please stay calm. Any updates will be posted on our Weibo. Most people believe this response only made the rumor of Elena's connections seem more true. Not only did the production team defend her, but the streaming platform also spoke up for her. To prevent backlash, those behind Elena must have tried everything. But some thought the platform and Elena had no direct connection, so there was no reason for them to lie. The lag during the live stream was likely due to too many users. Such issues had happened before, requiring server expansion. Another question lingered. Was Elena this popular? Despite the controversy, she was indeed gaining attention. Now, she wasn't just red, she was burning black. Nearby staff were discussing the server crash. Looking at the troubled staff, Elena felt both amused and helpless. Could it be that the criticism had crashed the server? But for her, it was a blessing. Seeing endless negative comments would be distressing. On the way back to her room, Elena met Arlen and seemed to recall something. She pulled him aside. Under Arlen's puzzled gaze, she asked softly. Did you crash the stream server? Note asterisk for a more coherent translation. I've simplified and clarified certain parts while maintaining the original tone and style as much as possible. Chapter 291, Loss of Composure. Arlen shook his head and slowly said under Elena's suspicious gaze, I didn't do it, but if you want me to, I can do so. Upon hearing his bold idea, Elena immediately stopped him seriously. For your bold ideas, my country has a complete set of criminal laws. Believe me, the song, Tears Behind Bars is not suitable for you. Arlen. He glanced at Elena, confirming her disapproval of this approach, and sighed inwardly. He had originally planned to quietly sabotage the live streaming platform's server once it was fixed. The internet users were all furious now. Although Elena didn't care, the barrage comments were annoying. Arlen had already asked Anton to record the people who were most vocal in their accusations. Once the truth came out, he would let the company's lawyers deal with them. You don't need to worry about this. Ignacio and the others are more experienced than you. Worrying won't help. It's better to go back and take a nap with me. Elena patted Arlen on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. Arlen's expression suddenly brightened as he looked at Elena with a slow glance. Together? You go back to your room first, I'll come in later. Elena. You're overthinking it. I just meant we should separate to rest. Let's get some sleep early. Tonight at the airport might not be peaceful. Arlen hardly took naps during the day. He originally wanted to call Marlon to urge him to speed up the investigation and quickly take down that trending topic. But seeing how unaffected Elena was, he swallowed his original words and simply nodded. Now that things have come to this, let's sleep. Arlen rubbed his temples, letting Elena pull him to his room. Before leaving, she specifically reminded him to rest well and not worry about the matter. It seemed like she was overly optimistic, completely unaffected by the incident. Arlen looked at Elena and smiled slightly. As long as Elena's mood wasn't affected, that was fine. His initial intention was to take Elena out to play, to change her mood. Elena maintained her smile until she returned to her room. Once the door closed, her smile vanished, and she leaned against it, staring at the ceiling. After a long silence, she sighed. Daniel's agent was conflicted, unsure whether to tell Daniel about the matter. Although Daniel cared for Elena deeply, she was someone else's girlfriend, and even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. But if he didn't tell him? Before his agent could decide whether to speak up, Daniel called. Without even basic pleasantries, Daniel got straight to the point. Are those news articles about Elena released by Marnie? The news of Marnie quitting was tightly controlled, known only to a few. Elena was one of them, but her company wouldn't release any harmful information. Even if they did want publicity, such methods would only result in negative effects. Andoni's was also unlikely, as if he truly intended to reveal it, he would have done so much earlier. Besides, Andoni's was a gentle person, not the type to hold grudges, and no one in the production team would leak this without his permission. Needless to say, Daniel would never actively reveal this information either, despite knowing it, due to gratitude towards Marnie. Eliminating everyone involved, it was clear who was behind the leaks. What Daniel couldn't understand was why Marnie would expose the issue herself, putting herself in a weaker position, as though Elena had taken her role. We're not sure either. Besides, Marnie and Elena have no connection to us. Daniel cut him off bluntly. Just tell me if it's her doing. Daniel, the agent's tone grew serious. This has nothing to do with you. Elena isn't your concern. It's best not to get involved. Elena has a boyfriend and doesn't need your extra concern. That's settled then. Hearing his tone, Daniel understood and immediately hung up, leaving his agent staring blankly at his buzzing phone. The agent's WeChat soon buzzed. How many times do I need to remind you? Elena has a boyfriend. Even if you care for her, she won't see you. Daniel, you've lost composure too many times over her. You asked me about her yesterday afternoon and today afternoon again, caring every time she moves. I thought you had given up last time. Clearly, I was wrong. When will you finally understand that Elena has a boyfriend and it's impossible between you two? Daniel remained silent, merely replying on his phone. The screen light reflected on his usually gentle eyes, making them appear cold and stern. Just like you said, it's impossible now. But it doesn't mean it will always be. Elena hasn't married yet. When she really enters the entertainment industry, she'll find that Arlen can't give her any support. Their gap will only widen. Upon reading Daniel's message, the agent felt an overwhelming surge of frustration nearly choking him. His face turned red as he reread Daniel's message. What did Daniel mean? Was he planning to steal someone's girlfriend? Why hadn't he noticed before how fixated Daniel was, clinging stubbornly to one person? At least some people gave up the whole forest for one tree, while Daniel, having no tree, refused to look elsewhere. Elena may be beautiful, but the entertainment industry isn't short of beautiful people. Why did Daniel fall for her? Was it because Elena used to like him and now doesn't, leading him to prove his charm? Daniel didn't reply further, and the agent hastily dialed him back, only to have the call disconnected. Would Daniel act rashly? The agent lamented silently. The old Daniel probably wouldn't, but this new Daniel planning to steal someone's girlfriend, anything was possible. Daniel, you can answer the call first, don't mind me. Chapter 292, Clarification. Daniel shook his head and looked at Marnie, who was sitting opposite him. He locked his phone and put it back in his pocket. No problem, say what you have to say. Marnie, noticing Daniel's guarded actions, offered a gentle smile as she began to explain her purpose. She observed his expression discreetly while speaking. I don't know who leaked that matter online, but it definitely wasn't me. Seeing no change in Daniel's expression, she continued, now looking somewhat troubled. I only found out about this just now. I intended to look for Elena to help clear up this situation, but she seems to have returned to her room to take a nap. After listening to Marnie's explanation, Daniel merely raised an eyebrow with a neutral tone, seemingly not understanding why she had come to him. Daniel. Marnie opened her eyes and met his gaze squarely, her expression clear. I know you may suspect me, but I want to prove to you that I'm not that kind of person. Even when I saved you before, I never had any ulterior motives. Daniel remained cold and indifferent, his face as calm as ever. Marnie didn't expect her words to immediately change Daniel's impression of her, but it could be a good start, a beginning for mending their relationship. As long as she could change how Daniel viewed her, everything would be worth it. Understanding the principle that too much could be counterproductive, Marnie left Daniel's room after finishing her talk. The hallway was empty, the staff who had been busy all morning had gone to rest. Upon returning to her room, Marnie received a call from her agent. Menya, I heard the official Weibo account of Solitary Moonlight is planning to issue a clarification. When do you plan to go on camera to clear things up for Elena? Not yet, let's wait until this afternoon. Marnie lifted her hand, examining her fair and delicate skin. This very hand had become rough after countless trials following her divorce in her previous life. But now, it had miraculously become youthful and beautiful again. If not for her memories, she might have thought everything since her rebirth was just a dream. Her agent said nothing, so Marnie continued, we'll help Elena clear things up when she's most anxious. People remember those who pull them through tough times more than those who add luster to their glory. I want Elena to owe me a big favor. But why would you? The agent hesitated, puzzled by Marnie's elaborate setup just to get Elena to owe her. Why did you choose to leak this information and hire internet trolls to amplify it? Marnie chuckled bitterly, her voice becoming increasingly sweet like poisoned honey. This is just a diversion. From the start, my real intention was to expose Elena using connections to join the program. Leaking the news that she stole my role was only meant to make the bribery story more prominent. What difference does it make if I help her clarify? The fact remains that Elena got into the show through backdoor means. People are only concerned about whether she has connections. Even if I help her, public opinion won't favor her. And besides, it wasn't even me who revealed this. It was Elena's former agent. In comparison, what I did is insignificant, it's merely a weight to tip the scale. If I help Elena, Marnie sighed softly, balancing her phone between her neck and shoulder, her expression serene, I can improve Daniel's perception of me, make Elena owe me, boost my image in front of the audience, and ultimately bring Elena down, eliminating a strong competitor from the show. Sister Zhang, this is a win-win deal. Her voice was calm, but it sent shivers down Ginger's spine, making her hair stand on end and speechless. When Ginger first met Marnie, she was a timid young actress with decent talent but little resources due to fierce competition within the company. Ginger, though not famous herself, had several artists under her wing. The hardworking and kind nature of the young girl eventually moved her, leading Ginger to personally mentor Marnie. However, starting around a year ago, Marnie seemed like a completely different person, her acting improved, but her personality became intense and aggressive, as if she had crawled out of hell. She befriended Daniel, leveraging her relationship with him to gain favor within the company. Subtly, she manipulated everyone around her, securing roles through various connections, which inevitably became hugely popular. Within a year, Marnie's popularity skyrocketed, and Ginger ended up managing only her. On the surface, Ginger followed a hotshot rising star in the entertainment industry, someone the company heavily promoted. Marnie always treated her with great respect, never defying her instructions. Yet Ginger felt increasingly uneasy. Hearing Marnie's skilled manipulations made her fearfully wonder if she herself was part of Marnie's grand scheme. Perhaps her initial approach was also premeditated, her charming qualities merely a facade to lower Ginger's guard. Are you still listening, Sister Zhang? Marnie's voice came from the other end of the line, snapping Ginger back to reality. Make sure we praise me more when the time comes. Handle the matter regarding Elena discreetly, many people are investigating recently. Once the heat dies down, we'll hire internet trolls to hype up the news about Elena joining through connections again. Sister Zhang, as an industry veteran, you know how to handle this, right? Leave no obvious evidence. Ginger nodded numbly. Also, limit contact with Elena's ex-agent recently. Everyone knows they've turned against each other. Frequent interactions won't benefit us. He shouldn't expose us, he hates Elena and is eager to spill the beans for money. Chapter 293, Hami Melon. When Elena woke up, she discovered her phone had pushed a clarification message from the official Weibo account of Moonlight Bathing. Elena clicked to see the details. The post seriously explained that Elena was chosen as the lead actress through multiple rounds of auditions and did not forcibly take anyone's role. It also tactfully did not mention Marnie's name, only stating that the cast list at the time had not been finalized and online rumors were false. To prove Elena's capability, the production team specially released clips of her audition. Comments under the Weibo post reached thousands within just half an hour, filled with fans and onlookers. Even if Elena is cleared by the official Weibo account, why hasn't Moonlight Bathing announced the main cast? The show is done filming and airs next week. Only then they say Elena is the lead. Doesn't this suggest guilt? Not really. Don't you question how Elena became the lead? With her background, I find it hard to believe she didn't pay off the production team. I'm not a fan of Elena, I'm just a bystander. From the official audition clip, I think Elena did a good job. Her portrayal of a high school girl felt very natural compared to those who only know how to pout for cuteness. It might be my impression, but I even feel her acting is better than Marnie's. Amara's performances aren't bad, just formulaic, even leading to some fatigue after a while. Elena being favored isn't confirmed yet? The official Weibo has been silent since filming started, not daring to announce the leads. Yet, they immediately clarified when she faced issues. If she's not a privileged figure, I can't believe it. Some must be black fans of Menya. How could Elena's poor acting compare to our star? Enough already, are you blind? The comments flew back and forth, causing heated debates. Even the TV drama, Moonlight Bathing, trended on hot search lists, gaining more attention. Elena glanced over these for a bit before turning off her phone. Perfect, this serves as free publicity for the production. Unearned traffic is free traffic, and Donis would likely be thrilled to see so much attention. Downstairs, everyone was seated except Marnie. Each person wore different expressions. Delilah looked at her with evident concern. Daniel seemed like he had something to say. Donovan's eyes held ridicule, like finally witnessing Elena getting what she deserved. Una shyly raised her head, briefly glancing at Elena before lowering it again. Wyatt rushed right up to Elena, showing no sign of knowing anything and fussing over her. Are you going to the airport soon? Want to sit with me? I can protect you. Confused, Elena stared at him, thinking, bro, did a donkey kick your brain? Hearing his goddess role snatched away, wouldn't Wyatt be angry? Instead, here he is offering services. Tough work indeed, bearing humiliation all along, maybe even stabbing a doll in secret, yet still saying such things. Don't need to, I'd thank heaven and earth if you stayed far away. She glanced around, ignoring Wyatt's bewilderment, and sat next to Arlen who was eating fruit. Give me a piece of peach ripple. Really now, who does Elena think she is? Doesn't she know everyone on the internet wants to beat her down? How dare she casually grab food? Arlen not breaking ties with her would be considered nice. Arlen glanced at her, and just when everyone thought Arlen would snap, she slowly said, peach ripple isn't sweet, try the honeydew melon. Fine, honeydew it is. Give me the bigger slice. People listening secretly. Doesn't Elena realize she's public enemy number one? Acting like a princess and bossing Arlen around, bullying her because she's new? How about such privileged figures leave the entertainment industry? Just seeing her makes me sick. Elena's face must be thick as a brick. Wyatt clearly cares for her, yet she wants him to stay away. Does she think she's still precious? So funny. Run away, Arlen. You don't deserve her. Touching her is like touching garbage. Get away before the princess gets mad. However, the two eating fruits weren't affected in the least, continuing as if nothing happened. Donovan couldn't hold back any longer. Some people have incredibly thick skin, stealing roles and acting like everything's normal. Seeing the original choice every day without feeling guilty. Elena popped a small tomato into her mouth. Some spew nonsense nonchalantly. Why should I feel guilty? Donovan huffed. Not only thick-skinned but stubborn too. Never seen anyone like you. Yisra Olgrong, a gentle female voice interrupted, don't speak rashly. Elena isn't like that. They looked up to see Marnie standing at the staircase entrance. Chapter 294, Troubles. All eyes turned to her, and the camera conveniently focused on Marnie. Marnie's expression was one of discomfort, as if she didn't know how to phrase her words. Under everyone's gaze, she walked over to Elena's side. I'm really sorry, Elena. I only found out about this today at noon and didn't know how to bring it up with you, but I'm definitely going to help clear your name today. Her tone became firm as she looked into the camera. What people say online about Elena taking my role is pure rumor. Although I had contact with the Moonlit Night production team before, I ultimately chose not to star in it. Elena earned her role through her acting skills, which impressed Andonis. There's no such thing as her stealing a role. Please don't defame Elena, believe what's circulating online. Marnie glanced at Elena, speaking slowly with a gentle expression. She's a very promising actor, and I hope Moonlit Night gets high ratings when it broadcasts live next week. After hearing Marnie's words, Elena felt something strange. It seemed like Marnie was hiding all her faults in this matter. Not a word was mentioned about Marnie breaking the contract and Elena being forced into the situation. While Marnie cleared Elena's name, she also successfully avoided any blame. Smiling, Marnie saw Elena's indifferent look. Instead of the expected expected gratitude and happiness, Elena's eyes were filled with caution and doubt. The smile on Marnie's lips suddenly felt stiff. Wow, Menya is so nice. She's clarifying for Elena in front of the live stream. Truly a beautiful and kind-hearted lady. So touched. I used to think Marnie was against Elena, but I guess she's good after all. It's me who was narrow-minded. Though Elena taking Marnie's role has been clarified, there's still the issue of her alleged bribery of face-to-face love. The program team hasn't given any news, indicating they're guilty. Maybe Marnie is a good person, but Elena isn't innocent. Why doesn't she explain the bribery? This accusation came from her former agent, who is credible. Elena frowned at Marnie's evasive explanation. She understood that Marnie wouldn't mention refusing Moonlit Night to protect her image, but she wasn't going to let Marnie clean herself by using her. Seeing that she didn't get the reaction she wanted from Elena, Marnie's expression gradually soured. She couldn't understand why Elena wasn't grateful as expected but instead looked contemplative. After the clarification, Elena simply thanked Marnie without any particular response or excitement. Marnie's smile almost faltered. It's okay. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'm happy to help. She forced a smile while looking at the camera, trying to appear cheerful and enthusiastic. Please don't misinterpret false messages. Elena is my friend, and I don't want her to be hurt. After finishing, Marnie subtly glanced at Daniel. His expression was cold, his gaze filled with emotions she couldn't understand. Marnie's heart skipped a beat. Would Daniel reveal the truth in front of everyone? No, he wouldn't. Though Daniel seemed aloof on the surface, he was a man of loyalty and righteousness. Since he helped cover up for her back then, he wouldn't expose her now. Indeed, Daniel did not step forward to speak about Marnie's actions. Despite clarifying for Elena, the living room remained eerily quiet. The one who reacted the most, Elena, sat quietly like a still lake. Arlen, sitting beside her, didn't even raise his head. Delilah, who was closest to Elena, wanted to say something but, seeing Elena's expression, merely opened her mouth without uttering a word. Finally, Donovan, unable to bear it, interjected. Elena, Menya just clarified those rumors online for you. Why are you so unresponsive? You just said thanks, as if she did nothing significant. Wyatt echoed, Sister Menya is truly kind-hearted, standing up to help Elena despite not needing to speak for herself. Silently watching these two praise Marnie in concert, Elena thought that they were indeed Marnie's top supporters. Even without Marnie's clarification, Elena's innocence could be proven by the official Moonlit Night account and other testimonies. Clarifying for Elena wasn't necessary. Moreover, Marnie's statement absolved herself of any responsibility, omitting her breach of contract and only mentioning that Elena replaced her as the lead. If she hadn't broken the contract, Elena wouldn't have needed to clarify her innocence now. Facing Marnie's supporters, Elena maintained a calm expression. Miss Amara, what you said was the truth. I indeed didn't take long Mrs. role. Therefore, I don't need to be overwhelmingly grateful for stating the truth. Glancing at Marnie, whose smile seemed forced, Elena added, even if you hadn't said it, others would have confirmed the same. Her words were cold and serious, but anyone present had to admit she had a point. Whether Marnie clarified or not, Elena could still clarify her innocence. There was no need for excessive gratitude. The living room fell silent, with no one countering Elena. Marnie's smile twitched, looking somewhat unnatural. Is Elena serious? We went through so much to help her, and she acts as if it's nothing. I think Elena is right. If she had money and power, she wouldn't dress so shabbily when joining the show. Other actresses carry designer bags, but Elena sticks to canvas ones. Maybe she just recently got wealthy. Anyway, I think Elena's character is questionable. She seems to feel the whole world owes her. If Elena can dare to say this, it proves she didn't take Marnie's role. I've never seen someone who steals roles act so confidently. Maybe Elena just has thick skin. No relation client would ever admit to being a relation client. After this incident, the atmosphere among the guests remained awkward until boarding the plane, especially for Marnie. Despite her usual smile, it was clear to everyone that she was forcing it. Right after landing, Elena received a call from Andrew. His voice was weary, clearly having worked hard for her case. Taui is waiting for you in the VIP lounge. Just follow her. Don't focus too much on the internet these 2 days. Treat it as a break. This will end soon. When you start working on the set, President Art will be lonely again. Elena, despite his weariness, he sounded fine and even managed to make a joke. Turning to Arlen, who was carrying her luggage, Elena smiled faintly. I understand, Andrew. Thank you. No need to thank me. Remember to tell President Art about my contributions more often. A doubled year-end bonus will do. Elena, sure, I'll mention it. Translation completed. Maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as per request. Thanks for your empty words. Well, I'll hang up now. Enjoy your holiday. When Elena exited through another door at the airport, she saw a steady stream of people carrying cameras gathering at the entrance, and her name was occasionally mentioned among them. Fortunately, Andrew thought everything through, otherwise, she would have been blocked at the airport today. Elena heaved a sigh of relief, turning around and patting her chest. Chapter 295, Whack-a-Mole. Elena went home, took a shower, and crawled into bed. She was very tired and didn't want to do anything except sleep. Her sleep wasn't peaceful. The dreams were bizarre, spanning from her past life to the present. In the end, the dream froze on Arlen's cold, icy face. He stood there, his black suit jacket draped over his left arm, the top 2 buttons of his white shirt undone, revealing a small patch of pale skin. His presence was overwhelming, leaving Elena momentarily stunned. He seemed to sense her gaze and turned to look at her. His eyes were sharp, harboring a chill. He moved his mouth, but Elena couldn't hear what he was saying. Just as she wanted to ask him what he meant, she woke up abruptly from bed. She touched her forehead, grabbed her phone to check for messages, then suddenly remembered she hadn't worked in the past couple of days. She could finally rest. Elena gave a self-deprecating smile. Leaving her room, she rummaged through the kitchen for 2 slices of toast as breakfast, unsure what to do with these days off. Elena silently despised herself for being accustomed to being overworked while pondering how to spend these days at home. Then, she saw a man sitting in the living room. Elena, holding the toast, froze in place. "When did you come?" Elena asked, pinching the toast as she walked beside Arlen. She glanced between the kitchen and living room, realizing with dismay that she hadn't noticed Arlen when she entered the kitchen. Looking at Arlen's face, Elena suddenly recalled the Arlen in her dream, forgetting the words she had intended to speak. She looked at Arlen with a dazed expression. "I came when you came out." Arlen glanced at her, thinking her dazed look was due to just waking up. He leaned back, showing Elena the breakfast he brought. "I brought you breakfast from your favorite place, the steamed buns." Elena nodded, placing the toast on a plate and taking the steaming buns from the bag. She casually asked, "Arlen, I've never seen you wear a suit before." Arlen, who sat there, inserted a straw into his soy milk cup and raised an eyebrow. "I don't like wearing them, it's troublesome." Elena took the cup from Arlen, noticing his subtle disgust, and nodded. In her dream, he was nothing like this. He was practically the embodiment of a domineering CEO with an imposing presence. After breakfast, with nothing much to do, Arlen pulled Elena to play games. Although Arlen didn't play much, his gaming equipment was extensive. When Elena followed Arlen into his game room, all she felt was shock. She had been there before but hadn't dared explore. Now following Arlen, she realized just how big his house was. "Arlen, is your house this big?" Arlen handed her a controller. "This floor is all mine, so I've opened up the other rooms." "Do you even sound human?" Before Elena could retort, Arlen continued, "The floors below are also mine. If you want more space, I can let you stay in a bigger room." Only now did Elena truly realize Arlen was a CEO. She smiled awkwardly and declined. "No need, I might get lost in such a big room." Arlen. Elena hadn't played many games before. She spent most of her past life surviving. Even in this life, she barely managed to solve basic needs. This was her first time playing with a controller. Elena thought Arlen would lose interest quickly because she didn't understand much, but he remained patient. The curtains in the game room were drawn, the room lit softly, not too bright, creating a gentle, non-blinding light. The light cast a golden glow on Arlen's cheek and made his eyelashes shimmer. "Why don't you try other games first?" "I'll give it another shot," Elena said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she looked at the characters standing still on the screen. "It's fine," Arlen replied, watching her calmly, "I'm not in a hurry." Elena, "Oh. You're not in a hurry, but her pressure is huge." Luckily, after some time, Elena gradually got the hang of it, and their coordination improved, making the gaming experience better. There was a whack-a-mole section in the game, which Elena excitedly rushed towards. "Arlen, let's go down. I want to play whack-a-mole." Arlen glanced at her and slowly maneuvered his character under the box, playing the role of the mole to be whacked. 8 times, my turn. Elena fairly switched places, crawling under the box to emerge stealthily. But on her first attempt, she received a strong blow from Arlen. Determined not to be defeated, Elena pressed the buttons hard, trying to confuse Arlen. Yet, every strike from Arlen hit accurately, causing Elena's mole character to dodge frantically, her vision filled with flashing stars. Frustrated by the on-screen mouse, Elena threw the controller and yelled at Arlen, "Arlen, I'm your girlfriend. Why won't you let me win?" Arlen, who was hitting moles, softened his tone seeing Elena upset. "We're competing, aren't we?" Elena. She must have been blind to choose Arlen as her boyfriend. He didn't show any mercy even when she was clearly having a hard time. At that moment, Elena felt a tap on her shoulder and turned away irritably. Dog man, she didn't want to see him. Then she felt Arlen stand up slowly, walking around to sit in front of her, his long legs drawing attention. Sitting opposite her, he reached for her hand, which Elena hid behind her back. Arlen stretched to reach her hand, and Elena watched curiously, wondering what he was up to. On his next attempt, she didn't resist. Arlen guided her hand to his head, handing her a cushion from behind with a serious tone, "Hit me now." Elena squeezed the cushion, her heart softening like melted butter. Note, I have kept the translation aligned with the provided Chinese text, maintaining paragraph structure, style, and character names as requested. Chapter 296, Angry. Forget it, Elena tossed the cushion aside and intended to pick up the controller from the floor. "Let's continue. I don't know if we can finish this game today." Arlen, however, was holding her hand as if in deep thought, and after a while, he asked, "You're not angry anymore?" "You knew I was angry." Elena snorted but couldn't help smiling. "Then why do you come to tease me every day?" "Arlen, you really..." Under the soft, dim light, her eyes seemed filled with stars, sparkling with fine light. Her bright, almond-shaped eyes curved slightly at the ends, long thick lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her lips were red and soft, tinged with a faint blush color. When Elena realized Arlen hadn't spoken for a long time, she thought her earlier actions had startled him. Blinking her eyes, she turned her head. "It's fine now, you can come over to play games." Elena's words were cut off by a kiss. So, that's what Arlen had been thinking about all this time. In the days of the kiss, the first thought that came into Elena's muddled mind was actually this. They were sitting on a place with many soft cushions behind them. Arlen closed his eyes and kissed her while gently laying the already limp Elena on the cushions. The characters in the game stood motionless, the avatars moving idly without anyone paying attention. Elena felt the softness of the cushion behind her. Arlen's hand, which had been supporting the back of her head, slipped away and intertwined with hers tightly. Elena felt like a piece of cake being slowly devoured by Arlen. Her hands and legs were weak, and her voice changed pitch. She felt her hand being pulled to Arlen's neck. Breathing heavily, her bright almond eyes looked hazy, feeling Arlen's kisses gradually moving lower. This time, she was really going to be swept away. Suddenly, a phone rang, jolting some sense back into Elena. She reached out to push Arlen, who was lying on top of her, her voice sweet and sticky with passion. "Phone call, Arlen, your phone is ringing. Just ignore it." Arlen's kisses landed on Elena's delicate, white collarbone, warm breath brushing against her neck, causing waves of unbearable tickles. He grabbed the nearby phone and hung up without even checking the caller ID. Before Arlen could continue, the ringing resumed insistently. Hearing the relentless ringing, Elena regained her senses. She held back Arlen's hand, trying to unbutton her clothes, and panted as she reminded him. It must be urgent, otherwise, they wouldn't keep calling. "Answer it." Arlen's eyes were dark like a deep pool, usually making people feel cold, but now burning like lava. Elena even saw fiery glimmers in Arlen's eyes. Feeling Elena's restraining hand, cool against his palm, Arlen closed his eyes forcefully. When he opened them again, clarity returned to his gaze. "I'll go outside." Elena nodded, watching Arlen take the call somewhat unnaturally. For some reason, she found it funny. She chuckled, thinking about how both times their moments were interrupted by phones. Next time, Arlen might just throw both of their phones away. How pitiful, she sighed inwardly. It wasn't her fault, Arlen just couldn't seize the moment. Elena buttoned her clothes and covered her face to cool down. How embarrassing, the way she had responded just now. After several calls during the day, Beck finally answered. He immediately asked Arlen, "Is Elena with you?" At that moment, Arlen's temper was so low he could be used as a mobile fridge. Sitting in the living room, he coldly hummed into the phone, sounding as if Beck owed him millions. Beck checked his phone, puzzled by Arlen's menacing expression. He cautiously spoke, "I called Elena's home phone, no one answered. Neither did her mobile, so I called you." He wasn't intentionally provoking Arlen, he just couldn't find Elena. Arlen rubbed his temples. "She's here, her phone must be in the living room. If there's anything, tell me directly, and I'll relay it to her." Arlen hung up after listening to Beck without saying much. Beck stood there staring at his phone. Elena's phone was in the living room, and Arlen sounded so angry. Were they together? Oh God, Beck thought in horror, he must have disturbed their sweet date. His own cabbage was lost after all, he sighed. After tidying herself up, little cabbage, Elena walked out and saw Arlen still on the phone. She detoured to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of ice water, hoping to cool down physically. A body pressed against her from behind. It was Arlen hugging her from behind. Without turning around, Elena leaned back and handed him the icy water. "Have some, otherwise, it's not good to stay hot." Elena's voice was soft, yet laced with mischief. Arlen silently took the water, looking at the seemingly smug Elena, then vowed slowly. "Next time, I'm going to throw both our phones in the living room." His tone was so bitter and disappointed, making Elena giggle in his arms. "Okay, but for now," Elena quickly glanced at Arlen's lower half, "I should step back, boss Art. Good luck." "Arlen. You think Marnie did this?" Although Elena had considered this possibility, she still found it hard to believe when the result came. She didn't even offend Marnie, why would the heroine suddenly strike hard? And given that Marnie was in the wrong, how dare she? Chapter 297, Bowsy. Arlen, seeing Elena's puzzled expression, recalled the look and actions when Marnie watched Daniel. He had a pretty good idea of what she meant. But Arlen did not mention that Daniel liked her. Instead, he spoke in measured tones. "Perhaps she thinks you're easy to bully, and even if you knew it was her who did this, you wouldn't dare to reveal the truth to the public. After all, during the early stages, you indeed appeared quite." Arlen glanced at her, stopping mid-sentence as he turned his head away. Elena instantly understood his meaning. Indeed, she had been too meek on the show initially, making Marnie believe she was an easy target. In reality, during those early days, Elena had no powerful connections or strength. Among the 4 female guests, she was in the lowest position. Also, because of Marnie's leading actress status, Alalie usually didn't bother engaging in conflicts with her or the male lead. Therefore, she looked especially soft-hearted. Elena almost laughed at this guess. Was being kind-hearted going to make people think she could be toyed around with? Marnie certainly seemed overly arrogant. Did she think others were less significant just because they weren't as famous? It was ironic that Marnie, after reincarnation, now wanted to step on others like she had been stepped on before. What a staunch believer in social Darwinism. Elena sneered inwardly but still couldn't understand one thing. What motivated Marnie to target her? She hadn't directly conflicted with Marnie, nor clung to the male lead like characters in novels do. Why would Marnie bear a grudge against her? For this confusion, Anton had explained it clearly over the phone. Elena, haven't you noticed that you've gained much more popularity from this show than Marnie? Your fame is unprecedented, and you've attracted the most fans. In fact, because of this variety show, your popularity is catching up to Marnie. Remember, the show originally aimed to highlight the couple Daniel and Marnie, and among the female guests, no one has a higher profile than Marnie. But now you alone are about to overshadow both of them. Daniel doesn't need a show to increase his popularity, but Marnie does. Even if you don't pose a threat now, in the future, you will likely compete for resources with her. Hearing this explanation from Anton, Elena still felt somewhat unbelievable. After all, in her view, Marnie was someone who sought revenge only on those who had wronged her. Sensing her silence, Anton sighed, continuing, there are limited resources in this circle. The more you get, the less she gets. And since you rose to fame by stepping on her reputation, it's understandable that she wants to knock you down. You must recognize that anyone in this industry can be a potential competitor. It's not wrong that you only want to focus on acting, but there are many who dislike you, just as this time you didn't steal Marnie's role, yet she plotted against you behind the scenes. Elena didn't know what to say, so she merely replied meekly, I understand, Andrew. We're already working on clarifications. Since you and Marnie share the same circle, we can't go too far, but Shinghan will help you regain face. Don't worry, you can still attend promotional activities in a few days. This is your first drama, and you have a lot to learn in the future. Anton's tone was casual, but Elena sensed the severity lurking beneath. And, Anton hesitated, we've already communicated with the production team about the money you gave to join the face-to-face love show. We'll deny it. Just say you didn't know, and our PR team will handle the rest. Anton was used to celebrities bribing their way into shows. In the industry, this was common. Even outdated stars would find ways to appear in films to gain publicity. Regardless of Elena's intentions, the show left a spot open for her due to her $100,000 payment. One reason was to use her as a foil for Marnie, as anyone with some fame wouldn't agree to be a mere supporting character on the show. Additionally, the show struggled to find suitable participants, so they chose Elena. Anton's professionalism left Elena speechless. She could only nod obediently while holding the phone. Arlen, sitting beside Elena, listened to their conversation, lost in thought. After Elena hung up, Arlen casually brought up the topic. Why did you bribe the show to join? Bellamy said you entered for Daniel, that you might like him? Elena, who had relaxed slightly from Anton's arrangements, immediately tensed up at Arlen's words. Bellamy. How could he leak everything? Could he not keep a secret? This wasn't Bellamy's fault, actually. A staff member leaked the information when asked, which Arlen overheard from Marlon. The staff member wasn't certain, speculating that Elena might have joined due to her affection for Daniel. How could that be? Elena smiled awkwardly, trying to remain polite. I joined to boost my exposure, it had nothing to do with Daniel. She couldn't let Arlen know about this past behavior, it was the old Elena's doing, not hers. She refused to take the blame. Is that so? Arlen sounded skeptical. Really? Absolutely, truly true. Elena nodded vigorously. I only like you now. Now? Elena's smile widened, though inside she'd mentally thrown Arlen into the trash 100 times. Still, she weakly added. Only you in the future too. Note, in Chinese culture, calling someone up a baozi, steamed bun, often implies they're soft and easily bullied. Chapter 298, Turmoil. So, this guy was just beating around the bush to listen to her sweet talk, right? Arlen sat next to Elena, wearing a black t-shirt that made his exposed skin look even fairer and softer. He looked like an inexperienced college student. His slightly lowered lashes seemed as if he were evaluating whether Elena's words were true. From Elena's perspective, all she saw was his exceptionally prominent nose and long, beautiful eyes. It was as if Nuwa had created him perfectly in her final masterpiece. Alright, I believe you. What was with that tone of barely managing to trust her? Could little brother please repeat that? He really blossoms with a bit of sunshine. But now Elena was at fault, and for Arlen's scrutiny, she could only respond with a bright smile. So, what should we have for dinner tonight? Elena. Lunch was just finished, it still felt stuck in her throat. And now he was talking about dinner, was there sulfuric acid in his stomach? He wasn't hungry just because he'd eaten. Want to have instant noodles? Elena clenched her teeth in frustration. Arlen shook his head and looked at Elena seriously. I want to eat dumplings, the kind you make. He insisted on those dumplings from her, didn't he? Arlen was truly pushing his luck now. Elena was about to reject his unreasonable request when she saw Arlen sigh wistfully and glance at his phone. You said earlier that you would only like me from now on, and now you're not willing to make dumplings for someone you like? Oh, women are so fickle. Elena. What does my fickleness have to do with whether or not you eat dumplings? You just want to eat dumplings, right? Arlen, yeah, I want shrimp filling. She hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. She was speechless. Ultimately, Elena agreed to Arlen's request, with the condition that Arlen help out in the kitchen. Elena was responsible for preparing the dough, while Arlen handled the chopping of the filling. Arlen's kitchen, finally hosting its first dinner since being renovated, filled up with the comfortable sounds of a chef's knife striking the cutting board, adding warmth to the once cold house. Facing away from him as she kneaded the dough, Elena heard the chopping suddenly stop behind her. Arlen, holding a knife in one hand and a phone in the other, checked a recipe. Seeing Elena looking, he asked, can we put only shrimp in the dumplings and no leeks? If you only use shrimp, it wouldn't be called three-flavor filling dumplings anymore, it would be shrimp dumplings. Elena's impression of Arlen being fond of meat grew stronger. No, eating some vegetables is good for your health. If you really don't want to eat them, we can put a little less. Arlen nodded, then Elena saw him take half of the leeks she had prepared, leaving only a few strands behind. It was her first time seeing someone who was this picky despite being an adult. Feeling powerless, Elena sighed inwardly. Give back half of the leeks. You can't eat only meat and no vegetables. This stubborn child. Finally getting the filling done, it was time to start wrapping the dumplings. Arlen eagerly waited for Elena to teach him how to fold them. Elena demonstrated twice, and Arlen confidently started practicing. He placed a spoonful of filling onto the flat wrapper, and then mimicked Elena by squeezing it hard. The greenish-white filling oozed out pitifully and stuck to the wrapper. Elena, you're using too much force. Use less strength, you don't need that much. Arlen, you don't understand, these are steamed buns. Elena. What's steamed buns? She had never seen such wrappers for steamed buns before. Under Elena's watchful gaze, Arlen grew even more confident. Bowsy, stuffed pancakes, leek wontons, shrimp wontons, pot stickers. Elena. The leek wontons and shrimp wontons you mentioned are the same thing. And, Elena glanced expressionlessly at the strangely shaped dumplings. These will cook unevenly, some too thick, others too thin. Why are some dumplings wrapped with two wrappers? Putting down his strange creation, Arlen said contentedly, wontons. Elena lifted her rolling pin, placed it between them, and gently warned with a soft smile, please show some respect to the dumplings. Want me to not make them for you next time? Making dumplings with Arlen let Elena experience what it was like to take care of a child. Holding the rolling pin, watching Arlen work earnestly, she almost wanted to hit him over the head to show him what dog training was like. After being warned by Elena's rolling pin, Arlen quietly ate his oddly shaped dumplings, avoiding mentioning wontons or stuffed pancakes again. Elena grinned as she took a bite of her own beautifully wrapped dumpling and asked, are the dumplings you made delicious? Arlen suppressed the urge to spit them out and swallowed the dumpling with difficulty. Delicious. Elena, smiling, picked out the oddly shaped dumplings and placed them in Arlen's bowl. Here's the wonton you made, and here's the bun. Eat more if you find them delicious, I won't compete with you. I'll eat mine. Arlen. Eventually, Arlen ended up eating the properly made dumplings Elena had made. The weird ones she decided to give to the stray dog downstairs named Adamar. After a couple of bites, Arlen stopped and stared at the dumplings, lost in thought. What's wrong? Looking at him cautiously, Elena asked. I haven't had homemade dumplings for a long time. Arlen gazed at the dumplings in front of him, his voice calm but left Elena feeling a pang of emotion. Seeing Arlen, who just moments ago seemed despicable, suddenly appear pitiful and endearing, she realized how difficult his childhood must have been with a divorced father, a scheming stepmother, a power-hungry younger brother, and a broken family. If Arlen weren't such a minor character in the novel, he could almost be considered a love-starved little villain. Thinking of this, Elena reached out and held the hand Arlen had placed on the table, her voice softening. If you want dumplings in the future, just tell me. I'll make them for you when I have time. Arlen, really? Really, Elena smiled, smoothing over the scars on his heart. Whenever I'm not busy, I can make as many as you like. Arlen, then can I only eat shrimp dumplings? Just shrimp without leeks. Elena, do you want to die? Just as they argued, neither noticed Elena's phone suddenly lighting up. A push notification appeared. Elena clarified recent rumors, while Marnie faced cancellation issues. Hashtag chapter 299, legal notice. Just a moment without checking their phones, and the online sentiment had already shifted dramatically. First, Elena's studio released a message along with a legal notice, demanding that those who spread rumors about Elena using backdoor connections to snatch Marnie's role immediately delete their posts and apologize. The statement was brief yet clear, denying any wrongdoing by Elena in taking another's role. It also clarified that Elena had not bribed her way into the face-to-face love show and provided a detailed selection process, indicating she was chosen normally by the program team. At the same time, the production crew of Moonlit Serenade also issued a statement, confirming that Elena had joined through auditions, with her selection approved unanimously by the director, assistant director, screenwriter, and producer, unrelated to other artists and free from any claims of role snatching. I don't believe celebrity legal notices at all. Didn't those male stars also claim innocence with lawyer teams before they were eventually proven guilty and sent to jail? I think Elena acts pretty well. If she plays the lead, I'd be quite willing to watch it. Fresh faces aren't common. Isn't it just Elena's influential backers pulling strings? Making the official accounts clarify for her time and again, it's quite a tactic. Are some people blind? They ignore the proper clarification and choose to believe rumors. No matter what you say, they'll still think the official account is lying. I remember Marnie didn't film this drama. A friend who's a station sister said she saw her on director Curtiz's set. The timing should match when Moonlit Serenade was being filmed. While both camps argued fiercely, the producer of Moonlit Serenade posted a Weibo comment that completely ignited the situation. Elena is a very good young lady, dedicated and responsible in her acting. She spends every day immersed in script discussions with directors and writers. I believe such a conscientious person will have a bright future. Many artists can't achieve what she does, no cheating or flattering superiors. Although brief, this comment contained a lot of key information. Praising Elena was straightforward, but the addition of, no cheating or flattering superiors, clearly pointed fingers elsewhere. As for whom it referred to, everyone immediately thought of Marnie, initially announced as the leading actress. Now Elena took over. If the studio and Elena hadn't lied, then Marnie must have been dishonest, turning down Moonlit Serenade last minute, allowing Elena to step in. Netizens grew more intrigued. After all, Marnie had spoken positively about Elena on the show. If true, Marnie seemed shameless. Some netizens asked the producer if he referred to a certain female star who appeared on the show with Elena. The producer replied promptly. We are all in the same circle, and some things can only be implied. But I will never use her as my lead actress again. Who would expect an agreed-upon lead to help a friend right before filming starts? However, Marnie's fans were unwilling to accept this. How could they bear to see her slandered? They flooded the producer's Weibo with comments defending Marnie, insisting she supported Elena on the show. Unexpectedly, the production crew responded sharply, claiming that the drama didn't need this kind of publicity, threatening negative reviews upon airing. But the producer fought back fiercely against these uninvited fans. I didn't comment on your idol's acting, I just stated facts. Rather than arguing with me, go find better opportunities for her. Her acting skills I won't judge, her character is complex, but I wish her success. Onlookers quickly understood, Marnie reneged on the project and used it to undermine Elena, truly audacious. Watching her on the show, many assumed she was genuine. Damn, Marnie ditched them. No wonder the producer is furious. If I were him, I'd never work with her again. Marnie has sealed her own fate. Was director Curtiz's film so appealing that Marnie refused Bear's drama? Bear's work has a massive fan base. Who knows? Director Curtiz seems like an emerging director, with no films yet. Yet Marnie eagerly participated, hard to judge, but I wish her luck. Marnie sure acted tea-flavored, two-faced. Praising Elena on the show while sabotaging her behind the scenes. A pure, flawless lily indeed. In this small industry, reneging on projects will make others hesitant to hire you unless you guarantee fame. Otherwise, it's just absurd. Ginger closely monitored public opinion online. When she saw the tide turning heavily against Marnie, she ordered more bot comments and called Marnie. Menya, she sighed deeply, the producer of Moonlit Serenade revealed everything, and now online sentiment is overwhelmingly against you. Marnie paused, her voice trembling, is he crazy? We're all in the same circle, why suddenly spill this? Ginger grimaced inwardly. True, they all worked in the entertainment industry, but lately Marnie's actions disrupted normal promotion for the production. With new dramas approaching release, nobody wanted such turmoil. Moreover, Marnie indeed wronged the production. Though Andoni's was patient and Shin Curtis mediated, avoiding public scandals, the producer had a short temper and was known for his boldness. Selecting Elena might have been to humble Marnie. Now, past grievances and present tensions culminated in the producer's retaliation. Reneging before filming was bad enough, adding more drama before the premiere made his resentment understandable. He gave Marnie face by waiting until now. Chapter 300, The Producer. Isa never imagined that in the end it would be the producer who stabbed her in the back. She had thought she had everything under control. Andoni's had a good temperament, and Daniel wouldn't reveal anything due to their relationship. Elena was too soft-hearted, having just entered the entertainment industry. Isa figured she wouldn't dare disclose the truth. As long as these people didn't intervene, no one would know about the matter. Even if Elena confessed under company encouragement, Isa's powerful backing would still overshadow her. After all, Isa was the company's favorite, while Elena was merely a newcomer at Xingheng, who did not have many resources allocated to her. Xingheng likely wouldn't put much effort into supporting her. But the producer's unexpected appearance disrupted all of her plans. She never expected the producer to speak up without showing any consideration for her. Menya, Ginger sighed, what you did this time is too extreme. Repeatedly pushing everyone. In this production team, even a clay figurine would have some temper. Why don't you try to talk with the producer? We're all part of the same circle after all. If you offend him too much, it won't do you any good. After all, Bear Dao's producer was a respected senior figure in the industry. If he held a grudge against Verna, no one would hire her in the future. Though Ginger was vague, Isa sensed the accusation in her tone. Under pressure from netizens and her agent, Isa sneered. What did these people know? Did they understand the significance of director Kurtai's first film? He was the pioneer of Kurtai-style aesthetics. Decades later, countless people in China would imitate his techniques, his works would be regarded as classics, and he gained numerous fans internationally. His filming of Daniel even resulted in an Oscar win. People now laughed at director Kurtais for being just a small-time director, but in the future, they'd regret underestimating him. No need. Isa chuckled. I see no reason to apologize to him. Sister Zhang, I will become famous. Believe me, even without him, many people will come looking for me. As for his producer friends, I won't choose any of them. I want him to come and apologize to me. Ginger. Ginger couldn't understand why Isa was so confident now. How did the once shy and cute girl turn into this? Even when Daniel worked as an extra on set, he didn't guarantee his own future fame. Why was Isa so obsessed with believing she would become a star? But director Kurtais is still a new filmmaker, and your movie has low costs and a rough shooting environment. Sister Zhang, you don't need to worry about that now. Focus on diverting public attention back to Elena, making everyone care about her paying money to the show. Isa interrupted irritably, brows furrowed. Don't threaten me about apologizing to the producer. It's not important. When director Kurtai's new movie airs, you'll understand. You are an experienced agent. You should know what to do without me teaching you such trivial matters. If you can't handle this, I really doubt your ability. Maybe I should consider finding a new agent. Menya, you. Before Ginger could say more, she heard the dial tone on the phone. She hung up silently. Seeing the call end, Isa's assistant timidly asked, Sister Zhang, what should we do next? Isa's online reputation isn't good. Public opinion cannot be suppressed. Even our hired internet trolls received lawyer letters from Xingheng, so many aren't willing to work with us anymore. If this continues, Verna's reputation in the entertainment industry will be ruined. Moreover, her fan base was rapidly shrinking, filled with angry comments calling her a white lotus, accusing her of climbing the social ladder. Some demanded she leave the entertainment industry, and others boycotted her shows and movies, especially director Kurtai's film. Despite their best efforts, the public remained furious. Ginger rubbed her temples. Xingheng is determined to protect Elena. Their legal team is expertly handling this. Initially, Isa's breach of contract hadn't been exposed. But overly confident, she decided to take down Elena. Now, she was suffering the backlash. Ginger blamed herself for allowing Isa to act recklessly. Tell them to stop attacking Elena. Release the dirt we have on other celebrities. Once chaos ensues, no one will care about this issue. The assistant nodded and rushed out. Surprisingly, within hours of the exposure, news broke about a male celebrity having a girlfriend, contradicting his single image. Before the buzz could settle, another female celebrity was revealed to be secretly married. Too many scandals today, can't decide where to start. Wow, crazy day. Are all celebs choosing to expose themselves today? This feels deliberate, like covering something up. Did Isa's trolls orchestrate this? Amazing how criticizing her led to these revelations. Check the trending topics, Isa is still number 1. Her team must be furious. Seeing Isa still atop the trends made Ginger feel sick. Xingheng was relentless in preventing the topic from dying down, further increasing its visibility. Frustrated by ineffective PR attempts, Ginger felt helpless. They underestimated Elena and Xingheng, only to face this formidable opposition. Chapter 301, No Means Unavailable. Elena hadn't anticipated that her conflict with Marnie would stir up half of the entertainment industry into chaos. Online, netizens were enjoying the spectacle from all angles, while Elena's initial issue was pushed to the side, rendered powerless despite the Water Army's efforts. Ginger's strategy is like cutting off one's nose to spite one's face. There weren't any disputes with other stars before, but now, to cover up Marnie's faults, she has sacrificed her own artist to shield them. Once others come to their senses, they will definitely trouble Marnie's studio, Anton said, his voice laced with obvious gloating. Clearly, Marnie was cornered and resorting to desperate measures. They rushed to take down the trending topic on Weibo, thinking our Xingheng artists are easy targets. It's easy to push someone up on the trending list, but it's not as simple to remove her now. 3 days should be no problem, no one can help her now. Anton, as the instigator of this situation, sneered unfeelingly at the chaotic outcome over the phone. I thought she had some means. But this? To embarrass herself like this? What a shallow thing. In a good mood, Anton comforted Elena, don't worry, you can go to tomorrow's promotion casually. No one will foolishly ask you about this now. Marnie thought she could teach Elena a lesson, only to kick against an iron plate. In this small industry circle, no one would dare make Elena suffer openly again in the future. Elena glanced at her phone. Weibo was incredibly lively now, with fans from various circles stirred into chaos. Despite everything, Marnie remained the target, almost crashing the servers due to relentless criticism. Whenever netizens' attention shifted elsewhere, the Water Army hired by Anton would jump in to denounce Marnie, accusing her of lacking contractual spirit and using others' issues as shields, deeming her wicked to the core. Other stars' fans immediately exploded. Who did Marnie think she was, dragging their idols into her mess? A rising star for merely a year dared to trample on their idols? Initially, only random netizens were criticizing, but once several fandoms joined, the fighting power under Marnie's Weibo comments skyrocketed, spreading her story across the internet. The criticism grew more intense, overshadowing any mention of her attempting to shift focus. What started as a dispute between Elena and Marnie ended up involving half of the entertainment industry. Enraged by the exposure of their artists, many studios secretly fueled the fire against Marnie. Elena watched the overwhelming trend with astonishment. This was the kind of attention the protagonist receives. In the original story, the female lead became an instant national goddess. Now, she was indeed receiving attention, just the wrong kind, the toxic kind. Under such circumstances, Marnie's fans fell silent, and the occasional stubborn ones were quickly silenced by netizens. Doing something disgraceful and dragging others into it is truly disgusting. What are you fans supporting? I never had issues with Marnie before, but isn't she so laughable? She really thinks revealing others' secrets will save her? Even if it's true, stabbing others in the back is despicable. Watching the show, I thought Marnie was decent when she defended Elena. Now it seems she picked convenient words. If she admitted her mistake earlier, fewer people would be criticizing her. You two fight your own battles, why involve our idols? Marnie is no one important yet acts so arrogantly. I'll never watch her works and will criticize her daily. With a thud, a white bag was thrown on the table. Marnie couldn't maintain her composed smile anymore, clutching her phone tightly, trembling with anger. She leaned on her office desk, teeth gritted, questioning Ginger, "Didn't I tell you to resolve this? Why is it getting worse? Do you know what everyone is saying about me online?" Ginger, having witnessed how things escalated, tried to salvage the situation but realized the flames were growing uncontrollably, nearly burning Marnie's reputation to ashes. "I've instructed to take down the trending topics, but the staff isn't cooperating. The opposing side likely has water armies involved. Should we just wait it out?" "Zhangji, we're a team," Marnie growled like an enraged lioness. "Do you really think destroying my reputation benefits you? You're my agent. If I can't get roles because of this, we both get frozen by the company. Don't you claim to be a top-notch agent with countless connections? Can't you find anyone to fix this for me?" "Marnie," Ginger interrupted, "do you think I don't want to? Have you any idea who I've approached? We're facing Xingheng, their lawyers, and even Bryce himself. No one in our company wants to oppose Xingheng for your sake. The entertainment circle is small, no one wanted to confront Xingheng for a minor figure like Marnie. Do you just watch me get criticized online?" Marnie was nearly driven to despair by the comments on her Weibo, filled with venomous remarks from other fans. "It'll pass," Ginger stood up and patted her shoulder. "In the internet era, people won't hold on to this forever. But after this, the company will definitely divert resources to others. Zhangji, I fought hard to achieve this. I don't want to compete for interview chances again. Please help me, Zhangji." "Marnie." Ginger hesitated. Xingheng was clearly targeting Marnie, making it impossible to easily let this pass. They wanted her to pay a price. Marnie stared at Ginger's face, hurt by her lack of urgency or effort. "Are you really my agent? Why aren't you helping me think of solutions? I truly misjudged you." Translation ends here. Chapter 302, Ginger. As soon as the words left her mouth, the room fell silent. Ginger's hand, which had been resting on her back in an attempt to soothe her, also stopped moving. Marnie stiffened her neck and saw Ginger's expression suddenly change to one of regret. In her previous life, when she decided to marry Lionel, only Ginger, her agent, advised her to think carefully about her career and not rush into marriage. At that time, she did not listen to Ginger's advice and insisted on becoming Mrs. Zhao. Later, when she tried to make a comeback and begged for opportunities with a thick face, only Ginger offered to look out for suitable opportunities for her. She knew Ginger was a good person. Though not very competent, Ginger was kind-hearted and willing to extend kindness even to someone who had nothing at the time. Despite often questioning Marnie's judgment, Ginger's concerns were always due to her lack of knowledge about the future. However, now, Marnie stared at her agent, whose gentle eyes now reflected hurt and disbelief. Ginger pursed her lips. "If you really think I haven't put enough effort into your career, then I'll resign." Suddenly regaining some rationality, Marnie blinked and hurriedly said, "Sister Zhang, that's not what I meant. I just feel that if we let this matter escalate any further, both of our careers will be ruined." No matter what Marnie said, it wouldn't touch Ginger anymore. The latter had been deeply hurt by her words over the past 2 days. Feeling utterly exhausted, Ginger pulled her hand from Marnie's and massaged her brow, saying in a disappointed tone, "Menya, if you think my capabilities aren't up to par, then you can find someone else to be your agent." And, she glanced at the flustered Marnie with a hint of a cold smile, "It's your career that would be destroyed, not mine. Before becoming your exclusive agent, I was the manager handling the most artists in the company. I can still pursue my career even without you." With that, Ginger picked up her bag and left the room, the light from the doorway retreating as the door closed, leaving behind only silence. Elena had been busy promoting alongside the crew lately. Strangely, none of the reporters seemed to ask about certain issues, whether they had been warned off or truly witnessed the company's tough measures. Each event ended on a harmonious note. After today's interview, Elena sighed while walking backstage. She mused that she would definitely have to give Ignacio and Jacob bonuses for all their hard work accompanying her. They deserved the reward for their dedication. After all, workers are motivated by money. Walking from the stage to backstage required navigating stairs. Wearing a long dress and high heels, Elena paused momentarily upon seeing the steps. The leading actress, noticing Elena's predicament, immediately turned around to help her down the stairs. But before she could reach out, another strong hand beat her to it. "I'll help you down. These stairs are quite steep." Looking at the owner of the hand, Gaynor's gaze was fervent. If he had a tail, it would undoubtedly be wagging anxiously. However, Elena lowered her eyes and placed her hand in another female actor's hand instead. It would be better not to give Gaynor too much hope. The actress originally intended to withdraw her hand but was surprised when Elena chose her. Blinking in disbelief, she realized the rumors in the production team were true. Elena and Gaynor were not close, and Elena even refused to stir up hype with him. "I'll help you navigate the stairs, just follow me." The actress, holding Elena's hand, glanced apologetically at Gaynor and led Elena down the stairs. Their actions went largely unnoticed by others, but everyone in the crew had seen enough of Gaynor being rejected by Elena these past few days. Some felt sympathetic, although stirring up couple hype was part of promotion. Elena's resistance made it unlikely to succeed. Gaynor, seeing his offer ignored, pretended nonchalantly, but disappointment flashed across his eyes. He had hoped to use the opportunity of hyping up their relationship to get closer to Elena, but she treated him like a snake, speaking only during promotions. Ironically, he once thought it worse than death to hyping up with Elena, yet now Elena became the one he could never get close to. Gaynor sighed inwardly. It seemed that Elena felt the same way. But there was no other choice. If he didn't take the initiative, they'd never have a chance. Recently, aside from promotions, Elena had no other work commitments, so she could go home every night for dinner. Arlen wasn't skilled in cooking. His talent only extended to turning semi-prepared dishes into finished meals, usually those that only required boiling or microwaving. Thus, they dined out together and walked home. Wearing a mask and hat, Elena walked along the street. Few people recognized them. Even if a few did, their acting skills allowed them to easily brush off the attention. After fending off a fan who seemed to recognize them, Elena praised her companion. "You're quite an actor. Your refusal has improved so much. You could join the entertainment industry if you come with me, and I'll protect you." Arlen, confirming the fan was far away, slowly replied, "Is this some sort of unspoken rule?" "Sure, if you work with me, you're bound to have a bright future. My agent is quite impressive. She can get you whatever resources you need." Elena smiled at Arlen's handsome face, admiring his superior features under the streetlight. He wore a black hoodie today, revealing a slender and pale neck, looking almost like a university student. "No thanks," Arlen shook his head. Elena squinted. "Don't you want to enter the entertainment industry with me?" "I don't need resources, but I'm willing to sink with you." His seriousness made Elena laugh. "Isn't that freeload?" "I'm willing to freeload." Arlen squeezed Elena's hand. His dark eyes seemed to convey countless words, leaving Elena speechless. "As long as you want to sink, I'm willing to bear the cost." Elena. What kind of feeling was this, both moving and amusing? And, Arlen, can you please maintain some self-respect? Who freeloading themselves onto others? Feeling embarrassed, Elena noticed a message. When she checked it, she saw a headline. Marnie's boyfriend exposed. Chapter 303 Public Announcement. Elena's first reaction upon seeing the trending topic was that the lead roles had publicly revealed their relationship. Her second reaction was how deeply in love the male lead must be, as he was willing to step forward and face this critical moment with the female lead. It truly lived up to being the leading role, a man of courage indeed. Elena opened her phone and logged in using a side account while sighing at the power of love, which made them choose this exact time to reveal their relationship. Although Daniel's reputation within the circle was excellent, he would inevitably face some impact by announcing this now. Such a move was nothing short of true love overpowering everything. Daniel looks like quite a man right now. I respect him for his bravery. While Elena was engrossed in her phone, she failed to notice the puzzled expression on Arlen's face beside her. Soon enough, that puzzled look shifted to Elena herself when she saw the content posted by various marketing accounts. Wasn't Marnie's boyfriend supposed to be Daniel? Why did it say Lionel instead? Didn't Lionel belong to the last life heroine's husband, eventually ousted from the entertainment industry by Marnie and her admirers? He couldn't stand ground in the industry anymore and even owed an enormous debt, ending his life poor and remorseful. Yet why was he associated with Marnie now, and why were they exposed? The chat records and voice clips provided by marketing accounts seemed genuine, revealing a seemingly amiable relationship between Marnie and Lionel. Though Marnie didn't reciprocate flirtatiously, she accepted all his advances without rejecting or pursuing him either. Elena? After reading through the chat records, Elena felt countless question marks floating in her mind. Who could have leaked such information? In her current state, Marnie wouldn't have released this intentionally. As for Lionel, considering he was a selfish and despicable ex-husband, exposing this now would only invite trouble, hardly a smart move. Elena recalled that after reincarnating, Marnie had taken revenge on her previous husband by maintaining a non-rejection policy towards Lionel's advances until striking a decisive blow once he believed she loved him. She not only exposed his scandalous affairs but also set a trap costing him millions in breach of contract penalties. In Elena's view, despite the difficulty in judging such actions, given the chance at reincarnation, one should distance oneself from scumbags. Why play mind games? If it were her, she'd sever ties immediately and set traps anytime, leveraging the advantage of rebirth to dominate the entertainment world. The mere thought of conversing softly with such a trashy man repulsed her. It was mental pollution. Using friendship as a means to trap him left her speechless. Calculating the timeline, Marnie was still gradually building rapport with Lionel, setting the stage for his downfall after gaining success and influential connections in the entertainment industry. Elena understood the source of the leak but questioned who and why it was leaked, especially so perfectly timed just when Marnie's previous heat was fading. This chat record appeared rather conveniently, almost as if helping me on purpose. Elena put her phone away and sighed, looking at Arlen. Whoever helped me vent this frustration must be a saint. So kind. I'm willing to light long-lasting lamps for them at the temple. Arlen remained unperturbed, seemingly unsurprised, which contrasted Elena's reactions. He originally expected Elena to disdain his method, yet she seemed accepting, even wishing to pay tribute to the living god. Just as Elena planned to jest further, she suddenly got a hunch. Could it be you? Facing Elena's pressing question, Arlen stood silently. Startled, Elena looked around nervously before lowering her voice with evident fear. Don't tell me it really was you. What if you get caught? It wasn't me. Arlen, looking helpless, tapped Elena's forehead, trying to snap her back to reality. Ouch, Elena covered her forehead and responded with an, oh, before Arlen tightened her hand. After returning home, we'll discuss this matter in detail. So, you were investigating dirt on Marnie and discovered her connection with Lionel, then traced back to his ex-girlfriend for the exposé? Yes, something like that. They hadn't anticipated Lionel's ex-girlfriend would possess these chat records. To her, Marnie was a third party causing their breakup. Without Marnie giving Lionel hope, he wouldn't have ended things. Hearing this twisted reasoning, Elena fell silent. After a pause, she said to Arlen. How dense can one be to miss Lionel's scumbag nature? What appeal does such a man hold? He was already two-timing before breaking up and quickly ditched her for someone higher up the social ladder. Thinking about it infuriated Elena further. He's just scum. Even without Marnie, he would have found another target. Chapter 304, Messy Love Life. Isa had simply become his target by chance. Moreover, Elena could never understand one thing. What charm did Lionel have? Not only did the heroine of the last life devote herself to him and willingly become Mrs. Zhao, she was later driven out of her own home by Lionel's new wife. In this lifetime, even after splitting up with her ex-boyfriend, his ex-girlfriend couldn't stop thinking about him. She didn't harbor any resentment towards Lionel but instead blamed Isa, who was totally unaware, viewing her as a third party who interfered with their relationship. Although Elena now disliked Isa, she couldn't help but feel that justice should be served for her. Purely framed as a mistress. Thinking this way, Elena felt even more determined to stay far away from scum men. The heroine has already suffered in her previous life, yet in this life, she dared to get close to this scum man again and is now being implicated, which is somewhat amusing. Why on earth did she choose to mend relations with the scum man after being reborn? Was it just for the thrill of eventually betraying him? Now, the thrill is gone, replaced by entanglements in messy love affairs. Ironically, due to her appearance in this lifetime, the limelight originally belonging to the protagonist Isa has been overshadowed, leaving Isa embroiled in controversies of breach of contract and backstabbing. Like becoming a sensation in the show, as described in the novel, seems impossible. Instead, she became notorious. In a certain sense, this could be seen as her deserved treatment. If she doesn't become famous in this program, would her future resources and treatment still match what's described in the novel? Elena raised a big question mark about this. Arlen returned from making a phone call outside, delivering a stunning piece of news to Elena without much emotion. Isa's agent, Ginger, resigned from her studio. Now, her studio no longer has an agent. Elena? Arlen glanced at her and silently reached out to close Elena's hanging jaw. Why are you so surprised? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When people leave, the tea gets cold. Isn't that quite normal? Arlen wore an expression of nonchalance, showing how naive Elena seemed compared to those in the industry. No, not really, I just didn't expect it. Elena was still absorbed in the matter concerning Ginger. After all, Ginger had always listened to Isa. The two soared together to stardom, and according to the novel, Ginger accompanied Isa to reach the Oscar-winning actress position. They not only shared a sister-like bond but later co-founded a company and became business partners. Now, Arlen told her they had parted ways? Elena narrowed her eyes at Arlen. Could it be? Not. Upon seeing her face, Arlen knew Elena misunderstood, feeling a bit helpless as he explained. According to Andrew, it seems they had some conflicts. Many people in the studio heard them arguing that day, and Ginger quit the next day. After hearing this, Elena remained silent, her gaze fixed on Arlen with a strange expression. What's wrong? Despite appearing indifferent on the surface, Arlen was inwardly nervous, wondering if Elena thought his methods too underhanded, forming a bad impression of him. Nothing, Elena maintained a blank face, her expression slightly wooden. I just think. She glanced at Arlen, revealing a hint of grievance. Who is actually Andrew's boss? Why does he only talk to you when something happens, not me? He's my agent, yet I know nothing. Arlen, Elena pouted, is money the true authority? Does someone like me, who entered the industry halfway, not count? Arlen looked at her, nodding seriously. Yes. Elena. Hold me back, I want to punch Arlen and teach him the consequences of offending his girlfriend. Arlen blocked Elena's strike and pulled her into his arms indulgently, a faint smile in his voice. You've been busy with promotions recently and don't have time for this. Moreover, you've just entered the entertainment industry. Using your limited means might have made you vulnerable long ago. I happen to have free time lately and can help manage these issues for you. This is your comeback in the entertainment world. You need to make everyone know that you're not easy to bully. Krista, he leaned closer, speaking softly to her, I hope you can forever live worry-free and do what you love. If you love acting, then act. If you want to shine on screen, then strive for it. Elena stopped struggling, blinking her eyes and quietly resting her head on Arlen's shoulder, listening to him. Just be yourself. Although I don't understand the entertainment industry, I've spent 2 years in business. As for Andrew, he's an old hand in the entertainment world, more experienced than you and me, knowing better how to handle things. While you're not fully grown, I want to protect you to fulfill your dreams. But, Arlen smiled, tightening his hold on Elena, speaking almost to himself, when you grow mature enough in this circle to fend off these storms on your own, I won't intervene anymore. You have your career, and I just wish your path as an actress could be smoother, enduring less hardship, gaining more experience, and having more time to pursue what you truly desire. At least not being smeared by others, forced to explain unnecessary things. After finishing, Arlen didn't hear Elena's response for a while. Just as he was about to pull her away to check her expression, he heard her trembling voice. So, you're the boss now? And you aim to be the powerful husband behind a successful woman? Arlen's initially heavy mood turned into laughter at Elena's words. He couldn't help but reveal a smile in his eyes. Yes, temporarily the boss now, striving to be the power behind the successful woman. Elena giggled, her beautiful large eyes sparkling like stars. She laughed into Arlen's embrace, saying nothing for a long time. Just as Arlen wanted to say something more, he heard Elena's earnest voice, tinged with slight sobs. I'll try hard, Arlen. I'll work hard to make you the powerful husband behind the successful woman. And then I'll pay you a salary. Arlen's lips curved upwards. Sure, I'm waiting. In the quiet room, the two embraced, spreading warmth and tenderness to every corner. Arlen. So, you really are a domineering CEO, huh? Arlen. Chapter 305, The Other Woman. As expected, the next day Elena saw a statement posted online by Lionel's ex-girlfriend, who also revealed the time they had broken up. She firmly pointed out that Marnie was the other woman who had come between them. This caused Marnie, whose popularity had started to wane, to once again become the focus of public attention and controversy. Thanks to the incident that happened a few days ago, netizens were more furious, turning their attacks on Marnie, hurling increasingly harsh insults at her. Jacob was grinning wickedly when she chatted with Elena about this matter, nearly laughing out loud. Really, what goes around comes around. I didn't expect retribution to come so soon. Elena knew Ignacio hadn't told Jacob about this matter from her gleeful expression. But after some thought, Elena understood the reason. With Jacob's straightforward character, if she had been told about this earlier, she might not have been able to control herself. For safety, it was better to keep it confidential. But Marnie doesn't seem like someone who would be an other woman, and Lionel isn't as famous as her. Why would Marnie meddle in his relationship? It must be because Marnie misjudged people. It was absolutely impossible for Marnie to be Lionel's other woman. She probably wanted to tear him limb from limb. Elena could guess the truth of the matter. In her past life, Lionel cheated on his wife by pursuing the daughter of an entertainment company owner, which exposed the truth. He simply loved no one but those who could bring him benefits. Since he could hide a relationship from Marnie, it was normal for him to secretly interact with his ex-girlfriend. Lionel might now think Marnie was utterly devoted to him, thus fearing nothing from his ex-girlfriend discovering their connection. In her past life, his ex-girlfriend had no appropriate channel to speak out, but this time, due to Ignacio and others stirring things up, there was a chance to escalate the situation. And Marnie probably never imagined that her ex-husband had another ex-girlfriend or perhaps many. However, Elena narrowed her eyes, patted Jacob's shoulder, and smilingly changed the subject. What time does today's event start? We need to arrive at the venue by 3 p.m. Elena closed her phone, hiding the negative news about Marnie behind the screen. Marnie was truly unlucky this time. She only wanted that scoundrel dead but ended up being mistakenly identified as his other woman. The heroine was probably dying inside. But with the evidence there, others couldn't help but believe it. After all, while Lionel courted Marnie, he was still half-heartedly dating his girlfriend. The only beneficiary in this matter was likely Lionel. Originally without much fame, after becoming CP with Marnie and his ex-girlfriend Saga, he was bound to become well-known soon. Climbing to fame on Marnie's popularity, she must be incredibly angry, almost wishing for mutual destruction. Marnie originally wanted to ruin him, just as in her past life, making him live in poverty. But she ended up being a stepping stone for his newfound fame. So, Elena sighed inwardly. Why did she still have connections with that scoundrel after rebirth? Must he experience betrayal in love and money? Wasn't that possible? It felt like she had gotten mired in filth. Even explanations wouldn't make anyone listen now. But this matter wasn't related to her. Marnie should have anticipated that her ex-husband was two-timing and used her to climb up. She should have seen that Lionel already had a girlfriend and merely used her as a ladder for his rise. Sister Menya, Lionel's ex-girlfriend, posted something on Weibo today. What should we do next? Should we ask Mr. Zhao to clarify? The assistant's voice faltered as she spoke, immediately closing her mouth afterward, barely daring to breathe. After Ginger left, the studio was leaderless, and Sister Menya's temper grew worse and more irritable. No one dared to act rashly at this critical juncture, only following Sister Menya's instructions. Even Ginger, such a respected elder, resigned over disagreements with Sister Menya. Everyone was a worker, and working under Marnie was merely to earn a living. There was no need to go against her, they could only follow whatever the boss said. Marnie pinched her nose, irritably replying subconsciously, "Fine Ginger for this matter, what good is coming to me?" But Ginger left a few days ago, and you signed her resignation letter. Only then did Marnie recall that Ginger had left. She paused for a moment, taking out a cigarette from the pack. Write a clarification statement. What kind of clarification? Denying any relationship with Mr. Zhao, or... Of course, denying any relation to him. Marnie almost crushed the cigarette, her voice hoarse, almost screaming. How could I be involved with a man like that? Are the others in the studio stupid? Don't they know how to draft a statement? Haven't you worked in the entertainment industry before? Do I have to teach you this too? The assistant was too scared to reply, only mutely agreeing before hanging up the phone. Being quite young, the assistant felt more wronged after ending the call. When she found others, tears began falling before she could say a word. Seeing her, everyone knew she had been scolded and hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, the boss has been angry these past few days. Things will improve in a couple of days. How can that be? A staff member whispered from a corner. With so much negative publicity, the company will definitely intervene. Soon this studio won't be controlled by Miss Amara anymore. Don't say nonsense, this isn't suitable. I'm not saying nonsense, the staff member stubbornly lifted their head. Now that she's besieged by negative publicity, she's no longer the rising star in the company. And with Ginger gone, she has no one to speak for her in upper management. It's only right for someone else to manage her studio. If the boss keeps this up, our studio will dissolve soon, and newcomers won't heed the boss anymore. Chapter 306, Rebirth. Marnie lay at home, too afraid to turn on her phone. Countless insults and abuses were pouring in like a storm of paper shreds. Just 2 days ago, the company's upper management had called her, urging her to clarify what was happening online as soon as possible. Now, even the calls had stopped. It seemed they had truly lost faith in her. Marnie stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to comprehend how things had spiraled so out of control. She had been given a second chance at life, made all the right decisions, and even managed to take on several high-profile roles. Yet Elena had stolen all her limelight, slandered her, and left her despised by everyone. All her hard work seemed to be in vain now. Her painstakingly cultivated reputation was destroyed, and it was uncertain if she could continue in the entertainment industry. If people believed Elena's accusations, no one would ask her to act again, and her dream of becoming a renowned actress would be shattered. Marnie clenched her fists tightly, not even noticing the pain as her nails dug into her flesh. Once director Kurtai's movie premiered, everyone would see just how talented he was and appreciate her discerning eye and outstanding performance. This movie would be her crowning achievement. In the future, she might even become director Kurtai's go-to leading lady, nominated for prestigious awards. These people's perspectives were too narrow, they couldn't understand the significance of what she had done. They were like ants who could never comprehend humans, ants being manipulated by Elena. As she thought this, her dejected mood turned into excitement. Knowing all the upcoming blockbuster movies and TV shows, how could Elena possibly compete with her? It was only a matter of time before Elena would be trampled underfoot. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Thinking it was her studio staff, Marnie answered impatiently. Is it so hard to write a clarification statement? Do you need to ask me about such a small thing? The voice on the other end, caught off guard by her tone, immediately turned cautious, softening like that of a doting boyfriend. What's wrong? Why do you seem upset? It was Lionel, calling her despite his audacity. The last thing she needed was him complicating her life further. Last life, he had ruined her career and happiness. This time, he added insult to injury during a critical moment, jeopardizing everything. Clenching her molars, Marnie snarled almost menacingly, Lionel, you still have the nerve to call me? What's going on with your ex-girlfriend? How did she get our chat records? Upon hearing Marnie's words, Lionel initially thought she was jealous and causing a scene. Having dealt with many women over the years, he found such behavior trivial. He then softly gave his rehearsed excuse. At the time, I had no feelings for her anymore and wanted to break up, but she begged incessantly, so I didn't follow through. Not until I met you, Minya. After knowing you for a while, I realized who I truly loved and wanted to spend my life with. So, I broke up with her. As for why she has our chat records, Lionel paused, offering his guess. She probably went through my phone and recorded them at that time. Why didn't she say anything earlier? Why now? Especially when her reputation was already crumbling, adding more fuel to the fire and nearly destroying her tenuous reputation entirely. I don't know, Lionel sounded almost aggrieved. After realizing you were the one I wanted to spend my life with, I broke up with her and deleted all her contact information. Now I don't know how to reach her. Almost laughing at Lionel's superficial kindness, Marnie marveled at her past naivety. She had once been ensnared by this scoundrel's charm, believing whatever he said, foolishly trusting that she was the only one he wanted to spend his life with. Looking at the ceiling, she silently mocked herself, hearing Lionel hesitantly suggest on the phone, Minya, at this point, would you consider giving me a formal commitment? What? Furrowing her brow, Marnie screamed incredulously, what are you talking about? Spending her life with Lionel was worse than death. Over these few months, she had played along to gain his trust, planning to crush him with despair in the end, letting him experience betrayal from someone he loved. Minya, since it's all out now, I reconsidered our relationship. Will you be my girlfriend? I'll always be good to you, Lionel continued. Marnie laughed coldly, her voice icy. Lionel, do you really think you deserve it? You aren't even worthy of tying my shoes. Lionel, used to being berated to climb the social ladder, showed no anger, maintaining a gentle demeanor toward Marnie. I know you're mad at me because of my ex-girlfriend, but I've cut ties with her. I'm free now, clean and clear. Minya, he smiled into the phone as if addressing his beloved, I'll prove to you how much I love you. Go to hell, you beast, Marnie spat. Elena stepped off the stage that afternoon and immediately received exciting news from Jacob. Blinking her eyes, the pink sequins on her eyelids glittered under the lights, casting an enchanting glow. One glance felt like electricity, leaving Jacob feeling weak. She giggled and moved closer to Elena. Such a beautiful Qian, with Mr. Art absent, sneaking a little closer shouldn't be against the rules, right? Lionel confessed to Marnie online, saying he's been pursuing her and told his ex-girlfriend to keep her distance. Yeah, Jacob nodded, lowering her voice to share, although many criticize Lionel, some admire his courage and think he's passionate. Elena thought these descriptions had nothing to do with the villainous ex-husband in the story. Moreover, it felt like he was using Marnie to elevate himself rather than genuinely confessing to her. After all, bad publicity was still publicity. With Marnie attracting so much traffic, Lionel couldn't help but capitalize on it. Whether Marnie's reputation worsened was irrelevant to the villain. Chapter 307, Fried Chicken. In her previous life, Lionel had approached Marnie and relied on her fame to build his own reputation. At that time, everyone mockingly called him sister-in-law, as if Marnie was simply helping him financially. But back then, Marnie was lost in the promises Lionel made to her and didn't mind this. It turned out that this life she still got entangled with Lionel. Just thinking about it made Elena feel nauseous. At this moment, she suddenly thought of Daniel. Daniel should also like Marnie very much, right? But at this point, he seemed to have no reaction at all. Could he be hurt by the news that Marnie has an ambiguous relationship with someone else? However, Elena tried hard to recall the original plot from the novel but found that she only remembered that Daniel and Marnie getting together happened in the latter half of the book. After Marnie brought down her ex-husband and utilized her memories from her past life to successfully star in several movies and TV shows, one after another became hits. Awards nominations flooded in, and within 5 years, she became a top-tier actress in China. After achieving success in her career, Marnie gradually shifted her attention to Daniel, who silently accompanied her all along. There were many outstanding men pursuing her because of her talent, but only Daniel stayed by her side from start to finish, always giving without expecting anything in return. Marnie realized that her heart, which had been wounded by her ex-husband, was slowly melting under Daniel's devotion. So after Daniel helped her again, Marnie took the initiative to propose being boyfriend and girlfriend. Overjoyed, they went through various conflicts and sweet moments before eventually achieving a happy ending. Of course, the happy ending was what Elena imagined, since the novel was left unfinished. Only the author knew its true ending. But it should be a happy ending, right? The author probably didn't have a vendetta against society. Thinking about this, Elena couldn't help but sigh. The content of the novel had become increasingly blurred over time. Now, she could only remember a few key plots. Moreover, as an unfinished novel, many story threads weren't resolved, making some parts confusing. Including how Marnie's relationships with others developed, none of these were clearly explained. So maybe Daniel now only had a simple liking for Marnie? Not yet to the point of swearing eternal love and devotion? If only she knew she would be reborn into this world, she would have reread this unfinished novel countless times. Krista, tomorrow's event is in the morning. I'll call you at 8 a.m. Do you need me to bring breakfast? Jacob's voice from the front pulled Elena out of her thoughts. She subconsciously looked out the window and replied. No need, I can eat something casually tomorrow morning. You guys still have stuff in the fridge that hasn't been finished. Wait, Elena suddenly remembered something as she noticed the surroundings. She tapped Jacob's seat and said, Stop by the roadside, I need to do something. Jacob immediately stopped the car. They were just around the corner from home, so why stop suddenly? Jacob unbuckled her seatbelt. Sis Krista, do you need to buy something? I can get it for you. It's fine. Elena also came out from the back seat. I'm going to buy something. The store manager and staff know me well. There won't be any problem. Though she said so, Jacob still followed Elena out of the car. It was nearly 10 p.m., and there weren't many people in the fried chicken shop. Elena walked in confidently. Very skillfully, she began reciting her order to the staff. 2 pairs of chicken wings, a bucket of chicken nuggets, Korean sweet spicy fried chicken with honey mustard sauce, and fries, and ketchup and a large cup of iced cola. The staff member seemed equally familiar with Elena, finishing the sentence even before she did. Seeing Jacob's stunned look, the staff member chuckled. This is Mr. Art's fixed set meal. We've memorized it from frequent orders. At this moment, the store manager came out from the back room and instantly recognized Elena despite her cap, greeting her with a smile. Out on work? Why are you alone today? Isn't Arlen coming? Elena, yes. He's resting at home today. Wasn't it ironic to imagine herself struggling outside while Arlen enjoyed a laid-back life inside? Mariah and Mr. Art really have a good relationship. The staff member winked while packing the fried chicken. You still remember to bring fried chicken for Mr. Art after a long day of work. Elena, no need to romanticize it. It's just grabbing some fried chicken, not like she loved him to death or anything. The manager frowned, lecturing Elena, don't spoil Arlen too much. Men tend to take advantage. If you pamper him like this, what will happen when you have kids? Some things should be done by himself. This was the first time Elena discussed children with anyone. She felt awkward enough to sink into the floor. Fortunately, Jacob sensed the awkwardness and stepped in to chat with the store manager. Once outside, Jacob noticed Elena's unusual silence. Was it because the manager's words upset Sis Krista about CEO Art? That wasn't likely. CEO Art had also made sacrifices for Sis Krista. But Jacob carefully spoke up. Sis Krista, CEO Art isn't that kind of person. I know. What Elena was considering was not this matter, but rather the topic of having children. Although it was too early to consider it now, as they were not even married, and having children was a distant plan, Elena inexplicably thought about their potential child. But no matter how she thought about it, she felt hopeless. Given Arlen's carefree nature, he might enthusiastically feed their child instant noodles and fried chicken at home, even let them mess up the kitchen, telling her that the dumplings he made were actually wontons or pot stickers or some nonsensical dishes. Then her punishment wouldn't just be for one person anymore. Elena couldn't help laughing and crying simultaneously, already feeling the urge to hit someone. As soon as Elena opened the door, she saw Arlen sitting on the sofa, messaging others, looking like an unemployed husband with nothing to do. He leaned back, relaxing into the sofa cushions upon seeing Elena return. You're back. Note, this chapter contains elements reflecting personal views, such as marriage and family life, which are presented within the context of character thoughts and dialogue. Chapter 308, Stray Dog. Recalling what she had just been thinking, Elena restrained her urge to act and tossed the chicken in her hands to Arlen. Your fried chicken. Arlen, who received a disdainful glance from Elena for no apparent reason, was puzzled, ? Hadn't Andrew said Elena was in a good mood these past few days and was responding well to journalists? Why was she suddenly angry? Could it be because Marnie upset her again? After tossing the chicken to Arlen, Elena went back into her room to change. The first thing she did when she returned home was switch into loungewear. However, upon coming out, she found Arlen standing at her doorway with a contemplative look on his face. Elena's anger rose quickly but also dissipated quickly. Seeing Arlen stand there looking like a lost little dog, her temper instantly vanished. Her eyelashes curved adorably as she stood on tiptoe to pinch Arlen's cheek. What's wrong? Why aren't you eating your chicken? Wasn't Arlen most fond of fresh out-of-the-pan chicken? What made him stop in front of her door pondering instead? Elena's habit of pinching his cheeks formed recently but was well received by Arlen. He blinked lazily, his innocent expression resembling that of a life-sized Barbie doll. I was wondering if you wanted to eat the fried chicken with me. Ah, so cute, Elena screamed inwardly while outwardly maintaining a calm expression. You're willing to share? Considering how possessive Arlen could be about his food, actively offering to share was indeed rare. Today, Arlen not only piled all the food in front of Elena but even fetched a bottle of mineral water for her. Alright, Elena hadn't had carbonated drinks in a long time and watched eagerly as Arlen's cup still contained half a cola. I can drink your cola. Arlen nodded, offering his cola over and taking a popcorn kernel from the box as he sneakily glanced at Elena. It was evident Elena had been strictly managed recently by Manager Dwight. She showed contentment after only a couple sips, likely due to the delightful sensation of cold liquid sliding down her throat. She squinted and sipped a bit more, her rosy face puffing up like a cute pufferfish, stirring an impulse within Arlen. With the straw still in her mouth, Elena remembered this cola belonged to Arlen. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she lifted her head and asked, Do you still want to drink it? If you're done, I'll finish it. Seeing her holding the straw like that, Arlen shouldn't want it back, right? Arlen observed Elena subconsciously biting the straw, recalling having used it himself moments ago. His gaze deepened, feeling a wave of warmth. No worries, you can drink it. I've had enough already. That was true. Elena recalled that besides water, Arlen's fridge mostly contained colas, clearly indicating his love for it. She picked up a fry and nonchalantly nodded. The TV was broadcasting the latest football match, but neither of their minds were on it. While silently assuring herself this would be her last fry, Elena reached out to grab another one from the box. Though delicious, fries were fattening. How could such tasty food have such flaws? Just as she was condemning herself for indulging, Arlen spoke casually. What happened this afternoon? Are you troubled by something? Not really, Elena denied fervently. How could she admit she was thinking about future children? Saying such a thing would be too embarrassing. Facing Arlen's probing eyes, she offered an awkward smile. Just my period approaching, I'm emotionally unstable. Arlen plucked a popcorn kernel from the container, unsure whether to believe her or not. I'll go get some drinks. Yeah, sure, go ahead, replied Elena, absorbed in the simple joy of secretly eating fries without her manager knowing, forgetting everything Arlen just said. Arlen gave her a deep look before heading to the kitchen. Besides mineral water and colas, there were also a few bottles of beer in the fridge. Initially intending to get cola, his hand inexplicably moved toward the 2 beers instead. These beers were brought over by Edric and Dale the other day. Arlen pressed his lips together and finally took out those 2 bottles. Incredible, remarked Elena, noticing the 2 beer bottles on the table. Didn't you get cola? Arlen pulled open the beer tab, water droplets trailing down his long, pale fingers. He calmly explained, no more cola left, only beer. Oh, replied Elena. Again, she extended her mischievous hand for another fry. Amidst the intense commentary of the football match, she heard Arlen say, want a sip? Edric said this beer is quite good. Turning around, she saw Arlen waving the bottle in front of her. Edric and Dale left these 2 bottles the last time they came. Apparently, Edric brought them from abroad and you can't buy them here yet. Her curiosity piqued by Arlen's words. What kind of beer could impress experienced executives like Edric and Dale? Then, can I have a tiny sip? Arlen nodded. Sure, you can drink. I won't tell Manager Dwight about it tonight. Relieved by Arlen's protective tone, Elena happily took the bottle and cautiously took a sip. Not tasting much, she sipped a couple more times. Unaware of the complexity in Arlen's eyes. Handing the bottle back to Arlen, she seriously tasted it and commented, this beer doesn't seem different from others. It's all bitter. Do you really think it's good? Seems pretty average to me. Arlen nodded, his curled lashes covering his emotions. I feel the same. It was just Edric and Dale who praised it. Taking the beer bottle, its surface still warm from Elena's touch, he held it until the football match ended and all the fried chicken was eaten. Throughout, Elena appeared perfectly normal. Chapter 309, Possessiveness. Arlen found it difficult to describe his feelings. It was as if he used a little trick, but the other party had full luck value, leaving him with a sense of defeat, like hitting cotton with a fist. Elena, having eaten and drunk her fill, lay on the sofa watching TV, occasionally reacting to the plot with clear sounds. In silence, Arlen cleared the rubbish from the coffee table and wiped the table. After waiting for a while, he noticed that Elena was still focused on her TV show. Slowly, he took out his phone and decided to consult Anton about what exactly happened to Elena today. Although Elena mentioned that it was due to her menstrual cycle, Arlen calculated that it was still more than 10 days away. It didn't make sense for her mood to fluctuate now. He had initially planned to get her drunk and ask her directly, but today she seemed immune to alcohol, showing no significant reaction. Even Dale said that this beer had a higher alcohol content, yet it proved ineffective. Finding Anton's avatar, Arlen got straight to the point. Did something happen to Elena today? No, I've already told those reporters not to ask her any inappropriate questions. Then why was she in such a bad mood this afternoon? Seriously, President Art, do you have to care about her mood? As her agent, not her nanny, I can't be with her every moment. She's not a child, she can manage her own emotions. Arlen replied simply, okay. President Art, Anton paused after being stumped by Arlen's reply. He thought carefully before cautiously speaking up, I feel you're paying too much attention to Elena. He spoke tactfully but really wanted to say, isn't your possessiveness too exaggerated? You even ask about her mood, she's an independent adult, not a child. Even children don't maintain a constant cheerful state all day long. Emotions naturally fluctuate, temporary low moods are normal. While President Art verbally claims to let Elena grow independently, he is actually the one who manages her most closely, probing into every detail of her life to understand its cause and effect. It seems less like Elena can't live without Arlen and more like Arlen can't live without Elena. Anton inwardly marveled at how obsessed Arlen was with knowing every move Elena made. This went far beyond boyfriend behavior, bordering on neurotic. Fortunately, Elena had a thick skin and was still in the honeymoon phase of their relationship, so she didn't mind Arlen's actions. Anton realized that even when Elena could stand on her own in the entertainment industry, President Art would still be very anxious, unable to let go of control easily. Words were one thing, but actions always revealed the truth. Men talk one way but act differently. Arlen remained silent, turning his gaze towards Elena lying on the sofa. The effects of the beer started to kick in, her face flushing red, extending to her fair and tender neck, a gentle pink like cherry blossoms in spring, tempting him to explore further. He tightened his grip slightly, causing his phone screen to turn black, hiding Anton's messages behind it. He tossed the phone onto the coffee table and walked over to Elena, his slender fingers brushing against her exquisite, delicate face. Elena, not completely drunk yet, blinked as Arlen approached, smiling foolishly and pressing her warm face against his cool, soft hand. She rubbed against it and spoke in a sweet, soft voice like molten honey. Arlen, I'm so hot. Should we turn on the air conditioning? Arlen's Adam's apple moved twice as he turned his head to grab the remote and obliged Elena by switching on the air conditioning. A small cheer erupted from Elena as she snuggled closer. Yay, Arlen, you're the best. Arlen. Just turning on the AC and he's considered the best. It seems easy to be a good person in Elena's heart. Clearly, the good person card he received in the past was effortlessly earned. Unsatisfied with the good person card, the cunning wolf Arlen lowered his head slightly, shifting his strong, lean arm from Elena's slim shoulder to her waist, pressing her closer to him. Krista, the man whispered against her earlobe, his burning hand slowly rubbing against her waist, his breath warming her ear. I think I'm getting drunk. Elena, heated by his breath, shivered. Drunk, she felt weak all over, and if not for Arlen holding her, she would already be sprawled on the sofa. She patted his hand, telling him, go back to sleep then. She too was planning to return to her room to sleep. However, Arlen did not loosen his grip on her but pulled her closer, making her nestle snugly against him. Arlen's breath became even hotter as he leisurely raised his eyes, revealing deep and dark pools within his cold eyes, like vortices pulling her in. He leaned close to her ear, lightly kissing her earlobe and drawing her attention back to him. Krista, did something happen this afternoon that upset you? Almost asleep, Elena was brought back to reality by his touch. So drowsy, she didn't catch what Arlen just asked. Her hand waved randomly in the air, only to be caught by Arlen, who tightly interlocked their fingers. So sleepy, we'll talk about it tomorrow, Nigelzai. Arlen. Seeing Elena on the verge of sleeping, Arlen persisted with his question. Krista, why were you so upset this afternoon? Yes, he clearly understood his controlling nature had exceeded his limits. Promising to hand over studio power once Elena matured was a lie. He wanted to know everything that happened in her life. Who she met, what events unfolded, and who stirred her emotions. He was deceiving Elena, others, and himself. Aware and lucid, he watched himself lose control. Elena, finally unable to bear his nagging, opened her eyes and struggled to see Arlen. Her vision blurred, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure, momentarily mesmerizing him. This afternoon. I didn't do anything. Ah, she suddenly remembered, belching softly, I really hate it if future kids turn out like you. Arlen hadn't expected this answer, sitting there dumbfounded, repeating instinctively. Kids. Yes, Elena suddenly sounded angry, reaching out and placing both hands on Arlen's cheeks, pressing her face against his. If they're like you, I'd be driven crazy. Translation completed. Hashtag chapter 310, The Child. Arlen. Why would she be angry if the child looks like him? And why a child? Elena didn't care about Arlen's confusion at this moment. She sat opposite him with her legs crossed, her burning hands firmly pressed against Arlen's face, forcing him to look into her eyes. Her gaze carried the mistiness of an autumn rain but clearly reflected Arlen's face. The words Arlen wanted to ask were stuck in his throat, as if he had suddenly lost the ability to speak, unsure of what to say. If it looks like Arlen. Elena slowly began recalling Arlen's actions, her tone gradually becoming bitter and resentful. You'd often take him out for junk food, eat late-night snacks and barbecues, fill the fridge with cola, and make him stay indoors all day, turning into a shut-in from a young age. Arlen. You'd also bring him into my kitchen to mess around, turning dumplings into pan-fried pot stickers. It's bad enough that you're a no-good man, I don't want my child to become one either. Arlen, ? The more Elena spoke, the more agitated she became, as if she could already picture the future child, and her resentment turned into sorrow. I don't want my child to be a shut-in. Arlen, ? It took him a long while to find his voice. He felt his ears turn warm, and his face followed suit. But he still gently tried to soothe the hysterical. Elena. No. They wouldn't have a child, and he wouldn't allow anyone else to share. Unexpectedly, Elena's hand on his face paused and naturally slid to Arlen's collar. Just because you say no, does it mean it won't happen? Who are you? Arlen glanced at Elena's pale knuckles gripping his collar and cautiously replied, I'm Arlen. I am the father of the child you're talking about, so I should have a say in this. After saying this, Arlen felt a twinge of regret. She was drunk, why was he even having this conversation with her? It would be better to wait until Elena was sober to talk. Her lack of sobriety made him feel dizzy too. Arlen. Elena loosened her grip on his collar, lifting her reddened eyelids from the alcohol, trying to focus on his face. It's me. Arlen sighed, reaching out to remove Elena's hand from his collar. Why don't we go to bed? Don't you have work tomorrow? Get some rest. Suddenly, Elena choked up, as if enduring some immense grievance. It's all your fault, I don't want my child to be a shut-in. Arlen. He patted Elena's back, trying to console her. No, our child won't be a shut-in. In reality, there would be no child, only a dead one. Elena blinked, tears streaming down her cheeks under Arlen's gaze, her expression filled with sorrow. If you ever cheat on me, I'll take the child and change our last name to Finn. It sounded as though Arlen had already cheated. Arlen never felt this dumb before, but today he deeply questioned himself. Why couldn't he follow Elena's train of thought? Let's sleep, I'll wipe your face, okay? Elena hugged his neck tightly, her red lips beautiful yet coy. If you comfort me, I'll sleep. Arlen felt like a block of wood, sweating profusely despite the air conditioning. I'll comfort you, just go to sleep, sleep. He had never learned how to comfort anyone, how was he supposed to do it? Elena, still in his arms, stared wide-eyed, finally laughing mischievously after admiring Arlen's awkwardness. Never mind, tell me a story instead. Arlen sighed in relief, gently lifting Elena from the sofa. What story do you want to hear? The butterfly lovers? Arlen, who had relaxed, immediately tensed up. He squeezed his eyes shut as if enduring something, then negotiated with Elena moments later. Not this one, let's choose another. Why not? Elena was puzzled. That's a famous love story, why not tell it? Arlen carefully laid Elena on the soft bed, adjusting her to a comfortable position. She still lay in his arms, gazing at him with bright, luminous eyes. Arlen lowered his head, his hair falling naturally over his forehead, hiding his gaze. He remained motionless at the bedside, and Elena, feeling uncomfortable for him, pulled him into her bed. Arlen seemed to come to his senses, speaking slowly and softly. I won't let you become a butterfly. What? Elena didn't catch what he said, leaning closer to listen carefully. Krista, Arlen reached out gently to touch Elena's cheek, his tone firm and earnest. Even if you're Zhu Yingtai, I won't let you become a butterfly. Even if we don't become butterflies, we will be together forever. Elena blinked, suddenly understanding him. She recalled the dream where Arlen stood alone, cold and aloof, wearing a suit he disliked, distant and unapproachable. He seemed more like a machine than a living person. Though she didn't know what happened to the Arlen in her dream, her heart ached. She suddenly wanted to hug him and indeed did. I won't. Feezy, don't be sad. I'll always be with you. Arlen, thinking Elena was babbling nonsense, froze, feeling a wave of warmth and emotion filling his chest. He looked at her incredulously. Really? Elena lifted her heavy eyelids, holding Arlen's hand as she drifted off to sleep. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Arlen knew logically that Elena was drunk and unaware of what she was saying, but the emotions stirring in his heart repeated her words over and over. Much later, looking at Elena's sleeping face, he spoke slowly, his voice echoing in the room. You said it, you must keep your promise. Unaware of this, Elena slept soundly. Arlen held her hand and dialed a phone number. Edric, don't you know a jeweler designer? His eyes fell on Elena's fair, delicate fingers, his voice gentle, almost afraid to break the beautiful dream. I want to ask him to design a wedding ring. Elena slept soundly as Arlen held her hand, making arrangements for their future. Chapter 311, Imagination Runs Wild. The premiere of Moonlight Melt was on Friday night. Although Elena said she didn't care and tried to remain calm, as the time drew near, she grew increasingly nervous. She knew this TV series had been wildly popular in the novel, becoming a dark horse in the summer season. But what if, due to her, the viewership ratings turned out poorly? After all, the incident with her and Marnie was quite significant. Even though Dwight helped clear her name later, it was hard to say whether that event had affected her reputation. There were so many people who cursed at her, even without checking her Weibo account. Elena knew many had messaged her privately. Friday, the premiere day, she had nothing planned, so Elena decided to watch her own show at home promptly at night, like a fan boosting views. Andonies sent a red envelope in the group jokingly, saying these past months were tough but tonight was the moment of truth. The main cast and crew all replied saying they weren't tired and hoped for a record-breaking performance. Elena chimed in too but was soon drowned out by generic comments. Gaynor, who had already joined a new crew, replied just before broadcast time, perhaps intentionally or coincidentally finding her comment among thousands, wish for skyrocketing ratings and clicks. Elena, glancing at his reply, ultimately didn't respond. After this show, their paths would diverge, no need for more entanglements. Arlen left early that morning for an important company meeting, telling her he'd be back late. Though Elena couldn't see his face on the call, she felt a little awkward. They weren't married yet, why did he sound like he was reporting to her? Feeling shy about saying, come back soon, she only hummed in response. Arlen fell strangely silent, then awkwardly replied, I'll be back before your new show starts. Elena's heart fluttered, he knew how anxious she was about this. To mask her nervousness and shyness, she spoke loudly, all right, get to work, we'll talk later. Hanging up immediately afterward, she missed his last words about bringing something back. He stared at his phone, planning to message her on WeChat, but then saw Dale and Edric standing nearby, eyes gleaming with curiosity. They usually quarreled but now seemed united, eager to ask questions. Arlen pocketed his phone and strode toward them, raising a mocking eyebrow, nothing to do? Listening to gossip? Edric knocked on the meeting room door. If it's others' gossip, I wouldn't listen, but not the boss's. Dale nodded. Planning to propose? Need help with venue or staff? Arlen smiled wryly. Once Edric knew something, Dale found out too. Despite their bickering, they were incredibly close. Arlen leaned against the long table. Not decided yet. Let's wait till the ring is ready, but you two can start thinking of my proposal plan. No budget, no requirements. And, Arlen glanced sharply, don't call her sister-in-law in front of Elena. I don't want anything to slip out. Dale and Edric stared at him as if seeing a ghost. Boss, you're managing stuff before marriage already? Arlen just smiled. The sunlight from the window cast a shadow over his sharp features, adding a warm human touch to his otherwise cold handsome face. Edric blinked, feeling goosebumps. He whispered to Dale, boss looks normal, yet sometimes seems ambiguous. Dale nodded, always like that, you're just dense. Edric pouted. You won't understand until you're married. Oh, right, neither of you has a girlfriend, that explains it. Arlen chuckled softly, maybe after marriage, sister-in-law can introduce you to someone. She surely knows beautiful girls. You mean, slightly introduce? You guys are shameless. Edric sighed dramatically. Marriage is the grave of love, never thought our wise boss would willingly walk into it. What if, Edric looked serious, you give me part of that forest? Dale retorted, how shameless. He turned to Arlen, genuinely asking, when you marry, can sister-in-law introduce me to someone? Don't push it, Arlen thought. He hadn't even married Elena yet, and these two were already running wild with imagination. Chapter 312, Spicy Hot Pot. The two of them were already daydreaming about their wonderful future life. Arlen watched the two whispering there, their voices not unlike those of flies buzzing around non-stop. Arlen, who was busy dealing with messages, was annoyed by the two of them and looked up from his phone, his voice flat. You two, you'll be working overtime with me tonight. Edric and Dale, boss? Please don't. Arlen said nothing, just stared at them expressionlessly. Edric and Dale quickly stepped aside to let Arlen pass. The two mumbled behind Arlen, their buzz-like voices becoming more frequent. Boss, weren't you supposed to go home early tonight to watch your sister-in-law's TV drama with her? How can you work overtime in the office? It's better to go home early and cultivate feelings with your sister-in-law. She really needs you. Aren't you planning to propose? Only with adequate rest can you get inspiration. Boss, let us rest a bit. These past 2 days, Dale and I have been extremely busy, and we just want to take a break. Yeah. Fortunately, this floor was all high-level offices for phone company, so there were no other loiterers around, or else these few people might have scared them to death. They tried to convince Arlen to change his mind, but Arlen walked ahead without even glancing at them as if he hadn't heard them. At the office door, Arlen suddenly turned around, lifting his long eyelids, revealing deep black eyes that seemed bottomless. Finishing this task tonight will wrap things up, after which you two can take 2 days off. Arlen glanced at his phone. It was 3 hours before the 5 p.m. end of day time. Elena's TV drama started at 8:30 p.m., and if he moved fast, he could make it in time to watch it with Elena. Dale immediately understood what it was about. Changing his carefree attitude, he asked Arlen seriously, boss, once you take this step, there's no turning back. Arlen slightly raised his eyelids, sharp eyes revealing a hint of coldness. What should be mine is always mine. Since he takes this matter so seriously, I will take it away. Then, he opened the office door and walked in. Edric reached out and patted Dale on the shoulder. Didn't you understand him enough during college? He never changes his mind once he decides on something. Dale gave a bitter laugh, his voice low and muffled. I just think boss deserves a more complete and better family. Edric didn't say anything, just patted Dale's shoulder again, looking at Arlen inside the office. His voice sounded far off, almost to himself. Boss has already found the person he wants to become a family with. Others may not be that important to him anymore. Dale felt uncomfortable, thinking Arlen's reliance on Elena was excessive. Looking at that door, he whispered to Edric, almost ear to ear. I don't mean to dampen the mood, but what if one day Elena argues with boss and wants to leave him? Edric instantly placed a finger on his lips, shaking his head slightly, lowering his voice further. We shouldn't discuss this now. Though they didn't voice their answer, both knew deep down that if Elena left Arlen someday, Arlen would go crazy. Elena woke up startled by her phone. She groggily grabbed the phone beside her ear, her voice clearly sleepy. Hello? Arlen had called her during a red light break. Through the car Bluetooth headset came Elena's dazed voice, causing a slight upward curve of his lips. Are you sleeping? Elena rolled over, nodding like a chicken pecking rice without opening her eyes. Yeah, sleeping. Her voice dragged out, as if she was ready to fall back asleep in the next moment. It started drizzling outside, gentle drops falling on the car windows. Arlen turned on the wipers, wiping the rain away cleanly. What do you want for dinner? I'll bring it back. His tone wasn't high-pitched, sounding low and soothing, thick yet subtly flirtatious. Elena could hear the suppressed car speaker sound from the other end, distant and near, creating an intimate atmosphere. She drowsily got up from the sofa, the iPad she used to watch dramas before bed fell to the side. Elena reached out and switched on the floor lamp beside the sofa. The darkness vanished instantly, replaced by a warm yellow glow accompanied by the sound of raindrops outside. Putting on her slippers, she picked up her phone and walked toward the balcony. Arlen could hear the tap-tap sounds of slippers followed by Elena's slightly more awake voice, clear and lively like a little bird. It's raining outside. When are you coming back? The traffic light turned green, and cars in front started moving. He replied, just left a dinner meeting. Actually, a few hundred meters straight ahead, then a turn would lead him home. But Arlen deliberately said the opposite. Oh, then drive carefully on your way home. I'll just order takeout. Elena touched the small flower on the balcony, thinking in this weather, takeout would definitely be delayed. Might as well eat something simple at home. Rice noodles? Rice rolls? Or the northeastern spicy hot pot downstairs? Elena checked the time. It was only 7:30, still an hour before the TV drama started. She said casually, let's go for the spicy hot pot. One with extra sesame sauce. Realizing something important, her voice turned depressed. Just remembered, our downstairs spicy hot pot place doesn't do deliveries, only dine-in. It's all your fault. I wouldn't have thought of it otherwise. Arlen stifled his laughter. You're blaming me for this? Elena, you really have double standards. Double standard was a new internet slang term Arlen recently learned and had become his catchphrase, mainly directed at Elena. Sure enough, Elena clenched her teeth on the other end. Please don't misuse that word. Where am I being hypocritical? Don't use it if you don't know how. How backward. Arlen covered the phone and told the owner softly, northeastern spicy hot pot, extra sesame sauce. Even his tone was noticeably gentle and amused, making customers glance at him oddly. The two chatted on the phone, the conversation getting tangled. Suddenly, Arlen's signal seemed poor, and Elena didn't hear his voice for a while. Just as she was wondering, hearing beep-beep sounds from the door. Holding her phone, Elena hurriedly went to the door to see who it was. The door swung open immediately. Arlen stood there, damp from the rain. He smiled and held up the takeaway box, his smile lighting up under the lights, melting Elena's heart. Spicy hot pot, with extra sesame sauce. Chapter 313, Popularity. Girls, all of you must watch Moonlit Night. Elena plays Mindy with such charm. Anyone who hasn't seen it, I'll be heartbroken, okay? How cute. Honestly, I always saw Elena as just a pretty older sister while watching romance shows. But now our relationship is changing, I'm going to become a diehard fan of Elena. Elena is playing Mindy, right? I saw her gossip online before and thought she was just a figurehead. Didn't expect her acting skills were actually pretty good. Baby Xingguan is too adorable, so straightforward and carefree. It's only a matter of time before the male lead falls for her. If Marcos doesn't end up with him, there must be something wrong with Marcos. Of course, there were also numerous mocking comments online, most of which ridiculed Marnie. She wasted such a great heroine role. She's truly lacking in vision. I used to think Marnie was quite smart. Forget what I said earlier. Her perspective is way too short-sighted. Who knows what movie role made her reject this play? I'm amazed, what a fantastic character and production team, yet she ended up letting it go easily, allowing Elena to take over. Hope that movie of hers turns out well, or else I might unfollow her. Isn't Marnie busy dating Lionel now? Looks like her focus isn't even on showbiz anymore. Probably about to retire and be a housewife. Are you all blind? Didn't you see her statement? She has nothing to do with Lionel, they're just ordinary friends. Elena's fans don't need to pretend here, it's nauseating. Oh my goodness, you say you're friends now, but when Lionel was courting her, Marnie didn't show any sign of rejection at all. Even if she didn't actively flirt, her lack of rejection was obvious. I don't believe she had no thoughts. You fans are really blind. Marnie's and Elena's fans were now at loggerheads. However, because of Marnie's recent scandals and Elena's new hot role, Elena's few supporters managed to gain the upper hand in online arguments, silencing Marnie's fans and reveling in their momentary dominance on the internet. This added fuel to the popularity of the Moonlit Night, making it one of the most discussed topics online. Initially, the publicity team feared that the dispute over the female lead would affect the show's reception and lead to public boycotts. Instead, things turned out perfectly. The heat from the controversy never faded, and it even grew more intense. The publicity team couldn't stop grinning. When calling Andoni's, they couldn't hide their delight. Your choice of Elena is excellent. She really knows how to generate buzz. Everyone is talking about the drama now. With this level of discussion, I bet the ratings won't be bad. Andoni snorted. You previously complained about Elena's lack of fame and poor reputation. Now you're praising her? Oops, Andoni's, forgive my ignorance. Your leading lady will surely not disappoint. The publicity team now fully understood the adage, don't judge a book by its cover. Flexibility was an essential skill in this industry. He wasn't bothered by Andoni's sarcasm and instead smiled and negotiated. Andoni's, could we have Elena post more Weebos and do more promotions when the drama airs? She's more popular than the male lead gainer now. If the drama does well, everyone benefits. Mariah shouldn't mind contributing more. I get it, I'll talk to her agent. Thanks, Andoni's, for your magnanimity. In the future, if there are any new dramas, please consider us. We hope Andoni's can collaborate more with Mariah, bringing out even better works. After finishing the spicy hot pot brought back by Arlen, Elena returned contentedly to her couch, wrapped in a blanket, appreciating her performance in the TV drama. The rain pattered steadily outside, tapping lightly on the window like a soothing symphony. Inside, the warm yellow light cast shadows on the floor, while the air conditioner hummed softly, a peaceful scene. 2 episodes finished quickly, leaving Elena still craving more as she flipped through other channels with the remote. Arlen came out of the kitchen with a plate of fruit, intending to give it to Elena, when he heard her muttering. "Wow, my acting is really good. You can't tell it's my first time in a TV drama." Arlen was speechless. Regardless of everything else, Elena's state of mind was surprisingly relaxed, showing no signs of pre-broadcast anxiety. Arlen handed her the capybara-drawn plate. "Eat some fruit." Elena took the prepared fruit from Arlen, recalling couples she'd seen in short videos, and mimicked a coy tone. "Coleman, if you buy me this, will your girlfriend get angry?" Arlen froze mid-motion, as if startled. He stared at the capybara plate as if it suddenly became unclean. Elena giggled inwardly and exaggerated her act, picking up a custard apple and taking a bite before feeding it towards Arlen's mouth. "It's delicious. Have a bite. If your girlfriend finds out we shared the same custard apple, will she be jealous?" Soon, Elena's mockingly sweet expression turned into an astonished scream. "Arlen, my last custard apple. Wah. I waited so long for it to ripen just right, and you ate 2/3 of it in one bite." Arlen wiped his mouth with a napkin. Elena looked at the tiny piece left in her hand and Arlen's cheeks bulging like a hamster's as he chewed. Furious, she pinched his cheeks, spit it out. No matter how hard Elena squeezed, Arlen stayed silent and swallowed the rest of the custard apple. Elena was livid as she bit the remaining tiny piece, hearing Arlen calmly remark, "Scary, my girlfriend. Unlike me, I'd only worry about my little sister." Chapter 314, Emergency. "Elena, can I sell my ex-boyfriend to the scrap station? She doesn't want money, she just wants him gone." Arlen, after finishing Elena's cherimoya, pointed at the watermelon on her plate. "You're not penniless. You still have watermelon." "Elena. Don't push me to punch you on such a happy day, thank you." Just as she spoke, her phone rang. She glanced down and saw it was Jedediah calling. "Wait, ceasefire." Elena made a cross over her chest. "Jedediah is calling me. Let's talk after this call." Arlen wisely kept quiet and reached for the watermelon in Elena's plate. This man claims to cut fruit for her, but most of it ends up in his mouth. Elena pushed the plate into Arlen's hands, stood up, and went to the balcony to take the call. When Elena returned from the call, she still felt a bit dazed. It seemed she really had become famous. Otherwise, why would a sponsor be reaching out after only 2 episodes aired? She couldn't say she hadn't expected fame. After all, the original novel was wildly popular. Elena had worried her presence might dampen its success. It turns out the power of the original story was immense, perhaps even more so than before. "What's wrong?" Arlen popped a cherry into his mouth. "Why are you so absent-minded?" "Arlen." Elena placed her phone aside, leaned one hand against the sofa, blocking Arlen in the corner, forming a sort of wallbang pose. "I think I can pay you soon." Before Elena finished, Arlen's phone rang again. They exchanged glances, finding the situation amusing. Now it was Elena's turn to eat fruits from the plate while Arlen went to the balcony to take the call. Elena scrolled through her phone. The trending search for Moonlit Glow was high, with her name listed. Countless clips flooded her timeline, and her fan count skyrocketed. Only now did Elena fully realize she was indeed famous. It was also fortunate that the lead actress had moved to another set, allowing her to step into the role of the leading lady in this hit drama. While discussing endorsement deals with Ignacio and Jacob in the group chat, she saw Arlen walk back from the balcony, with traces of rain on his shoulder. Elena immediately stood up to fetch a dry towel, muttering, "The rain got heavier, and you didn't move inside. Look, your shoulders are wet. Didn't you notice?" Was he 3 years old, unaware to come indoors when it rained? As she talked, she glanced outside. The rain had intensified, creating tiny specks of light under the neon lights, pattering against the glass like an urgent symphony. "Krista," Arlen looked down at her, black hair half covering his eyes, making his expression unclear. "That old man seems to be an emergency at the hospital. The hospital issued a critical notice and asked us to come over." Elena held her phone. The deadbeat dad who divorced and abandoned his own son? Even though it was 10 p.m., the city's main roads were still jammed with cars, compounded by continuous heavy rain, causing everyone to grow irritable. Red taillights and blaring horns were everywhere. Elena sat in the passenger seat as they drove through without turning on the headlights. Occasionally, lights from passing cars illuminated Arlen's impassive face. At a red light, Arlen pulled the handbrake and waited quietly. Elena checked the countdown timer and silently placed her hand over his gear-shifting hand. He needed her comfort, right? By the time they reached the hospital, it was nearly 11:30. After asking a nurse, they found Arlen's father's room. Arlen's father had been transferred from the ER and was resting in a ward. Outside the ward, Chloe and a brash young man stood guard. Seeing them approach, both people's eyes turned wary, as if their territory had been invaded. "Who allowed you two to come?" "We haven't told you, but old Art isn't dead yet." Don't rush over here thinking about dividing the inheritance. Tell you what, you can forget it. Coleman, the man flicked off his cigarette, looking sly and speaking maliciously. I thought you were so righteous. Who knew you'd come running when things go south? Do you think you'll get any money just because you came? Dad said long ago, he wouldn't give you a single cent of his assets. And, his gaze shifted to Elena, seemingly stunned by her looks for a moment before continuing, you even found a celebrity girlfriend. Dad said if you don't break up with her, don't set foot in this house. Chloe nudged him, signaling him to be careful. Elena, who are these people? Claiming to care about inheritance but acting like someone is trying to snatch it from them. They clung tightly to the wealth that wasn't much worth, making it seem more significant. Did Arlen find this funny every time? She found it hilarious to the point of being speechless. Elena sighed inwardly, moving closer to Arlen. Her Forrester was truly innocent and pure, unaffected by these fools. He's not dead? Arlen held Elena's hand, gently massaging her palm to soothe her. His tone remained calm, as if discussing a stranger. So, let's wait until he's dead. With that, Arlen started leading Elena away. Arlen. You're here and won't even check on your father? An elderly man in a suit approached from behind, first giving a disdainful look to the two at the door before turning to Arlen, disapprovingly. If I hadn't called you, would you have come? Arlen, yes. Elena. Oh no, she wanted to laugh and cough to cover it up. Arlen wasn't just dog-like with her. He is your father, after all, the elder reasoned, understanding Arlen's character. No matter how much you hate him, you should visit him when he's sick. He's old, he just wants his children around. Arlen remained silent. Elena instantly looked up at the ceiling, which was just plain and uninteresting. If there's nothing else, we're going home. Arlen ignored the old man and insisted on leaving. The elder finally lost patience and exploded. Arlen, can you show some ambition? Your family company is changing ownership. Do you know why old Art is in the hospital? He can't hold on to the assets he shared with your mother. Aren't you indifferent to this too? Elena stayed quiet, letting Arlen handle the situation. Note, the translated chapter captures the tone and style of the original text, maintains paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 315, Slap. After he spoke, Arlen had yet to react when Elena heard Chloe wail behind her, calling out incredulously, what's going on? Farouk, explain yourself. What do you mean the company will soon be renamed? Wasn't the company always owned by old Art? What kind of joke is this? Who dares to push old Art out? The young man standing beside Chloe looked anxious too, giving a tight-lipped smile. Everett, are you joking? The chairman has always been my father. After all these years at the company, please don't make jokes like this now. My father just came out from emergency and can't bear such stimulation. Before the young man could finish, Farouk interrupted, lowering his voice and growling softly, do you think why old Art went to the hospital? Isn't it because of the company's issues? Or do you think old Art would suddenly fall ill and go to the ER otherwise? You, he pointed at the young man across from him, then at the terrified-looking Chloe, you too, idling at home every day, drinking, playing, and squandering the company's money. You didn't even know something this big was happening. And you want to join the company? With your capabilities, you'll ruin it sooner or later. You two are fools. No wonder old Art hasn't made a will yet. You're both prodigals. Farouk. Chloe couldn't maintain her ladylike demeanor anymore. She almost screamed as she rushed towards Farouk, cursing hysterically. What right do you have to call my son a fool? You old bastard, didn't you co-found with old Art and that slut? Arlen grew up eating and drinking off us. So what if I give a position to my son? When Arlen struggled in childhood and couldn't afford tuition, you didn't speak up. Now you're directing everything here, saying it's our family affair, and acting good. Before she finished, everyone saw a girl who had been standing beside Arlen silently walk forward boldly despite her white flat shoes. Before anyone could react, she grabbed Chloe's clothes, swung her arm, and slapped her hard. The slap echoed throughout the hospital corridor. The clear sound left everyone dumbstruck, even Farouk couldn't utter a word. The young man beside Chloe hadn't realized what happened until he saw Elena grabbing his mother's collar, switching hands, and slapping her again, louder this time. This cheap slut. A minor star who can't even earn a living in the entertainment industry, coming into our house as the grande dame, what do you think you are? I'm going to smash your face, bitch. Only after seeing everyone's incredulous gazes did Chloe realize how hot and burning her cheeks felt. Like waking from a dream, she lunged at Elena wildly, trying to strike her. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Arlen immediately moved to help Elena, but she remained unafraid facing the raging Chloe. She smiled faintly. She caught Chloe's incoming arm with one hand, stepped forward under her enraged gaze, placing a foot in front as Chloe lunged. With a slight movement, Chloe, wearing 10 centimeters heels, stumbled forward, losing balance. Elena quickly retreated to avoid being hit. Arlen thought his heart would stop. He hurriedly walked beside Elena, asking seriously, are you hurt? Do you need a checkup? Standing there, Farouk raised an eyebrow, wondering who was actually hurt. That girl seemed skilled enough not to get hurt herself. Besides, the truly injured person was still lying on the floor, groaning in pain. No, Elena moved her wrist, smiling to reassure Arlen. I learned some self-defense tricks from Jacob recently. She can't touch me. To prevent another incident like Gaynor, Jacob taught Elena moves that could disable an opponent, mainly large men. Given Elena's limited strength, she focused on surprising tactics for quick wins, giving herself enough time to escape. Ironically, she hadn't yet faced those troublesome men, but used the move on Arlen's stepmother first. Mom, are you okay? Let me help you up. The young man immediately crouched down to help Chloe. Unexpectedly, due to her high heels, she slipped and fell back to the ground when attempting to stand. Chloe screamed louder, my foot twisted, ouch, ouch, it hurts, call the doctor. The young man nodded obediently, rising to find Elena and Arlen talking casually nearby, which infuriated him. He rushed to Arlen, shouting, Big brother, this is your girlfriend? You must hand this slut over, or I won't rest. Before he finished, the fuming Arlen punched him hard in the face. Blood flowed from the young man's nose, covering half his face. Elena stood behind Arlen, blinking, thinking he must have been hit pretty badly. Looking down at him, Arlen's voice sounded cold and distant, chillingly eerie, get lost. The young man was scared by Arlen's fierce demeanor, standing speechless. However, his mother's cries grew louder, prompting him to muster some courage, weakly saying, You wait, Arlen, I won't share Dad's assets with you. I'll let you starve. Who do you think you are? Do you people sleep? Making noise in the hospital hallway, no sense of decency? Someone from another ward finally couldn't tolerate it and walked out. That bloody nose, yelling like that, nearly tasting blood, isn't it disgusting? Hiding behind Arlen, Elena mentally gave a thumbs up, blind student, you found the highlight. Chapter 316, Wronged. Here's 100,000, now shut up. Amadeo's face immediately turned greenish-white. He wiped the blood from his nose and, seeing that it was almost stopped, started to swear recklessly. Who needs your measly money? That person froze for a second, then twisted his face as if insulted. Who here in this ward can't afford 100,000? Who do you look down on? Hearing that person grow even angrier, Farouk, fearing Amadeo might get into trouble, gave him an exasperated look before stepping in to mediate. Sorry, they haven't seen each other for a long time. They're both quite emotional. We'll keep our voices down. I sincerely apologize for disturbing everyone. The man scoffed. Now that sounds more like it. Don't think having money gives you the right to order others around. You immature brat, showing off here, you really need some discipline. You. Amadeo was infuriated by his attitude. He had planned to show off to his brother whom he hadn't seen for a while, but instead, his mother was assaulted by Arlen's girlfriend from the entertainment industry, his cowardly brother hit him, and now even a random patient dared to humiliate him. Where would his reputation go? Alright, Amadeo, isn't the mess you've caused enough? You two aren't ashamed, I and old Art are embarrassed. This is a hospital, not your home or office, where you can throw tantrums freely. Farouk glared at him, signaling him to stop. Amadeo's face turned red. But now he learned his lesson and whispered back to that person, why do you only scold me and not them? They initiated the conflict, and they were also making a scene. That person, who was about to enter the ward, sneered when he saw Amadeo's obstinacy. That's because they weren't as loud as you. Do you think everyone shouts in hospitals like you and that woman? She. Amadeo pointed forcefully at Millicent. She hit my mom. Oh, I didn't hear, said the man indifferently, completely unbothered by these trivialities. He glanced at Chloe sitting on the floor. But with such poor manners, she deserved it. ing. Amadeo moved to argue with that person. Amadeo, Farouk stepped in front of him, warning him in his voice, if you want to go crazy, do it at home. Unexpectedly, after too many blows to his pride, Amadeo became uncontrollable. Ignoring Chloe still lying on the ground, he charged straight towards Arlen, pointing at Millicent behind Arlen. Arlen, today you must give me your girlfriend. She hit my mom, this can't be left unresolved. And legally, she's also your mom. How can you just let this go? Millicent chuckled behind Arlen, trying to muffle her laughter so as not to disturb others. You know she's your mom. Didn't see you call for a doctor when she nearly fell to death. Just showing off with words. What a dutiful son you are. And, Millicent emerged partially from behind Arlen, her lips curling mockingly. Is your mom like Pinduoduo, constantly looking for people to team up with? Heard of Papa choosing, never heard of a mama choosing, Millicent glanced at the closed ward door, so you choose papas and mamas, no wonder you ended up this way. Arlen remained silent, taking a few steps forward to shield Millicent better. His fine eyelashes fell, concealing his eyes filled with suppressed anger. By the time Millicent finished speaking, others hadn't processed her words yet, but Arlen's lips curled slightly as he held Millicent's hand tightly. Millicent firmly gripped Arlen's hand, their palms touching, offering strength to Arlen. Although Amadeo didn't know what Pinduoduo was, he guessed Millicent was insulting him. His face turned purple with rage, but he dared not provoke Arlen, fearing Arlen might disfigure him. He lowered his voice and taunted Millicent, "If you have guts, step out. Hiding behind him all the time, how brave of you." Lovebirds, Millicent leaned against Arlen's back, giggling. Arlen turned and smiled at her indulgently. "You try leaning on someone." "Oh, forgot, your parents aren't doing well. No one for you to lean on. Poor you, nobody loves you genuinely." Chloe on the ground immediately retorted upon hearing Millicent, though she kept her voice low due to the presence of the other person, weakening her remark. "Amadeo. I'm a grown man, I don't need anyone's love. With my money, women flock to me." Millicent replied lightly, "Oh, so you admit it's because of your money. Pathetic, needing money to get any love." "Amadeo. They don't deserve it. I don't want to hear any more. Talking to you is pointless. Better go home and take a beauty sleep." Millicent interrupted Amadeo with a soft laugh. She glanced at Chloe, who still couldn't stand up. "Be glad our Arlen doesn't hit women. Too bad I'm not. If you want revenge, find me anytime. I don't mind another showdown." "Millicent, bitch." Chloe gritted her teeth, wishing she could devour Millicent. "Do you only know one insult?" Millicent's face remained calm. She pulled Arlen towards the exit, her gentle voice cutting deeply into Chloe's heart like a poison dagger. "Insulting someone so easily, no wonder you raised such a simple-minded son, easily toyed with by others. Millicent, shameless thing, old art, look what kind of girlfriend your son has chosen." Mom, don't get up, your foot is hurt. "Do you want us to sleep? Can you please lose it somewhere else?" Behind them, the chaos in the hospital faded away. Outside, the night air carried the chill of autumn. Arlen removed his jacket and draped it over Millicent. He intended to tell her to wait there while he fetched the car from the underground parking lot. But the coat, perfectly fitting on Arlen, was far too large on Millicent. The sleeves were excessively long, causing Millicent to laugh. "This coat is too big, why don't you wear it? I can wait here." Arlen looked down, all coldness gone from his eyes. His eyebrows curved slightly, and a faint smile touched his lips. Warmth sparkled in his elongated eyes. "No rush." He bent down and carefully rolled up the sleeves for her. His thick lashes fell as he worked meticulously, folding layer by layer, like a cake folded neatly within her sleeve. Arlen's expression was utterly focused, as if nothing else mattered more than this moment. Millicent watched him, almost entranced. Arlen finished quickly, standing up and chuckling softly. Admiration gleamed in his eyes. "Looks great. No wonder you're my girlfriend." Men see their loved ones wearing their clothes through a filter, finding them cute and sexy. This translation captures the essence and tone of the original Chinese text, preserving its natural flow and style. It maintains the characters' interactions and emotions accurately, ensuring the storyline remains coherent and the translated work feels fluent and free from grammatical errors. Millicent also smiled with her lips pursed. She had originally intended to tease him for being like a seller praising her own melons, wondering if he had taken the wrong medicine, how he suddenly thought of complimenting others, and how such mushy behavior didn't resemble the Arlen she knew at all. But when she spoke, it came out as a trembling, aggrieved voice. She couldn't say anything more, only reaching out to cling to Arlen's chest, her tears falling instantly, soaking his short-sleeved shirt with their warmth. Arlen was initially stunned, then he pulled Millicent tightly into his arms. His chin rested on her hair, his voice gentle and patient, like a warm spring breeze. Millicent heard him chuckle softly. "Oh, why are you laughing and crying? You were just like a warrior in the hospital." "Arlen." Millicent pressed herself firmly into his embrace, rubbing her face against Arlen's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Her voice trembled, and she looked even more distressed and wronged than Arlen, who had been the one involved in the incident. "Don't be sad, you have me now." This translation captures the essence and tone of the original Chinese text, preserving its natural flow and style. It maintains the characters' emotions and interactions accurately, ensuring the storyline remains coherent and the translated work feels fluent and free from grammatical errors. The same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text are retained. Chapter 317, Memories. Chloe somehow got my mother's phone number and sent her a message saying she was pregnant. My mother drove out to find that man, but on the way, she encountered a car accident. She was injured and hospitalized. The doctor said she needed rest, but Chloe stormed into her ward and caused a scene. My mother's health deteriorated, and soon after, she passed away. Later, Chloe married into our family while heavily pregnant. Arlen sat in the car, speaking calmly as if recounting someone else's story. Elena held Arlen's hand without a word, listening attentively. I refused to accept Chloe, and I also didn't think he deserved to be my father, so I always opposed him. That old man regarded me as a failure and began to focus all his efforts on raising Chloe's child. At this point, Arlen scoffed, as if mocking the old man. For some reason, recently he's been telling Everett that he wants me to inherit the company. It seems he finally realizes his second son is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Elena didn't know what to say, so she simply held Arlen's hand tighter. But, Arlen smiled, his thick eyelashes concealing his eyes. All these things are in the past. I can live well enough without this so-called father. Elena carefully observed his expression, only speaking when she saw he had relaxed. Arlen, your mother would be proud of you even now. Really? Arlen lifted his eyes to look at Elena, like a child eagerly seeking affirmation. Yes, Elena gently replied, looking into his eyes. You're a great person now, healthy, with close friends, successful career, and me by your side. Arlen, you don't lack anything compared to anyone else. Arlen didn't respond but gazed at the ceiling, seeming lost in thought. Krista, Arlen's voice drifted faintly, as if from afar. Will you accompany me to visit my mother's grave next Yisroelming festival? She would have liked you very much. Elena nodded with a smile. It's a promise. We'll go see Mom together then. Arlen fell silent for a moment, then smiled back at her. Moved by this exchange, Elena squeezed Arlen's hand, receiving an even firmer grip in return. Elena believed that if Arlen's mother were still alive, she would surely be proud of this excellent son of hers. So you can't stay in my room. Elena stood at the door, firmly blocking it and addressing Arlen's pitiful expression coldly. But I really want someone's company tonight. Arlen stood at the doorway hugging a pillow, the living room light casting a long shadow behind him, making him appear lonely and pitiable. Hearing Elena's words, he hugged his pillow even tighter, his innocent and helpless eyes flickering towards her before quickly looking away. He whispered, I'll only take up a little space. While Elena felt truly sorry for him, she couldn't help but admire Arlen's acting skills. He looked just like a poor match boy cosplaying at her doorstep. His sorrowful expression was almost convincing, as if to say he'd freeze outside if no one bought his matches, not really. But no, tomorrow morning the production team will come to film the last episode. How can I explain you coming out of my room? I don't plan on trending anytime soon. Your girlfriend, me, has already had quite enough buzz recently, no need for you to boost my KPI. Hold on a bit longer, Nigelsi. Elena pushed Arlen's pillow closer to his chest. Didn't you manage each dark night alone before I came along? I admired your independent self back then. Now, you seem somewhat unreadable with this act of pity. Elena looked at Arlen standing alone and sighed sincerely. Take your pillow, your matches, back and sleep. Good night, Makabaka. Arlen remained silent, stubbornly standing before her with the pillow. Despite his silence, Elena read volumes from his eyes. Elena reminded herself not to soften and closed the door. She steeled herself mentally. Arlen was a company CEO, after all, surely, he wouldn't stand outside with his pride intact. He'd probably leave eventually. To prevent unnecessary expectations, Elena switched off the living room lights and stomped loudly to indicate she was going to bed. Lately, Elena had developed a sort of PTSD about trending online. She missed her simpler life when she wasn't constantly stirring up controversy online with every move she made. Standing quietly, Elena listened for any sound outside, but it was even quieter there. After a long while, with her legs starting to ache, she still heard no signs of anyone leaving. Was he this persistent? Checking her phone, it was nearly 1 a.m. Thankfully, they lived in a relatively quiet area, otherwise, neighbors might try to mediate, assuming she was being abusive. She found men who knew how to manipulate her with such tricks extremely annoying. Yet, despite knowing Arlen waited for her to open the door, she couldn't help softening again. Damn it. Elena gritted her teeth and walked to the door. As the hallway light turned on, it illuminated Arlen's eyes, which lit up brighter than the stars. Caught by his beautiful, puppy-like gaze, Elena relented. She could hardly resist his cuteness. For a moment, she even wanted to hug him. Forget it. Elena sighed and stood sternly at the door. Come in, but get back to your own room by 6 a.m. The production team arrives at 7 a.m. Got it? Arlen obediently nodded, holding the pillow. I'll behave. Elena deadpanned. Just sleep. Not behave. It's already 1 a.m., and I don't want dark circles under my eyes for filming tomorrow. Arlen nodded again, lying down beside her obediently. They both settled in, Elena feeling a mix of exasperation and affection toward this stubborn yet lovable man. Chapter 318, Sharing the Same Pillow. Honestly, Elena had never shared a bed with anyone before. Although she grew up in an orphanage, everyone had their own small bed. Seeing Arlen lying on the bed with an expectant look, Elena silently fortified her resolve. She told herself to treat Arlen as a big-sized doll, one that can move. After mentally preparing herself, Elena finally lay down. Just as she settled in, she felt Arlen turning over to face her. With a blank expression, Elena reminded him, Arlen, your breath is hitting my face. Though his breathing wasn't heavy, the feeling of his exhalation against her face was peculiar, making Elena feel goosebumps rise all over her skin. Arlen simply said, oh. Elena felt the mattress shift as Arlen turned to face the ceiling. Just when she thought everything was going back to normal, she felt her hand being grabbed by Arlen. Grinding her teeth in the dark, Elena said, Are you a child who needs to hold hands to sleep? In unfamiliar surroundings, I just want something familiar to help me fall asleep, Arlen replied. You could go back to your own bed, this one is strange to me. Krista, Arlen's voice sounded listless and somewhat pitiful, I'm so sad. Elena fell silent. Let's just sleep like this. Arlen hummed in agreement, gripping Elena's hand a little tighter. Forget it, she couldn't be bothered to argue at such a late hour. Just as Elena let her thoughts drift away, she felt a gentle touch on her forehead, like a butterfly landing and then flying away. Arlen's voice in the darkness sounded a bit nervous. "Good night, Krista." The corners of Elena's lips curved slightly upward. Propping herself up, she reciprocated by gently kissing Arlen on the face. "Good night, Forrester." "You kissed the wrong place, you hit my nose." "Shut up, go to sleep." Arlen had thought that after all the events of the day, he would find it hard to sleep. But as he lay there admiring Elena's sleeping face and stealthily pulling her into his arms, he found himself dozing off without even realizing it. What woke him wasn't a dream but rather a friendly reminder from his girlfriend. While Arlen was still deep in his slumber, someone pinched his ear, speaking politely yet threateningly, "Wake up. It's already 6:30. The production crew will be here soon." Last night, dealing with Arlen's father kept them up too late, causing Elena to miss her alarm. By the time she heard it, it was already 6:30 a.m. She hadn't even noticed that she had fallen asleep in Arlen's embrace. But Arlen was sleeping more soundly than she was. Despite her repeated calls, he remained unmoved, not even changing his position. With no choice, Elena reached out and twisted Arlen's ear. Arlen woke up drowsily, only to see Elena with tousled hair beside him. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the person he loved felt wonderful, Arlen thought this disheveled version of Elena was incredibly adorable. In a sleepy haze, he pulled Elena closer, mumbling lazily, "It's still early, let's sleep for a while longer." Early? They were about to catch fire. Elena looked so energetic this morning, as if she woke up early. Maybe because happy events boost one's spirits. With Moonlight Glow getting so popular, Elena has successfully joined the ranks of top actresses. And even better, those who tried to frame her are now facing troubles themselves. "Ah, our baby Krista looks so pretty even without makeup." First-time viewer of the variety show here, should I compliment directly or follow protocol? Woke up early just to watch today's scenes between Elena and Marnie. Supporting Elena to give Marnie what she deserves. Laughs, turns out we're all here for gossip. Poor Marnie, initially the biggest star on the show, now people don't even go to her live streams for gossip. Sister Menya, remember not to conflict with Elena during the show. The assistant carefully handed over the suitcase to Marnie, who was packing her clothes in the bedroom while the cameras were in the living room. "I know, I'll try not to." Before the assistant could say more, Marnie rudely interrupted. "Do you now completely listen to the company? Remember, I'm the one who pays your salary, not that new manager." The assistant nodded timidly, afraid to say anything more. Watching Marnie walk out with the suitcase, leaving a soft click behind the door, the assistant stood there, sighing inwardly. Since Cold Sister's incident, the company assigned an experienced manager to handle her life and work. Marnie was always very independent and disliked others interfering with her, especially in work matters. However, the company, taking precautions, gave full authority to the new manager over her life and work. This new manager was nothing like Min, who used to cater to her every need, resulting in significant disagreements between Marnie and the manager. Although Marnie was the boss of the studio, they all came from the company and could not oppose its wishes when she made mistakes. Thus, they mostly followed the new manager's instructions, afraid to disobey. Marnie's attitude towards their compliance frustrated her. Recently, she had been reprimanding them frequently. As the closest person to her, the assistant received the most frequent and intense scoldings. Another sigh escaped her lips. She really couldn't take much more. Previously, she thought Marnie was gentle and kind, but now, her aggressiveness was almost unrecognizable from the shy and innocent sister she once knew. Opening her phone, she saw a message from Ginger offering her a chance to join her team for a solo venture. Perhaps this was a good opportunity, a chance to prove herself. Even though it's only been a week since we last met, it feels like a long time. Delilah arrived early today, eager to chat with Elena about the latest gossip. Chapter 319 Breakfast. It wasn't Delilah's fault for reacting so strongly. Elena's public perception had indeed been quite frightening this week. From being labeled as a backdoor relation and power-abusing socialite over the weekend, to midweek when Marnie was embroiled in a breach of contract scandal and other celebrities faced negative press, and then yesterday when Elena's new drama Moonlight Melted aired, catapulting her to the top spot as the most followed female actor. The events of the past week were densely packed and highly contrasting, leaving everyone stunned. Although Delilah had maintained constant contact with Elena and was aware of the developments, she couldn't help but be surprised by the dramatic turn of events. Now, it was clear that Elena's agency truly had significant capabilities, successfully reversing public opinion in such a short time and making a stunning comeback. Indeed, Xingheng lived up to its reputation. If this had happened to an 18th-tier minor celebrity, it would have been catastrophic. Yet, Elena and last week's Marnie seemed to have swapped places. The one feeling guilty now was Marnie, a pretty ironic situation. I heard that Marnie's studio has been taken over by her company, and now all her actions must follow the company's directions. Even her next drama role is set as the second female lead in an idol drama. Delilah hadn't finished speaking when she let out two soft tisk sounds. She gave up on being the first female lead in a well-known idol drama just to be a nobody second lead in some director's project. Now, coming back to the industry, she can only play second leads. So if she loves being a second lead, I wish her a lifetime of playing second fiddle. Though she said it sarcastically, her smile betrayed her joy. Elena gently coughed and nudged her with her elbow, speaking softly, "There's a camera around. Try not to look too smug." Ahem, Delilah composed herself into a cool and poised older sister persona, not smug at all, just sending sincere wishes. "It's okay. Our microphones aren't on right now. As long as we don't show overly obvious expressions, it's fine." Elena forced a smile. "Luo, you really go all out for gossip, don't you?" Delilah remained expressionless, not even blinking. "Well, as a model, one must control facial expressions. Last fashion week, I saw a dead rat running backstage but still walked confidently onto the stage with an expression saying, 'I'm the most beautiful woman in the world.'" Elena, having many things to criticize but unsure where to start, forced another friendly smile. "You encountered a dead rat at Fashion Week?" "Not just rats, there were other weird things. Once, the venue was in a desert, and we could see lizards nearby." "Slightly turn your face, yes, not too much, perfect. That way, they should capture your best profile." "Elena, female stars really have to work hard to stay picture perfect on camera." Of course, Delilah looked at her seriously. "Not everyone can freely express themselves like you do. You haven't had any bad photos or haters yet because you're naturally beautiful." "Elena, thanks, but I think I already have haters." "What are they talking about? What secrets are our love reality TV duo sharing? Can we get a taste?" Delilah is genuinely sweet today. When Elena got off the car, Delilah immediately surrounded her. "So cute. This couple has their own barrier. They look so good whispering together, no one should disturb them. Do they seem overly deliberate to anyone? Not everyone likes lesbian content, right?" "Yes, I love it, keep showing me more." Note, the term lesbian has been translated to lesbian to maintain clarity and accuracy in English. The rest of the translation aims to preserve the original meaning and tone. "Good morning." Their conversation was interrupted by a gentle male voice. Both Elena and Delilah looked up to see Daniel carrying his luggage, dressed in a white t-shirt and long pants. If not for the trailing cameras, he wouldn't look like someone who had been in the entertainment industry for years. "Good morning, Teacher Daniel. Have you had breakfast?" Delilah greeted him with a broad smile, thrilled to see her idol early in the morning. "I've eaten. If you two haven't had breakfast, I have some extra pastries here to share." No need, Elena waved her hand hastily. "Delilah and I have already eaten." As soon as she finished speaking, Delilah turned and gave her a piteous look. Oh, she had forgotten how much Delilah wanted Daniel's breakfast. Elena felt like her tongue had slipped. "Teacher Shen, if you have extra breakfast, Delilah told me she didn't eat enough." Daniel. Viewers watching from home. Only Delilah gave her a China's most moving friendship smile. "In that case, I have an unopened sandwich bag. You two can split it if you don't mind." Daniel smiled and handed the sandwich to Delilah. Then, he shifted his gaze to Elena sitting inside. "I saw Andoni's message in the group chat last night." His warm smile softened further as he looked at Elena with sunlit eyes. "Elena, congratulations on your new drama airing." I declare Daniel and Elena are canon. He remembers it was Elena's drama premiere yesterday. OMG, why am I only shipping them in the last episode? So frustrating. Are some people dumb? Daniel was a cameo in the drama, he would know his own show's premiere date. There's nothing to ship. Laugh out loud. Is someone heartbroken? Daniel has numerous cameos but rarely promotes them. He sometimes forgets his own show's premiering. As a fan of Daniel, though emotionally hurt, logically I support you two together. Elena, with less fame, can be Daniel's ideal partner. Which era did the previous comment come from? Scary. Sounds like Daniel's mom. Stop. Look, Marnie is here. Let's watch the drama unfold. Marnie arrived neither too early nor too late, just perfect timing for Elena. Maybe due to previous storylines' influence, although Elena recognized Daniel as a good person, she just couldn't connect with the male lead warmly. Now that the female lead was here, it was better for her to engage with the male lead. Chapter 320, Official Pairing. Good morning, everyone. I heard we're going on an outdoor shoot today. Marnie's voice broke the silence. She stood there with a suitcase, and the camera zoomed in on her face for a close-up shot. For people with wicked minds, sometimes a detailed look is also a cruelty. Albie. The kids up ahead shouldn't be misled, this was really not written by Albie. She's so shameless, acting as if nothing happened. You can't tell that she falsely sympathized with Elena last week. Marnie did nothing wrong last week. It was already commendable of her to speak up for Elena. Please, she could have simply watched coldly without saying a word. I laughed so hard, why would she need to speak up? It's because it was a mess she herself created. Others were just pitiful firefighters. After her words, there was a brief moment of silence in the living room. The production team wanted to create some buzz by gauging the reactions, but they didn't dare openly instigate conflicts. A cameraman immediately smiled and replied to Marnie from behind the camera, "It seems so. Everyone should prepare for sun protection today. However, Bellamy hasn't announced where we're heading. Could you all please return to your rooms and rest for a bit? Krista, do you want to eat a sandwich? Should we go to the kitchen and cut the sandwiches to share?" Delilah waved the sandwich Daniel had just handed her, seemingly asking casually. Elena caught Delilah's meaning and said very seriously, "Okay, let's go then." They both got up and walked towards the kitchen, ignoring Marnie whose smile froze on her face. Just before entering the kitchen, Elena couldn't help but glance at the living room situation with her peripheral vision. Daniel, after they left, grabbed his suitcase and headed upstairs. Marnie remained where she was, and the suitcase she held was quickly taken over by Wyatt who had just entered. Only then did Marnie's face show a hint of a smile. Why did it feel like the relationship between the leading roles was so tense? Was it her imagination? Otherwise, why did she see such good rapport between the female lead and the second male lead? "What are you looking at?" "Sneaking around." Delilah quietly poked her head out from behind, genuinely questioning as she looked at the empty living room. "Don't you think Daniel and Marnie have been fighting for too long? It feels like they've been in a cold war forever." "Delilah, huh?" Delilah reverently placed the sandwich into the refrigerator, showing no desire to share. "So, that was really an excuse, right?" "That's obvious," Delilah shrugged. "Would you really sit there and exchange pleasantries with Marnie? This sandwich belongs to my idol, I must cherish it." Elena reached out and gave her shoulder a firm pat, eyes gleaming. "Should I remind you that sandwiches have expiration dates? No matter how high-end the fridge, it will still expire. And if you really ignore it, wouldn't you be wasting food? That sandwich might come back to haunt you." "Delilah, alright, let's leave it here for the afternoon. I'll eat it tonight." Elena felt her eyebrows raise involuntarily. Even a supermodel who remains unperturbed by dead mice behaves the same way as a regular fan when following idols. Why do you think Marnie and Emperor Daniel are together? Taking advantage of the lack of cameras in the kitchen, Delilah rolled her eyes, making a declaration as a fervent supporter of Daniel. "Who is Emperor Daniel?" "He's a genius actor who has won over 10 Best Actor awards over more than a decade, a seasoned artist admired for both talent and virtue, a gold bachelor with no flaws. Although I haven't spent much time with him, I've been watching his works for years and many interviews. He's a man of integrity. If he truly liked Marnie, he would definitely speak up for her even in the current situation." He didn't respond to Marnie's words earlier. How could Elena possibly think Daniel liked Marnie? It was just wishful thinking and baseless assumptions. As a devoted fan of Daniel, she needed to criticize Elena's poor judgment and understanding of relationships. But at the beginning of the show, weren't they quite close? And Mr. Shin's attitude towards Marnie was completely different from others. He even gave her a significant acting book. "Student Elena," Delilah firmly corrected her view, "we should analyze problems dialectically and dynamically. Even if they used to have a special relationship, their relationship now seems normal, right? Sylvester treats her no differently than others. So that's why I said they might be in a cold war." Delilah almost choked. Grinding her teeth, she nearly hissed through them, "Have you ever seen anyone be in a cold war this long? Saying they're avoiding suspicion is more convincing." "Elena, avoiding suspicion? Indeed, that's very likely. After all, they are the leading roles. They wouldn't sever their emotional connection voluntarily." "Delilah, forget it. Let this world destroy itself. Elena wouldn't have any further interactions with Marnie anyway, so let her believe what she wants." Delilah eagerly awaited the day Elena discovered the truth, which would certainly be hilarious. She would make sure to laugh at her mercilessly. Today's date was scheduled at the zoo. Elena saw Bellamy pretending to draw lots on stage and, as expected, paired her with Arlen. So, Arlen must have pulled strings. Silently nudging Arlen next to her, Elena only dared whisper when the camera moved away, "Did you speak to Bellamy? Otherwise, why would we always end up in the same group?" Arlen similarly lowered his voice, "No, not until later did I have Edric arrange it." So, Arlen had feelings for her a long time ago? Had Arlen secretly loved her all this time? Elena felt a sweet warmth. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she asked, "Did you like me for a long time?" Arlen. His gaze shifted suspiciously elsewhere after hearing that. Elena. Lowering her voice with an obviously sinister tone, she urged, "Say yes, or I'll kiss you." Arlen, yes. Elena wore a satisfied smile. Regardless of what Arlen thought, at least the result pleased her. ####Chapter 321, The Zoo. Elena had visited a zoo once when she was a child, but after growing up and being busy with work, she never went again. Her memory of it was crowds standing outside fences watching monkeys, gorillas, elephants, and the like, with staff holding megaphones to remind visitors not to feed the animals. But she hadn't imagined that the zoo they were visiting would be this kind of zoo. Elena and Arlen sat in a vehicle, with the cameraman and driver in front and the two of them at the back. On either side were the animals, visibly listless due to the influx of tourists. This wasn't watching animals, it felt more like the animals were watching humans. Elena mused that if there were a book titled Bizarre Humans Observed Within the Zoo, it would be a compilation of all the strange human behaviors seen by the animals. Elena sat silently, finding the concept of having animals watch humans quite forward-thinking. Thankfully, they were currently observing only ostriches and zebras. If they encountered a pack of tigers, she might be terrified enough to faint. "Teacher Elena, our car is slowing down now. You can roll down the window and take a look at the surrounding animals. Teacher Arlen, can you help Teacher Elena take a photo as a keepsake?" Elena immediately declined. Given Arlen's photography skills, any pictures taken would only add to her embarrassing history. She rejected so quickly that she didn't notice the gleam of eagerness that flashed in Arlen's eyes as he turned his head. Arlen certainly had the potential to be an avid chronicler of her awkward moments. Seeing Elena refuse immediately, the cameraman felt somewhat defeated. Back then, when Arlen took photos of Elena for the show, it had garnered immense attention and traffic for the program. Now they wanted to recreate that moment, but it just wouldn't happen. As they left the large animal area, Elena saw several lions lazily lounging under trees, their eyes filled with apathy towards the passing vehicles. Clearly, even these majestic creatures had grown weary from too much exposure to cars, showing signs of burnout. Despite this, she understood the production crew's intention. Women often have a certain fear of large carnivores, especially when suddenly close to them. This scenario provided the male contestants a chance to play the hero and protect the ladies. Watching a woman get scared could spark protective instincts in the men, increasing engagement and perhaps even creating a romantic atmosphere, drawing cheers from the fans. Unfortunately, when Elena glanced at the cameraman in the front seat, her expression remained calm and unafraid. The cameraman was speechless. Could she at least pretend to be scared? Even if she wasn't afraid of haunted houses, being so composed in this situation made the crew's arrangement seem mundane. Indeed, the cameraman recalled colleagues saying that the hero saves beauty scenario wouldn't work on Elena. She was described as a steel-clad eagle. Elena noticed Arlen's profile against the glass, gazing out curiously. She also looked out the window to see a small group of lions crossing the road, causing all the vehicles to stop and yield. The moving lions were indeed formidable, especially as they passed right in front of the car. Despite knowing these animals posed no immediate threat, the aura of a large predator was still intimidating. It was clear the production team had put considerable thought into orchestrating such moments for the male contestants to act as heroes. Understanding this, Elena watched the little lions passing by with great interest. The cameraman, who had been trying to capture Elena's frightened expression, was left speechless yet again. His colleague was right, Elena was truly a steel-clad eagle. After disembarking from the drive-through area, the tour officially began. Each pair received a map to decide where to disembark for further exploration. Arlen, looking intently at the map, marked various points with evident seriousness. Elena quietly admired Arlen's reliability, but as soon as they got off, they found themselves in front of an animal-themed restaurant. Typical of Arlen, he was reliable when it came to food. What exactly am I expecting? True to Arlen's style, while others opted for places like the panda enclosure or peacock shows, he chose the restaurant without hesitation. He sticks to his principles even in a zoo, always eating everywhere. If you're a female contestant who loves food, following Arlen would bring you luck. If Elena and Arlen really become a couple, will she gain a few pounds? That's not what we want. Arlen shook the map given by the production crew, looking serious. This restaurant has a limited edition condensed milk peanut cake. Elena, alright. You're craving it so much, what else can I say? A boyfriend's small wish must be fulfilled. The condensed milk peanut cake was indeed delicious, shaped into various animals from the zoo, tiny and tempting. After tasting a bite, Elena closed her eyes in contentment. Arlen stood there, waving his hand grandly. Pack 3, no, 5 boxes for me. Elena, still savoring the cake. Only at this moment did she realize that Arlen could be quite a domineering CEO. At 28, buying 5 boxes of condensed milk peanut cakes outright, wasn't that a display of power? Oh my, is it that good? I'm getting hungry just reading about it in a dating show. Even though Arlen chose the animal restaurant as the first stop, Elena didn't object. Isn't this a sign of mutual affection? The look on Elena's face said, can you eat all that? But then she trusted Arlen's judgment. Maybe you should rethink that trust right now. Arlen treats us like family, proudly announcing his big appetite to the world. As a fan, I find this a bit embarrassing. Most animal performances were repetitive, and after a while, Elena decided to visit the feeding area. A nearby staff member handed her a slip of paper, which was the task card for today's date. It read, feed 5 types of animals and take 5 photos each. Elena sighed inwardly. So taking photos was non-negotiable today. Was there any difference between letting Arlen take her photo and exposing her flaws in public? Chapter 322, Peace Amulet. Elena felt that she had enough chaos and dirt on herself, and did not need Arlen to honorably add more. However, the production team was dead set on exploiting this wave of damned traffic. Sure enough, when it came out that Arlen was going to take photos of Elena, the number of people in Elena's live stream started growing at a very considerable rate. Everyone buzzed on the comments section, discussing what style Arlen would shoot for Elena. A purely natural wild style received everyone's consensus. At that time, what attracted me most about Arlen was his unconventional photo-taking skills, almost identical to my boyfriend's. I got hooked when I saw the ugly shots Arlen took of Elena back then. I thought they were hilarious then, and they are still funny now. Didn't expect this part would be a callback. I propose all boyfriends who can't take pictures should be sent to male ethics classes for strict training. They all laugh at you, yet you're funniest of all. Teacher Elena, these parrots won't peck you. You can feed them with peace of mind. Elena watched as the bird with colorful feathers perched on her wrist, striking a pose while standing there, wishing Arlen could make her look like a human being at least. Arlen accepted the camera handed over by the photographer, standing nearby adjusting the camera settings and began shooting Elena. Elena, well, your lens cap is still on. Arlen naturally removed the lens cap from the camera. Forget it, Elena lowered her head to look at the small parrot nibbling at birdseed from her hand. She felt that demanding to be made to look like a human being might be asking too much. Alright, teacher Elena can look into the camera. The crew wanted to call out Elena for better cooperation during the shoot, but unexpectedly, Arlen stopped them with a shake of his head. Alright, already done. Arlen slowly spoke, walking towards Elena holding up the camera. Elena was still feeding the little parrot and, hearing this, lifted her head in surprise. You shot so fast? She hadn't even posed properly yet. Wouldn't this mean the photos must be outrageously ugly? Holding the parrot carefully, Elena cautiously leaned in to see the photos taken by Arlen. Surprised, she raised her head to glance at Arlen, then looked back at those photos again with astonishment. The girl in the photo was smiling gently, side lit by the sun casting a peaceful aura. The parrot on her arm was nibbling at birdseed, its vibrant and lively feathers adding to the scene. No blurred focus, no strange angles, the subject and theme stood out prominently, even good enough for the cover of a Man and Nature magazine. Where did you go for improvement? Why has your photography skill become so different? If not for the trust between couples, Elena would have truly thought someone else had taken these photos for him. This wasn't just progress, it was an astonishing leap. Arlen's eyelashes slightly drooped, looking inconspicuously at Elena's expression, trying to catch a hint of joy on her face. I read some tutorials on photography the other day, not really that difficult. Elena, his tone made it sound as simple as drinking water. Only after confirming that Arlen wasn't showing off intelligence in front of her did Elena hesitantly lower her head to admire the photos Arlen had taken of her. After finishing admiring, Elena patted Arlen's shoulder contentedly. Very good, young man, your photography skill is extremely good. From now on, take many photos for me. Watching Elena turn into a boss-like figure instantly, Arlen. Is this really shot by Arlen? Can someone wake me up? Did I dream such a thing? I'm here for amusement, not to watch you two show off love. Now it's trendy to lure dogs in with such excuses and then kill them? Woof woof. I announce that starting today, one less black fan of Elena exists. Disenroll Arlen from the list of black fans, he betrayed our organization. The world belongs to the three-body. The above comment, crazily managing to get a fan pass. Indeed, humans should always stay insane and crazy. As long as the issue of Arlen taking photos was resolved, completing this task was a piece of cake for them. Recently, the duo paused at the popular capybara house online. Elena recently liked these adorable, dense little animals and even changed the household tableware and cups to match their patterns. After completing the task set by the program and taking photos, they stood watching the capybaras leisurely soaking in the pool. Despite a simple pond, it created an impression of a mountain hot spring. Elena lowered her eyes, deep in thought. Moments later, she asked Arlen, do you know if there's a place selling oranges nearby? I want to buy some for them. Arlen. Too many inside jokes in this sentence, he didn't know which to pick up. The zookeeper, accustomed to such requests, placed the oranges neatly on the heads of the hot spring-soaking capybaras. Getting Elena's heartfelt thanks and praise, the young female keeper blushed red from the ears, beginning to cooperate eagerly in adjusting Elena's camera angle. Such a pretty and sweet-talking celebrity sister, she felt incredibly happy. Arlen felt a peculiar sensation, as if Elena was idol chasing. Seeing Elena happily photographing the dazed capybaras in the hot spring, Arlen even thought whether to find a capybara to carry the engagement ring. Perhaps Elena would accept his proposal in a fit of being charmed by such a cute animal. Elena left the pavilion with satisfaction, continuously flipping through the photos she had just taken. Arlen, who had been neglected by her for a long time, glanced at her and said slowly, do you like zoos? It's okay, Elena categorized the photos and replied to Arlen, sometimes I feel the animals are pitiful in zoos, having their freedom restricted. But here they can get ample food without fighting for survival in nature, so it's also nice. What made you suddenly ask this kind of question? Arlen silently crossed zoos off his engagement location list and shook his head. At the zoo entrance, they sold some souvenirs, including peace amulets supposedly blessed by venerable monks. Whether it worked or not, these amulets sold very well, ranking top among zoo bestsellers. Elena found it amusing. Wouldn't the high monk find it funny seeing capybara-embroidered peace amulets? She was about to reach for one but was beaten to it by Arlen. With his face turned away, Elena couldn't tell his expression. This doesn't look nice, his voice sounded somewhat stiff, tightly gripping the amulet. You can pray for a nicer one at the temple. Elena. Doesn't he think it's a real peace amulet? And how are capybaras unattractive? A capybara-embroidered peace amulet looks cool. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand, the zoo works hard. Chapter 323, Cold War. Alright, both teachers, your task of maintaining eye contact is complete. As the staff called a halt, Marnie immediately stood up from her chair as soon as she saw Daniel opposite her. Her movements were quick and decisive, as if she did not want to stay another second longer in this place. This made the previous deep eye contact between Marnie and Daniel appear even more like a ridiculous farce. Daniel stood up so swiftly that even the director standing nearby noticed Marnie's awkwardness and stepped forward with a laugh to smooth things over. Teacher Shin's reaction is truly impressive. It's no wonder he plays a special forces actor in his new drama. Marnie quickly recovered and put on a sweet, adorable smile for the camera, pretending not to care about what had just happened. Right, Teacher Daniel's new movie, Red Sea Razor, will be released soon. I hope everyone supports it. My goodness, it seems like Marnie can really tolerate a lot. Even though I know it's wrong, she reminds me of a wife who has to maintain a forced smile even though her husband cheats. Are some people delusional? Marnie and Daniel have no relationship at all. The female celebrities who flirt with other male stars shouldn't get near our brother. Our brother doesn't want anything to do with you. His heart rate didn't even fluctuate during that deep eye contact. Have the fans of Marnie not realized their idol's current predicament? No one in the entertainment industry wants to associate with her now. Don't randomly latch on to others. Daniel's eyes earlier were truly repulsive. I laughed so hard seeing everyone bash Marnie. She flirts with others yet uses someone else's scandals to protect herself. How disgusting. I truly despise Marnie forever. Whose act was that? That chat record clearly shows she was flirting with Lionel while pretending to look at Daniel romantically. What a hypocrite. Hearing Marnie promote Daniel's new movie, the cameras quickly focused on him, hoping to capture evidence of any ambiguous or romantic feelings between them. But Daniel showed no extra expression, only saying mildly, "Thank you, I hope everyone can support my work." His words were polite but did not acknowledge Marnie's effort to promote his film. The production team felt increasingly awkward. After all, Marnie and Daniel were the program's main promoted couple, the cold and beautiful but gentle actress paired with the accomplished, tall, and handsome best actor, who were quite engaging. Besides, they were originally acquainted and got along well in the initial episodes, and the editors did not lack material for their sweet moments. Yet how did their relationship deteriorate towards the end of the show, regressing instead of progressing? If they became enemies, the program would bear the blame, and no one would dare join such a dating show again. Teachers Amara and Shen, we still have one more segment to complete, which is the popular Pocky Challenge. Each of you holds one side of the biscuit, and whoever lets go first must accept a punishment. After saying this, the production crew placed the prepared cookie in front of them. An old-fashioned segment, the production team really, facepalm. Are they crazy? Why let Marnie and my brother eat the same Pocky? Will the production team stop promoting them? I think some of you are too hostile towards Marnie. This segment is arranged by the production team. Why blame Marnie? I've always said some of Daniel's fans are off. They asked our sister to help Daniel before. You act like you're Daniel's mom, don't you? Every time there's even a hint of intimacy with others, you come out exerting authority. For actors, kissing scenes were common, even if they didn't like their co-stars, they could still act lovingly. Everyone assumed this Pocky challenge would be short-lived. Fans of the Marnie and Daniel pairing were thrilled, knowing this might be the last bit of sugar, even if fake. The cameras quickly zoomed in on the thin biscuit between them, aiming to capture romantic and ambiguous shots. Marnie slightly lowered her gaze, biting the biscuit shyly. Her fair face tinged with a light peach pink. When the cookie was half eaten, Daniel paused and announced, "I quit." It was clear Daniel genuinely disliked Marnie. The filming director slapped his forehead, regretting having paired Daniel with Marnie. He thought Daniel would remain cordial despite online events, given their friendship. But Daniel was deliberately avoiding her in the program. Bellamy sighed into the earpiece, "Tomorrow, let's pair Daniel with Delilah. If Shin teacher disagrees, we should respect his opinion." What about Marnie? With her poor reputation and her agent's departure, there wasn't much need to give her screen time. If news of her deteriorating relationship with Daniel spread, her resources would diminish inevitably, meaning she'd never make it big in the entertainment industry without resources. People in the industry were shrewd. Previously, because of Marnie's good relations with Daniel, they offered her opportunities. Knowing Daniel's reputation, breaking ties with him suggested Marnie did something against him. Adding her contract breaches, the industry would likely use her less. Marnie stood there watching Daniel do push-ups, feeling a chill despite winning the game. Daniel would rather punish himself than complete the task with her. If their strained relationship came to light. No, this couldn't happen. Leaving the bathroom, Daniel saw Marnie waiting outside. Ignoring her, he dried his hands and walked past. Her voice trembled, "Shen. Daniel, please listen to me. I can explain everything online." Pausing briefly, Daniel turned around, "Let's talk outside. Here isn't a proper place for conversation." Chapter 324, The Break. I'm not the kind of relationship with Lionel that you imagine. I didn't even know he had a girlfriend, nor do I understand why he wanted to break up with his girlfriend. Lionel doesn't like me at all, he only wants to gain fame by using my popularity. Daniel, please believe me. I've never cheated or interfered in anyone's relationship. Marnie stood beside him, urgently explaining, her face showing anxiety while Daniel remained indifferent. He stood there, with the sunset casting long shadows on both of them, but even his shadow seemed distant from Marnie. Does this matter have anything to do with me? Daniel turned his head, his eyes rational and indifferent, seemingly warm and gentle like the sunset, but in fact cold, as if anyone who approached would be frozen. Marnie was stunned, facing Daniel's apathy. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. If what you want to clear up is this issue, it has nothing to do with me. I don't want to hear your gossip or get involved in your disputes. Maybe we were friends before, but now. Daniel left the sentence unfinished, yet Marnie clearly understood the unspoken meaning. They could no longer be friends. Watching Daniel's departing figure, Marnie quickly turned around and shouted after him, her voice filled with restrained hysteria. Are you still holding a grudge about that incident? What's wrong with pursuing more promising and better movies? I just didn't take that TV drama role, why can't you let go of this? You're not at fault, I am. I shouldn't have recommended you to Andoni's, and I should have stood up for Elena when you manipulated public opinion. Daniel looked directly into Marnie's eyes. You and I both know that you orchestrated attacks on Elena. Not exposing you was already being lenient. So, you went to find Moonlight's producer? Marnie stared at him dumbfounded, her eyes wide, trembling as she guessed aloud. Daniel said nothing, but Marnie knew she was right. Looking at him, tears and laughter mixing on her face, her lips trembled. Daniel, it was really you, I knew. Your next TV drama's producer is him. Daniel took a deep breath, his once gentle face now exuding despairingly cold indifference. He gazed at her as if seeing through her to someone else. I just want everyone to know the truth. But, Daniel, Marnie's voice choked, her tears silently falling, I met you first, so why can't you see me? Even if you say all these things for Elena, she won't appreciate it. She only likes powerless Arlen, why can't you see that? Daniel remained silent, standing there quietly watching Marnie cry. He admitted that he had once been moved by her, but those feelings were fleeting and vague, swiftly replaced by Elena's lively charm. By the time he realized it, those ripples created by his initial attraction dissipated quickly. Before, he might have felt distressed and heartbroken watching Marnie cry, wanting to wipe away her tears, but now, no matter how tearful she was, his heart remained unmoved. He pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed them to her. Miss Amara, Daniel reverted to his former way of addressing her, I visited the organizer of that party recently. Oddly enough, your name wasn't on their list. Marnie paused wiping her tears, saying nothing. Daniel also didn't look at her, continuing. I also reviewed the surveillance. Back then, I only checked my own, ignoring yours. This time, I found that you seemed to know exactly where I was, finding me even in such a remote corner. Are you suggesting I did it on purpose? Daniel, you're too arrogant. Marnie tore off the tissue, screaming, tears rolling down her lashes as she blinked. Daniel, looking at such a Marnie, finally softened, lowering his voice. Sorry, maybe I overthought it. Marnie felt as if all her defenses rose up. She had intended to argue fiercely with Daniel, to prevent him from realizing anything. But unexpectedly, Daniel apologized so easily, making her sense of pride seem absurd. She thought everyone was like Lionel, arguing until bloodshed, until she gave in. Never expected Daniel to apologize so effortlessly. Looking at Daniel, she felt as if she suddenly lost something. Watching his departing back, she forgot to cry. Under the long sunset, she stood there, disoriented. Though her current life was vastly different and better than her past life, she felt like she had lost everything. The last day of the program was Delilah's happiest. She hadn't expected to spend the final day with her idol. The theme of the last day was, a day as couples, making even ordinary trips to the market joyful for Delilah. Should we eat steamed mandarin fish for lunch? Sure, anything. Not far away, Elena watched the nearly bubbly Delilah, genuinely happy for her. On the last day of the dating show, it's best to be with the person you like. Arlen, what are you doing? She just asked him to peel potatoes, not create art. Look, Arlen slowly showed her the potato skin, it's one continuous strip. Elena. No matter how artistically you peel it, it won't increase its value, okay? Forget it. Elena looked at the proud Arlen and said insincerely, it looks great, impressive. So nice, despite the world's chaos, my CP is so adorable. They must have talked, they must have, right? Wow, you praise him for this? You two are such cute babies. Don't be like this, it feels like I'm a little dog crouching beside you, looking up at your happiness. Next week, there will be no new episodes of Elena and Arlen, makes me want to cry. But I can watch Moonlight. When the last card dropped, Elena suddenly felt melancholic. Looking at the familiar villa, she initially arrived full of fear, afraid of repeating her past mistakes, being vilified by the masses and spending her life in prison. But now that the program ended, she felt neither fear nor timidity. She didn't know if her future would be as smooth as imagined, but her life was free from entanglements with the main characters. It was time for Elena to live her new life. Chapter 325, Hospital. Elena had never slept so soundly before. After returning from the villa following the face-to-face love event, Elena curled up in bed and slept until noon. Since there was nothing to do after waking up, she lay in bed scrolling through her phone. Thanks to the popularity of the Moonlit Night, her fan base was growing rapidly. The When Will Elena Become a Leading Actress group posted a message around 8 or 9 in the morning. Elena, you should update on Weibo. Just post some selfies. Your Weibo hasn't been updated for ages. Post something today and promote your new drama while you're at it. You can rest for a couple of days to adjust your state. Elena logged into her rarely used Weibo account. Last week, due to negative publicity, Jacob had been managing it to shield Elena from hurtful comments. Now that everything had calmed down, Jacob returned control of the account to her. Elena casually picked 2 selfies from her photo library and posted them with a good morning message, leaving it untouched afterward. She quickly freshened up, ordering food as she walked toward the door. Then she saw Arlen eating. Elena instinctively checked the room decor. It was indeed her room. Why did Arlen enter her home as if he owned the place? Even couples need personal space. Beauty thrives in distance. Too much closeness breeds conflict. Elena was about to go over and discuss this with Arlen when he looked up. You're awake. I got sushi and eel rice for lunch today. Come eat. If she had a boyfriend who was considerate, gentle, and didn't disturb her sleep, it would be okay. Elena happily agreed, washed her hands, and sat down to eat. Opening the box containing the eel rice, she sighed appreciatively. I finally understand what it's like to have someone prepare a meal for me. Having a ready meal right after waking up is sheer bliss. Arlen put a piece of tuna sushi in his mouth and raised his head slowly. I didn't cook for you, I ordered takeout. The person who prepared it is somewhere else. Today, it's from. He glanced at his phone. The Japanese restaurant next door. Elena. Emotionally moved wasn't fitting for Arlen. She focused on eating. After finishing her meal, just as Elena was about to ask Arlen about his afternoon plans, she saw him responding to messages. I'm done, I'll be leaving now. Arlen put his phone in his pocket, his expression calm. His eyes met Elena's. That old man called again, saying he's in ICU and might not make it. He wants to see me at the hospital. Elena didn't know how to react. She stood still, staring blankly at Arlen. She wasn't sure about his feelings toward his father. Although Arlen hadn't expressed any resentment previously, his indifference suggested detachment. But Elena felt sad for the young Arlen who had suffered unfairly. She took his hand gently. I'll go with you. Let me change clothes quickly. Arlen nodded. No rush. It might not be true. Last time, they used the same excuse to trick me. A puzzled Elena, what? Was this a boy who cried wolf story? Wouldn't it backfire if Arlen refused to come eventually? I said if he's not dead, don't call me. Arlen shrugged thoughtfully. I didn't expect him to use the same excuse every time. Elena. That explained why he was tricked last time, but using that excuse repeatedly sounded too ominous. Upon arriving at the hospital, there were no dramatic scenes of parting. Instead, they saw an emaciated elderly man in a hospital gown, flanked by Chloe and Amadeo, both looking 10 years older. Seeing this scene, Arlen turned and left immediately. He thought the old man was dying, but it was another trick. You ungrateful child, get back here. The elderly man coughed forcefully after speaking, causing Chloe to helpfully pat his back. How disrespectful you are. Your father is like this, and you show no filial piety? Elena stood beside Arlen, rolling her eyes. Such obvious manipulation was laughable. Did Chloe think she was in a palace drama, always belittling their Pepe? I was just checking if my order arrived. What could be so important? Farouk frowned at Arlen, ignoring Elena. Arlen replied confidently, nearly making his father explode. A cremation urn. I bought a deluxe one, thinking I might need it today. You. How dare you? The elderly man almost leapt from the bed in anger, shaking like a leaf in autumn wind. Just as Elena thought he'd rant about disobedience, he suddenly lay back exhaustedly, his voice hoarse. Why can't you ever leave me alone? Even in this state, you still provoke me. Arlen spoke calmly. It depends on the situation. What situation? When you can talk sensibly. How am I not talking sensibly? You've accomplished nothing, bringing along a minor celebrity to spite me. Appearing on TV, ignoring family during holidays. Arlen pulled Elena away, ignoring the nagging. Farouk hurried after them. Everett, I said don't call me unless he's really dead. Arlen, you. In the corridor, a doctor and nurse rushed over. Seeing Farouk, the doctor demanded, didn't we instruct you to keep the patient calm? Now his heart is giving out again? At his age, couldn't you give him some leeway? The conversation ended there, highlighting the tension between the family dynamics and the ongoing struggle within the walls of the hospital. Chapter 326, Confession. Everyone was driven out. Chloe and Amadeo, who used to be in the limelight, now looked like stray dogs, their entire being exuding defeat. They no longer mentioned family assets in front of Arlen and Elena. Over these 2 days, they had realized a fact: the company under Kato's name might truly no longer belong to him. The board election over these 2 days had completely ousted Kato from the core management. If Kato hadn't been ill, it would have been better. However, his illness was severe and had reached a critical point. The hospital had issued several critical condition notices, and even if he recovered, he probably wouldn't be able to return to the core team. Amadeo and Chloe had spent years indulging in eating, drinking, and entertainment, having no knowledge whatsoever about the company's affairs. Although Amadeo always talked about inheriting the company, he couldn't bear the hardships of working, being absent more than present. People within the company privately called him Tai Yi, not acknowledging him at all. Now that Cato was down and critically ill, their hopes instantly turned into illusions. Even though they still had some family assets, compared to their lavish spending habits, it was barely enough. If Cato really died, they would have nowhere to go and would have to live as ordinary people. The doctor quickly came out of the ward. Chloe hurriedly rushed forward and stood in front of the doctor, asking anxiously. How is it? Doctor? The doctor wore a mask, clearly used to life and death situations, and shook his head. Try to fulfill any food or activity wishes the patient has, and make sure the patient remains calm and doesn't get angry again. After hearing this, Chloe felt her legs weaken, and everything before her eyes darkened. Mom, what's wrong? Amadeo caught Chloe's collapsing body. Doctor, come take a look. Chloe sat on the ground, feeling as if she had lost hope for the future. She hugged her son tightly and cried loudly. He's leaving us, what are we going to do? He leaves behind a mess, can we even continue living? I thought my son could, now there's nothing to rely on. What will we do without money? It's easier for you to die, but the two of us will suffer in this world. I followed you when I was young, and now I get nothing. She cried hysterically, her voice echoing through the hallway. Art, you despicable man. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have been with you. Hurry, help her up. The doctor, accustomed to big scenes, instructed the nurses to bring a stretcher while quietly cautioning her. There are patients in the ward, don't make a loud noise here, disturbing others' rest is inappropriate. Seeing the chaotic scene, the doctor sighed inwardly. Rich families' couples were truly heartless, someone inside hadn't even died yet, and already, they were thinking about dividing the assets. What would the person inside feel upon hearing this? Still alive, yet cursed by loved ones, sometimes wealthy people are worse off than ordinary folks. Amadeo and Chloe left, and the hallway returned to silence. Arlen blinked, showing no obvious expression as if he didn't know those two people at all. He held Elena's hand and asked her, lowering his head, let's go home. Yeah, let's go home. Elena nodded. The news of Cato's company changing hands seemed to have hit Chloe hard. Even before his death, she had turned against him. It could only be said that Chloe's motives for marrying into the Art family were impure. After being a wealthy madam for more than 10 years, her dreams were now just illusions. Arlen, a shaky voice, came from behind. Farouk stood behind them, looking grave. Can you go in to see your father? He's about to, treat it as pitying him, saying a few words to him would be good. This time, I also came to ask you this. You two are still father and son. Arlen held Elena's hand tightly with one hand and stuffed the other into his pants pocket. He raised his eyelids, his gaze calm and serene. Was it his wish? Well. Farouk blushed, even if it was my idea, isn't it okay? Please, treat it as an uncle begging you, say a few words to him. You saw how Chloe and Amadeo acted, and I can't visit old Art every day. Treat it as pitying someone who... His words were vague, interrupted by sounds coming from the ward. Farouk hurriedly opened the door, seeing Cato leaning on the bed. His eyes were fixed on the ward entrance. When he met Arlen's gaze, he lowered his head as if ashamed. His voice was soft but audible to everyone inside and outside the room. It was me who asked Everett, and it was also my wish to see you. He seemed unaccustomed to speaking such words of concession. After saying them, he immediately pursed his lips, but his dim eyes kept looking at Arlen standing in the doorway. Can you keep me company and talk for a while? Arlen nodded. Elena instinctively wanted to stay by the door, but Arlen held her hand tightly and pulled her into the ward. The door closed. Arlen dragged a chair for Elena to sit on while he stood there facing his father. Perhaps knowing that death was imminent, Cato's tone had become much gentler. He looked at his son with a strangely tender gaze, observing him for a long time before croaking, You're 28 this year, right? Time flies so fast. Your mother passed away when you were only 8. For 20 years, they had been like strangers. Arlen had harbored resentment towards him over his mother's death. He wasn't unaware of it and often felt guilty, too guilty to meet Arlen's eyes back then. However, with his young wife, newborn son, growing business, and Arlen's rebellious nature constantly clashing with him, he grew increasingly disliking and indifferent towards this son. His younger son and wife always complied with him, while Arlen continuously looked at him with those resentful eyes. Thus, though he knew Chloe treated Arlen harshly, he believed that as long as Arlen submitted to him, he could once again be the father who stood up for him. But Arlen never submitted. He moved out after high school and never returned home. Now, Arlen stood silently, tall and steadfast, no longer the little boy crying inside a cabinet for his mother. Cato sighed, his voice full of nostalgia. When I married your mother, I was also 28. She was so young and beautiful back then. You have no right to mention my mother. Though quiet, Arlen's words stunned Cato. Instinctively, he wanted to scold Arlen, but seeing Arlen's almost unfamiliar face, he only managed a pained, twisted smile. Yes. I don't have the right to mention her. Lately, he often dreamed about his young wife. In those dreams, Arlen would wait by the door holding his toys, eager for his father to pick him up. He would throw aside his briefcase and twirl his son around. His wife would come out from the kitchen, smiling and calling everyone to dinner while urging Arlen off him. Arlen would proudly show him something from his model airplane club, beaming. Dad, look at this model I made. It won an award. But the model would suddenly drop to the ground, everything changing. His wife died because of him, and his son moved out, refusing to see him again. His wife and younger son schemed against him for property, as if they couldn't wait for him to die. Despite his wealth, in these final days, not a single person came to genuinely cry for him. Looking at Arlen's face, which so resembled his mother's, he slowly covered his face with his hands, grief and remorse washing over him. He thought of Arlen, of his mother, how their once beautiful family had been destroyed by him. He couldn't even remember the model Arlen once showed him. Tears slid down his cheeks, and he cried loudly, like a child. It's all my fault. The cries echoed in the ward. No one spoke, only the wind from outside the window remained quietly alongside the sobs. Chapter 327 The Farce. Arlen's father passed away that night. In the chaotic crowd, Arlen silently squeezed Elena's hand and whispered to her, "Why don't you go outside for something to eat?" It's already evening. Elena was about to say she wasn't hungry and could stay with him, but then saw Arlen smiling as he reached out to tuck the stray hairs behind her ear. Under the pale light, his smile was gentle, filled with endless affection. "Get me something too, I'm starving." Elena immediately felt nervous. "How about it? Do you want to take some medicine?" "No need," Arlen shook his head. "I'm just saying if you don't go soon, you'll end up with a stomach problem." Elena. Typical of you to still think about such things at this time. As Elena went downstairs, she saw a group of men in suits heading upstairs. They were not many but radiated an air of professionalism everywhere. Were they the lawyers that Chloe was waiting for? Shaking her head, Elena hurriedly went downstairs to buy food. "Hello, this is our company's new boss." Originally lost in despair, Chloe burst into tears upon seeing the visitor's face. "Abner, my husband has worked diligently in this company for so many years. Even if there's no merit, there's effort. The company should give us some compensation, let alone that this used to be Old Art's company." Her sobs were heart-wrenching. Without this person, she would still be living the life of a wealthy housewife, and her son would be the successor of the company. Now everything had changed, their lives would soon be unstable. She could only pray that Old Art's company would give them some money out of compassion. This. The assistant standing in front hesitated but was quickly pushed aside by Amadeo. He had gone from a proud young master to a beggar dependent on others' mercy. His resentment burned inside him. This assistant used to bow and scrape before him, now dared to act superior, making his mother cry so terribly. After all, this was his company, why should they ask for money while depending on others? He rushed toward the middle-aged man in the center. "Abner, you came 5 years ago. My father helped you climb up the ranks many times. Is this how you repay him now?" "President Xiaoxia," he replied respectfully, but his narrowed eyes held a hint of mockery. "Business is like war, the strong devour the weak, it's natural law, not a matter of repayment. President Art knew he lost, and it's unnecessary for you to seek justice on his behalf." He smiled, a previously warm smile that now became poisonous, filled with unseen ruthlessness. "President Art just made one wrong move. Now that he's gone, we, his former subordinates, will naturally send him off properly." Of course, Abner exchanged glances with other top management. President Art contributed significantly over the years, even without much credit. Our company prepared a bereavement contract for his family, to thank him for his long service. Upon hearing about money, Chloe immediately perked up. She quickly wiped her tears and rushed into the group, snatching the blue contract from the assistant. "At least you're considerate." But the next second, she screamed, pointing at the figures on the document, 3 million. "Are you trying to mock us? How dare you give my son and me only 3 million? This company belonged to Old Art originally. You took it from him, and after his death, you're only giving us such a measly amount. Do you think we are beggars? I'll sue you all and expose your cruelty to the entire society." The younger managers in the back couldn't bear her unreasonable behavior. One of them sneered loudly enough for everyone to hear. "Amadeo is an adult, and if I recall correctly, you're in your early 40s. What orphan widow nonsense is this? You leeched off the company for years and now you want more money after President Art's death. Never seen a woman as crude and foolish as you." "Yeah, I've always disliked them. Ignorant of company matters yet ordering everyone around, acting like empress and crown prince." Abner. Amadeo and Chloe felt their heads buzz with anger. All their dignity was shattered as they yelled indignantly. "This was my father's/husband's company. You can't treat us like this." "Just that much," Abner shrugged coldly. "If you two don't want these 3 million, feel free to sue. Our company will also sue you both for embezzlement." The lawyer standing aside stepped forward. "Today, I'm here to read Mr. Theodore's will. According to his wishes, all his properties, movable and immovable, belong entirely to." Amadeo and Chloe's eyes lit up. Though Theodore's wealth wasn't abundant, it was still worth millions. Since Arlen hadn't come home in years, the inheritance would naturally go to her son. To Mr. Arlen. The lawyer, unaware of Arlen's appearance, packed up his documents after reading. Abner noticed Arlen standing in the corridor as soon as he entered but had to deal with matters first. The lawyer was clearly unaware to whom he needed to transfer the estate. He sighed, nudged the lawyer, and pointed to the corner. "That's Arlen." Everyone shifted their gaze to the silent Arlen leaning against the wall, seemingly indifferent to the drama unfolding as if it had nothing to do with him. Noticing everyone's attention, Arlen's eyelids slightly lifted. His narrow eyes and dark irises created an intense feeling when looked at directly, making people feel suffocated. It was the lawyer's first time meeting Arlen. He struggled to connect this young man in a white t-shirt with the decisive new leader of the company. He couldn't control his voice, causing everyone to overhear him. "Boss?" With matters settled, Abner walked beside Arlen, his earlier casual demeanor vanished. Bowing his head, he spoke humbly and respectfully. "Boss, please accept my condolences." Chapter 328, The Company Changes Hands. "You." Chloe almost lost her mind from the successive shocks. She stood rooted to the spot, staring at Arlen in disbelief. "Abner, what do you call him?" She widened her eyes and looked at Arlen, her voice trembling with urgency. "Are you shitting me? How can the company fall into his hands? How can an orphan nobody wants possibly take over the company?" Abner and the few people behind him exchanged glances and looked at the deranged Chloe. Mr. Art acquired the company through legitimate mergers and acquisitions. Legally speaking, he is indeed the owner of the company. No, it's impossible. He's just a waste of space. That company belongs to me. Chloe couldn't accept that Arlen had taken away something belonging to her son in one day. She charged forward hysterically, pointing angrily at Arlen, only to be stopped by Abner and his companions. "Arlen, how dare the bastard child of a bitch like you claim what belongs to my Jayun? If I knew this would happen, should have killed you when you were young. Jayun, they all belong to you, the company is yours, the inheritance is yours." Chloe wept bitterly, looking at Arlen as if she wanted to tear him apart. Amadeo stood there, dumbfounded, staring at his worthless older brother who he never took seriously. It felt as if time had reversed. In childhood, he owned everything the Art family possessed, even Arlen's only father only had eyes for him. Everyone loved him while Arlen could only struggle to survive in the shadows. But now he was reduced to groveling before Arlen, trying to squeeze more money out of their father's death. No, the world shouldn't be like this. Arlen stood in the corner, dressed in a simple t-shirt and long pants, standing behind those old enough to be his uncles, one hand in his pocket, his eyes cold and distant. Especially those eyes, icy and unsettling. He seemed to sense something and raised his head, meeting Amadeo's gaze. The cold indifference in that look almost made Amadeo shudder involuntarily. This merger happening so quickly indicated that Arlen had been preparing for years. He never intended for him to inherit the company. Or perhaps his real plan was to seize control of the company while their father was still alive. Father was driven to death by him. Recalling his current humiliating plight of begging for money, his mother's heartbreaking cries, the fact that his father left all the inheritance to Arlen, and knowing that Arlen would now rule supreme while he would live in his shadow. A surge of immense anger rose in Amadeo's heart. He rushed forward, snatched the contract from Chloe's hand, and threw it hard at Arlen's face, veins bulging on his neck in defiance. "Arlen, you will always be a nobody, you will never surpass me." "Boss!" Abner shouted and reached out to intercept the contract but failed. The document grazed past his hand and hit Arlen in the face. The contract was held together by a folder which could have caused some serious damage on impact. Arlen stood calmly, watching the flying documents. He simply extended his hand and deflected the incoming file aside. With a loud slap, the documents fell heavily to the ground, spilling out of the open folder onto the floor. Arlen glanced at the scattered papers on the ground, lowering his eyebrows, his voice calm and steady. Yet in the noisy environment, it was unusually clear, if you don't want the 3 million. He stepped toward the door, white sneakers mercilessly trampling over the complex terms of the contracts lying on the ground, leaving black footprints behind. "I won't give you a single cent." As Arlen's figure disappeared around the corner, Chloe screamed wildly, "You bastard Arlen, why don't you just die? Lao Art, look at your son." Mom. Doctor. Get a doctor. What should we do now, Mr. Zhao?" Abner gave a cold look to the small assistant. "What else can we do?" "Follow Mr. Art's instructions, send old Chairman Art to the crematorium and find a common cemetery for him." "But shouldn't spouses be buried together?" F***ck, Abner snapped, annoyed by Chloe and her son. "Does old Chairman Art deserve it? A man who abandoned his wife and child. It's enough that Mr. Art allowed him a proper burial. As for joint burial, don't disturb Mrs. Art's peace. Pick up those files from the ground. Make sure not a single page is left behind. Then burn them, lest anyone tries to retrieve them and re-sign." He turned to Amadeo, only to find him glaring furiously at him. Abner had long despised this useless Grandmaster Tai, who wielded authority within the company despite having no talent. He approached Amadeo with a smile, deliberately bumping shoulders, drawing Amadeo's furious glare. "I know Mr. Art must not care about such a trifling sum, right? But I'm afraid some people might pick up the papers and sign again if they didn't have money." He winked and patted Amadeo's shoulder. "Indeed, Grandmaster Tai lives up to your title, not caring for 3 million, such disdain for wealth leaves us humbled." Anyone could hear the mockery in his tone. Arlen didn't need his father to change the company's name. Amadeo, however, relied on Theodore. Though brothers, one was the true emperor, the other a false prince. Amadeo, hugging the unconscious Chloe, forced out 2 words between clenched teeth, "Get lost." Arlen walked to the hospital entrance but didn't see Elena. He took out his phone and was about to leave when he noticed it was raining outside. Autumn rains are notoriously unpredictable. Dark clouds dominated the sky, raindrops hitting the ground loudly, creating various sized puddles, shrouding everything in darkness, except for the pale light from the street lamps. Frowning, Arlen wondered if Elena had been caught in the rain without an umbrella. He found her name on his phone, feeling a sharp pain in his palm. Looking down, he saw his red left palm. From slapping the files earlier, he examined it for a moment, then gripped his hand tightly, ignoring the searing pain. Elena didn't answer his call. He frowned and was about to rush out to find her. Then he heard footsteps splashing in water nearby. Lifting his eyes, he was instantly captivated by the figure under the lamplight near the hospital entrance. Elena held an umbrella in one hand and food in the other, her skirt drenched from the rain. Yet she paid no heed, focusing on avoiding puddles, completely unaware of Arlen's gaze. Rainwater flowed down the umbrella, dripping into the stream at her feet. From Arlen's angle, he only saw Elena's side profile. The rain was too abrupt, pouring heavily after starting suddenly. Luckily, she bought an umbrella during a brief pause. Wondering if Arlen had finished things. Lifting her head, she spotted Arlen standing 2 steps away under the hospital doorway. His deep, dark eyes seemed even more unfathomable in the dark, rainy night. Yet she smiled and briskly walked towards him, like a happy little bird. "Arlen, are you waiting here? Are you hungry? I brought you the food you wanted." Drenched in rain, though clearly disheveled from the storm, Elena's gentle smile made Arlen feel tender-hearted. He looked at her, wanting only to call her name. "Krista." "Yes, what is it?" Elena answered him with a sweet smile, her voice soft and warm. He looked down at her, his voice hoarse and rough. Elena noticed a faint shimmer of moisture in the corner of his eye that quickly vanished. Elena felt her sleeve being tugged lightly. She looked down and saw Arlen holding onto it, the red mark on his palm flashing momentarily. Like a child, he lowered his head and clutched Elena's sleeve as if it were his last lifeline. "I want to go home." "Okay." Elena blinked, then lowered her head to grasp Arlen's hand tightly. "Hey, let's go home." The translation provided continues the story naturally, maintains the emotional tone and intimate setting, and respects the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text while ensuring grammatical correctness and fluency in English. Chapter 329, Warmth. The first thing Elena did after getting home was to take a shower. The wet clothes clinging to her body made her feel particularly uncomfortable. When she came out of the shower, she saw Arlen sitting there, staring blankly at the bowl of noodles in front of him. Those noodles were bought by Elena when she was at the hospital, but with the journey and Arlen's absent-mindedness, they had become completely soaked and unpalatable. "Don't eat it," Elena said as she dried her hair, glancing at the soggy noodles. "They've all clumped together. Even if you gave them to Adamar downstairs, he wouldn't want to eat them. With such heavy rain, ordering takeaway isn't an option. Let me go into the kitchen and make you something." Elena started walking towards the kitchen, saying, "Even if you don't feel like eating, you should still take care of your body." She paused awkwardly, thinking it strange that she would one day be persuading Arlen to eat, though his cold expression indeed suggested that he couldn't eat during tough times. She closed the refrigerator door again and spoke to Arlen, who was still sitting in the living room. "If you're not hungry now, you can wait and eat later. Just tell me what you want, and I'll cook it for you." Arlen raised his head slowly and muttered, 3-ingredient filling dumplings, only with shrimp." Elena, trying to console Arlen, responded with confusion. "Make them fresh, not frozen. I want the kind with thin wrappers and large fillings." Elena laughed bitterly. "Where am I supposed to find the ingredients to make these dumplings at midnight? Let's just have noodles. I'll make 2 poached eggs." Arlen's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved, as he mumbled from outside the kitchen, "Didn't you say you'd make whatever I wanted?" Elena didn't pause while grabbing ingredients. "You could also want Buddha jumps over the wall, a luxurious Chinese dish." "Should I make that too?" Arlen replied excitedly, "Really?" Elena held a knife and walked out, the light from the warm kitchen reflecting off the blade. "Do you really think so now?" Arlen instantly straightened up, no longer leaning against the kitchen door. He stood up straight and answered loudly, "Noodles are fine. The poached eggs should be fully cooked." "Thank you." Elena smiled and said, "You're welcome. Wait outside obediently, I'll call you when it's ready." Afraid Arlen might not get enough to eat, Elena purposely made almost twice the amount, knowing she could eat the leftovers if he didn't finish. After preparing the meal, she sat beside Arlen, chatting lightly as she observed his expression until he finished the large bowl of noodles. Seeing only a little noodle soup left in the bowl, Elena was astonished. Her gaze involuntarily moved to Arlen's flat stomach. Where did all those noodles go? And eating so much at night, would it cause any problems? Elena carefully asked, "Do you want some digestive tablets? You ate quite a lot, might your stomach hurt?" Arlen wiped his mouth with a tissue and replied, "I'm okay." As Elena carried the bowl to the kitchen, she marveled at Arlen's appetite. If he really let loose, he might have potential as a food live streamer. Imagining Arlen saying, "Divine sauce, pour over," made her chuckle. A large hand reached out from behind, taking the bowl from her. A puzzled voice asked, "What were you laughing at just now?" "Nothing." Elena cleared her throat and watched Arlen wash dishes at the sink. "Just thinking about buying a bigger bowl for you to eat noodles in. This bowl is too small, you'd have to keep moving back and forth. We should buy a bigger one and put it in the kitchen, making it yours exclusively." With the water running, the kitchen was genuinely in use. Elena's voice, amid the flowing water, sounded especially warm. In this moment, Arlen felt the warmth of a family home again, recalling the happy family life he had once had before everything fell apart, irreparable. Now, through Elena, he felt the familiar atmosphere of childhood once more. After washing the bowl, he placed it in the cabinet, then pulled out a tissue to dry his hands. He turned and embraced Elena, his voice muffled against her neck. "I like it when you talk about our future." Elena felt a warmth in her chest. She blinked, reached out to hug Arlen's waist, and stood close to him, as if dancing. Her cheek pressed against his shirt fabric, which still carried a faint scent of hospital disinfectant, yet she hugged him tighter. Closing her eyes, Elena leaned on Arlen's shoulder and whispered, "What kind of bowl do you want? When we have time, let's go to the supermarket and pick some out, okay? If you don't like anything there, we can always buy online until we find the perfect one." Arlen didn't move, and Elena wasn't sure if he agreed or not. But she enjoyed this moment of warmth together. Seemingly a long time passed before Arlen let out a brief sigh. "Krista, don't leave me." Elena snuggled closer to Arlen until she found a comfortable position. Then she answered, "I won't, Pepe. I won't leave you." However, now was still a time for separation. Elena looked at Arlen standing pathetically at the bathroom door. "Can you wait outside? I'll be quick." Elena threatened playfully, "Want to experience domestic violence?" Arlen. That night, without waiting for Elena's invitation, Arlen climbed into her bed. Seeing her still replying to messages on her phone, he coughed softly in dissatisfaction. "Come here, it's cold." Elena checked the weather. Despite the recent rains, it wasn't exactly cold. Nonetheless, she set aside her phone and climbed into bed from the other side. Under Arlen's watchful gaze, she settled down calmly and switched off the light. Arlen, feeling down today, lay obediently next to her, simply holding her as he closed his eyes. Both decided not to use their phones, lying together like a real married couple, whispering gently. When will his burial be?" Without opening his eyes, Arlen replied, "In 3 days. Come with me." Elena opened her eyes, looking at Arlen's face. "Sure." End of chapter. Chapter 330, Burial. Autumn was marked by continuous rain, the drizzle making people restless and irritable. Few people showed up. After Theodore was stripped of his company rights, those friends who had seemed so close disappeared overnight. The cemetery was arranged by an assistant, a common burial ground that didn't quite match Theodore's former status, but it was peaceful, surrounded by many pine trees, with the melodious calls of birds audible amidst the foliage. Arlen held the umbrella for Elena, both standing in a corner. In the center of the crowd were Chloe and her son Amadeo, who were sobbing bitterly as if they wished to follow Theodore into the grave. Elena could understand their sorrow. After all, with Theodore gone, they would lose their steady source of income and would have to earn their own living. How could such pampered people endure the hardships of life thereafter? Raindrops tapped on the umbrella, creating a delicate sound. Occasionally, someone would recognize Arlen and come forward to chat, only to be at a loss for words and eventually offer condolences before leaving awkwardly. Apart from this, Elena and Arlen felt like outsiders, watching expressionlessly as shovels of dirt mixed with rain filled in the grave, culminating in the erection of the tombstone. On the tombstone were only Chloe and Amadeo's names. Arlen and his mother's names were deliberately omitted, as if cutting ties from that moment onward. Hey, why isn't Art's eldest son's name here? Not even his first wife's? Who made this tombstone? This is too sloppy. Where's Arlen? I remember him. He didn't attend his father's funeral himself? What kind of son does this? His father raised him until he grew up. Even if he hated his father, he couldn't skip the funeral. If I had such a son, I'd have smacked him dead long ago. One of Theodore's relatives, unable to find Arlen, started ranting loudly, spouting off opinions. Someone tugged his sleeve forcefully, displeasing him. What now? You dare to do it but can't stand it? Not that, the person whispered, feeling embarrassed. That corner seems to be where Arlen is. The eldest son came. Please stop talking. Unexpectedly, these words only fueled his fervor as he looked at Arlen as if trying to seek justice for Theodore. Am I wrong? Which child doesn't return home for years? Living in the same city, treating his father like an enemy. When children want to care for their parents, it's often too late. When will you kids realize this? Chloe had been paying attention and burst into more tears upon hearing this. Arlen hates us, it's our fault. But old Art was innocent. He always wanted to reconcile with Arlen. Someone quickly agreed. No wonder people say it's hard to be a father. Theodore never lacked in providing for Arlen. Coming back only when he died, how can you not be ashamed? Elena nearly vomited at their words, their paternal arrogance truly believing that being a father made them empathize with Theodore. Such scum was being whitewashed, everyone was bullying poor Pei. They remained silent, not wanting to get involved, wanting nothing more than to cut ties with these people. Who wants to step in dog poop willingly? But these people thought they were pitiful, harmless, indecisive little things. Elena smirked. Who's ashamed here? Arlen bought this graveyard plot and the tombstone. He paid for Theodore's hospitalization costs. You relatives contributed nothing yet complain. Why don't you get buried instead? The middle-aged man at the center, emboldened by support, immediately flushed red. How dare you speak? Arlen did neglect his duties, rarely visiting home, lonely as a child, not talking to us. How did I speak? With my mouth. Elena stood in front of Arlen, rain trickling onto her hairline. Arlen watched her, silently moving the umbrella closer to her. At this moment, Elena, emboldened, didn't notice the subtle shift of the umbrella. Do you even know your family? Where were you when Chloe withheld Arlen's tuition fees? When she mistreated him? Now you call yourselves family? Blind then, sight restored now. Claiming to be filial sons? Convenient. And, Elena turned to look at Chloe, you know better than me about the relationship between Arlen and his father. Why play the grieving stepmother here? You're no one to interfere in our art family matters. Embarrassed, their faces flushed. Yet every word Elena said was true. Angry and flustered, they struggled for a retort, staring helplessly. Someone suddenly realized they hadn't seen Elena before. Before they could speak, someone pulled at their clothes from behind. Arlen stepped in front of Elena, tilting the umbrella towards her. The two made a handsome pair, a perfect match. Everett, I remember you owe the company money. It's time to repay it after all these years. That loud-mouthed person gloated. Amadeo said he would forgive all debts after inheriting the estate. Arlen raised an eyebrow, his gaze indifferent. Amadeo didn't tell you? I inherited the estate, and now you owe me. You. He stared incredulously at Amadeo and Chloe. How is that possible? Old Art said. Arlen, one hand in his pocket, holding the umbrella over Elena, cut in impatiently. Everett, you wouldn't want a court summons, right? Amadeo and Chloe, once haughty, now quiet as quails. The group immediately shut up, not daring to say another word, hurriedly excusing themselves as soon as the ceremony ended. Let's go. The rain should stop soon. We can put the umbrellas away. Elena patted Arlen, preparing to leave. Arlen, came a hesitant voice behind them, raspy from crying. Can you not take back the house? My son and I will have nowhere to live. Elena turned to see Chloe's haggard face. One calamity after another had aged her beyond recognition. Amadeo, once arrogant, stood nearby looking much humbler, avoiding eye contact. Elena stayed silent, letting Arlen decide. Arlen, one hand in his pocket, lifted his eyelids, revealing deep-set eyes. He exuded an unyielding, intimidating aura. He put away the umbrella, speaking calmly. I remember Amadeo owns property. Chloe's heart skipped a beat, looking at Arlen in disbelief. You investigated us. Arlen. Seeing Arlen's unperturbed face, Chloe's head buzzed. She reached out to grab Arlen but was evaded. She rushed over as if insane and was pulled back by the assistant standing not far away. Seeing the situation turning sour, Amadeo started running towards them from a distance, shouting, Arlen, what did you do to my mom? She screamed hysterically, Arlen, you truly planned it well. Are you not even leaving us a way to live? Arlen remained silent, simply closing the umbrella and preparing to lead Elena down the hill. Arlen, she struggled for a moment, realizing her efforts were futile. Her legs buckled and she sobbed into her hands, please give us the villa. I am also your mother, and June is your brother. Watching Arlen pulling Elena further away, Chloe let out a shrill cry. Her voice, hoarse from weeping, echoed through the cemetery like the mournful cry of a cuckoo bird, startling the crows in the trees to fly away. Elena. Do you think you're an exception? He has schemed against his own father, you'll regret this later. He doesn't deserve to have a family. Elena didn't respond. She felt Arlen's hand, holding hers, stiffen slightly. Maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text while ensuring the translation is natural and coherent with the previous content. The tone and style are kept consistent, ensuring character names are accurately translated using pinyin. Chapter 331, Fate Brings Us Together Again. Arlen had been in low spirits ever since coming down from the mountain, seemingly troubled by what Chloe had just said. Elena found it somewhat amusing. That sentence was directed at Chloe, yet Arlen appeared more affected than she did. She shook Arlen's arm, and if not for the height difference, she would have even ruffled his hair. She's trying to drive a wedge between us, but I know it and won't believe her. No, you don't understand anything, thought Arlen, gazing at Elena's bright smile. If she knew that he had taken over his father's company and started planning this right after graduation, she might be too frightened to smile so beautifully at him again. He was someone who could plot against even his own biological father, and Chloe's words weren't wrong. I just don't understand why he left all his inheritance to you. I thought he'd leave it to Chloe and Amadeo. Elena didn't quite understand, given how long Chloe had been by Theodore's side and how Amadeo often tried to impress him. On the surface, they seemed much closer to him than Arlen did. Arlen shook his head. I don't know either. His will was only revealed to me the night he died. But I guess. He glanced up at the cemetery halfway up the hill. It was probably because Chloe and Amadeo's behavior changed drastically once they learned about the company's downfall and his terminal illness. The lawyer told me he revised the will just a few days ago. That must have happened around the time of the incident, Elena mused silently. Theodore truly lived up to being Chloe's husband. Even as he neared death, he managed to take a final jab at Chloe and her son. It was foolish of them to discuss inheritance before Theodore had even passed away. Not leaving the company to Amadeo or giving enough inheritance to them was clearly a form of punishment for both Chloe and Amadeo. Forget it, no point dwelling on it. These were Theodore's decisions. By the way, are you really going to ask the relatives for the money? Arlen nodded. I'll have the company's legal department handle it. Most of those relatives aren't poor, they just don't want to repay their debts. Once we recover all the money, I'll donate Theodore's inheritance. Arlen narrowed his eyes, his expression indifferent and disdainful. Whether it's compensation for me or his way of lashing out at Chloe and Amadeo, this money means nothing to me. Sounds good. Elena finally couldn't resist tiptoeing and reaching out to touch Arlen's hair, petting him like a dog. We can sponsor underprivileged children in the mountains or build some hope schools. Let's make this money meaningful. All right, Elena flashed Arlen a bright smile. All issues resolved. This matter has nothing to do with us anymore, so cheer up. Don't frown anymore. Elena reached out and pinched Arlen's cheek, forcing a smile onto his face. I haven't filmed recently. Want to go out and play these next couple of days? We can't go too far though. Ignacio is finding me audition opportunities. The ratings for Moonlight Melody were excellent, riding its success. Elena also received several good audition opportunities. Anton felt triumphant, knowing that previously Elena could only audition for fourth or third female leads. Now, following Moonlight Melody, second or first female leads were becoming possibilities. Even small-budget films and TV dramas began showing interest in her. Although the number of scripts increased, Anton became more cautious. They needed to capitalize on this newfound fame and plan Elena's future carefully. Success could propel her further ahead, while failure in her next project could easily fade her into obscurity. Do you know what film I found for you? Dynasty. Directed by Enrico. Though it's a male-dominated script, I think it'll definitely be a hit. Anton excitedly shared this news with Elena, even Jacob noticed his enthusiasm. The role of second lead is unique, something rare. If you do well, you'll certainly stand out. And this is your first film. Director Enrico is one of the most famous and talented middle-aged directors. A successful performance here could open doors in the film industry, bringing you closer to your dream of becoming Best Actress. Jacob caught Elena's eye in the rearview mirror and chuckled. What are you laughing at? Anton looked puzzled, not understanding the exchange between his artist and assistant. Did I say something wrong? No, Jacob smiled uncontrollably, despite the traffic light turning green. Jedediah always gets so excited when talking about work, but seems rather lackluster otherwise. Elena noticed this too. Anton always got incredibly passionate when discussing work, displaying more ambition than both Elena and Jacob combined. This is called dedication. Do you two understand? If Elena slacks off, she'd be overtaken by new talent. He chattered on for a while, then glanced at Elena, only to find her still smiling. Anton, frustrated at her nonchalance, asked, Did you understand what I just said? Elena nodded firmly and gave a salute. Understood, sir. I'll treat this audition seriously and try my best not to fall behind. Good, having ambition is great. Even if you don't get this part, it's not a big deal. Anton reassured her. Many actresses are vying for this role, and we only got the audition opportunity recently. If unsuccessful, consider it a valuable experience. As Elena got out of the car, she spotted a familiar figure and squinted to get a clearer look. Jacob walked over and nudged Elena, whispering, Sis Jen, isn't that Marnie from the show? What's she doing here for an audition? Truly fate brings enemies together. Clearly, Jacob hadn't let go of that past grudge. Hashtag chapter 332, audition. Even Elena had to admire Anton's sharp eye. Director Enrico's film, though predominantly a male power struggle drama, deeply portrayed its female characters with distinct personalities and well-rounded development. These women exuded vibrant charm, far removed from the typical Mary Sue's or damsel-in-distress types seen in popular media. Elena could foresee that competing for these roles would be tough, but she hadn't anticipated Marnie would also audition for this film. The details of the book were somewhat hazy now, so she asked Anton, Andrew, are we interviewing for the lead female role today? Anton shook his head. The lead actress was already decided, it's Everly. She's quite a senior figure in the film industry. So, Marnie was here today to audition for the same role as her? How did her plan to stay away from the leads fail so miserably? After the dating show, Elena thought she wouldn't encounter the lead actress again. Yet, here they were, back on set and vying for the same part. But it was true that Marnie's career had taken a hit. According to the timeline in the story, right after the dating show, Marnie became a hot commodity among movie and TV directors, receiving numerous scripts. Even landing an audition with a renowned director wasn't out of the question. However, when Elena glanced at Marnie, who was accompanied by her assistant into the audition hall like everyone else, she noticed her agent standing at the back, looking visibly impatient. Ever since Ginger left, her company assigned her a new agent. I remember he has a terrible impression of her, often clashing with her over career decisions, remarked Elena. She turned to Anton in disbelief. Andrew, you say you're not gossipy, yet you know all this? Anton waved his hand dismissively, adopting a worldly-wise expression. We're colleagues, news travels fast among peers. I merely hear things here and there, hardly gossip. Come on, Sister Krista, Andrew. I've got my number. Elena couldn't help but hum, waiting in line holding my love's number. Jacob stood there confused. What's up, love's number? This is just an audition number. Elena fell silent. Without Phyllis Roying in this world, she felt strangely out of place. Lately, Marnie's auditions had been arranged by her new agent, but most were mundane TV shows with no real promise. She felt it would waste her time to get involved in such projects, but her agent insisted she give them a try. They ended up arguing over it. Wyatt recommended this film's audition to Marnie. Coincidentally, Everly, the lead actress, was his aunt. Miss Amara, aren't you a bit too opinionated? Refusing to follow company orders and coming here to audition for a minor role doesn't do you any favors, her agent snapped. The agent was livid. After the incident involving Marnie, the upper management was furious. Breach of contract, entanglements with an unknown actor, and even getting embroiled in a scandalous relationship, all of this made Marnie a liability. She became a hot potato that no one wanted to handle. Eventually, the higher-ups shoved her onto an inexperienced agent. Before sending him, the main office emphasized that he must manage everything for Marnie, preventing her from making her own decisions. The company wouldn't mistreat her but wouldn't promote her either. Following an actress unvalued by the company meant no future, especially when she defied orders. Marnie's concentration on the script was broken. Frowning, she said, I'm preparing for the audition. Can you please be quiet? The agent snorted, glancing at the assistant. I'll step out. You go in with her. Oh, and remember, don't get your hopes up. Your credibility took a major hit last time. Many directors wouldn't consider casting you. Unfortunately, the agent was right. Since the scandal broke, many directors and producers heard about her. While tangled relationships weren't uncommon, breaking contracts was severe. No one wanted unstable elements in their projects, especially someone filming elsewhere mid-production. Marnie's grip on the script tightened, her fingers widening from pressure. Stay calm, Miss Menya. If we don't succeed, at least we gained experience, her assistant consoled softly, noting Marnie's distress. Are you cursing me? We haven't even started the audition, and you already think I'll fail. Her pent-up frustration finally found a release. Looking at her assistant, she wondered why the formerly sharp girl now seemed so dense. I will only succeed. Startled by the hateful look in Marnie's eyes, the assistant nodded timidly, afraid to speak further. Marnie's audition came before Elena's. Despite not knowing how she performed, seeing her emerge from the audition room, head held high, made it seem like the role was already hers. Behind her, Jacob whispered, why so smug? The results aren't even out yet. Though Elena didn't reply, she silently agreed. It wasn't long before it was Elena's turn. After her performance, she stood anxiously awaiting the director's verdict. Is your name Elena? The middle-aged man smiled kindly. I've heard of you. You've been very popular online lately, and your performance in TV dramas has been impressive. To be honest, Andoni's recommended you to me, praising your profound understanding of characters. He lifted the script in his hand. Now that you've finished your audition, please share your interpretation of this character. He waved the script. Now, tell us your interpretation of this role. Chapter 332, The Interview. Even Elena had to admit that Anton's discernment was razor-sharp. Director Enrico's film, though primarily a male-dominated political intrigue drama, also featured profound portrayals of its female characters. Each one was distinct and well-developed, not the typical cliched Mary Sues or innocent flowers seen in popular media but rather vibrant and robust embodiments of female charm. Elena could have anticipated the strong competition for these roles, but she hadn't expected Marnie to be vying for a part in this production as well. Having forgotten some of the details from the script, Elena asked Anton, Andrew, are we interviewing for the lead female role today? Anton shook his head. The lead female role has already been cast. It's Zhang Yunyao, a veteran in the industry. So, today, Marnie and herself were both here for the same role? Her plan to steer clear of the lead seemed to be failing. After the dating show, she thought she wouldn't encounter the female lead again so soon. Yet, they ended up meeting in the same production, competing for the same part. However, it was true that the lead actress's career had taken a hit. If following the timeline, after the dating show concluded, Marnie immediately became a sought-after figure in the film and TV world, with numerous scripts piling up at her studio. Even for films by renowned directors like this one, she would still be a contender for the leading role. But now, Elena glanced at Marnie in the distance. She was accompanied by a small assistant into the interview hall, while her agent stood at the back, looking impatient and dissatisfied. After Ginger left, her company assigned her a new agent who reportedly dislikes her. They often clash over career decisions, remarked Elena, turning to Anton. You said you don't gossip, yet you know all this, she asked sarcastically. Anton waved dismissively. We're in the same industry, and news travels fast. I've just heard bits and pieces, hardly gossip. Come on, Sister Krista, Andrew, I've got our number. Elena couldn't help but hum the tune, queuing up holding Love's number card. Jacob froze. What do you mean by Love's number card? This is just an audition number. Elena, this world doesn't have Phyllis Roying. That makes me look so silly. Marnie's recent auditions were arranged by her new agent, but those were ordinary TV dramas that offered no real prospects. Staying in such projects would only waste her time. However, the fool insisted she give them a try, leading to frequent arguments. This film's audition was recommended by Wyatt. The lead actress Zhang Yunyao was his aunt. Miss Amara, aren't you getting a bit too stubborn? Refusing company orders and coming here for a minor supporting role, no wonder you caused such a scandal before. The agent was furious. After Marnie's incident, the company executives were livid. Breaching contracts and entangling with low-profile male stars, even getting involved in romantic affairs, all led to her becoming a liability that no one wanted to handle. The senior agents passed her off to him, a powerless newcomer, emphasizing that he should manage everything for Marnie without letting her make her own decisions. The company wouldn't mistreat her but wouldn't promote her either. Following an unimportant actress who didn't listen was a disaster waiting to happen. Marnie's concentration on the script was interrupted. She frowned. I'm preparing for the audition, can you please be quiet? The agent scoffed, glancing at the assistant. I'll step out. You go in with her. And remember, don't get your hopes up. Since the last incident, your credibility in the entertainment industry has plummeted. Many directors won't consider casting you anymore. The agent spoke the truth. After the incident, many directors and producers knew about her. An up-and-coming starlet embroiled in controversies and breaching contracts was risky for any production. Marnie's grip on the script tightened, her fingers widening from pressure. Sister Menya, relax. It's okay if we don't succeed, it's just more experience for us, the assistant tried to comfort her softly. Do you wish me failure? I haven't even auditioned, and you're already saying I won't succeed, Marnie retorted, finding an outlet for her frustration. I will only succeed, not fail. The assistant, intimidated by Marnie's intense gaze, nodded mutely. Marnie went in before Elena. While Elena didn't know how well Marnie performed, seeing her emerge with a proud demeanor made her seem certain of securing the role. Behind her, Jacob muttered, why is she so arrogant? The results aren't out yet. Elena agreed inwardly but stayed silent. Soon, it was Elena's turn to enter. After performing, she nervously waited for the director's feedback. Elena, right? The middle-aged man smiled kindly. I've heard about you, you've been very popular online lately, and your performances in TV dramas have been impressive. Andoni's recommended you highly, praising your insightful character interpretation. He raised the script in his hand. Now that you've performed, tell us your thoughts on this character. Chapter 333, Change. The engagement ring should arrive in 3 days. Have you thought about the venue for the wedding? Edric leaned against Arlen's desk, chatting while playing with his phone. A few weeks ago, my cousin had his wedding ceremony at a church. The effect was quite good. If you want something similar, I can give you his contact. That church is nice, but it's heavily booked. If you want to have your wedding there, you need to book 3 months in advance. He has more experience and can help arrange this. Originally a normal conversation, but Arlen immediately refused adamantly after hearing it. We don't need a church. Edric, who was engrossed in his phone, raised his head in surprise at Arlen's words. Even Dale, sitting not far away on the sofa, turned to look at him. If you don't need it, then fine. No need to be so nervous, right? Arlen fell silent, avoiding Edric's gaze. He glanced at the various wedding dress styles on the computer screen, and after a long pause, added. I'll look around for a venue for the wedding, no rush. Krista will be off work soon, I'll go pick her up first. As soon as Arlen finished speaking, Dale leaned back on the sofa, loudly saying. Can you stop showing off your love in front of us? If I remember correctly, Elena has an assistant and manager accompanying her. Why are you in such a hurry to pick her up? Yeah, Edric also had grievances. Previously, she was happy to eat and play with us. Now, you're always going out or picking her up from work. Can't you act a bit more manly and not be so love-stricken? Love sickness won't get you anywhere. Look at Finn Baochuan, being too love-stricken only led her to digging wild vegetables. Arlen ignored their comments, shut down his computer, and strode out with long steps. Remember to turn off the lights in my office when you leave. Edric. Dale. So Arlen only listens to what he wants to hear, huh? Such annoying couples never consider the feelings of single men like them. By the time Elena came out, it was nearly evening, and there were still a few people waiting to be interviewed. They could wait for the final results or leave after their interviews. Christigage, shall we have dinner first? Jacob ran over without asking about her interview process but showed her a smile and looked at Elena with her phone. There's a famous northeastern restaurant nearby. Want to try it out? Under the refracted sunset light, Jacob's eyes sparkled, clearly very interested in this northeastern restaurant. Sure. Elena's phone vibrated in her pocket. She apologized and walked aside to take the call. Oh, you're here. Hearing that Arlen was nearby, Elena stretched her neck, searching for him. I'm at the hotel entrance. Why haven't I seen you? Take 2 steps left, yes, stand in that gap, then look right. Elena followed the instructions and saw Arlen standing there, holding his phone. He watched her silently until she came into view, then smiled, radiating youthful charm amidst the noisy environment. Elena felt her heart skip a beat. Even though he's her boyfriend, sometimes she still can't help but think how handsome he is. Maybe this is just part of loving someone. Elena rushed over, looking up at Arlen with a shy smile. Why are you here? Nothing special today, so I came to pick you up. Didn't you say you wanted to eat Hawaiian cuisine? They just had some cancellations today, leaving 2 tables open. Really? A few days ago, Elena saw a highly recommended Hawaiian restaurant on Weibo. Calling to book, she found the reservation was already filled up for half a year, never expecting she'd be eating there so soon. The self-confident Arlen nodded. Let's go, our reservation is almost due. So, Christigage, you're not having dinner with us again? Jacob felt sad. It had been a long time since she last had dinner with Elena, especially since Elena hasn't had much work lately, making their meeting scarce. Less hugs from her beautiful senior sister too. No choice, Elena chuckled sweetly. Arlen is picking me up today. If you want to eat, you can join Andrew. Afterward, I'll reimburse you. That's not the point. Looking at Elena's sweet expression, Anton wished Art Zone would find time to let them catch up. After all these days together, he rarely gets to have dinner with Elena, yet now even that opportunity is taken away. Art Zone picked her up. Anton saw Jacob climbing into the car, head hanging low, and knew exactly what happened. Jacob leaned heavily against the passenger seat. Yeah, Jia Zong finally got a chance to eat with Elena recently, and he snatched her away like this. Art Zong is such a spoilsport. Starting the car, Anton tried to comfort Jacob. Don't worry, we can go to that northeastern restaurant together another time. Jacob nodded glumly. Anton inwardly laughed at Jacob's pout, knowing Art Zong's possessiveness was getting out of hand, taking even her off-duty time as if Elena might run away any minute. Isn't that Arlen? The junior assistant muttered beside her, and Marnie also lifted her head to look. In the bright evening light, Arlen and Elena stood close together. Arlen even reached out to gently brush Elena's disheveled bangs. They chatted and laughed before getting into the same car. Since many celebrities were around, their actions didn't cause much stir. Everyone in the circle understood the need to keep secrets. How wonderful, to have a boyfriend come to pick you up. Exactly, they seem like a perfect match from those dating shows. Who knew my couple would become real? I think Elena will definitely get the role. You didn't know? Andoni's recommended her for this audition. Wow, so envious. Just appearing in one of Andoni's dramas gets you his recommendation. Wish I brushed past and got good reviews in one of his shows too. Listening to their conversation, Marnie's fingers clenched into fists, crumpling her script. These opportunities should belong to her. If she played that role, the leading lady spot would have been hers. She would be the one adored and admired. Why did everything change? In a moment of frustration, a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be? Elena is also reincarnated? Chapter 334, Anxiety over Gain and Loss. The Hwaiyang dishes received Elena's praise, then before they knew it, they had eaten too much. The two of them took a taxi which stopped not far from home, deciding to walk the rest of the way. This small road was a place where Elena and Arlen often strolled. The environment was quiet, with a gentle evening breeze rustling through the leaves on the trees, creating a leisurely atmosphere. As they walked home chatting idly, they noticed an elderly man sitting at the entrance of their residential complex. He appeared to be close to 60, wearing a white martial arts robe, with a long beard, exuding an aura of a sage. Just as Elena and Arlen approached, the old gentleman turned to look at them and said with a smile, "Young lady, would you like a fortune-telling? I consider you to be someone destined for this. Besides, your forehead appears dark, suggesting something bad might happen soon." Before Elena could respond, Arlen reacted even quicker. "No thanks." He started to pull Elena away. Seeing Arlen's somewhat tense demeanor, Elena waved her hand and said, "I'm not getting my fortune told." She couldn't believe that after all these years, the tactics of these fortune-tellers remained the same. They'd start with the darkened third eye, then produce some yellow talisman they drew themselves and try to sell it. These methods of creating anxiety and generating demand were well-worn tricks. Noticing the two intended to leave, the fortune-telling elder immediately became anxious. He stood up and addressed them. "It's better to be safe than sorry, miss. Come sit here and listen. If it's not accurate, I won't charge you a cent nowadays. Doing business is all about integrity. I definitely won't deceive you." Elena found it amusing. She had heard such fortune-tellers say similar vague things years ago. These statements gradually made people believe the fortune-teller spoke the truth, leading to blind faith eventually. Just as Elena thought about telling him not to waste his time on her, she didn't believe in this nonsense. Only in the party, Arlen did something unexpected. He rushed Elena into the compound as if seeing a ghost, tapping on the guard's window when passing by. "There's an old gentleman spreading superstition outside. Please handle it. It looks bad for our area," he instructed the security officer. Elena didn't know Arlen held quite a grudge. Their neighborhood being high-end, inhabited by the rich and powerful, the guard quickly left his booth upon hearing a complaint, rushing to where the man was seated. Elena and Arlen weren't far off and could still hear the old man persistently preaching under the night sky. "Young man, I see darkness in your forehead, indicating misfortune ahead. I have some protective charms, $50 each. Want to try?" "Elena, can't he think of other lines? Just repeating those few sentences feels a bit negligent, doesn't it? No wonder he just started here recently, likely recognized elsewhere and moved." In the quiet environment with only the voice of the fortune teller echoing in the distance, Arlen was unusually silent. Even when Elena teased him, Arlen remained tense, holding her hand tighter. "What's wrong? Do you have a grudge against that fortune teller? Did he swindle you or?" Elena's words cut short when she felt Arlen suddenly turn around, embracing her tightly. He hugged her so hard, it felt like he wanted to keep her from leaving. Her cheek pressed against Arlen's clothes, feeling his warm breath on her neck. Elena's heart pounded, her ears instantly blushing red. "What's wrong with you? Why did he seem so anxious today, as if troubled by something?" Moved by Arlen's anxiety, she gently patted his back. "If there's something bothering you, let's solve it together." Arlen stayed silent, only rubbing his face against her shoulder. After what felt like forever, Arlen muttered, "You promised you wouldn't leave me." Elena chuckled and laughed into his neck. "I didn't say I was leaving. What's gotten into you? Is it a novel or movie?" Closing her eyes, she teased, "I never thought our little Pei has moments like this. Tell me, let big sister solve your worries." Arlen didn't speak, just held her even tighter. The guard, having dealt with the fortune teller and feeling he did a good deed, saw the couple embracing. Caught up in an intimate moment, they seemed inseparable. The guard immediately slowed down, entering his booth furtively. Realizing this, Elena felt embarrassed, patting Arlen's back. "Let go, we should talk inside." "Don't." Seemingly affected deeply by recent events, Arlen refused firmly. "Elena, there are people around, let's go home." Arlen stayed silent, still holding her tightly. Elena caught the gossiping gaze of the guard, whose head was almost out of the booth. "Elena, let's go, it's crowded here." "Arlen, no. Do you want to die?" Arlen instantly let go. Elena received news of her casting approval the next day along with the script. "Arlen, I got the role. Tonight, let's celebrate." Excitedly rushing upstairs, Elena opened the door only to find the room empty. Wasn't he supposed to be home? At the cafe, soft classical piano music filled the air, accompanied by faint scents of coffee and butter. "Sir, may I take your order?" The waiter handed the menu to the man opposite, a woman who looked oddly like that popular online mistress, Marnie. "A glass of water." "Sure." Once the waiter left, Arlen asked, "What do you want?" Marnie chuckled softly, "I came here to tell you something important." Arlen, impatient, frowned just as Marnie spoke. "I think your girlfriend isn't really your girlfriend." Chapter 335, Signature Dish. Recently, Arlen has been acting a bit strange. Opposite her, Delilah immediately sat up excitedly from the makeup chair, startling the makeup artist behind her. Delilah also sensed that she had made quite a commotion. She waved her hand right away to indicate it was nothing serious. Then she excitedly messaged Elena, "What's wrong? Did he do something bad? If he really dares to do anything that betrays you, I'll expose his wrongdoing at his company." "Elena. Are you sure you're not seeking revenge under the guise of official duty?" Although unreliable, Elena still seriously explained the details of her confusion to her. "Not really, but he has been clinging to me lately. It's one thing for him to follow me around all day at home, but now he even calls me at work to check up on me and has taken responsibility for my commute. And recently, he keeps looking at me for no reason. When I ask what's wrong, he says nothing." "Delilah. Is this how you display your love now? Can you think of your poor friend?" Delilah gritted her teeth but still typed merrily for Elena. "What else could it be? He definitely likes you so much that he wants to follow you every day and be your little doggy. Is that okay?" "Elena, no, it can't mean that. I feel there must be some other issue. Teacher Lee, you can enter the photography studio now. The photographer is ready." "Okay." Delilah responded and quickly sent another message to Elena. "I don't think it's a big deal. Don't worry. I have work now. Let's talk about it later if anything happens." Elena really wanted to convince herself that nothing was amiss, but Arlen's recent behavior had indeed been peculiar. However, Dale and Edric kept saying it wasn't a big deal, so she probably overthought it. Delilah was shooting a magazine cover today and returned to the dressing room at noon to remove her makeup and rest. She overheard staff discussing clothes while organizing them. "This season's wedding dresses are pretty nice. The fabric and design seem much better than last season. Yeah, when will I save enough money to buy a dress from this brand?" "You should." Delilah paused while removing her makeup. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Could Arlen be proposing to Elena? Does the boss have some kind of proposal anxiety syndrome? He seems off these past couple of days. There were too many issues with this statement for Dale to know where to start. What proposal anxiety syndrome? You made that up. Can you read a book? Don't be illiterate all the time. Edric didn't feel like arguing with Dale on the phone today. He asked seriously. Do you think the boss has looked lackluster lately? This is true. Has he had a falling out with Elena? It shouldn't be that, Edric rubbed his chin and deduced carefully. If they were having problems, why would he keep picking her up from work every day? Doesn't that sound strange? So what is it? Dale also became serious. He put down his pen and started thinking when Arlen's unusual behavior began. The two couldn't figure it out despite pondering deeply. Finally, Edric coughed and whispered into the phone. It can't be that they cough. Their nighttime activities have been excessive, messing up Arlen's sleep and resulting in a deficiency. Bullshit. Dale wanted to refute it as soon as he heard it, but Edric seemed more awkward than he did. These two are clearly in the honeymoon phase, yet the boss looks constantly sleepy and lackluster. Isn't it because of those activities being too frequent? Dale. He remained silent for a moment before speaking even more quietly. Should we give the boss something nourishing? I think it might work. When Arlen was urgently called to the private room, the two faced him with identical ingratiating and lecherous smiles. Boss, it's been a long time since we ate together. Let's have dinner today. Exactly, we reserved a table a long time ago. Arlen frowned as he sat down, but he didn't get a chance to speak before they rushed ahead. This is lunch. We'll finish and go back, absolutely not affecting your evening plans to pick up sister-in-law. It wasn't that, but what was with those smiles on their faces? Just as Arlen was about to ask if they had done something wrong, a waiter came in to ask if they needed dishes served. Arlen raised an eyebrow and looked at the spread before him. This was enough to make someone bleed from the nose. What was going on with these two? He put down his chopsticks with a crisp clink against the bowl. You two, give me an explanation. Dale was initially trying to brush it off as putting on weight for winter, but under Arlen's quiet gaze, he couldn't bring himself to utter a mocking word. Arlen asked, why did I never know you two had a habit of eating soft-shell turtle, bull penis, leeks, and oysters? Edric, they're just signature dishes. Arlen didn't respond but stared at him silently. Desperate to survive, Edric insisted, boss, there's really nothing going on. Arlen tasted the stir-fried kidneys closest to him. He didn't say anything about their excuses, only opening his mouth to speak calmly. Feeling so energetic? How about overtime this week? Dale and Edric? Arlen placed his chopsticks down again and wiped his mouth. You two enduring hardship can help me get sister-in-law a Land Rover this month. Amidst the cries of Edric and Dale, the dishes on the table were changed. What remained, Arlen instructed them to pack up for their overtime meals. Eating such hearty dishes while feeling emotionally cold during overtime would surely warm them up. The two sullenly waited for the waiter to pack their food, then heard Arlen, who was playing on his phone, say, do you know any famous masters or temples? There are, but boss, I remember you don't believe in that. Edric remembered that Arlen used to be a staunch proletarian fighter. Can you give me the address or contact information? Elena and Arlen had planned to watch a movie at a newly opened cinema that evening. As Elena scanned the diverse movie titles on the screen, she asked Arlen what he wanted to see. Arlen, anything. How about White Snake? I remember this animated film received good reviews. It's supporting domestic animation. Not that one. Elena thought he didn't want to watch an animated film. Ghost Love is being re-released, so that's an option. Not that one either. Neither this nor that, which one do you want to watch? Elena paused, frustrated. She had decided to leave it up to Arlen, yet he ended up having the most opinions. Arlen hesitated, then pointed to the top promotional poster with explosive scenes. How about this one? Elena. Watching Blade Warrior with a girlfriend, typical. Note, the chapter captures a mix of humor and lighthearted drama, portraying the characters' interactions and misunderstandings in a way that feels natural and consistent with previous content. Chapter 336, Endless Love. Elena had no particular thoughts about watching movies. After leaving the cinema, she could only think of one thing. The speakers on either side were so loud that the continuous artillery sounds almost made her ears ring. Exiting the cinema, a stifling hot air enveloped her, while the branches along the road swayed in the heavy wind, foretelling an impending storm. Even when Elena got home, she still rubbed her ears uncomfortably. She put down her belongings and entered the kitchen to get some water, unaware that Arlen was standing behind her with an expression filled with unspoken words. When she came out holding the water, she saw Arlen looking at her intently, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on her. He turned his head away the moment she looked up, trying to hide his earlier gaze. Hey, did this guy do something to make him act like this? Otherwise, why has he been acting strangely these past few days? Elena put her cup aside, planning to ask Arlen what was wrong. But she noticed Arlen standing there, his hand fumbling in his pocket, hesitating as if he was building suspense. Even Elena began to feel anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of both of them, Arlen finally pulled out a simply wrapped, protective amulet from his pocket. Instead of handing it to Elena immediately, he first walked a bit further away to ensure it didn't have any effect on her before asking, do you feel uncomfortable at all? Elena responded with a question mark. Arlen observed Elena's expression and gently asked, like headaches or fever? Elena now responded with 2 question marks. No, does this amulet have special effects? It just looked like a regular protective amulet. Arlen seemed relieved, taking a couple of steps towards Elena. When he placed the amulet in her palm, his worried expression eased a little. The amulet was simple, just wrapped in a piece of yellow cloth. Elena touched it through the cloth. It felt like a piece of paper inside. Is this, Elena lifted it to show Arlen, her eyes curved into a smile, a gift for me? Arlen remained silent, merely looking at Elena before slowly nodding. Elena held the amulet close to her face again, unable to see anything special but happy that it was from Arlen. However, she decided to give Arlen a reminder, secretly enjoying herself without letting him know how easy she was to please. Taking your girlfriend to watch a war movie and then giving her an ugly protective amulet, Arlen, you're lucky I'm beautiful and kind-hearted. Anyone else would be angry. Before she finished speaking, the room was illuminated by lightning followed by thunderous sounds outside, shaking the house slightly. Elena paused, clutching the amulet tightly. She turned to look out the kitchen window but only saw a dark sky. Arlen suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Elena's face pressed against his chest, breathing in the faint scent of mint body wash from Arlen. Her ears gradually turned red. Thinking he might have been startled by the thunder, she reached out to touch his back, whispering softly, "It's okay, just a thunderstorm." Arlen said nothing, still holding her. After a long pause, she heard him say, "Only you, not anyone else." Of course, Elena sniffed, her tone revealing hidden joy. "No one else would want you, you dog." Arlen nodded firmly, holding Elena tighter, as if it were really just the two of them left. Oh no, did she overdo it with the joke? This isn't good, she was just playing around. The thunder outside grew louder. Elena raised her head from Arlen's chest and smiled, reaching up to touch his handsome face. The man in front of her was tall with a sharp nose, thin lips, and narrow eyes slightly tilted upwards, looks that usually kept people at a respectful distance. But now, Elena found him endearing. Her hands slid down from his eyes. "No, Pei, you are a great person, capable and kind. You're sincere and devoted in love. You deserve many people's love. So, it's their loss that your parents and brother don't love you. Please don't devalue yourself." Arlen's breath caught, his arms trembling slightly. "No, I have nothing, Krista. Stay with me forever." Elena was more confused. "I've always been here. Don't leave, stay with me forever." Did someone tell Arlen something? Elena frowned, wanting to pat him comfortingly but noticing the protective amulet on her hand instead. Everything clicked. Why Arlen was so sensitive about fortune-telling and protective amulets. Her breathing quickened, her body feeling cold. This amulet felt like a hot potato in her hands. In Arlen's embrace, she felt his heartbeat accelerate unnaturally, his breathing becoming tense. Arlen's body gradually stiffened. Has Arlen already guessed her true identity? Elena swallowed nervously. Could he be talking about something else? This was too serious. Elena dared not jump to conclusions. She took a deep breath and quietly said, "We haven't collected the clothes. Let me go to the balcony." Arlen was silent, tightening his grip on her arm slightly before lowering his voice, pleading, "Elena, I'm rich, you don't need to repay me. My only request is to stay by my side." As he spoke, Elena felt tears welling up in her eyes. She lowered her head, wanting to bury herself in Arlen's embrace. Outside, the thunder grew closer, a bolt of white lightning illuminating the sky like daytime, raindrops falling densely against the glass, accompanied by the strong winds outside. Elena thought this passionate atmosphere was perfect for drama as she buried herself deeper into Arlen's embrace. "When did you find out?" Arlen lowered his head, his chin gently resting on Elena's scalp, eyelashes covering his expression. "I just looked at some of your old things. The person in those records was different from you." Elena didn't respond, considering whether to tell Arlen about her situation. Her time-traveling story was too bizarre. She hadn't planned to tell anyone, but Arlen was so anxious, as if she would disappear at any moment. But was Arlen thinking what she thought he was thinking? Elena swallowed nervously, carefully probing, "You don't think I'm a fairy or demon, right?" After all, from his words, it sounded like one of those cliched stories about a demon repaying kindness. Arlen's body stiffened. "Elena, question mark. Arlen. Elena? Please answer my question. Arlen." He turned his face away but was brought back by Elena's hand. "Elena? What do you think I am?" Arlen cleared his throat, hesitantly saying, "A wandering spirit, reincarnated?" "Elena?" So, in Arlen's mind, she was a ghost? No wonder he was so nervous. He was probably comparing her to the main character in Endless Love. While others are described as fairies or demons, lovely and mysterious, how did she end up being a ghost? At this moment, Elena wanted to strangle Arlen, making him witness what a crazy female ghost looks like. Hashtag chapter 337, untying the knot. The thunder outside the window grew louder, lightning flashes coming one after another, like the roaring of ghosts and gods, warning Elena not to say anything she shouldn't. Elena felt Arlen's grip on her tighten even more. He didn't speak but wrapped his arms around her so tightly that it was almost unbearable. Elena wasn't sure what to say. She showed him the amulet in her hand. So this is an amulet to ward off evil spirits? But something didn't seem right. If it really was an amulet to ward off evil spirits, why would Arlen give it to her? Not exactly, it's meant to stabilize the soul. Arlen buried his face in the hollow of Elena's neck, his expression hidden from her view. I consulted a master. Arlen paused. He gave me this yellow cloth on the outside, but before I returned, I replaced its contents with a piece of blank paper. Not far away, the bookshelf marked Arlen's new territory. Elena listened to his nervous heartbeat while held in his embrace, seeing shadows cast by the antique chandelier above neatly dividing the space. But I was afraid it might not be as I imagined, that this amulet might cause you trouble, even pain, so I swapped it for a sheet of paper. The room was silent, only the thunder outside breaking the stillness. Elena felt her heart pounding loudly in her ears, distant unknown sounds stirring feelings of excitement and sorrow within her. She clung tightly to Arlen, feeling his warmth, opening her mouth but then closing it again. She wanted to ask, what if I were really a ghost? Yet at the same time, she wanted to laugh at Arlen for making assumptions without asking her anything. Despite knowing nothing, he had thought of everything. Finally, Elena lowered her gaze slightly, burying her face in Arlen's chest to hide the moisture in her eyes. Then why did you still give me this amulet in the end? Arlen closed his eyes, holding Elena even tighter, as if trying to merge her into his very being. Because when we were at the zoo, you really seemed to want it. Though his words were light, Elena felt a pang in her heart. It had been just a casual mention, yet Arlen had remembered it all along. She couldn't fathom how long Arlen had agonized over this, guessing her identity while maintaining a calm facade as if he knew nothing about it. Elena hated such emotional atmospheres. Forcing a smile, she tried to comfort Arlen. Now let me tell you, your guesses were entirely wrong. Arlen stared at her intensely, his pitch-black pupils revealing no emotion. Suddenly, he pressed his hand over her lips, lowering his lashes, leaving Elena unable to see his expression but hearing his tone bordering on pleading. It's okay if you don't tell me anything, I don't have much curiosity. He gently tucked her hair behind her ear, his movements cautious, afraid of disturbing her. Krista, as long as you stay by my side, I can remain oblivious to everything. In those stories, whether it be demons, immortals, or ghosts, the confession always came at the moment of parting. The confession often signaled the end of their bond, usually ending with the male protagonist filled with regret. If it were him, Arlen had thought about this scenario countless times. He'd rather know nothing as long as Elena stayed with him. It didn't matter who or what she was, he was willing to be foolish forever. Arlen, you. Elena sighed. She didn't understand why he was so foolish in this matter. What if she really was someone out to harm him? Arlen blinked, turning his face away as if avoiding something, awkwardly changing the subject. It's time to sleep, I have things to do tomorrow morning. Arlen. Seeing Arlen avoid reality like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, Elena found it amusing yet exasperating. Don't you really want to ask anything? Arlen quickly glanced at Elena, then turned away as if nothing happened. No. In the next instant, Arlen felt soft, sweet pressure on his lips. His eyes widened in surprise, his long, curled lashes trembling, making him look like a little girl forced into something. Elena laughed softly, reaching up to cover Arlen's eyes. Close your eyes. As she spoke, she herself closed her eyes first, feeling Arlen's gentle kiss, as if confirming her existence. Outside, fierce winds roared, and rain pounded against the glass like an unstoppable flood. The thunder grew louder and more relentless. Arlen drank in Elena's warmth and sweetness, momentarily suspecting he was still dreaming. The tender touch on his lips was so delicate, it seemed he could swallow it whole. He felt Elena's lips part slightly, inviting him cautiously inside. Tension surged through Arlen as he tightened his embrace around her supple body. Her small tongue touched him tentatively, exploring before slipping into his mouth. Arlen instinctively held her closer. Arlen. Elena whispered his name softly, opening her eyes to see fiery passion burning in Arlen's dark pupils. I'm here. Arlen gently kissed her, clutching the back of her head, forcing her to tilt her face upward. Her breath quickened, her hands gripping his shirt, consciousness growing hazy. In the quiet night, Arlen's voice echoed low and husky amidst their passionate kisses, covered by the intensity of their embrace. Krista, I'm here. Elena lay on Arlen's chest, feeling his hands slowly moving through her long hair. She steadied her breathing, listening to his heartbeat. He suppressed all his emotions, never mentioning the incident again as if nothing had happened. But Elena felt a heavy, complicated emotion filling her heart. Pulling at Arlen's shirt, she drew his attention back. Arlen, seeing his wary expression, she found it amusing that he feared this. Don't run away, listen to me. Arlen turned to leave, but Elena immediately grabbed his hand and spoke loudly, I'll be with you. Thunder crashed, as if the world was shaking. Lightning illuminated the entire room in an instant. Arlen froze, hearing Elena's voice behind him. So, don't be afraid. The translation maintains the paragraph structure, style, and tone of the original text, ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition. Chapter 338, Elena Reborn? In the morning, Elena pulled back the curtains. The lightning and thunder from last night seemed like a dream, leaving not even a trace of dampness on the ground. So, it couldn't be like in novels where things happen to warn her, could it? Elena blinked, dismissing this thought. In the fresh, natural air, she stretched luxuriously. The sunlight cast delicate shadows on the floor. Arlen had ended up in her bed again last night. Now he lay wrapped in the quilt on Elena's large bed, sleeping soundly. Bright, soft sunlight filtered through the curtains and across the sheets, casting a golden edge along his eyelashes. Elena lowered her head to admire the handsome man's sleeping face, sighing that Arlen had indeed been too worried recently. Even dark circles were starting to show. She nudged him awake. It's time to get up for breakfast. Do you want wonton noodles for breakfast? Elena stood in the kitchen, watching the pot of water, ready to drop in the wontons and noodles. Arlen strolled over lazily but didn't move away. Instead, he half-embraced Elena after a moment. Elena patted Arlen's hand. Go wait in the dining room. The food will be ready soon. Arlen rested his chin on her shoulder, mumbling an affirmative but not moving. Not knowing what he meant, Elena turned her head slightly, looking at him questioningly. Then Arlen kissed her cheek twice. Realizing belatedly, Elena blinked, guessing Arlen wanted a good morning kiss. Unsure if her guess was right, she still turned her head to give him a light peck on the cheek. Arlen's brows unfurrowed, his eyes curving into a happy arc. He let go of Elena's waist and began searching for the utensils she would need in the kitchen. Watching Arlen, who acted like a suddenly activated robot, Elena found him adorable, like a little puppy satisfied before doing anything else. Breakfast was quickly prepared, and they moved everything to the dining table. Just as they were about to eat, Elena felt her phone vibrate. It was Jacob calling. She remembered she had no work scheduled today. Indicating Arlen to start eating, she walked to the living room to take the call. Qian, check today's news. Marnie and President Art somehow made the headlines. I don't know which journalist did it, but now there's a lot of buzz online, all discussing them. Elena froze. As she listened, she opened Weibo and saw the trending topic, #Marnie and Arlen's private meeting #at number 1. Below, netizens were shocked, with some fans of Elena and Arlen clarifying it might just be a work-related arrangement. Fans who were already dissatisfied with Elena took this opportunity to attack her, questioning why no news had come out about Arlen and Elena post-variety show. In the comments under those photos of their coffee shop meetup, different factions argued fiercely. Qian, Jacob's voice brought her back, carefully saying, Jedediah will handle this immediately, don't worry. I don't think President Art is the type to do such things. You can ask him, if there's something, just talk it out. Elena nodded, her tone calm. I understand. It's okay, don't worry about me. Hanging up, she walked back to the dining room, wondering why Arlen hadn't told her about his meeting with Marnie. Arlen should have known about her past conflicts with Marnie. And why did they need to meet? They barely knew each other. Elena paused at the entrance, silently observing Arlen. She watched as Arlen openly fished a piece of roasted pork from her bowl. Elena. Maybe she was overthinking things. Arlen wouldn't betray her. Nonchalantly sitting down, she pretended not to notice the missing pork. She tasted a wonton, asking casually, did you do something wrong to me? Arlen paused mid-chew, unsure whether to admit stealing her pork. This noodle is quite tasty. Elena. Such a blatant topic change. You don't know, Elena teased, it's trending on Weibo. Arlen tasted the perfectly cooked fried egg, wishing Elena had fried more for him. Seeing Arlen remain silent, Elena grew impatient. Aren't you curious? Arlen dipped his fried egg into the soup, testing if it would taste better with chicken broth. Elena, hey. Are you listening to me? Regretting her words, she feared he'd reply, first, I'm not, hey, I'm. Arlen raised his head, slowly swallowing the last bite, then looked at her calmly. I want another fried egg. Elena instantly dragged the plate of eggs toward herself, warning him seriously. You met Marnie a few days ago? Arlen paused, nodding. She invited me, saying she had something about you to discuss. Now it was Elena's turn to freeze. She put down her chopsticks hesitantly. What did she say? Arlen glanced at the distant egg plate, speaking calmly. She said you're nothing like your former self, almost like you gained prescient abilities. She thinks you. Arlen frowned, seemingly struggling to find the right word. Elena felt her heart leap into her throat, dry-mouthed and tense. What? Arlen, she said you probably relived once. Elena. So, the heroine also thinks she has been reborn? No wonder Arlen thought she was a lingering spirit with unfinished business. Elena couldn't describe her feelings, lying back in her chair. Another question surfaced. If she believes this, why come to you? Was it to scare him and then exact revenge on her? Arlen shook his head, I don't know. After a few sentences, I left because I didn't believe her. Elena. True to form, escaping confrontation in such a manner. Chapter 339, Arlen's home. So, did you believe her words? Arlen took a sip of his noodles and watched Elena, who looked somewhat anxious, before speaking slowly. She has a grudge against you. Meaning that because she had a grudge against her, how could he possibly believe her? If it weren't for Marnie telling him that what she wanted to say was related to Elena, he probably wouldn't have gone at all. Seeing the concerned look on Elena's face, Arlen paused while eating his noodles and asked her, is this matter very important? Should we warn her not to spread rumors? Elena was rather indifferent about the whole thing. What Marnie said about rebirth was too absurd for anyone to believe. She figured people might even lock her up in a mental hospital. Elena thought Marnie just wanted to scare Arlen and perhaps hoped for them to break up. Now, with the obvious outcome, it was clear that Arlen was quite intelligent. Elena laughed slightly. How would you warn her? Forget it, no one will believe her anyway. And don't do anything illegal, she added, knowing that even though Arlen didn't seem like the type, it was still important to remind him about overstepping legal boundaries. Elena certainly didn't want to become a widow at a young age. Arlen gave her a sideways glance and replied slowly, I was just joking. I know what needs to be done and what doesn't. Elena stared, speechless. Your tone is so authoritative, how can I not be scared? Alright, since this issue has been cleared up, let's move on. Elena stood up, looking at Arlen who was seated there. Ultimately, she gave him an ambiguous answer. I'm not a ghost or a fairy, just a real person. Just remember that. You can think of me as an angel, specifically sent down to save you. Arlen nodded obediently, sitting there like a dog attentively watching her. Elena smiled and bent down to place a gentle kiss on Arlen's forehead. Before Arlen could react, she walked out briskly. Soon after, the sound of Elena calling Jacob came from the living room. Arlen reached up with slender fingers and touched his forehead, where the warmth from Elena's kiss lingered. An angel? Arlen touched his flushed ears and sighed, pulling out his phone to call Edric. Hello, who is it? Ruining my sleep so early in the morning. Edric's irritable voice came through the receiver. Arlen waited before speaking, and his slow tone made Edric hold back his curses. Did you handle everything with Marnie? Edric ruffled his messy hair and became more alert. I spoke to old Zhao at their company a few days ago and asked him to give Marnie a bit of a lesson. Her resources may be affected recently. He sat up against the headboard, speaking lazily with the arrogance of an aristocratic scion. What? Has Marnie annoyed Auntie again? I told you last time to teach her a lesson, but you didn't listen. Edric sighed. She thinks associating with a few people gives her power in this entertainment industry? When she reaches Daniel's level, maybe she'll know better. Now she's just green. Arlen lowered his eyes. Keep her busy recently, I don't want to see her around the entertainment scene. Only if she was busy would she stop thinking about Elena. Though what Elena mentioned sounded absurd, what if someone believed her? Despite having no evidence, Arlen wouldn't allow others to learn about it. I understand. I'll call old Zhao again today. He owes me a favor, so he'll do this for me. And, Arlen lowered his voice even more, though knowing Elena couldn't hear from the living room, don't let Elena find out. Don't worry, Edric's tone turned casual, by the way, isn't the ring coming back today? Have you planned the proposal yet? When Elena returned with her phone, she saw Arlen standing by the kitchen window, talking on the phone. The warm sunlight shone on his handsome face, casting shadows that obscured his expression. Though he was dressed simply, Elena felt a mysterious charm emanating from him. Shaking her head, she smiled at herself for overthinking and noticed Arlen turning to her, his usually sharp eyes softening. You. They spoke simultaneously. Elena blushed and waved, you first. I'm going back to the Art family house to tidy up a few things. Would you like to come along? Sure, I have nothing much to do today. Arlen looked at her inquisitively, as if wondering what she had been about to say. Avoiding his gaze, Elena began clearing the table, muttering under her breath, nothing, I suddenly forgot. She wouldn't tell him she thought he looked incredibly handsome. The Art family home was large, with white walls and red tiles, and various flowers blooming outside the entrance, exuding grandeur. Walking in with Arlen, Elena remarked, no wonder Chloe didn't want to move. This house must cost a fortune. Selling this villa alone would allow them to live a luxurious life. Maybe, Arlen led her past the modern classical villa towards the back. After walking for a while, they arrived at a two-story villa. The exterior was worn, with peeling paint, far less opulent than the front villa. However, some flowers were planted in front of the yard, now disheveled, hinting at once meticulous care. Elena looked at Arlen in confusion. Arlen pulled out a key and guided her inside, saying, this is where I grew up. What about the front one? The front one is where they moved later when they got rich. Elena expected dust or decayed smell but found the room spotlessly clean, everything neatly arranged. Even appliances like the refrigerator and air conditioner had been replaced. It's not what I imagined. Elena had thought it would be a neglected ruin. Arlen glanced at her, his expression mocking, he occasionally stays here, so it's always cleaned. He only comes to falsely mourn his dead wife, Arlen added bitterly. Chapter 340, Female Attire. I lived here when I was in middle and high school. Arlen looked around, a nostalgic expression on her face. They stayed in the front, but I felt more at ease staying at the back. As Arlen said this, she opened the living room window. Warm and gentle sunlight streamed in along with the soft autumn breeze. Not far away, rose branches swayed gently in the wind, casting uneven shadows on the wall. The long silent house seemed to come alive, filled with various sounds. Arlen, now seemingly more interested, took Elena on a tour from the downstairs to the upstairs. This is the study, this is the utility room, this is my room, Arlen introduced each space. Elena, who had been indifferent until now, suddenly became intrigued and tentatively touched the doorknob. Can I go inside? Without saying a word, Arlen gently held Elena's hand and opened the door. The room wasn't large, it contained just a few cabinets, a desk, and a bed. Everything was neatly packed away, giving the room a faint musty smell. Arlen walked over to the window and opened it, turning back to see Elena enthusiastically peering through the glass at her cabinets. The cabinets were filled with various boxes. After getting Arlen's approval, Elena opened them one by one. The first few boxes were all books, well preserved despite the years, their pages only slightly yellowed. Elena sat cross-legged on the floor, flipping through the boxes, trying to piece together Arlen's past life from the contents within. Arlen's collection of books was diverse, ranging from essays to scientific works. The next box contained certificates and trophies for chemistry, physics, and mathematics competitions, all neatly arranged, showcasing Arlen's past glory and youthful exuberance. Elena nudged Arlen, who was sitting behind her. Didn't you used to be some kind of academic god? Arlen glanced down at the items, a hint of pride in his voice. These weren't that difficult, really, he said as if boasting to someone he liked. Elena sighed inwardly. This man sure loved to bask in the limelight. The next box held toys, clearly aged, mostly children's playthings. As Elena examined a model airplane, she suddenly understood why there were no toys for older children. After Chloe married Theodore, no one likely bought him toys anymore. Elena squeezed a little yellow duck she found, its old quack echoing. I didn't expect you to have kept your childhood toys so well. Arlen also pulled out a rubber duck and tapped it against Elena's. What did you play with as a child? Elena stared at the faded duck, lost in thought. I was an orphan. My toys were donated by kind-hearted people, mostly things other kids didn't want. Because there were so few, we treasured every one. Of course, I never had any personal toys. Later, when I was in college, I worked part-time while studying. If I had extra money, I would send it back to the orphanage. Elena smiled brightly, remembering something. Even without toys myself, I bought many toys and clothes for the children in the orphanage. Do you think I'm pretty amazing? She sighed, realizing her present predicament might make it seem like she had stopped donating in the eyes of the orphanage staff. She wondered if her counterpart in the other world was dead or possessed by someone else. But this concern was not urgent now. Just then, Elena heard the quacking sound again. Arlen squatted beside her, touching her rubber duck with his own, his gaze serious. You're very impressive. Arlen leaned closer, as if to give her a hug. Krista is an angel. Elena felt embarrassed, though she had joked about being an angel, hearing it made her blush. She cleared her throat to change the subject. Let's see what's in the next box. Arlen looked thoughtful. So you were lying when you said you were an angel? Can you not be so perceptive right now? Elena laughed. Sometimes silence is a virtue, Arlen. Like when you say you've gained weight? Arlen grinned. After receiving a light tap, Arlen settled back into his seat. They went through several boxes until Elena found 2 photo albums in the last one. She glanced at Arlen, then opened the album. Arlen eagerly leaned over. The album contained photos of Arlen from birth to school days. His chubby face gradually turned into a slender, handsome one. In one picture, he stood proudly with a trophy under the national flag, looking every bit the exemplary student. Elena traced her fingers over young Arlen, sighing. You were so handsome. You could have easily been a novel's male protagonist. Sadly, adult Arlen became more like a background character in a story. Elena studied his junior high graduation photo. Even in a crowd, he stood out, wearing blue and white sports attire with an aloof demeanor that repelled others. From Elena's perspective, he was the type who could bewitch any girl in school. She flipped through the album, asking Arlen, didn't you have many girls chasing after you in school? No, Arlen answered quickly. Really? There were so many pretty girls, and none of them had a crush on you? Arlen shook his head and asked earnestly, weren't you ever chased either? Elena flipped through the album. Back then, I had no time for romance. But you mentioned that senior boy at your school was very handsome, Arlen pointed out. Haha, just admiring him, you know, everyone appreciates beauty, Elena laughed, her voice fading toward the end. Don't give me that look like I betrayed you. I didn't even know you then. Really? Arlen smirked. I never found my seniors very attractive. Arlen. Elena glared. If you keep talking like that, I'll strangle you. Arlen chuckled, women. Don't answer me like you're some domineering CEO. Do you have any pictures of your mother? Elena hadn't seen any photos of Arlen's mother and was curious about what kind of stunning woman could produce someone like him. Yes, they should be further in the album. Arlen replied, flipping through the pages. He paused briefly at one page before quickly turning past it. Hold on, Elena stopped him, go back a page. Arlen turned the page back. Elena laughed at his attempt to hide it. Am I a fool? You obviously skipped 2 pages. Go back. Upon seeing the photos, Elena's eyes lit up. She carefully picked up the album. Arlen, I didn't expect you to wear dresses as a child. White lace dresses, red puffy skirts, and blue sequin dresses, coupled with delicate makeup, made him look indistinguishable from a little girl. Arlen sighed, those were from when I was very young. My mom took those photos. This translation retains the original tone and style while ensuring natural English phrasing. It maintains paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Elena, ha 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 ha, I don't mean anything by it, I just find it really cute. Her future mother-in-law was truly something else, managing to leave such an adorable piece of embarrassing history for Arlen. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural English phrasing while keeping the paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. ##### Chapter 341, Dedication to One's Career. In the photograph, little Arlen looked as beautiful and adorable as jade snow, with the chubby cheeks characteristic of a child, enhanced by eyeshadow and lipstick. At first glance, one might easily mistake her for a pretty little girl. Elena couldn't help but touch the photo lovingly again and again, comparing it with Arlen. She whispered softly, if it were up to me, I would want a little girl just as cute. Mentioning this matter, Arlen's reaction was unexpectedly calm. He lowered his head to look at the photos in the album and spoke in a composed tone, no children. Elena asked, why not? She had never thought Arlen was an advocate of remaining child-free before. In fact, Elena quite fancied having a daughter like Arlen, fair-skinned, big and round eyes, and soft like a little cake. Though it was premature to discuss such matters now, seeing these photos intensified her desire to have a daughter even more. Arlen merely lowered his gaze and replied calmly, I don't want a child, please don't leave. Do children have anything to do with whether I stay or not? Elena found this amusing. I'm not that kind of bad mother who would abandon you with the child. How did she appear so careless and heartless in Arlen's mind? After a moment of silence, Arlen explained slowly, in stories, mothers always leave after giving birth. I don't want you to leave, so I don't want a child. Elena was speechless. Indeed, Chinese mythology often depicted this, but wasn't Arlen overreacting? She didn't even know how to return to her world, how could she leave so easily? It's fine, Elena patted Arlen's shoulder and winked at him, don't forget, I'm an angel from the Western mythological system. No celestial soldiers or monks will come to take me away. We need to believe in our country and the party. Arlen remained silent for a while, then said, the Western mythological system doesn't have the party. Elena sighed inwardly. This guy is truly unmovable. Fine, she wouldn't argue further. If he didn't want children, that was his decision. After all, they weren't even married yet. They could discuss this later when the time came. Marnie noticed that her interview opportunities were visibly diminishing. While she used to receive several interview chances a week despite being affected somewhat, now 2 weeks had passed without a single notification for follow-up work in the company's group chat. Marnie's initial resolve to resist the company wavered. She took the initiative to contact her agent within the group chat, cautiously asking if there were any suitable interviews lately. No, I'll notify you if there are any suitable opportunities. Just wait patiently. Her agent immediately blocked the group chat without offering any explanation. Marnie's employment prospects and the nature of her jobs now entirely depended on the senior management of the company. Thinking about this, the agent sneered to himself. He originally thought Marnie only had conflicts with Elena from Ushvin Entertainment, but she managed to offend the higher-ups as well. Now, his career was tainted because of her. Marnie stared at the silent group chat, feeling an inexplicable fear rising in her chest. Her calls to the agent kept getting busy signals. She bit her lip and dialed the assistant's number, hoping to gather some information through them. She needed to clarify the company's stance towards her. Was the agent acting under orders or simply expressing personal dissatisfaction? If it was the latter, she still had a chance to turn things around. However, the assistant's responses were vague and uninformative, leaving Marnie increasingly agitated. Don't you have connections within the company? You can't even provide basic information. You're useless. Forget it, I'll find someone else. With that, Marnie hung up furiously. Is she still this way? The woman opposite laughed lightly as her spoon clinked against the coffee cup. In the entertainment industry, this attitude will lead to her own demise. The assistant nodded timidly. Ever since Ms. Marnie fell out with teacher Daniel, she has been like this. Not just Daniel, she probably resents Elena too. Elena has outshone her in terms of both popularity and reputation. The assistant remained silent, as she was officially still employed by Marnie and it wasn't right to speak ill of her boss. Ginger shrugged, she's too eager for success. She used to be such a diligent girl, but after filming 2 TV dramas and becoming famous for 2 roles, she thinks she can step on everyone. Why does she believe every drama she acts in will be successful? Where does this confidence come from? Good scripts won't fall into her hands with her level of experience. Never mind, Ginger rubbed her temples and smiled kindly, let's stop discussing this. When do you plan to join my company? I remember you have a broker's certificate. With Marnie, you'll always be a small assistant. But with us. Ginger sipped her coffee gently, I can help you realize your dream of becoming a broker. Plus, our company is new, so there aren't many managers, which means fewer restrictions. Before she finished speaking, the assistant looked up and replied, I've already submitted my resignation and can start next week. Ginger chuckled, pleased with her response. She raised her coffee, to our promising careers and the determination Ms. Amara has given us. The assistant also laughed in relief as their cups collided mid-air with a clear sound. To our careers. Marnie's reputation within the company wasn't good, partly due to recent events but also because she had previously taken resources from other female actors in the company. Consequently, few people were willing to leak any information to her now. Most hung up as soon as they heard her voice, as if they had seen a ghost. Marnie was furious but had no choice but to humbly ask each person individually. So, isn't this the once mighty Miss Marnie? Didn't think you'd face a day like this when you snatched my role back then, did you? The actress on the other end despised Marnie. 6 months ago, the blockbuster role should have been hers, but Marnie insisted on playing the insignificant third female lead, all for the sake of Daniel's face. The company naturally favored Marnie and turned a blind eye to the role-snatching incident. Hashtag chapter 342, Rise Again from the East Mountain. That role had been a breakout success, and thanks to it, Isa became widely recognized. Yet, who could have known that role was originally meant for her? She had prepared for so long, even flattering the producer months in advance, but in the end, it all went to someone else. As soon as she heard Jordan's mocking words, Isa wanted to hang up the phone. But Jordan's next sentence froze her in place. If you hang up on me now, no one will ever tell you what happened. Do you think you're still the company's prized young actress? Do you think everyone else is just here at your beck and call? Isa paused, gripping her phone tightly. Her voice, though sweet, carried an undercurrent of tension. I'm sorry for how I treated you before, Jordan G. Please forgive me, I hope you can be magnanimous. By the end, her voice trembled with humiliation and anger, but she maintained control over it. Indeed, Jordan interrupted with a light laugh, admiring her freshly done nails to her little assistant. Miss Cold really does have good acting skills, controlling her emotions even now. It's not surprising, considering how many roles she snatched away from others. I wonder if Miss Cold ever thought she'd face this day when she did those things. Isa nearly crushed her phone in frustration, trying hard to keep her voice steady. Everything before was my fault. I offended my seniors, and I hope they can forgive me. No need, Jordan said cheerfully. Seeing you suffer now makes me happy. Smiling, she walked down with her assistant. You wouldn't believe how many people want to see you share your resources, Cold Xiaohuadan. You're probably finished. The company won't waste any more effort or resources on you. We're all glad, we've lived in your shadow for too long. The company gave you everything because of Daniel, but now it's time for you to taste what it feels like to have your resources taken away. With that, Jordan hung up, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she left. Those bitches. Isa threw her phone onto the sofa, staring at it angrily, imagining Jordan's smug expression. She felt furious, almost mad with rage. All those resources were the fruits of her years of hard work, why should they go to someone else? If they couldn't snatch them from her, it was their own incompetence. Now they were all crowding around to kick her while she was down. She would make those who looked down on her pay the price. She calmed herself down, picked up her phone, and found Wyatt's number. Almost as soon as the call connected, tears welled up in her eyes. Wyatt, I don't know who I've offended, but the company seems to have put me on ice. Can you help me? I don't understand what's happening either. I haven't worked recently, and at this rate, I'll disappear from the public eye entirely. The boy on the other end immediately became anxious. Isa wiped her tears casually while sobbing. Even if the company wanted to bury her, she knew many directors and producers, future elites in the industry. If she got just a few roles, she could rise again without the company's resources. Elena sat contentedly in the car, hugging several boxes on her way home. Arlen looked somewhat disdainful. Why did you bring the trophies and medals too? He understood bringing the photo albums, but the trophies and medals seemed unnecessary, old-fashioned relics. No, Elena insisted, these are your honors. It's a pity to leave them gathering dust. I'll find a cabinet for them at home. Arlen, do what makes you happy. He was already an adult and didn't care much about these accolades. Though Arlen said he didn't care, his gaze softened when he saw Elena meticulously arranging the trophies and medals in the cabinet. Standing there, a hollow spot in his heart seemed filled by her actions. Before age 8, his mother had taken care of these things, arranging them neatly and smiling warmly at him. Our Pepe is so amazing, winning so many awards. Later, he accumulated more honors, but he shared them with no one. They gathered dust, more like glowing reminders of his loneliness. But now, Elena carefully displayed these items, which might as well have been trash. Even though she didn't say anything, Arlen felt a strange sense of pride. His past honors had almost been buried in dusty memories until Elena, after so many years, still sincerely rejoiced in them. The next morning, Elena had a promotional tour to attend. The lazy Arlen recently enjoyed driving her to and from work, leaving Jacob and Jedediah jobless. Arlen watched as Elena unbuckled her seatbelt to get out. He spoke calmly. I'll pick you up at noon. Elena nodded with a smile. Got it. See you at noon. Just as she opened the door, Arlen spoke again. At noon. What do you want to eat? Anything's fine, Elena glanced at him. You decide. I'll eat whatever you choose. Elena turned back, looking at him quizzically, signaling she wouldn't leave until he clarified. Arlen cleared his throat softly. Morning kiss. Elena stepped out of the car still smiling, checking her lips on her phone to ensure no obvious traces remained. This person, just say it directly instead of being coy. A bit cute. Gaynor. Gaynor. Elena heard someone calling her. Turning around, she saw Gaynor standing behind her, looking like he had just arrived. Good morning. You're just getting here too. Did you eat breakfast yet? Elena nodded, still slightly unaccustomed to Gaynor's enthusiasm. Yes, I ate. How about you? I also ate. Are you going to the studio? Should we go together? Sure, let's go together. With his manager and assistant trailing behind and in such a public place, he likely wouldn't say anything inappropriate. Gaynor hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, was the person who dropped you off just now Arlen? Chapter 343, The Ring. Elena nodded honestly. The hope in Gaynor's eyes vanished like a snuffed-out candle. He lowered his head and forced a smile. Is that so? You two must have a really great relationship. He even came to send you off to work. Elena smiled as if she hadn't noticed his strained expression. Yeah, he doesn't have much work recently. Elena's candid attitude sentenced Gaynor to death time and again precisely because of this honesty. Unable to tolerate his indecisiveness any longer, the agent behind him stepped forward to break the awkward silence between the two. Mariah, Mingchen, let's hurry along. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting. The agent smiled and positioned himself in front, effectively blocking Gaynor's view of Elena. This place was bustling. It would be bad if they were photographed by someone else. As they walked, they continued talking. Mariah, where are your agent and assistant? They arrived early and are waiting for me upstairs. The agent glanced at the dejected Gaynor and proceeded to chat casually with Elena, out of sight, out of mind. After today's event, there will be a celebration banquet to congratulate us on the TV series breaking new ratings records. I hope there will be more opportunities for Miss Elena and our Mingchen to collaborate in the future. Elena was somewhat surprised. A celebration banquet? Yes, the agent was taken aback. Didn't Miss Elena know? It was already announced last night. Does Miss Elena have any urgent matters? No. Elena shook her head, knowing she'd have to ditch Arlen at lunch later on. She needed to send Arlen a message soon. Jacob beside her suddenly slapped her forehead softly in surprise. Heaven. I forgot to tell Sister Chien about the upcoming celebration banquet. It's fine, Dwighty Annie comforted her. Elena probably won't mind. Elena entered the backstage area first. Gaynor tried to follow but was stopped by his own agent, who cast a warning glance at him. Elena has a boyfriend. Don't do anything foolish. Do you think the reputation of being a man trying to steal another's girlfriend sounds good? Don't forget how Marnie ruined her reputation. She is your cautionary tale. Gaynor lowered his head, and after a while, quietly nodded. I understand, I know my limits. Questions from the audience kept coming one after another. A young female reporter stood up, her eyes sparkling, clearly prepared. Mr. Churchill, you and Mariah played such a perfect couple in the TV series. Now online, fans are pairing you two together. Facing such high enthusiasm, have you considered this? Or, is Miss Elena the type of person you like? Her words plunged the entire scene into silence. Countless cameras focused on Gaynor's face, trying to capture his true reaction. Elena stood there, speechless at the reporter's question. Must actors playing couples in real life also be actual couples? Or does everyone believe that perfect screen chemistry demands a real-life relationship? But it couldn't be helped. Promoting a CP indeed helped maintain popularity. Both the producers and distributors wanted to prolong this heat. Perhaps this question had been concocted by the production company. Elena slightly turned her face to look at Gaynor standing there. If he chose to promote their CP now, it would be the best timing. Later, they could say it was arranged by the production side, benefiting both of them without harm. No one would blame him. They might only feel that Elena hindered the show's popularity by not playing along. I think. Gaynor's voice sounded, Elena is very suitable to be friends. In other words, he considered Elena just a friend. That reporter seemed dissatisfied with his answer. She turned to ask Elena, what about Miss Elena? Aren't you even a little bit attracted to our handsome and kind-hearted Mingchen? Elena held the microphone to her mouth and revealed a flawless, impeccable smile. I also think Teacher Gaynor is very suitable to be friends. Gaynor watched Elena, and the hand holding the microphone stiffened. After Elena left the stage, Arlen called her. When will the celebration banquet end? I'll pick you up. I'm not sure. Elena squinted her eyes, watching Dwighty Annie interacting smoothly with the producer. It depends on others. As a newcomer, I can't leave early. Then, I'll call you when it's almost over. Arlen still didn't speak. Elena teased him with a smile. Business isn't easy. Mr. Art needs to understand. Arlen chuckled lightly. Right, Empress Tang should earn more money and understand. Please, Empress Tang, earn more money so I can eat your soft bread sooner. Edric poked Dale beside him. Watching this scenario makes me feel terrified every single time. How did he turn from a wolf to an innocent puppy? Dale sighed. Turning into a dog isn't scary. What's scary is that he genuinely made Elena believe he is an innocent puppy all along. Mr. Art, the store manager came out from behind, placing the velvet box nervously on the table. Your ring, please check it. Arlen had just finished the call with Elena, long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on his eyelids. His lips curled upward as he cradled the ring box, examining it seriously, which made nearby female salespeople's hearts race. Not only is this man handsome, but he is also wealthy. That's a 7-carat diamond ring, given away so easily. Good, Arlen compared the ring with Elena's finger size. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all, not at all, the manager finally felt relieved. If something went wrong with such a large diamond, it would be their fault. So, we're here to look at rings? Though the ring was beautiful, it didn't seem relevant to the two of them. Edric sneered, how could it be? Mr. Art, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Foam, please look here. The manager brought back their attention as boxes were opened on the table, dazzling them with diamonds and gems under the lights. These are necklaces, bracelets, earrings, please go through each one, said the manager happily, pointing to other boxes held by sales staff. If none catch your eye, we have more batches ready. Dale was amazed by Arlen's extravagance. Had he brought all the stock from City A? The gems in the spotlight were dazzling. Dale rubbed his temples, trying to pull Arlen away from these beautiful stones. Boss, have you considered that Mariah might not like gems? Arlen held a string of purple gemstone bracelets, nodding. I bought some gold jewelry as well. I'll see it in the afternoon. Dale. Did he mean some would fill the VIP rooms table like now? Chapter 344, The Younger Man. Elena sat on the side, touching her slightly flushed cheeks. Despite everyone's understanding and frequent suggestions for her to take it easy, the small sips of alcohol still caused her to feel tipsy. Miss Elena, a middle-aged man approached, smiling warmly upon seeing her. Your acting is truly superb. I hope we can collaborate more in the future. I'll drink up, please excuse yourself. Not at all, not at all, Elena rallied her spirits to reciprocate. Please continue to look after me in the future. The rosy hue on the beauty's pale face resembled an evening glow, while her almond eyes were veiled with mist, stunningly breathtaking. The middle-aged man was momentarily captivated by such a sight of Elena. He instinctively wanted to pull Elena but was frozen in place by the intense glare from Anton, who stood behind Elena. President Phyllis, let's collaborate more often in the future. Anton held his glass and blocked Elena from view, shifting his piercing gaze into a smooth smile as if the previous stare was just an illusion. Our artist doesn't hold her liquor well, so allow me to drink with you instead. Please take good care of our Elena in the future. Oh, what are you saying? The middle-aged man couldn't miss the warning tone in Anton's words, instantly showing a modest smile. We all benefit mutually. With Mariah's accomplishments, she might even become a best actress someday. Then we will rely on Mariah's support. It seems the entertainment circle's rumors are true. Elena is indeed Ashvin's current darling actress, otherwise, they wouldn't be so meticulous in guarding her. However, she had never been seen in the entertainment industry before. Could she really be a big shot's mistress, purely here to play? Krista, how are you? Are you drunk? Jacob asked, worried from behind. It's fine, Elena checked her heated face with her phone. I just get red-faced when drinking. Don't worry. This celebration should end soon. Hold on a bit longer, Krista. Okay, Elena leaned back on the chair. I'll message Arlen to pick me up. Reassured by Arlen's response, she relaxed a little. Jacob, do you know where the restroom is? Jacob nodded. Yes, I know. Let me come with you, Krista. By the time we return, the gathering will probably be over. As they exited the restroom, they saw an unexpected figure. Gaynor stood around the corner, his expression uncertain as he watched Elena emerge. Elena originally intended to pass him, but Gaynor stopped her. Elena, I have something to say to you. Jacob immediately became wary. Gaynor seemed surprised at Jacob's reaction but soon offered a bitter smile. I won't hurt her again, you don't need to be so defensive. Elena glanced at Gaynor twice and nodded for Jacob to move a little further away. With people coming and going and Jacob nearby, Elena wasn't afraid of any improper actions from Gaynor. Fine, speak up. If there was no future collaboration, this would be their last private meeting. Gaynor didn't speak, merely staring at her. Finally, before Elena's patience ran out, he spoke. Elena, would you mind having another boyfriend? Elena was almost stunned in place. She touched her ears, pinched herself, making sure she wasn't hallucinating due to the alcohol. She stood there, speechless under Gaynor's unwavering gaze. Elena felt more ashamed than the one who uttered those words. But Gaynor seemed justified, seeking her answer from her silence. Elena spoke slowly. You're drunk. Pretend I didn't hear that. I won't tell your agent either. After observing Elena's expression several times, Gaynor realized she genuinely thought this way, a hint of panic rising in his eyes. I know you and Arlen's relationship isn't harmonious, each harboring ulterior motives, but I don't care about that. Wait, the conversation was getting stranger. What did he mean they both harbored ulterior motives? Why would Gaynor think that? Just as Elena pondered, she heard Gaynor sigh, then blurt out. I heard your call the other day, your request for money. I heard everything clearly. Gaynor offered a bitter laugh. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, nor use it against you. I'll keep it secret. He glanced at Elena. It was clear this decision pained him deeply. I don't want anything in return. I can introduce resources to you. If you want money, I can give it to you. You don't need to feel guilty, you only need to let me stay by your side. If you're unwilling. Gaynor lowered his head. That's okay too. If you don't want to be with Arlen, perhaps consider me? He lifted his head, lips curling slightly to hide his bitterness. He wished to remain by Elena's side forever, even as someone invisible. He could wait for Elena indefinitely. If she said they mutually used each other, he would wait for her change of heart. Life is long, changes are inevitable. Only now did Elena recall her conversation with Chloe. To extort more money, she had claimed to be using Arlen. She knew Gaynor had heard, but normally anyone would dismiss her materialism. Surprisingly, despite hearing that, Gaynor still remained devoted. Not knowing how to respond, Elena understood she should clarify this misunderstanding. Gaynor. My relationship with Arlen is good. The words you overheard were a misunderstanding. Your life is long, don't place all your love and hope on me. Look at other girls, many like you. Elena smiled. I think you're great. It shouldn't be hard to find someone who loves you equally. Gaynor, he looked up, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Quickly turning away, he whispered, I don't need anything. He couldn't understand why, despite his loss of dignity, Elena refused him. A boy's muffled sob echoed in the corridor. Jacob cast a curious glance, but Elena shook her head. It's not that simple, Gaynor. I'm with Arlen because I like him. My refusal to you is simple. She sighed, delivering a death sentence to Gaynor in an instant. I don't like you. Gaynor couldn't stop crying, staring at Elena in disbelief. He couldn't fathom why such beautiful and gentle features could utter those words so easily. And remember, Elena paused briefly before continuing. When you fall in love again, don't ever say things like this. Note asterisk this chapter explores complex emotions and interpersonal dynamics. The dialogue reveals the deep feelings of Gaynor towards Elena and her straightforward refusal, maintaining the original tone and style. Chapter 345, Guidance. Jacob saw Elena come out and, thinking of the crying sound she heard from the corridor just now, cautiously asked, Sis. Krista, what did you say to him? Why did you make him cry? And he cried so bitterly, sounding even more miserable than when Jacob first met him and bullied him. Elena replied, he's heartbroken. I consoled him a bit, it's fine. Jacob said, oh, someone like him can get heartbroken. I thought he hated girls since he was so mean to you back then. Elena. After returning to the party, Gaynor entered the banquet hall after a while. He looked as if he had washed his face. Besides appearing somewhat dejected, there were no other signs of emotion. This time, it probably let him completely drop any thoughts of pursuing her. After all, no one would still pursue someone while expressing their love so humbly. Sis. Krista, I checked outside, there are no reporters or fans around, you can leave now. President Art's car is parked at this morning spot. You'll see it if you walk straight into the parking lot. Jacob came over and whispered the reconnaissance news in Elena's ear softly. Elena nodded and, after greeting a few acquaintances, left the banquet hall. Seeing Elena with a flushed face, Arlen knew she must have had some drinks at the celebration banquet. Even though she had the backing of Ashvin, as a newcomer, she still needed to be cautious and humble in front of those old-timers in the entertainment industry. Besides, it's unreasonable that men can go out for social engagements while women are forbidden from having drinks. Do you want some hangover medicine? Arlen watched Elena fumble with her seatbelt while dazed and sighed. He reached out and buckled her seatbelt. As they breathed in unison, he smelled a faint alcoholic aroma from Elena. Raising his eyes, he could see the rosy blush on her cheeks, extending from her ears to her neck, covering almost all of her fair skin with an intoxicating pink glow. Arlen gazed at her silently, reaching out to touch her cheek as if drawn to it, feeling if her skin was as soft and delicate as he imagined. Elena shook her head. She only drank a little, but her mind was still clear. Unconsciously licking her lips, her tender tongue appeared between her red lips, and she turned her face, rubbing against Arlen's slightly cool hand that was resting on her face. It's okay, I'll drink some honey water at home. Arlen lowered his eyelashes, hiding the dark color in his eyes. He spoke in a low voice, saying yes. When Arlen got back to the driver's seat, he didn't start driving immediately. Instead, he took off his thin jacket and threw it onto the back seat, then loosened a button on his shirt, adjusting his collar. What's going on? Elena watched Arlen adjusting his clothes, confused, not noticing that his voice had become hoarse and deeper. Nothing, if you feel uncomfortable, go to sleep. We'll arrive soon. Okay, then remember to wake me up when we reach. I need to reply to Jacob and others. Elena closed her eyes, leaning her head against the back seat. From Arlen's perspective, he could only see the girl's neck, white as gardenia flowers, with a noticeable flush. His Adam's apple moved up and down twice before he started the car. When the car arrived at the underground parking lot, Elena was sound asleep. Her soft cheeks rested on the car seat, and the contrast between black and white made even her eyelashes seem charmingly peaceful in her deep sleep. Arlen remained quite awake. He undid his own seatbelt, then Elena's, slowly, gently taking her hand. Although it was a small action, it felt like a long time to Arlen. Keeping his eyes on Elena, he carefully slipped the prepared ring onto her finger. Elena's fingers were long and fair, looking like exquisite artwork under sunlight. The ring made them even more dazzling. The girl was fast asleep, unaware of her fingers being gently parted by him, allowing his slender fingers to interlace intimately with hers. The size of this ring is perfect. It seems it doesn't need any adjustment. The early autumn air carried the fragrance of osmanthus, sweet and pleasant, filling his nostrils with its delightful scent. Arlen pressed the elevator button, looking down at Elena's sleeping face inside the elevator, her covered lashes and the neck as soft and white as gardenia flowers. Even without raising his eyes, he could feel the warmth hidden in the depths of his gaze. Placing Elena on the bed, she stirred awake, opening her eyes groggily. They were very close, allowing Elena to see Arlen's narrow, beautiful eyes and the twinkling light in his pupils. She giggled, as if waking up from her drunkenness, calling out, Pepe. Breathing wine breath onto Arlen's face due to her proximity. Arlen fell silent for a moment, then took her to the kitchen, getting her a glass of lemon honey water. Elena, however, became stubborn and tried to avoid drinking the lemon water, twisting away from Arlen's embrace. Helpless, Arlen lowered his voice to coax her, drink a little, or you'll have a headache in the afternoon. Elena, slippery like an eel, squirmed within Arlen's arms, seeing his furrowed brows. She giggled mischievously, pinching the left side of his face. Handsome, smile for Grandpa. Arlen. He told himself countless times in his mind that she was drunk and didn't know what she was doing, finally calming himself down to coax Elena to drink the lemon water. Held by Arlen's arm, Elena couldn't evade and was forced to swallow half a cup of water reluctantly. In her drunken stupor, Elena felt irritated like a fly buzzing around, waving her hands a couple of times. I'm a proper young lady who doesn't drink. Raising her eyes seriously, she stared at Arlen. Even if you're handsome, it doesn't matter. Arlen chuckled despite himself at her babbling. Setting the glass aside, he asked her in a low voice. So, who's handsomer, me or your boyfriend? Elena stopped wriggling and fell silent in Arlen's arms, starting to think seriously. Arlen never prided himself on his overly handsome face, nor did he think he was exceptionally good-looking. But Elena's silence thoroughly infuriated him. Arlen, who had just calmed down, suddenly flared up again. He had been serving her like this, and she was still contemplating who was handsomer. Arlen's patience exploded. Grabbing Elena's hand, he bit down on her wrist, making her immediately look pitiful. How can you bite my hand like this? Chapter 346 Who's handsomer? Arlen pretended not to hear, just lowered his head and kissed her. From her white forehead to her high nose bridge, then climbed up to her red earlobes, it finally became tender touches, from her flushed face to her pretty neck. Elena mumbled in a low voice beside his ear, you're handsome, okay? Let me go, I want to sleep. Arlen was now angry. He didn't want to let her off so easily. He kept kissing Elena while trying to catch her hands that were placed on both sides of her body. His long fingers interlaced with hers tightly. Leaning close to Elena's ear, he chuckled softly with a hoarse voice like a devoted puppy. Krista, who am I? Tell me, who am I? Elena couldn't bear the disturbance anymore. She couldn't fall asleep even if she wanted to. She frowned in her dream. How could someone not know their own name? She forced her eyes open and saw Arlen's strikingly handsome face swaying in front of her. The curtains in the room were tightly shut, and Elena could only see Arlen's nearly shadowy eyes, like deep, unfathomable pools of water. Arlen. Elena's voice was soft, almost impossible to hear unless one was very close to her mouth. Arlen bit her cheek lightly before slowly leaning over. Then came Elena's murmuring voice, Arlen. You this dog man. Arlen. It seemed she had recognized him. Arlen chuckled gently, and his bites on Elena grew lighter until they turned into delicate touches. The sensation of skin touching skin was too wonderful, making Arlen stifle two contented sighs in his throat. Elena's breathing gradually became even. Arlen buried his face in her neck and laughed quietly. Elena fell deeply asleep, mumbling a couple of times unconsciously. Arlen lay beside her without pressing down on her with his weight. He didn't turn on the light but observed her silently under the dim lighting. Elena looked very beautiful when she slept, like a popular doll. Her eyelashes were long and dense, her lips rosy, and her eyebrows long like distant mountains. A light blush spread across her face, evoking tenderness. Just watching her, Arlen felt his heart soften. He had never imagined someone would barge into his life and sleep peacefully beside him. Elena slept too comfortably, which made the uncomfortable parts more unbearable. Her bedding was meticulously chosen for its extreme softness. But now it felt as if she was sleeping in an iron fortress, and she couldn't move. These discomforts were tolerable, but the hard bulge behind her made Elena feel out of place. She tried to crawl away from the uncomfortable object. However, due to possibly drinking alcohol, her strength in dreams seemed sealed, leaving her limbs weak and unable to break free. Even after moving a few steps, she was pulled back forcefully by the person behind her. After pushing twice, the hard thing seemed to grow bigger. The heat and hardness pressed against her waist, so Elena stopped struggling and continued to sleep, any regained consciousness quickly drowned by sleepiness. Lying next to Elena, Arlen's body was almost stiff. He pulled her arm out of the blanket with a grim expression. He hadn't expected Elena to be so bold while sleeping. If she really liked playing around, there would be plenty of opportunities later. He sighed and got off the bed stiffly, heading towards the bathroom. He sadly thought he should set the proposal date earlier and shouldn't have had the idea of cohabitation only after proposing. When Elena woke up in the afternoon, there were no messages on her phone, implying no work issues. Wearing slippers, she was about to look for something to eat when she saw Arlen sitting alone on the sofa, looking a little gloomy. What's wrong? Elena approached him. Did you not have a good day at work? Arlen rubbed his temple, pretending nothing happened. Nothing, you're awake. Do you have a headache? Want some lemon water? Elena shook her head immediately, standing in front of Arlen and even turning around to show she was fine. I'm fine, no headache, feeling refreshed. Arlen nodded, that's good. Did anyone cause trouble for you at the banquet today? With Ashvin backing Elena now, anyone daring to belittle her because of her status might hesitate after seeing what happened to Marnie. There was none, everyone was friendly, no one intentionally picked on me. Elena paused suddenly, remembering Gaynor crying and begging to be her affair partner at noon, looking pitiful. It wasn't really troublesome, right? Since she had already clarified everything. Arlen raised his eyebrows, suspecting Elena's hesitation. It's nothing, nothing. Elena waved her hand, pretending everything was fine as she walked toward the kitchen. Arlen hesitated but decided not to press further. Marnie, did you find out who has been making things difficult for you? Marnie sighed, pinching her aching temples wearily. I asked around, but no one told me. And recently, I haven't offended anyone. After saying this, her throat felt choked, and Wyatt on the other side of the phone also fell silent. Both of them thought of Elena simultaneously, but always excluded her from suspicion. Elena was still a new artist in Ashvin, even if she was being promoted vigorously, it wasn't worth causing such trouble. Moreover, they knew Elena didn't have any powerful backers. The only male closely associated with her was Arlen. I don't think it's possible. Wyatt comforted Marnie. We all know Arlen is just a small-time programmer. If Elena had such capabilities, she'd already be a star in the entertainment industry. Besides, I heard her resources are average. She even needs to look for audition opportunities herself, looking powerless. Marnie sighed, maybe. If you hear anything, please let me know. Wyatt felt uncomfortable. Marnie, if I were an actor, I could still find you some auditions. No problem, Marnie said absent-mindedly. Maybe things aren't that bad yet. Just as Wyatt hung up, another call came in. Marnie thought it was Wyatt and asked softly, what's up? The girl on the other end hesitated, then spoke slowly. Sister Menya, I quit. I'm looking for a new assistant company. Her personality remained timid, but her voice was full of courage. Being an assistant is good, but I want to be a manager. So, Sister Menya, sorry to leave you at this time. Chapter 347, The Price. Isa panicked at this moment. She never imagined that her obedient assistant would leave her as well. She took a deep breath and cautiously asked. Have you been feeling uncomfortable with your work lately? Or do you think the salary is not enough? We can discuss these things. Now, most of the people in her studio no longer listened to her. The company had stripped her of her power, leaving only her assistant who was still faithfully following her. If her assistant left too, she would be completely isolated and helpless. The new assistant would surely be replaced by someone else from the company, leaving her powerless. Sis Menya, the assistant paused, this is a good opportunity, and I don't want to miss it. I'll give you a raise, okay? Isa forced a smile, I won't let you wait for long. I'll rise again soon. Sorry, Sis Menya, I'm very sorry. Without listening to her finish, the assistant bluntly hung up the phone. Isa stared at the disconnected call, lost in thought for a long time. These people didn't know just how impressive her performance was, especially in director Kurtai's movie which would undoubtedly make history. They were all short-sighted. Isa clutched her phone tightly, her eyes filled with madness. They would beg for her help eventually. Director Yisroel, Isa let out a breath like someone making a last-ditch effort, flipping through her phone to find the number. I remember your new show starts filming these days. Is there any suitable role for me to try? Absolutely, I have always admired Director Yisroel. I hope you can give me a chance. What if the company didn't give her opportunities? The connections she had accumulated since her rebirth could now be put to use. She wouldn't let anyone think they could bully her so easily. Isa went to Hartley's set. Elena was surprised when she heard this news. Anton felt she seemed overreactive. He glanced down at his work and chatted idly with Elena. Yes, an artist from Xinjiang is on that set. Her agent told me after coming back. But, Anton sneered, as if remembering something, everyone knows Hartley loves womanizing, especially harassing female actors under him. Isa must be desperate to go there. Elena put down her script, glancing around before whispering, then why hasn't anyone exposed him? While Hartley has questionable morals, he is highly talented and has connections with the judging panels for domestic awards, explained Anton nonchalantly. Actresses who go to him usually do so willingly. To them, fame and good works are paramount. Isa probably didn't inform the company. I heard she already didn't get along well with others. This will definitely sever ties with the company entirely, Anton spoke casually but left Elena lost in thought. She remembered in the original novel, there was indeed a director surnamed Yisroel who had designs on the heroine, Isa. However, due to Isa's ambiguous relationship with Daniel, he never made a move. Especially later, with Daniel's protection, the heroine became untouchable within the circle. Eventually, the Yisroel director gave up and became one of Isa's friends. Now, although Isa's relationship with Daniel wasn't as depicted in the book, perhaps Daniel would still come to her aid in critical moments. This was part of the heroine's trials. Elena sighed. It was unfortunate the book ended abruptly, and its contents grew more vague with time. She wished she could reread it. Just then, her phone vibrated with Arlen's name on the screen. Anton looked understanding. It's General Manager Art, isn't it? He picks you up on time every day, more punctual than an alarm clock. I've never seen such an enthusiastic boyfriend. Elena packed away her script and waved at Anton jokingly. Work isn't busy recently, and neither does he have much to do. Anton sighed. Escorting artists home should be our job. General Manager Art truly makes us feel guilty. Feeling warm inside, Elena blushed and hurried out. You don't need to pick me up every time. Jacob and Andrew can also ensure my safe return. Upon getting in the car, Elena began chatting with Arlen. She pretended to be serious as she buckled up but turned her face away shyly. Through the window, Elena saw her cheeks flushed red, as if painted by the evening sky. Are you already tired of me? Arlen's voice was somewhat dejected, sounding genuinely hurt. Elena immediately raised her head. No, it's fine. I just don't want you to be too busy. Then she saw Arlen smiling at her, the twilight light casting a soft glow on his handsome features. His cold yet beautiful face seemed to carry a hint of tenderness. Elena realized he was just teasing her. She remained silent for a moment. She shouldn't have believed that Arlen would be genuinely upset over such a thing. Although Isa knew about Hartley's reputation, she found him polite and considerate after their interactions, nothing like the rumors. Isn't that Isa? How did director Yisroel choose her as the second lead? Isn't her reputation in the entertainment industry already bad enough? Yes. Last time, she interfered with someone else's relationship, creating a scandal. How can she still have the nerve to stay in the industry? If it were me, I'd quit out of shame. The actresses' voices weren't loud, but audible enough for Isa to hear. Seeing Isa stop and look at them, they became even bolder, crossing their arms and glaring at her. What are you looking at? Isn't it common knowledge? Since you did it, you shouldn't be afraid of being talked about, right? Miss Cold, your skills are unparalleled. We're far inferior. Standing there, Isa felt waves of painful memories from her past life flood back. After her divorce and attempted comeback, people ridiculed her, mocking her age and inability to retain her husband. At that time, she vowed to make everyone who mocked her pay the price. Chapter 348, Calculations. You two, why don't you go and look at the script? Neither of you meet the standards for voice, body, speech, or expression, yet you are mocking others here. A man's voice broke through the tense standoff between the three individuals. You two should learn more from Miss Amara. Her acting is far better than yours. Do you really think you can mock the veterans just by relying on your youth? The two young actors immediately froze at the sound of this voice, their heads dropping like mice encountering a cat, too afraid to even breathe loudly. Marnie sensed Hartley approaching her side, sternly reprimanding the two actresses. If you two want to gossip, then get out of here. My production does not welcome those who do not focus on their performance. The icy chill gradually dissipated. Touched by his words, Marnie turned her head and whispered to Hartley, Director Yisroel, it's fine, I don't mind. They didn't truly offend me. Though she said this, triumph still flickered in Marnie's eyes as she smiled kindly at the two women. She had changed completely from her previous life. Though she was now abandoned by her company and agent, the network she had built in this life was vastly different. Director Yisroel always regarded her as a confidant and was willing to recommend her to other productions. Upon hearing Marnie's words, Hartley's heart ached. He looked at her disapprovingly, with a tone that conveyed both admiration and sorrow for her kindness. Menya, I know you are kind-hearted and simple, but I cannot remain indifferent while they bully you. You are my personally chosen second lead, I don't want others questioning you. You too, Hartley's voice grew serious, get back to learning your lines. What are you standing here for? If you can't get it right tomorrow, I will find someone else to reshoot all your scenes. The two young actresses, lacking the arrogance they had moments ago, nodded vigorously before quickly leaving the scene. Even after they walked away, their conversation could still be heard. You're too gentle and kind. In the entertainment industry, your type will eventually be taken advantage of. It's okay, really, there's nothing much. Hearing this exchange, the two actresses sneered. That Marnie, what was she pretending? The smugness in her eyes when Director Yisroel spoke up for her was unmistakable. How disgusting, seducing one person and then coming for their director. Did she really think they were all fools? The shoot is over today. Would you like to have a drink? My treat for my second lead. Well, Marnie hesitated, I have some matters tonight. Maybe another day, Director Yisroel? Of course, Hartley maintained a calm expression, seeming completely unfazed by Marnie's refusal. To make up for it, may I offer you a ride home, miss? Hartley's lips curved into a gentle smile, always treating Marnie with warmth. Blushing under his smile, Marnie replied, of course, I'd be honored. They dined at a restaurant where Hartley remained impeccably polite and charming, easing Marnie's long-standing bad mood. When they reached her building, Hartley bade her farewell politely, showing no ulterior motives. This boosted Marnie's fondness for him. Waving goodbye, she felt proud, believing that Hartley truly viewed her as a unique friend. Unnoticed by her, Hartley's gaze became predatory once she turned away. His eyes lingered on her waist and hips. He lit a cigarette, watching her graceful figure, his eyes filled with mockery. What a fool. She actually believed he was defending her. He wanted her to make enemies in the production so that when she found herself friendless, she would turn to him willingly. Then he could easily have her. Coercion held no interest. Let her dream a bit longer. The longer he planned, the sweeter the victory. Elena noticed that Arlen seemed somewhat furtive lately. Though Elena didn't like describing him this way, Arlen had been receiving many calls recently. Are you hiding something from me? When Arlen returned from the balcony again, Elena narrowed her eyes. Nope, Arlen replied with apparent seriousness, it's work-related stuff. Dale and Edric both know about it. Really? Elena doubted it. Really? Arlen looked earnestly at her, trying to ensure she saw no signs of deceit. Alright, you focus on work. Don't tire yourself out. Elena, unsure but trusting, took out her phone to respond to messages. Relieved, Arlen continued preparing the proposal via group chat. Why do I keep seeing wedding dress ads lately? This big data thing is spooky. I never searched for it. Really? Arlen glanced over casually, which one do you like more? Do I? Elena examined various dresses, her tone filled with dreaminess. I want a big skirt with a long train, the kind I often saw on TV as a kid. But mermaid-style ones are pretty too. Doesn't the fishtail hem look like a mermaid? After saying this, Elena remembered something and asked, why do you ask? Arlen quickly withdrew his gaze, pretending to idly scroll on his phone. Just asking. Big skirts and mermaid styles? He'd push more of these onto Elena's phone over the next few days, seeing which she spent more time on. She thought he was just passing time. Elena browsed the web on her iPad as Arlen answered a call and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he saw her still looking at wedding dress pictures, noting her preferences. I need to go out. Arlen stood, gathering his things, ready to leave. Remembering something, he leaned over and kissed her forehead lightly. Let me know if you want a snack. He loved food, and it rubbed off on Elena. She nodded, almost buried in those beautiful dresses, waving absently at Arlen as a goodbye. Arlen chuckled, picked up his coat, and left. After a while, Elena recalled her morning thoughts. If only she could reread that novel. Maybe she should search for it. This translation maintains the structure and tone of the original Chinese text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. It also accurately preserves the characters' names and the storyline. Chapter 349, The World of the Novel. Elena had searched for the name of this novel when she first arrived in this world. Of course, the search yielded no results. While opening her iPad, Elena mentally cursed herself for holding on to false hope. If it could be found on this world's internet, wouldn't everyone be able to see it? After a long time loading, as Elena was about to leave the page in disappointment, the iPad froze for a moment before suddenly landing on a web page. Even though it hadn't fully loaded yet, Elena's mood fluctuated with anticipation, and she immediately sat up straight. After waiting for several more seconds, Reborn, national actress who loves too much, appeared on the screen. You're not joking, right? Elena felt blank, subconsciously clicking into the pirated site where the chapters of that novel appeared. Familiar cover, familiar author's name, familiar chapter titles, only the final chapter indicating its completion seemed out of place. This book has already finished? Feeling dazed, Elena consoled herself by thinking it might just be another book with the same title but different content. Yet her trembling hands betrayed her true thoughts. Her heart kept urging her to reach out and open this Pandora's box. It won't hurt to take a look, will it? She scrolled slightly and eventually clicked in. The content of the book wasn't too long, and since she had read part of it before, she quickly moved to the later chapters to find out what had happened between the protagonist and the antagonist. Had her role continued? Elena hurriedly turned to the pages following the author's break. Seeing her name not reappear in the story gave her a brief relief, suggesting her connections with the leads were over. Thus, there would be no further interactions in reality either. Then, she continued reading and froze in shock. Her hand stretched out incredulously toward the screen. How could Arlen's name appear here? Boss, the flowers are arranged, and the fireworks are ready. Edric approached with a grin, confirming the setup with Arlen. Everything is ready, you can now have your assistant bring your future wife over. Right, Dale joined them. Everything is set up. We just need your fiancé now. But boss, Dale narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't you change clothes? I've never seen anyone propose in a hoodie. You should at least tidy yourself up. Arlen glanced at his white hoodie and smirked. This is something Krista picked out, and I think it suits me well. Just stop showing off. Once you finish proposing, I'm going on a blind date, so no more of your lovey-dovey moments. Dale instantly complained like an abandoned bachelor whose food bowl was kicked over. He couldn't stand these two lovebirds. Edric exchanged a glance with him, and together they steered Arlen out. Come on, boss. I've prepared a suit for you that will charm your fiancé into accepting your proposal instantly. You wouldn't want her looking radiant in the wedding VCR while you're like some faceless extra, right? Elena didn't know how she finished reading the novel. She sat numbly as the iPad dimmed. How could this happen? How could her Arlen be the second lead? What did that make her? A sudden sentient villain in a novel? She worked tirelessly to avoid getting entangled with the leads, altering her life's ending. But now this book appeared, telling her nonchalantly that Arlen was the true villain, continuously harassing the heroine. He became the biggest obstacle in the protagonist's love journey, nearly even marrying her. Why did it have to be this way? Elena chuckled bitterly, sitting for a long time with the tablet in her arms, staring at the ceiling. So she only learned of this now? Just as she thought she had left the storyline, it leaped back at her, grinning, telling her, "You think you've escaped the plot? That you'd finally have your own life? Your own love? Never." Elena hugged the tablet softly, whispering to herself, almost silently questioning, how could this happen? After an unknown amount of time, Elena felt her phone vibrating. She answered instinctively. Hearing Jacob's anxious voice, "Sis Krista, you finally answered. I'm almost downstairs." Elena adjusted her breathing, pretending nonchalance. "What's up?" "I was sleeping and didn't notice the call." Jacob exchanged glances with Dwight Tion in the passenger seat, then calmly replied, "Nothing much, just a sudden party all the crew needs to attend." There was a pause on Elena's end, as if pleading, "Can we skip it today?" With the proposal stage already set up, how could the bride miss it? Would everything go to waste? And Mr. Art said Sis Krista was in a good mood today, nothing about her feeling unwell. Jacob carefully asked, "Is something wrong, Sis Krista?" "Not feeling well?" "No," Elena sighed, feeling foolish. "You can pick me up. I'll wait at home." The gown prepared for Elena was an elegant champagne rose color, cascading layers of tulle at the bottom resembling a mermaid's tail, sparkling sequins scattered elegantly along the hem. Under the lights, it shimmered beautifully like stardust under the moon. Jacob delicately fastened a pearl necklace around Elena's fair, slender neck. It was hard to tell whether the pearls or her slightly tilted neck looked whiter. Beautiful. Jacob squeezed into the mirror, looking at the reflection of Elena. Mr. Art sure played it smart, trying to secure their Sis Krista so early. Knowing that once Sis Krista achieved success in the entertainment industry, many would chase after her. Sure, he acted first. Looking at the dazzling Elena in the mirror, Jacob sincerely wished her happiness. Elena smiled lightly, the expression fleeting like night mist, barely skimming her eyes. On the way down, Jacob covered Elena's eyes with a white silk blindfold, claiming it was the organizer's arrangement, to reveal the venue upon arrival. Elena absent-mindedly nodded, following Jacob until someone else took over midway, a familiar touch hooking onto her fingertips. Chapter 350, The Proposal Ceremony. It felt like Arlen's. Elena cautiously let her fingertips slide across the palm of the other person, holding her breath to sense this person's aura. Her eyes were covered, and she couldn't distinguish who it was, so she tentatively asked, "Arlen?" The person beside her didn't respond but gripped Elena's wrist tightly, his large, prominent knuckled hand sliding into the gaps between her fingers, intertwining with hers intimately. There seemed to be people around. Elena could hear some rustling sounds. A breeze brushed past her cheeks, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus, dense and lingering. Faint lights intruded into her field of vision, hinting that she might be nearing her final destination. "Watch your step." The voice next to her whispered, and Elena finally recognized Arlen's voice. She blurted out his name without thinking. But she forgot about the step below. Her high heel was abruptly tripped by the step in front of her, and her whole body lurched forward uncontrollably. Elena felt a strong hand grip her waist, steadying her just as she was about to fall, pulling her into a warm embrace. Immediate laughter echoed around them, a benevolent sound. Arlen straightened Elena, chuckling lightly as he reached to untie the ribbon behind her head, whispering close to her ear, "Maybe I shouldn't have set up this step." Elena froze for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. It was so typical of Arlen not to blame her for wearing high heels or for not hearing the warning about the step but instead saying he should never have set up the step. As Elena laughed, her eyes began to sting. She clenched her fists tightly, trying not to let the tears fall immediately. Arlen untied the ribbon from her face, revealing him standing right before her. He stood opposite her, smiling at her. Today, he wore an impeccably tailored black suit without a tie, looking effortlessly stylish. His shirt's first button was undone, exposing his refined, sensual collarbone. His hair was neatly styled back with gel, making him look like an unsheathed sharp sword, formidable and commanding presence. Elena stared intently at his face. Arlen had a strikingly handsome face that carried a certain aggressive beauty. When he wore a cold expression, he always appeared aloof and detached. But he always kept his sharpness in check around her, creating the illusion of gentleness. Now, standing before her and holding her hand, with the light casting a golden shimmer on his long, curling eyelashes, Elena could clearly see her own reflection in his deep, dark eyes. At this moment, she felt she truly saw the sincere heart beneath Arlen's cool exterior. She looked at Arlen, then shifted her gaze to the arrangement below. An endless expanse of green lawn, strewn with bright pink roses from where she had stepped out of the car. The pink was dazzling, forming what seemed like an ocean of pink. Standing below the platform were their good friends, including Delilah, Jacob, Jedediah, Dale, and Edric. They watched with expectant gazes. Elena's anticipation turned into reality. She blinked, but before she could say anything, she heard Arlen, somewhat bashfully, start speaking. He pulled a small dog from his trouser pocket. Elena immediately recognized it as the plush toy she had wanted at the amusement park. She had refused it back then, but now it reappeared before her. Arlen unzipped the dog's back, revealing a huge pear-shaped ring that sparkled brilliantly under the light, even more dazzling than any ring she had seen in stores. Seeing Elena about to speak, he quickly interrupted her. "Don't say anything yet, let me speak first." Elena closed her mouth and silently watched Arlen. Arlen held one of Elena's hands in his, smiling as he spoke, genuinely happy today. His smile hadn't faded once. "I know you lost your family when you were young. Just like me." His expression remained calm, devoid of any pain over revisiting old wounds. He glanced at Elena, seeing her head bowed down, then continued. "I always thought it didn't matter if I didn't have a family. But then I met you." Arlen seemed to recall their married life together, his eyes softening instantly. He had never imagined that one day there would be a light waiting for him, someone awaiting his return home. "So," Arlen took a deep breath, "will you become my family?" He placed the ring on Elena's fingertip, trembling slightly as he tried to slip it onto her finger. He had never been this nervous before. His heart felt as if it were being yanked, his breathing barely audible. Her hand in his was fair as jade, even her fingertips tinged with a delicate red blush. "Sorry, I need to think about it." That hand jerked away forcefully, pale fingertips brushing past his dark eye sockets. The heated atmosphere seemed suddenly doused by a bucket of cold water, shattering the beautiful proposal scene. Everyone stood below, gaping at the two people on the stage, barely daring to breathe. Elena knew her response was abrupt. She yanked her hand back and hurried off the stage. She dared not meet Arlen's disappointed, shocked eyes and rushed away hastily. She moved too fast, leaving Arlen no time to catch her. Elena's mind was chaotic, tugging at her skirt in an attempt to flee this place, but she forgot about the steps again. "Ah!" Elena gasped in shock, feeling her ankle twist. She inhaled sharply but eventually fled the place, still holding her skirt tightly. Jacob and Delilah noticed and immediately followed her. Edric and Dale quickly went to check on Arlen. Amidst the chaos, Edric whispered, "Oh no, the fireworks haven't been cancelled yet." Sure enough, a point of light screamed into the sky, bursting into a brilliant spectacle of color, lighting up the night as if it were daytime. More fireworks shot into the dark sky, like a colorful Milky Way falling. Elena paused briefly, holding her skirt, but ultimately did not stop. Chapter 351, Best Friend. "Elena, stop right there." Delilah's voice abruptly rang out behind her, stopping the flustered Elena in her tracks. In that instant, the sound of high heels clicked closer and closer from behind. Delilah wore a purple cocktail dress today, but unusually, her makeup looked soft and gentle. Elena could even see the beautiful glitter on her eyelashes. She even held an instant camera, as if she wanted to capture the beautiful moment just now. It seemed like she had let everyone down. Elena stood there, watching Delilah's figure approach, and then she lowered her head dejectedly, apologizing softly. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me." But Delilah interrupted her. "Didn't you say you can't wear high heels? I saw you run pretty fast in those heels, even faster than me. I couldn't catch up with you at all." Delilah gave her a cold glance, genuinely scolding Elena. Elena was speechless. "Let's go." Delilah pulled Elena towards the car. "I'm freezing." Why did Arlen choose an outdoor autumn lawn for this event? If I had known, I wouldn't have worn this little dress, maybe a hoodie and jeans instead. I always thought he wasn't reliable, but this is something else. Elena, huh? Not that it's not possible. You're serious, huh? Next time, I'll come in a hoodie and jeans. Delilah opened the car door, pushing the lightly dressed Elena inside first, then glanced at Jacob standing still. Jacob quickly got into the driver's seat, taking charge as the chauffeur for the two beauties. Elena kept her head low, not saying a word. Delilah found a blanket and draped it over her shoulders, patting her back comfortingly. Jacob also passed a bottle of water from the front. "Sis Krista, drink some water." Elena wrapped herself in the blanket, looking at the two women who acted as if nothing happened. She hesitated for a long time before asking in a tiny voice. "Don't you two want to ask me anything?" She expected everyone to condemn her, questioning why she didn't accept Arlen's proposal, why she ignored his efforts, why she hesitated at the last moment. Unexpectedly, Delilah and Jacob treated her the same as always. "Ask what?" Delilah also found a blanket to wrap herself, accepting the water Jacob passed over, drinking a sip before turning to look at Elena with a puzzled expression. "You must have your reasons. And I've always felt that by gathering us all here, Arlen should expect such consequences. If he really wanted to propose, he should have at least hinted to you first. This surprise he gave you, sigh." Elena sat there dumbfounded, seeing Delilah give her a knowing wink. "Krista, I'm your friend, not Arlen's. No matter what decision you make, I support you. Whether you agree or disagree, I believe you have your reasons." Delilah reached out and hugged Elena, her warmth gradually warming Elena's body. "If I don't stand by you even now, how would you feel?" "Look," Delilah smiled, whispering into Elena's ear, "last time you chose me on the show, this time I should be brave and choose you too. I want you to know that marriage isn't the goal, your happiness is." Luo. Elena choked, reaching out to tremble and hold on to Delilah's shoulders. The tears she had been holding back began to flow again. Growing up as an orphan, everyone isolated her, and she never had close friends. Since high school, she worked as a tutor while studying. Any extra money she earned went to the children in the orphanage. Survival had almost become her sole focus, and friends and love were distant luxuries. Sis Krista, Jacob looked at Elena hugging Delilah's neck and felt uncomfortable too. I think the same as Sister Delilah. I will always support you. Stop crying. You've already refused Arlen, so he's the one who should be crying. Delilah wiped away Elena's tears with a tissue, saying laughingly, come stay at my place tonight. I brought you a gift from Italy last time. Let's open it together and forget about these worries, okay? They say shopping cures everything. This new bag I brought should console you a bit. With red-rimmed eyes, Elena nodded, looking like a pitiful little rabbit, making Delilah adore her even more. Come on, Jacob, let's join our party girls. Edric and Dale exchanged looks, neither daring to speak loudly, fearing that even their breathing might trigger Arlen's outburst. The fragrance of osmanthus in the air gradually mixed with the sulfur smell from the nearby fireworks. The celebratory props they held now seemed out of place. Edric signaled to Dale to say something. Why don't you go? Dale clenched his teeth, feeling betrayed by Edric. As they exchanged silent glances, Arlen suddenly moved, clutching a plush toy dog tightly and quickly walking in the direction Elena left. Once Arlen left, they both burst into words. It's all your fault. You should at least offer some consolation to the boss. What about you? How many signals did I give you, and you didn't say a word? How dare you say that to me? You're no better. They started arguing vehemently, throwing sarcastic remarks at each other. Anton, who had been talking to Arlen earlier, turned around and saw the two bosses fighting. These are the leaders of hundreds of people? Isn't this a bit too frivolous? He decided to ignore it and followed Arlen outside. When Arlen ran out, Elena's car was already quite far. Anton panted, catching up, Boss Art, Elena is at Delilah's place. Jacob just sent the address. Do you want to go? Note, the text provided has some narrative elements that may need clarification or adjustments for smoother context, but the core message has been preserved. Hashtag chapter 352, reality. Arlen didn't speak, only his eyes were lowered as he watched the car gradually disappear from sight. Anton couldn't quite grasp his temperament and didn't dare to speak loudly. She could only timidly speak up for Elena. Elena isn't the type to be unreasonable. Perhaps you should communicate with her again? Maybe there's a misunderstanding between the two of you. His artist, who else would protect her if not him? Oh Buddha, hopefully, she doesn't really go to hell. For some reason, after Anton finished speaking, Mr. Art seemed even angrier. The gaze that swept over was as cold as frost, making one shiver. Anton instinctively hugged her short-sleeved shirt tightly, swallowing back any further words. She should have brought a jacket just in case. Get someone to clean up. The two people still bickering behind immediately realized he was addressing them. Edric promptly responded, stepping forward. I'll call them now and get them to come clean up immediately. Dale also carefully approached, glancing at Arlen's expression. Boss, should we call your sister-in-law? Arlen slowly looked at him before walking toward the parking spot. No need, you two will take me home later. The two, who were on tenterhooks, immediately relaxed. They exchanged glances and obediently called for help to finish the cleanup work. So what was the boss thinking? Angry? He didn't look it. But no emotional fluctuation also didn't seem right. At least based on Edric and Dale's understanding, it appeared as though he had suddenly become troubled. Today's Arlen, proposing amidst fanfare, was obviously elated, but now he seemed like a silent volcano, unclear whether he'd erupt or remain dormant, or perhaps already in a state of calm. Only when Anton saw Arlen's tall figure walk away did she dare breathe deeply. Just now, she thought she might die from that glare, yet he said nothing. Dale casually strolled behind her, offering an offhand reminder. Just because you're familiar with the boss's wife, don't act too cozy. A man's jealousy can be terrifying. Anton. President Foam, do you mean? Dale nodded vigorously, revealing an air of understanding. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. You just need to remember that the boss dislikes anyone showing affection towards his wife. Anton. She had never heard jealousy and pettiness put so diplomatically and philosophically. I understand. Thank you, President Foam. It's no big deal. Just sharing a bit of experience. Dale squinted, his eyes gleaming with cunning. After all, we'll see each other frequently in the future, might as well be kind to others. As they climbed into the car, Arlen was already seated in the back seat waiting. The interior lights flickered on as the car started, catching a glimpse of Arlen's narrow, dim eyes. Going home then? Edric asked softly from the front. Arlen didn't reply, while Dale quickly set the GPS to Arlen's current home address. The sleek luxury car slid silently into the night, leaving behind pink and white balloons and flowers discarded by staff into trash bins. A few twinkling stars hung in the distance. Inside the car, the atmosphere was stifling, with only the sound of the air conditioner dripping intermittently. Edric and Dale exchanged countless glances in the rearview mirror before finally mustering the courage to speak up. Hungry? Want to grab a late-night snack? Arlen lazily lifted his heavy eyelids, clearly indicating refusal. Ah, it's fine, you guys can eat after I get home. Right, we'll drop you off first. After their futile attempts, they fell silent once more, returning to the usual quiet within the vehicle. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Arlen pushed open the car door and walked out. Dale waited a moment before speaking up. Boss, don't lose heart. If this attempt failed, there will be another chance. Isn't there a movie called Proposing 101 Times? Arlen paused mid-step. He glanced at Dale in the passenger seat, who immediately mimed zipping his lips shut. When Arlen's silhouette disappeared into the elevator, Edric punched Dale in frustration. Are you stupid? You actually want the boss to propose 101 times? If he really did, you'd be fired for entering the company with your left foot first. Dale, to disappoint you, I usually enter with my right foot. Edric grinned menacingly. Then the boss would fire you for your breath drifting into the office. Dale. Let's stop talking about this. When do you think the boss and Elena will make up? I remember Elena has a good personality. Why would she refuse the boss's proposal without reason? Who knows? Edric sighed. They had been busy preparing for this proposal, but the heroine turned out to be the one who caused the problem. And they couldn't say much about it. After all, it was personal between the two of them, and as outsiders, they found it hard to help. The boss is pitiful, sighed Dale. Seeing the new work schedule sent by his secretary, Dale spotted densely packed words, overtime, without needing to closely inspect. He sighed again. I'm the most pitiful, suffering the most under the boss's tyranny. Sometimes I really wish to hang capitalists like him on lampposts. Edric. Luckily, he held a managerial position in his father's company, avoiding working with Arlen. Silence reigned in the car again. So, shall we bet? On what? When the boss and Elena will reconcile. Bet 3 days, Dale nervously extended 3 fingers. Edric rubbed his chin, pondering, isn't the boss's dignity hurt by this? I bet a week. Arlen wouldn't let it rest easily, he assured them based on years of friendship. Delilah secretly called Anton, informing her that Elena was emotionally stable and normal, urging them to relax. Entering the room, she saw Elena in pajamas, sitting dazedly on the bed, lost in thought. Smiling, Delilah got onto the other side of the bed. It's been a long time since I've slept on the same bed with a close friend. She patted the mattress. My bed is large and soft, you can roll around as you please. It's fine to add one more person. Turning off the light, Delilah heard Elena whisper, Lualu, do you sometimes feel like reality is deceiving? Chapter 353, Breakfast Arrangements. Delilah was silent for a moment. In the darkness, she quietly reached out to Elena's hand. Is something wrong? Elena shook her head, remaining quiet in the end. Her story was too bizarre and twisted, it was hard to believe that anyone would believe it. She had been living inside a novel where the world revolved around the male and female protagonists. Despite her desperate attempts to escape their intertwined fates, all her efforts were ultimately futile. She longed to convince herself that Arlen was real, with his own thoughts and personality. However, this world continuously reminded her that it was nothing but a fabricated universe. Everything within it followed a set pattern, and everyone existed within the boundaries of this fictitious world. Initially, Elena firmly believed in the content of the novel. But now, she was told that Arlen wasn't just a background character, but the finally completed villainous male second lead in this unfinished novel. Elena didn't want to impose these ideas onto Arlen, yet she couldn't forget the contents of the novel. Doubt and guilt almost crushed her. She couldn't distinguish between reality and the fictional world. If this was reality, did that mean her past experiences at the orphanage were just dreams? But logic dictated that her life had indeed been spent at an orphanage up until now, surviving by working day after day. She couldn't agree to Arlen's proposal at this moment, nor could she forgive herself for rejecting him. Elena still remembered the disbelief in Arlen's eyes when she said no. It felt as if a vibrant flame had suddenly extinguished, leaving behind only endless ashes. Avoiding the male protagonist, enduring the female protagonist, she tried her best to stay away from these omnipotent characters, only to end up in the arms of the villainous male second lead. How ironic. Do you think I'm a character in reality? Delilah asked cautiously. Elena nodded inwardly but then shook her head. Finally, she closed her eyes and slowly moved closer to Delilah, lying down next to her. Delilah felt Elena gripping her hand tightly. In the quiet night, her voice seemed like mist on the sea, barely visible but present. Luo, you are my eternal friend. That's right, Delilah chuckled softly. I'm your eternal friend, the one who ran away with you from the proposal scene tonight. In the darkness, Elena's lips curled slightly into a smile. Delilah turned over and lay next to Elena. The two of them lay side by side, whispering to each other while staring at the ceiling. Don't feel guilty, Qian. Although it was unexpected when you rejected Arlen, I believe everyone who knows you can understand you. You might not be ready, or perhaps you were shocked by Arlen's surprise, or maybe you were simply having a bad day. None of these things matter. I hope, Delilah closed her eyes as if making a wish. That you say, yes, without hesitation, not because of pressure from others but because you truly want to. Elena remained silent for a long time. Just when Delilah thought she had fallen asleep, she heard Elena's stifled sobs. All because of you, being so sentimental tonight, I can't sleep now. She wiped her face with a tissue. Delilah burst into laughter and leaned closer to Elena. But today, watching you reject Arlen was pretty satisfying. You know I've never gotten along with him, especially how he wanted to take you away so soon. Delilah continued, clenching her teeth. You're so young, there are so many handsome stars in the entertainment industry you haven't met. Agreeing to marry now would be a huge loss for the entertainment industry. You should use your beauty to conquer everything, be a woman no one can get, except me. One day, we will both reach the peak of our careers and meet at the top. Elena. Never expected Luo to have such a middle school fantasy idea, it suddenly felt so real. Would you be willing to become my family? Arlen's bright and expectant eyes stared at her. Elena felt her hand held tightly in Arlen's palm, feeling the warmth. She was about to say yes when the Arlen in her dream, dressed in a black suit, began to look strange. He stood there, a mocking and unnerving smile on his lips, his eyes like a sticky abyss that could drag her under. Cold miss, I have long harbored feelings for you. You should know who to choose between me and Daniel. No. Arlen. Elena bolted up in bed, reaching out to pull Arlen back, only to be frozen by his unfamiliar gaze. Seeing the unfamiliar luxurious interior, Elena realized she was at Delilah's house from last night. Wiping her sweaty forehead, she whispered to herself, it's just a dream. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside. Delilah opened the door and rushed in, looking at Elena with a curious expression. What happened? Elena managed a faint smile and prepared to get up to wash up. But Delilah spoke again with a subtle expression. Arlen is standing at our doorstep. Do you want to see him? The doorbell had just rung. Delilah initially thought it was her assistant or manager coming to arrange her recent work schedule. When she glanced through the peephole, she saw a tall man standing outside, holding breakfast bags. Delilah had intended to tell Arlen that Elena was still asleep, but then she heard Elena's voice calling Arlen's name from the room. This must be couples telepathy. Why must she eat this dog food even here? She really didn't want to ship any couples. Elena blinked slowly, contemplating. Fine, let him in. Delilah and Elena sat on one side while Arlen, carrying a large bag of breakfast, sat on the opposite side of the table. One looked guarded, another dazed from waking up, and the other was setting breakfast on the table. The scene was surreal. Delilah, though technically the hostess, felt excluded. All right, Elena agreed. Let him in. Chapter 354, Exchanging Glances. These are steamed buns, these are fried dough sticks, and this century egg and lean meat congee was bought from your favorite breakfast shop in the eastern part of the city. Arlen placed the breakfast items on the table one by one. Soon, the entire table was filled with various kinds of breakfast foods. K-Links, you should join us too. Elena, not knowing what to say, tried to change the subject to ease the awkwardness. Delilah looked at the colorful spread of breakfast items on the table, thinking that if she ate a few more dishes, her agent would likely come over to weigh her. She gave a sheepish smile. I'll just have black coffee and cereal for breakfast. You two eat up. Facing so many delicious-looking items but not being able to eat them felt like a crime. Do you want to try this? She picked up a whole wheat chicken sandwich and offered it to Delilah. This has lower calories, it should be okay, right? Seeing the whole wheat bread, Delilah rolled her eyes. I'd rather gnaw on wood than eat something like whole wheat bread. Elena nodded in agreement. Then she saw Arlen sitting opposite her. He looked at her expressionlessly or perhaps, at the sandwich. Do you want this? Elena raised the sandwich in her hand, asking cautiously. Arlen glanced at her and naturally took it over. I never thought Arlen would eat such an awful thing, Delilah murmured into Elena's ear. Elena lowered her voice as well. When my agent wanted me to maintain my weight, I used to give this terrible bread to Arlen and only eat the chicken breast inside. To Arlen, as long as it wasn't terribly disgusting, he could stomach it. Elena often suspected that Arlen had an endless pit inside him, with gastric acid as strong as sulfuric acid. Upon hearing this, Delilah's expression became somewhat nuanced. I now believe that Arlen really likes you. To be able to eat such awful bread. Although he is the boss of Yufeng Entertainment, he's willing to eat the things you can't finish. Elena instinctively looked at Arlen across the table but was caught in the act. She immediately grabbed her cup and pretended to drink juice. Delilah alternated her gaze between them, feeling a glaring light emanating from within her. How irritating to have breakfast with lovebirds early in the morning. Delilah whispered near Elena's ear, seething, can you two stop exchanging glances? I'm still alive, can't you show some respect? Elena almost choked on her juice. There weren't any exchanged glances. Where were they exchanging glances? It was just normal communication. Moreover, even though she always gave Arlen the things she disliked eating, he would always demand compensation by sneaking bites of the food she liked the most out of her bowl. Seeing Elena choke, Arlen silently pushed a tissue from beside him toward her, his look both concerned and patient. Elena immediately felt a burning sensation from behind her, mocking the credibility of her words earlier. Eat, let's eat. Elena lowered her head, clutching her steamed bun, deciding to sever ties with everyone at the dining table for 5 minutes. She didn't want to communicate with anyone, not even exchanging glances. After finishing breakfast together, Arlen got ready to leave. Elena hesitated before asking. Are you going to the company today? Yes, Arlen packed up the uneaten breakfast. There's a meeting for next quarter, and I need to go early. Okay. She had just rejected his proposal last night and didn't know how to respond. Be careful on the road. Arlen brushed his eyes, looking calm. You have a photo shoot this afternoon, don't you? I'll pick you up after the meeting. Oh, Elena nodded, remembering that she indeed had that shoot. She felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, you don't have to come pick me up every time. Andrew can take me home safely. No problem, I have the time. Arlen bowed his head to pack the leftover breakfast. Seeing Elena looking at him, he lifted the bag slightly. These are still clean, I can give them to Edric and Dale. For some reason, Arlen's tone made it sound like he was taking leftovers to feed pets. Elena quickly dismissed that unreliable thought. Okay, I'll wait for you this afternoon. Alright. If you get hungry, you can go eat with Jacob. Watching them from a distance, Delilah almost felt sickened by their affectionate behavior. Even though they were quarreling, they showed obvious concern for each other. Delilah could already imagine what they'd be like after marriage, exactly like this. Only when Arlen's footsteps faded away did Elena hear Delilah's loud remark. Are you two really arguing? Why does it feel like there's still an atmosphere of lingering affection? Seeing Elena glance over, Delilah playfully raised her eyebrows. Elena tapped on the tablecloth and rebutted softly. We're not arguing. She just refused Arlen's proposal and didn't know how to face him. Delilah sighed, though I don't like Arlen much, he really has a good temper. Yesterday, you refused him, and today he came over as if nothing happened, bringing all that breakfast. Buying all that must have taken at least 2 hours. Elena lowered her head, saying nothing. Forget it, don't feel guilty. Maybe it's his bitter stratagem. Delilah walked over and patted Elena's shoulder. Do what you want, anyway, you know. She smiled at Elena. I support whatever you do. Mariah's performance today is great. Thanks to you, we can finish work early. The staff in the studio checked the shooting materials and chuckled while joking with Elena. Who wouldn't prefer to finish work early? Today's shots were completed smoothly, having the usual time. Thank you all as well. Elena smiled and greeted those she knew, then left the studio with Jacob. Krista, today's afternoon shoot is over. Let's go home now. Elena thought about it but shook her head. Let's go to Yufeng. Arlen probably hadn't finished the quarterly meeting yet. She might as well wait for him. Chapter 355, Car Accident. Dwight Tion glanced at Jacob, seeing the shock in her eyes. Could it be that these two have reconciled? So soon. It felt like last night's events never even happened. During the ride, Jacob couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and asked, Krista, did you and General Art reconcile? Elena shook her head, then after a moment, nodded. I guess so. The questioning tone left Jacob confused. She frowned, unsure whether they had reconciled or not. Although their CP didn't seem to be heading towards a bad end, the situation was somewhat peculiar. Elena felt like she was an ostrich with its head buried in the sand. She knew the problem but didn't want to face it, her thoughts twisting into knots like tangled yarn. But deep down, a fact persisted, she didn't want to lose Arlen. That thought might have been what led her to pick him up today. She wanted to tell Arlen about it in a gentle and indirect manner. Recalling the weather when she had confessed to Arlen before, Elena felt like the world was preventing her from directly revealing the truth. So, being subtle would work, just like last time, right? Elena contacted Dale via WeChat first and called him, receiving his enthusiastic welcome. Coleman-in-law, please take a seat here. The boss is out on business but will be back soon. Elena seemed uncomfortable with his warmth, saying, It's fine, I can wait here. You go ahead and do your work. It's okay, the director's left already. I don't have anything this afternoon. She hadn't realized before how cheerful CEO Phone could be. Meanwhile, Dale thought he was incredibly clever, determined to persuade Elena about how outstanding their boss was, ensuring she'd gain much by accepting his proposal. If he convinced the sister-in-law to accept the boss's proposal, maybe the boss would cancel all the overtime he'd accumulated recently. Boss is a very kind person. This morning, he even brought us breakfast. He hasn't done that since college, said Dale. Elena immediately remembered the breakfast she hadn't finished this morning. She forced a polite smile. Seeing her seemingly interested, or not, smile, Dale felt more motivated to continue persuading her. The boss started from nothing, and he's famous for his impeccable reputation. Even during college, when girls lined up outside his dorm, he remained unmoved until you appeared. Elena realized Arlen had been quite popular back in school, contrary to what he had told her. Previously, she hadn't understood why anyone would pursue Arlen while he stayed single. Now she understood. It must be due to his dog-like character. If he didn't have some flaws, he probably wouldn't be with her. However, in Elena's eyes, Arlen's character was rather endearing. Thinking of those dog-like moments, Elena couldn't help but recall Arlen's words, 3-ingredient dumplings, only with shrimp. 3-ingredient dumplings. Dumplings. Elena. It was better not to think about dumplings now, or else her hands would itch. Amidst Dale's relentless praise, Elena eventually couldn't bear it and raised the white flag. I feel a bit stuffy, I want to go outside for a bit. Call me when Arlen comes back. Do you need someone to accompany you? Dale offered his secretary eagerly. My secretary is very nice, let her go with you. No, thanks. Elena put on a mask and cap, confirming her disguise wouldn't be recognized, then said, I'll go alone. Phone general manager, the summons secretary smiled awkwardly. You haven't signed that document yet. I've placed it in your office. It's fine. Accompany, Mariah. By something. The secretary wore a professional smile. If Elena weren't there, she'd have warned Dale loudly to wake up. Did he not see Elena almost fleeing in terror? Why was he pushing her to follow? Such an annoying boss, despite trying to express warmth, appeared to be behaving like a middle-aged pervert who had ulterior motives. Mariah. You really don't need my secretary to accompany you? Elena almost ran into the elevator, sighing in relief as the doors closed. Now she understood why Arlen got along so well with Dale. People tended to gravitate towards similar kinds. She wandered aimlessly, deciding to buy a layer cake at a bakery as an apology for yesterday's incident. On second thought, she bought a few more pieces. Buying him some delicious desserts might make him more approachable. Elena, the boss is almost back. Should you wait for him here or at the company? Dale's voice came over the phone. Elena quickly paid and headed out. I'll meet him. I've finished shopping and will leave now. Just as they were talking, another call came through. Elena checked the screen and saw Arlen's name. Hey, where are you? I'm coming to find you. I'm near the mall near the company, just buying a few things. Wait for me at the entrance. Elena hurried out. I'm coming right away. Okay, I'll wait at the entrance. Be careful, and don't get noticed by others. Carrying the cake, Elena walked briskly towards the company. Before reaching, she heard others discussing nearby. Did you hear? There was a car accident at the company's entrance just now. Really? Is anyone hurt? Did they call 120? They did, but it seems quite bad. The person was apparently waiting for someone. For some reason, Elena felt her heart jolt, and her pace quickened. Chapter 356, Heartbreak. As Elena approached the scene of the incident, more people gathered around, recounting the terrifying events that had just unfolded. Elena's heart grew heavier with each word she heard. She briskly moved through the crowd, heading toward the epicenter of the event. Not far ahead, fragments of scattered vehicles were visible. A black sedan was almost entirely crushed at its front end, standing there unattended. Elena's pace quickened upon noticing this desolate sight, eventually breaking into a jog as she pushed her way through the crowd to the most critical spot. This young man seemed to be waiting for someone here. How did he get hit out of nowhere? Heavy drinker, you don't know? The traffic police already said so. This driver was drunk, driving under the influence, all dazed and confused. Only after hitting someone did he sober up. Drunk drivers are the worst. That young man is so young. What if he's left disabled? It would be such a tragedy. Who could argue with that? Elena struggled to make out the murmurs of the crowd. With great effort, she pushed her way deeper inside. The blood on the ground hadn't fully dried yet, trickling slowly along the asphalt crevices. The bright red color was too vivid, making Elena feel weak in her legs after just one glance. She couldn't help but ask hesitantly, her voice trembling. What happened to the person who was hit? An enthusiastic bystander answered promptly. The ambulance just came and took him to the hospital. They say it was pretty bad, and the medics were even performing emergency care on site. What did the person who was hit look like? Elena realized her own voice quivered involuntarily. The person glanced at her curiously, finding her hat and mask suspicious in the hot weather but continued talking. Wearing a black suit, white shirt, short hair, quite tall, and quite handsome with fair skin. Do you know him? Are you his family? Elena shook her head vaguely. She remembered Arlen wearing a black suit and white shirt when he came to see her today, a rare instance of dressing formally. Naturally, it left a deep impression on her. Her already weakened legs finally gave way after hearing the bystander's description. Elena felt her mind go blank as she desperately dialed Arlen's number, trembling with fear, even holding her phone shakily due to panic. Arlen, please pick up the phone now, just say one word to me, anything will do. The long dial tone nearly drove Elena to despair. Her palms were ice cold, and she couldn't muster a word, only breathing heavily. Elena had never felt a dial tone so excruciatingly long. As she forced herself to breathe deeply and maintain calm, she clutched her phone tightly, hoping for an answer from the other end. But contrary to her wishes, a sweet robotic female voice cut through the line, crushing the last sliver of hope in her heart. I'm sorry, the call you made is currently unanswered. Please try again later. Tears streamed down Elena's face instantly. She kneeled on the ground, crying uncontrollably, her warm tears soaking into her mask, the redness before her eyes blindingly sharp. It was all her fault. She should have let Arlen come find her. She didn't know why she refused him yesterday or why she suddenly acted childish. Guilt and shame stopped her from letting Arlen see her. These were all her mistakes. She was too timid and insecure, destroying all Arlen's plans because of her petty whims. Though she genuinely cared, she feared she might not have another chance to tell him. Seeing Elena sobbing pitifully, the surrounding people's murmurs grew louder. Is she the young man's family? So sad, such a young couple. Yeah, young lady, the ambulance that arrived earlier was from the First People's Hospital. Go there quickly. Right, stop crying. Go to the hospital to see what happened. Elena pressed her hand to her chest, wiping away her tears forcefully. A compassionate girl nearby helped her up, handing her a tissue. Wipe your tears. You must stay strong. Boss, you can't blame me. I really tried my best to keep big sister here, even suggested having my secretary accompany her, but she insisted on leaving. There was nothing I could do. Dale chattered beside Arlen, trying to prove his efforts in order to cancel the overtime work planned. Also, I've been praising you non-stop to her. You wouldn't believe how moved she was, especially learning you never dated anyone during all your years of study. She immediately saw you as a reliable man. Arlen stood silently at the front of the elevator, ignoring Dale's ramblings. Boss, I really think you'll succeed next time you propose. Really? Arlen's gaze shifted sharply towards Dale, whose body temperature dropped noticeably even from the reflection on the elevator walls. Dale shut his mouth, feeling a bit wronged. He had gone so far, yet Boss remained as cold as stone. Boss had endless patience and affection for Elena, remaining unfazed even when she refused his proposal yesterday. A single mistake and he got dragged into extra work. When the elevator doors opened, they stepped outside to find a large crowd gathered at the company entrance. Dale turned to the receptionist peeking out and asked, "What's happening outside? Is it about distributing eggs? Why so many people?" Their tech company had no issues with unpaid debts, so it couldn't be creditors. The receptionist shook her head uncomfortably. A young man was hit by a car while waiting for someone outside. These are all witnesses, gathering here. Dale, oh, someone from our company. He glanced out and spotted a familiar figure being supported by a young girl. Even with a mask and hat, it was clear she had been crying, her eyes swollen. Dale hesitated before cautiously addressing Arlen. Boss, that person looks like Big Sister. She was wearing this outfit when she left, but it could also be someone else dressed similarly. His voice dwindled into silence. Arlen raised his head and squinted, trying to confirm if it was indeed Elena's attire. Recognizing her, he immediately strode out. Dale followed closely behind, muttering quietly. Whose tears are those? Why is she so upset? Chapter 357, A Mix-Up. Elena wanted to suppress her emotions, but the more she thought about how she had rejected Arlen last night, the worse she felt. She felt a stabbing pain in her chest and her limbs were so numb that it seemed they could never gather any strength. She hadn't yet told Arlen that she was willing to. If something happened to him and he truly didn't make it, she would never forgive her cowardly self. It took her so long to find someone she also wished to be family with, only for everything to fall apart due to her hesitation and weakness. He might be the antagonist number 2, but she should have realized that the real-life Arlen standing before her wasn't the villainous character who used devious means to achieve his goals. He wasn't fond of the popular Marnie and had clumsily proposed marriage to ask her to join his family. Elena's eyes were red from crying. The small patch of pale skin showing through her mask was damp with sweat. The young girl saw her pitiful state and cautiously asked her, "Do you want to take off your mask? You look like you're having trouble breathing." Elena immediately shook her head. She wiped away her tears forcefully and stumbled towards the roadside. "Thank you. I still need to go to the hospital to see my boyfriend. He must be very scared alone." Before Elena finished speaking, her eyes started to turn red again. They always say villains last 1,000 years. As the world's main antagonist, Arlen shouldn't just die so easily. Elena repeatedly convinced herself of this theory to keep going as she tried to flag down a car to the hospital. "Are you going to the hospital? Let me call a taxi for you," the girl offered as she hurried over to help Elena. A tall figure brushed past her and quickly went towards the unsteady silhouette ahead. A hand grabbed onto the girl's arm. Elena thought it was the enthusiastic girl again. She sniffed and said hoarsely, "I can go to the hospital on my own." "Thank you. Where are you going?" A voice as clear as cold spring water sounded, causing Elena to dumbly turn her head in disbelief. There stood Arlen, wearing a black suit. He looked like he had rushed over from afar, his hand holding Elena's arm still trembling slightly. His hair, disheveled from running, hung over his forehead. He stood there under the sunlight, casting a shadow that seemed to embrace Elena. His pupils were as dark as the abyss, displaying no obvious emotion, his gaze slowly scanning Elena to check if she was injured in the accident. "Where are you going? Why the hospital?" He stared intently at Elena, asking gently, "Did you get hurt?" "Where?" Suddenly, Elena's heart, which had been bursting with sadness, felt soothed. Blinking her eyes, scalding tears rolled down her face, leaving damp trails on her cheeks. Turning around, she pulled Arlen's arm to confirm that he was really alive and standing before her. The grievances in her tone finally burst out. "I thought you were dead and was just about to come see you." Arlen. Dale, who had just rushed over to finish signing some documents, was left speechless. He had merely asked Boss to sign a document upstairs. Why did sister-in-law think Boss was dying? Arlen was puzzled but still reached out to wipe Elena's tears. Feeling her warm fingertips on her face, though her tears weren't hot, Arlen felt his heart burn up. So, did you get hurt just now? Elena didn't answer. She was still overwhelmed by the strong emotions of believing Arlen was dead and then seeing him alive again, unable to speak. She only sobbed to express her feelings. I didn't get hurt, did you? They said someone was hit by a car at the company entrance. I called you. You didn't pick up. I thought the person carried into the ambulance was you. Arlen wiped away her tears and pulled out his phone from his pocket. Sure enough, there was a missed call from Elena displayed on the screen. He glanced at his phone and slowly explained to Elena, I've been in meetings all day and set my phone to silent mode. I didn't manage to switch it back in time, so I didn't receive your call. I'm sorry. Arlen hadn't expected that this rare instance of his phone being on silent would result in such a mix-up. Elena's cries turned hoarse, and she glared at Arlen while feeling relieved for his safety. Pouting, she wiped her eyes with tissues. You are okay, that's good. Arlen held Elena's hand and squeezed it firmly. Don't be sad. Want to try the new French restaurant tonight? Eat first, cry later, or else you'll cry yourself ugly. Elena. Her mood lightened a bit, replaced by a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had genuinely believed Arlen was in danger, and now it turned out to be a big misunderstanding. While Arlen was still thinking about their dinner plan, Elena glared at him with clenched teeth. Who says I cry uglier than anyone else? Didn't you know people online praised my crying scenes as beautiful? Other boyfriends usually complimented their girlfriends' tearful appearances, finding them frail and charming, even kissing and hugging them lovingly. Only Arlen, this dog of a man, would say she cried ugly. Let him suffer. Arlen slightly curled his fingers in Elena's palm, feeling her retaliation, and he let out a relieved smile. So, this is your boyfriend? The young girl asked in astonishment after finishing her observation, pointing at the middle of the crowd. Then who was the person taken away by the ambulance just now? Arlen didn't respond but looked at Elena. Elena's swollen, walnut-like eyes were dazed. I don't know either. They said that person was hit at the company entrance. I thought it was you. Dale and Arlen both fell silent. Understanding the whole story now, Dale cleared his throat, feeling that he should say something to clarify the misunderstanding. Sorry, sister-in-law. Just now, boss was called up to sign a document. That person could be one of our employees. I'll verify this when I return to the office. If it's true, the company will send someone to visit him. Sister-in-law, Dale winked at her, I believe the employee knew you were worried about him, so you don't need to feel so sad. Elena's face instantly turned red. As soon as he finished speaking, Arlen's warning glare followed him closely. Got it, she is so adorable. Couldn't he resist cracking a joke? Boss has ulterior motives every single day. Chapter 358, Official Couple Pairing I. Dale went to find someone to handle the traffic accident in front of the building, while Arlen stood by Elena's side, waiting for her emotions to settle. The warm-hearted girl didn't leave either. She just stood there hesitantly, looking at Elena as if she wanted to say something. Finally, when Arlen glanced over again, she nervously spoke up. Are you Elena? She glanced at Elena, confirming that her emotions had calmed down before cautiously stepping forward. I didn't mean anything by it, I just thought you look a lot like Elena. Before she could finish, her face blushed with embarrassment. She had wanted to ask earlier, but this masked young lady had been crying so desperately that she couldn't bring herself to ask. Now recognized, Andrew had warned her early on that if anyone recognized her, it was best to leave and not admit it. But thinking of this little fan's concern, Elena nodded. I'm Elena. Thank you for your help just now. Elena's voice was slightly hoarse, her eyes still red from crying. Even though only part of her face was visible, her striking beauty was unmistakable. You're welcome, you're welcome. The girl immediately became excited. Though she tried to keep her voice low, her gleaming eyes betrayed her excitement. She fumbled in her bag and handed a poster to Elena, her voice trembling with nervousness. Krista, I'm your fan. Can I have an autograph? Don't worry, I won't shout it online or reveal your itinerary today. Can I? Elena found her flustered demeanor amusing as she accepted the poster. Of course, but I didn't bring a pen with me today. Neither did I. Wait here, Krista. The little girl started to run off. I'll go to the convenience store to buy a pen. It's okay, Elena reassured her. Someone will get a pen from my company. Just wait a moment. Arlen silently made his way to the reception of their company. Here, thank you for today. Elena handed the signed poster back. They were standing in a quiet spot, so she took off her mask and gave her fan a sweet wink. Her nose was still slightly red from crying, but her smile, bending her almond-shaped eyes, shone brighter than the crescent moon on the treetops. Too beautiful, even better than in dramas with fancy filters. Dazedly accepting the poster, the girl praised without hesitation. Krista, you're truly stunning, even more beautiful than on screen. Elena smiled. Thank you. You're cute too. I'm serious, the girl emphasized with a nod. I've been following you since watching Moonlight Bathes. I really enjoy the chemistry between you and Teacher Churchill. You two are such a great match. I hope you both can work together again in the future. I'll keep supporting you too. Before she finished, she felt a chill behind her and turned to see the man who had been intimate with Krista staring at her. Though his gaze held no particular emotion, it sent a shiver down her spine. Was it because she hadn't thanked him? She bit back the words she was about to say. Initially thinking he was kind, especially since he'd been friendly earlier, she hadn't expected him to be so petty, just because she didn't thank him right away. How could Teacher Chen be friends with such a person? Thank you for the pen. Really appreciate it. Arlen didn't respond but walked to Elena's side, silently staking his claim. Elena found Arlen's childish jealousy amusing. It was all because the little fan had spoken her mind, and Arlen got jealous for no reason. But Elena still gently rejected her fan's idea. I appreciate your support, but it's unlikely for me and Teacher Churchill. She grinned and pointed to Arlen, who stood next to her with a sullen face. He's my boyfriend. Well, you could say fiancé. He's my real-life official couple pairing. The girl, who had been apologizing, froze in disbelief at these words. So did Arlen, whose cold expression wavered. She looked at the composed Elena, then at the seemingly embarrassed yet secretly delighted young man, eventually accepting this revelation. Stammering, she asked, Krista, can you tell me this? Will it be okay? After all, Elena hadn't publicly announced her relationship on social media, and usually, dating should be kept secret. Yes, I might announce it soon, so you're the first to know. Elena playfully extended her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Can you keep it a secret for me? The girl had never encountered such a situation, an idol she adored asking her to keep a secret. Of course, she'd do it. Nodding vigorously, she left reluctantly and dazedly with a smile. Krista was incredibly beautiful and even coaxed her to keep a secret. Her heart swelled with joy but quickly deflated as she opened her phone. But now her CP hopes were dashed. Ugh. Good things can't always happen to one person, can they? Watching her fan disappear around the corner, Elena finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Arlen stood beside her, silently taking her hand. His palm was cold and dry, holding hers tightly. Want to have French cuisine? There's a new restaurant nearby with a nice ambience. Elena knew Arlen well. For someone who loved fine dining, going for French cuisine would be torture. The hours-long meal wasn't easy to endure. Let's skip it. We can eat something else. Arlen absent-mindedly nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Walking behind him, Elena suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, I left all the pastries I bought back there. In her tears, she hadn't noticed the cakes she'd left at the entrance. It's okay. We can buy more later. Arlen squeezed her hand reassuringly. No, it's different. Elena hesitated but gathered her courage. Those pastries were meant as an apology. Losing them makes my sincerity seem less genuine. Chapter 359, Coming Clean. Arlen stood there, seemingly unconcerned about the situation, but his tone was slow and deliberate. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have brought you there without considering your feelings or inviting so many people. By the end of his words, he couldn't help but lower his head, his expression turning somewhat sorrowful. Elena hated seeing him look pitiful and quickly stepped forward in front of Arlen. No, it's not your fault. I actually think it went well. In her heart, Elena felt responsible. She had been overly sensitive about the protagonist issues, making her a nervous wreck at the slightest provocation. Her doubts began to fester merely from reading those words. Where did it go well? Arlen insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Elena felt flustered. Little did she know that her comforting words would prompt another question from Arlen. Sometimes, extreme anxiety can manifest as righteous indignation. Elena widened her eyes, trying hard to recall some positive aspects from last night's proposal ceremony. The flowers were quite beautiful, yes, and the red carpet was good too. The design of the platform was pretty tasteful. Arlen fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. That platform tripped you twice last night. So how do you find it so good? Arlen thought it was one of the flaws of the event. Immediately changing her tune, Elena responded, the fireworks. Yes, they were amazing. I didn't expect to see such beautiful fireworks in the city. Arlen, because it was in the outskirts. Is that right? Ha 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 ha. Elena waved her hand, pretending to be calm while fleeing like a cat with its tail stepped on. Arlen watched as Elena nearly sprinted away, his lips involuntarily curving upwards. After getting into the car, Elena realized the seriousness of the situation, especially when the sound of the doors locking followed immediately after Arlen entered. Arlen sat in the driver's seat, leisurely watching Elena's almost frantic posture, remaining silent as he stared at her intently. Thinking he was still upset about her rejecting his proposal last night, Elena rubbed her nose sheepishly. About what happened last night, I'm sorry. Finishing her sentence, she lowered her head, showing a face that seemed to deeply recognize her mistake. It's fine. Your rejection is understandable, said Arlen. No. Elena interjected hurriedly. You're great, it's all my fault. Taking a deep breath, she frowned dejectedly. I was too weak, which made me hesitant. Arlen remained silent, sensing that Elena might be about to tell him something he'd long wanted to know. Before last night, I saw something about us, saying that you might not love me in the future and would instead fall for Marnie. Arlen's gaze became suspicious. Elena quickly lowered her head, avoiding his potentially pained eyes. Since many events in that writing matched our reality exactly, I started doubting if you might change. Just because of that? Do you really think I would like Marnie? Arlen's voice turned cold, laced with visible ridicule. His eyes were cold and mocking, a level of cruelty Elena had never seen, ridiculing the absurdity of her thoughts. She raised her head to meet his eyes, intending to tell him everything she had seen was true, but upon contact with his gaze, she lowered her head even more, as if burned. Her hand, ready to reach out and touch Arlen, retreated out of fear. With her head lowered, unable to see his expression, she could only hear his faintly angered voice. Why didn't you tell me? Moreover, those are just words. Am I, a living person, less convincing than mere text? Krista, Arlen asked softly, his voice echoing in the car yet resonating deeply within Elena's heart. Am I so unworthy of your trust? He scoffed, answering her unspoken question. I don't know who Marnie is, nor do I care to. From the start to the end, the only one I want to understand and spend my life with is you. Elena had intended to say that last night's events were sudden and clashed with his proposal, leading her to foolishly reject him. She also wanted to admit her regret over the way she had reacted, haunted by dreams of his devastated eyes. But under Arlen's questioning, all her words seemed hollow and inadequate. It was her suspicion about Arlen possibly becoming like the book predicted, her lack of communication leading to her avoidance, her doubt and questioning of him, even fearing he would eventually turn into the character described. Silence hung between them, only their breathing audible in the car. Arlen was almost amused at her actions. After last night, he had repeatedly pondered and justified her behavior in countless ways, even accepting explanations as far-fetched as hormonal changes. But now, Elena confessed that she believed in some kind of divination predicting he would fall for Marnie. Arlen grew angrier the more he thought about it. He wanted to ask Elena exactly what she had read, intending to destroy all such materials. Unexpectedly, Elena spoke first, apologizing with her head down. Sorry, it's my fault. Just as Arlen was about to respond, he saw a tear drop onto the passenger seat. Arlen, I've always been afraid of those things. I feared they might come true, and I feared my fate would be manipulated like in that novel. She dared not approach or interact with Marnie and Daniel, going to great lengths to distance herself from their world. Deep down, she felt that as an insignificant, villainous minor character, confronting the protagonists would surely lead to her demise. They could crush her like a bug, and despite Arlen's brilliance, Elena believed the world revolved around the main characters, with Arlen merely serving as a backdrop for their grand love story. She thought this way and avoided confrontation, believing that by not opposing them, she could protect both her and Arlen's destinies. But reality proved otherwise. She inadvertently became the heroine's archrival, and Arlen inexplicably became the major antagonist in the novel. Having avoided confrontation for too long, buried in self-delusion, her immediate reaction when faced with these issues was to flee. Chapter 360, The Playbook. When she first arrived in this world, she was timid and afraid, believing that as long as she didn't oppose the main characters, she could live her life peacefully. She had no ambitions and didn't want to become famous on the show. As long as her work went smoothly, she could endure anything. Later, she made friends and found someone she liked. They were all minor characters in this world, so it seemed even less likely they would encounter the main characters. But when she discovered that Arlen was the male second lead, Elena was completely thrown into disarray. She never thought that the person she wanted to spend her life with was also a central figure in this world, and even one of the harem members in the female protagonist's expanded harem. Did she really have to compete with the female protagonist? She had nothing, no healthy family, no golden advantage of reincarnation, and no special favor from fate. In her past life, she lived just to survive, and in this life, her initial goal was also survival. Perhaps love was too luxurious for her. Living well now, with no worries about food or clothing, not needing to hustle like in her previous life, wasn't that enough? But deep down, she repeatedly told herself that Arlen was different from what the book described. He loved her, willing to put effort into proposing, remembering her every preference, and surprising her at certain moments. However, it wasn't until today, after the mishap at the entrance of Arlen's company, that Elena suddenly realized that even though she knew Arlen was the antagonist in the entire story, destined to fall madly in love with the female protagonist and clash with the male protagonist till death, she still believed that Arlen wouldn't end up like the novel's conclusion suggested. She even thought if he really fell for the female protagonist in the end, she would take him back by force. Now, Arlen's heart was shattered by her actions, and her heart ached as if gnawed by countless tiny insects. She grabbed his wrist and moved closer to him. With her lips pressed together, she apologized in a soft voice, tears falling uncontrollably. Arlen, it's all my fault. I've been too cowardly, always avoiding stepping out, thinking that as long as I stayed far away, I'd be safe. I'm a weak person, I couldn't even dare to accept my own happiness. Her voice choked and sobbed softly, carefully leaning against him like a wronged little kitten. Just one glance at her made Arlen's heart ache. He didn't intend to interrogate her, he only wondered why Elena couldn't trust him. Just because of those random words, did she condemn him without hesitation? Unable to express all his thoughts, Arlen could only sigh deeply, pulling Elena into his embrace, his chin resting on her head, whispering gentle comfort. It's fine, it's not too late. We can plan another proposal. Just don't think of me alongside other women. This remark backfired. Arlen felt Elena pause, crying even harder, tightly clinging to his chest, clutching his clothes while weeping loudly. I won't do it again. Even if it's Marnie, I'll snatch you back from her hands. So what if the female protagonist took her man? She would take him back. She wasn't the old Elena anymore. She wasn't afraid of offending anyone anymore. Arlen chuckled softly, and Elena, her eyes blurred with tears, looked up to see him smiling brightly, the frown between his brows smoothing out, revealing a clear, youthful aura. Why are you laughing? Elena stared at him with puffy red eyes, unsure why this was funny. Arlen just shook his head. You don't need to snatch me, I'll follow you wherever you go. Elena felt a warm surge in her heart. She hummed in response. Arlen had no idea how much effort and mental preparation she had put in. But it didn't matter. Elena leaned back into his embrace. She meant what she said. If Arlen remained the same Arlen she knew, she would hold on to him tightly. So what if the female protagonist tried? Elena also knew the plot. She wouldn't be any worse than a reincarnated protagonist. Should you compensate me a bit? Arlen held her, gently placing kisses on her temple. Neither mentioned going home, choosing instead to stay entangled together. How should I compensate you? How does one compensate for such things? Elena found it incredible. Did she propose to him and get rejected again? You propose to me, and I will reject you. Elena immediately sat up from Arlen's arms, her swollen eyes staring seriously at him. Are you serious? Of course. You hurt me so much last night. Saying this, Arlen's eyelashes fluttered, his black eyes half hidden beneath his lids, concealing his emotions. All right. Elena sighed, finding it unbearable to see him pretending to be aggrieved. She straightened herself, but I have nothing, no ring. How could a proposal happen like this? Don't worry, Arlen responded more calmly now. He sat upright, meeting Elena's gaze. Just say it, and let me reject you. Fine. Elena looked skeptically at Arlen, unable to detect any other emotion. This must just be for revenge. Debts had to be paid. She cleared her throat, pretending to take his hand seriously, cradling it in hers. I love you very much, so, dear Mr. Arlen, can you be my family? Arlen watched her, then laughed unexpectedly. He clasped her hand, bowed his head, and placed a reverent kiss on it. I do. Elena froze, staring at the bright ring suddenly appearing on her finger, her eyes widening in disbelief. Arlen, this sly dog, setting her up? Arlen was in a good mood. He pushed a men's ring forcefully into her palm. See? You don't need to snatch me, I'll follow you willingly. Even the engagement ring, he had prepared it in advance. So, he lifted his gaze seriously. Miss Elena, I ask you, will you be my family? Note, some cultural references may vary in translation. Chapter 361, Fiancé. Elena didn't speak, just silently looking at the ring in her hand. Arlen's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, Elena had announced to her fans that he was her fiancé and promised to reveal his identity soon. Yet, up until now, Elena still seemed hesitant. Perhaps she was angry because he tricked her, or maybe she was unhappy because the place where he proposed was too shabby. Or it could be that today had been too emotionally turbulent for her. During this moment of hesitation, Arlen thought of countless reasons for Elena's silence. His mood became increasingly low as he looked at Elena sitting across from him, opening his mouth only to close it again weakly. So, this time it's not going to work either. Arlen, Elena's voice echoed in the car, holding the ring uncertainly. You. Would you like to go with me, to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Arlen was preparing to say it was okay, that he would find another opportunity to propose, but then he heard Elena's words. He felt like he had suddenly won a lottery ticket, one he thought had no hope but suddenly revealed a long-awaited grand prize. Since you're willing, let's finalize it right away. Elena glanced at Arlen, almost as if afraid he would change his mind, quickly slipping the ring onto his ring finger. Arlen opened his mouth again, wanting to say something, but finally closed it tightly. It's 3:55 p.m. now. We should go home first to get our household registration books, then head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Elena hesitated. Isn't it a bit late today? The Civil Affairs Bureau closes at 5:30 p.m. If they have to wait in line, they might end up making a wasted trip. They could always go early tomorrow morning. No, Arlen straightened Elena, who was leaning against him, buckling her seatbelt. We can make it by driving. Let's go today. Elena's eyes widened. Was Arlen really in such a hurry? Going today afternoon instead of tomorrow morning didn't seem to make much difference. Both Elena and Arlen had their household registration books ready. After retrieving them, they hurried downstairs, as if rushing to meet a deadline rather than getting married. Arlen started the navigation system, and the two remained silent, with only the occasional GPS prompt breaking the silence in the car. Elena watched the city skyscrapers, trees, and pedestrians flash by as the car came to a stop at a red light. Elena turned her face and secretly observed Arlen's expression. The man's ring on his hand was particularly prominent, contrasting sharply with the black steering wheel under his pale, slender fingers, which made it look like a toy. He squinted his dark eyes at the road ahead, his usually aloof face exuding an irresistible sex appeal in the sunlight. Elena cleared her throat, feeling slightly parched. No problem. There are a lot of cars on this road, and we're approaching rush hour. If we drive slowly, we'll still make it on time. Arlen didn't respond, just pursing his lips, visibly displeased. This traffic light seemed unusually long, making the air in the car feel heavy and suffocating. Elena glanced at her pear-shaped diamond ring, its large, dazzling diamond surpassing anything she'd ever dreamed of owning. Arlen, Elena lifted her hand, showing him the diamond ring on her finger, asking seriously, is this diamond serious? And don't you think it looks more like a piece of rock candy? When she first put it on, it didn't seem so bad, but now it looked ridiculously oversized. Although it was beautiful, wearing it made Elena uneasy. What kind of family could afford to wear a suburban villa on their hand? She would be devastated if she accidentally lost it. Arlen politely raised his eyes to glance at it. It's a diamond bought at an auction a few years ago. It's been locked in a safe without any use, so turning it into a ring seems fitting. Elena said, Isn't the stone on this a bit too big? Elena originally meant to ask Arlen to replace it with a smaller one, less painful to lose. Is that so? Arlen slowly responded, I have a larger emerald already set into a necklace, along with a whole set of jade. Elena's mouth dropped open, speechless at Arlen's extravagant display of wealth. Alright, a family like this indeed could afford it. Now she finally understood what it meant to be the wife of a domineering CEO. Why did I never realize you had a hobby for buying jewelry? At this point, Arlen fell silent, turning away but gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. Edric and Dale both said you would like this kind of thing. Elena froze, feeling waves of sweetness wash over her. She hadn't realized that even someone as distinguished as Arlen could be swayed into buying things he didn't need based on other suggestions. And, Arlen looked out the window at the stationary cars, his expression calm as if discussing a trivial matter. Once bought, I can give them to you as your dowry. The lawyer said all these items will be counted as your premarital property. Though, divorce wouldn't likely happen between them. His voice was soft, but Elena heard him clearly. She was an orphan, whether in her previous life or this one, she assumed no one would provide a dowry for her. But Arlen had considered this long before now. Elena lowered her head, feeling both sweet and bittersweet. Even though she didn't have a family, Arlen was genuinely trying his best to win her affection, drawing closer to her. Just as he had mentioned, he had long regarded her as a close member of his family. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they discovered they hadn't done their pre-marriage checkup, and just as they arrived, it hit exactly 5:30 p.m. A staff member smoothly recited, there are too many people today. Please come back tomorrow morning. We also support online booking. Then they smiled warmly. Arlen and Elena were speechless. Leaving the bureau, Arlen looked somewhat dejected. Elena held up her diamond ring, unable to ignore its flashy nouveau riche aura. Arlen, Elena earnestly told him, I want to change this ring for a simpler one that I can wear daily. We can wear this ring only once during the wedding ceremony. Arlen responded, Edric said the larger the diamond carat, the happier you would be. Elena rolled her eyes, I'm not showing off wealth. A smaller one is fine for everyday wear. Afraid of hurting Arlen, she added, I love the rings you buy for me, but this kind of extravagant one isn't suitable for someone in the public eye. Arlen remained silent, frowning, seemingly unable to understand why Elena disliked this ring. Large diamonds were valuable, small ones had little collection value. After ensuring there was no one around, Elena pulled down her mask, leaning over to kiss Arlen's cheek gently. Her touch was fleeting yet soft. Standing in front of him, she whispered coquettishly, change it, dear fiancé. A smaller one I'll wear every day. She raised a hand in a swearing gesture, her smile playful and innocent, adorable enough to quicken one's heartbeat. Chapter 362, Engagement Ring. Arlen immediately forgot the phrase, the size of the diamond, a woman's pride that Edric and Dale had taught him. The size of the engagement ring doesn't matter, as long as Elena likes it, any style is fine. Let's go pick out a suitable engagement ring first. We'll do the pre-wedding checkup tomorrow morning and then register at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After saying this, Arlen walked toward where they had parked the car. Elena stood behind, watching the rosy blush on Arlen's ears slowly spread to his nape. Oh, didn't expect even a sweet talker like Arlen couldn't resist being coaxed. Won't I have a secret weapon against him from now on? Though these two were dressed rather modestly, especially with the girl wearing a mask and hat, their superior appearances were obvious just from their outlines. The phrase, perfect couple, seemed to be made for them. The salesperson immediately greeted them with a smile, may I help you? We're having a promotion on our wedding rings. It was easy to tell this young couple would be buying either a wedding ring or a couple's necklace. Though the man was dressed modestly, his watch was from an exclusive luxury brand. Providing excellent service might land a big sale. Elena, we'd like to look at matching rings. Not too large, maybe 2 or 3 carats. All right. Please follow me. Our new arrivals are this way. Arlen remained silent, following Elena obediently as she examined the rings in the counter, showing the classic boyfriend who has no say in the matter expression. The salesperson clenched her teeth inwardly, not expecting the seemingly well-dressed and dignified man to be so tight-fisted. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Thinking this, her welcoming smile faded significantly. Could you please take this one out for us? Elena pointed to a pair of simple heart-shaped diamond rings inside the case. This is one of our new designs created by renowned jewelry designer Gareth. It might be more expensive than expected. Her sentence ended there as Elena looked up puzzled. I know, let's try them on. The unspoken words, can you afford them? Stayed in her throat as she reluctantly took out the rings and handed them over. Try them on, please. What kind of service attitude is this? Elena frowned, clearly displeased with her perfunctory manner. Elena tried on the ring on her right ring finger and showed it to Arlen. They both shook their heads simultaneously. If they can't afford it, just say so. Putting on airs won't help. Elena has seen many such people, it's all just a waste of time. Put this ring back. Let's look at other styles. Before Elena finished speaking, she noticed a mocking smile on the salesperson's lips. Noticing Elena looking at her, she somewhat hid her expression but still held a disdainful gaze. Elena tapped on the glass, pointing at the rings like ordering dishes, this one, that one, and these three. Take them all out for me. The salesperson opened the cabinet sluggishly, clearly unwilling. Elena found it amusing, crossing her arms, her almond eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a pressure similar to when Arlen exerted authority. Aren't you supposed to serve customers? Trying something on isn't allowed? Her voice was neither too high nor too low, quickly attracting the attention of nearby colleagues. The salesperson gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Of course it's allowed. You can try on whichever style you want. Arlen always fully cooperated with Elena's playful pranks. So after Elena rejected one batch, he asked the salesperson to bring out others to display. As they went through many displays without showing intent to buy, the salesperson's face grew increasingly displeased. She put all the rings back into the cabinet and her tone became more obviously sarcastic. If you two aren't sure, think about it before deciding. This kind of trial only wastes our time. She was almost directly calling them poor bums who were wasting her time. Elena put down the ring and crossed her arms, addressing the other salespeople, go get your manager. Soon, someone called the manager over. Seeing Elena, Arlen, and the disgruntled salesperson, he quickly understood what had happened. He approached nervously, asking, is there something wrong? Before Elena could speak, the salesperson had already started pouring out her grievances. These two people just wasted half an hour of my time looking at a 2 or 3 carat diamond ring and didn't have any intention to buy. Elena remained silent, smiling as she watched the performance. The girl had gotten in through connections, and even the store manager dared not say much to her normally. But indeed, their behavior did sound somewhat over the top. The manager was about to say something evasive when he noticed the radiant diamond on the right hand of Elena who was standing with her arms crossed. Even the experienced manager stood rooted to the spot for a moment, dazed. This diamond is so big, it can't be fake, can it? Yet, based on the manager's years of experience, if it were fake, there would have been obvious flaws. It looked genuinely real. The manager's expression turned serious immediately. Seeing that the manager wasn't siding with her but instead being deferential to those two, the salesperson grew angry. Manager Zhao. Alright, Elena pointed to the square diamond on her finger, I'll take this one. Wrap it up. You, Elena pointed to the young girl who had called the manager, go make the invoice. The young girl immediately responded joyfully, sure, miss, I'll handle the paperwork right away. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness together. That was obviously. The disgruntled salesperson tried to speak but was pulled back by the manager, reluctantly retreating. That should have been her sale. After following them around for so long, they just gave it to someone else without reason. She gritted her teeth, pretending not to care, just a small diamond ring, after all, from a couple of paupers, the commission wouldn't be much anyway. Arlen slowly took out a card. The black card immediately drew everyone's attention, and the manager tensed up, carefully receiving it. Moments later, he asked hesitantly, Mr. Art? Arlen softly acknowledged, and the manager's face paled instantly. He hurriedly left, his face full of obsequious smiles. Mr. Art, you honor us with your presence. Why not go to the VIP room? Please sit while I fetch our store's crown jewel. This black card was among no more than 5 in the entire city, specially designed for those who made it onto the list of wealthiest individuals at a young age. Each holder was a person of significant wealth or power. No need, Arlen's lips curved into a smile as he looked at the salesperson standing there. We can try things on ourselves. I'm afraid trying too many might make that sales assistant uncomfortable. How could we possibly let you do that? The manager glanced at the salesperson warningly. Only now did the salesperson realize she had bitten off more than she could chew. Though she didn't know the significance of the card, Elena's diamond was unmistakably prominent, causing her immediate panic. Such a large diamond must belong to a top-tier aristocratic family. However, she hadn't seen the couple's right hands earlier because they were below the counter. Fear surged within her as she forced a smile, which looked uglier than tears. Miss, I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. You don't need to apologize, Arlen held Elena's hand, slowly admiring it. We might not be your target customers. He looked up at the manager, his lips curling into a half-smile. Your staff here seems different from others. His voice wasn't loud, but no one in the store dared to speak. Everyone understood this was a person not to offend. Mr. Art, Mr. Art. The manager rushed out but only saw Elena and Arlen's backs. He walked back into the store, dazed, and saw the salesperson standing there pale-faced and dazed. He exploded in anger immediately. Do you know who he is? A top VIP customer, and you, stupid fool, offended him. Whoever got you in here, get out. Chapter 363, Moisturizer Cream. Elena was indeed a little upset at first, but seeing Arlen stand up for her lifted her mood considerably. What are we having for dinner tonight? She asked Arlen, who pondered for a moment. Dumplings with 3-ingredient filling made only from shrimp. Elena, then you'd better starve. Just a little bit of leek, no more than that, Arlen said with an expression of barely suppressed endurance, which drove Elena's veins to throb. Elena, do you want a fist-sized bun? Arlen remained silent, gazing at Elena as if there were thousands of words in his eyes. Elena, say whatever you have on your mind. Arlen licked his lips. I'm very hungry, I didn't eat lunch today. Elena frowned. Didn't your secretary remind you? Billy, isn't it equipped with an employee cafeteria? Dale had introduced the company's 7th floor, which was the employee cafeteria. Arlen spoke uncertainly. Probably. Elena, why do you use this questioning tone? Was this person so busy today that he didn't even have time to eat? If no one reminded him, would he transcend into immortality by abstaining from food? Elena looked around, observing the environment while avoiding looking at Arlen. Arlen felt neglected and pinched Elena's fingers slowly. What are you looking for? Why did she look everywhere except at him? Elena replied irritably, finding a place to eat, afraid you'd pass away immediately if you can't eat now. Arlen, it's still far from immediate death. Elena paused and then asked seriously, are you joking? The two of them had a simple dinner outside. When they returned home, Arlen followed Elena like a small tail into her apartment. Seeing Arlen sitting quietly on her couch, Elena went to the bedroom to take a shower reassured. After showering, Elena sat at her vanity applying skincare products. Through the mirror, she saw an extra gray pillow on her bed, its color too noticeable to miss. I just want to sleep with you. The culprit who secretly placed the pillow confessed, arranging his gray pillow into the blanket as he spoke weakly and pitifully. His black eyes gazed silently at her. It's cold at night now. A very good way to play pitiful, apart from being overly obvious, it had no other flaws. It was autumn, and even if the night temperature was bad, it was still over 10 degrees. Saying it was cold seemed to rub everyone's intelligence in the dirt. Elena sneered, do you think I'm stupid? Arlen stared at Elena without speaking, trying to soften her heart with his reserved gaze. Elena turned her head away, completely avoiding his gaze. Let me tell you, acting pitiful won't work. It's better if you return to your own room. We're just upstairs and downstairs from each other. We'll discuss cohabitation after marriage. Arlen hugged his pillow, we're getting married tomorrow. His tone was calm but carried a hint of sorrow. Elena. Tomorrow, you will become my wife, and after becoming my wife, you'll be sleeping with me every day. All right, Elena reached out and covered Arlen's mouth forcefully, that's enough, you can stay tonight. Although she couldn't see herself, she could feel her ears burning suddenly after Arlen's words. For some reason, hearing Arlen sweetly calling her wife made her toes curl uncomfortably. Arlen slowly pulled out his pajamas from under the pillow. Then I'll go take a shower now and get to the Civil Affairs Bureau early tomorrow morning. Watching his smooth actions, Elena belatedly realized she had been tricked by Arlen again. This man must have believed he would stay here, so he brought his pajamas. Wearing his pajamas openly, Arlen climbed onto Elena's bed, holding the pillow she used. He didn't play with his phone but lazily lay on Elena's pillow, watching her apply skincare products. Warm yellow light fell on her body, and a faint fragrance filled the intimate bedroom. Through the mirror, Elena saw Arlen turn his head curiously following her movements, clearly interested in the skincare products. Elena knew Arlen's bathroom only had soap and face wash that barely related to skincare products. But despite not using much care, Arlen's skin remained smooth and delicate, making Elena envious as a woman. Why didn't he get acne or pimples? Her daily maintenance didn't seem as effective as Arlen's effortless good skin. Was there any justice in this world? Elena moved aside, exposing her cluttered table of skincare products. You can use the ones in the bottom row. That's the moisturizer cream. Just apply that. Arlen nodded, and Elena bent down to apply lotion to her legs. As she straightened up, she saw Arlen scoop a large amount from her expensive cream and smear it all over his face. Noticing Elena's gaze, he tilted his head slightly in confusion, leaving the cream unspread across his face. What was this man doing? Elena felt her heart bleeding. The product was quite expensive, and Elena only dared to buy it when she had a little extra money. To her surprise, Arlen scooped out so much and only used it on his face. This doesn't work well, it can't be rubbed in at all, Arlen complained. Elena glanced at him, silently reaching out to touch Arlen's face. The subtle scent of the cream spread, but Arlen felt his face squeezed like dough between Elena's hands. Is this how you apply it? Yeah, this is the special technique for this moisturizer cream. Elena pinched Arlen's smooth cheek once more. Initially, she wanted to retaliate, but Arlen's skin felt so good, causing her to pinch him a few more times unconsciously. Arlen sat silently, allowing Elena to massage his face until she finished. Then, he picked up the cream he had used. I want to apply it for you. Elena shook her head immediately. I've already applied it. You can do it yourself. No problem, let me apply it again. Before Elena could finish her skincare routine, she jumped up toward the door. Not necessary, I'm done. So, Arlen paused for a moment, his sharp eyes locking onto her. You lied to me just now, didn't you? Once Elena confirmed she was far enough away, she murmured stubbornly, that's exactly how you apply it. Arlen. Her smile revealed her true thoughts. In the middle of the night, Elena woke up feeling thirsty. Seeing Arlen lying beside her seemingly awake, she got up to drink water. Chapter 364, Perfume. The quiet night was disrupted by his gaze, which was peculiar as he stared at her. Ali nearly jumped 3 feet in the air from fright. The drowsiness that had just begun to set in vanished instantly. What are you doing up in the middle of the night? Elena snapped back to reality. She reached out to switch on the nearby night lamp. With the soft light on, Arlen rubbed his eyes and spoke slowly. I have a bit of insomnia, can't sleep. Why did you suddenly get up? Elena got out of bed, intending to go to the living room for water. With a hoarse voice, she complained, I'm a little thirsty, I want to drink some water in the living room. You stay here, Arlen blinked, looking quite sleepy himself, I'll bring you some water. Elena nodded obediently and leaned against the headboard, closing her eyes. She didn't know that Arlen feared she might wake up in the middle of the night and regret what happened during the day, unwilling to go with him to register their marriage. He had been holding off on sleeping, afraid that Elena might leave in the middle of the night. Until they reached the Civil Affairs Bureau, there was always this heavy stone in his heart. Arlen came back with a glass of water. Watching Elena finish it, he put the cup down and said, get some sleep early, we need to wake up early tomorrow. After drinking the cold water, Elena's senses became clearer. She slid under the covers, blinking at Arlen. You should also sleep early. If you really can't sleep, try counting sheep. Arlen switched off the night lamp beside her. In the darkness, his voice sounded especially raspy. Okay, you sleep first. I'll be asleep soon. Elena closed her eyes, yawned, and her words grew softer. Alright, then good night. Elena quickly fell into a deep sleep. Listening to her steady breathing, Arlen knew she was deeply asleep. His eyes adjusted to the darkness, able to see things around him more clearly. Having been distracted, Arlen found he couldn't fall asleep anymore. Listening to Elena's breath, he began to plan the next day's procedure. Thinking about how they would be officially recognized the next day, Elena's name appearing on another page of his household registration, becoming his true family. Arlen felt even more excited and couldn't sleep. From now on, no matter what happens, she can't leave him. When Elena woke up in the morning, she found Arlen still asleep. Checking her phone, it was only 7:30 in the morning, still some time before the Civil Affairs Bureau opened. Elena touched her phone by the bed, intending to play for a while before waking Arlen. Unexpectedly, Arlen's alarm broke the morning silence. Seeing Arlen yawn and reach for his phone, Elena sympathetically reminded him. It's still early, you can sleep for a bit longer. I've rescheduled today's work so we'll have the whole day free. No problem, Arlen rubbed his eyes. I'm not that sleepy, let's leave early. Actually, Arlen had been too excited to sleep all night. Just thinking about today made him feel extremely awake. Only as dawn approached did he start feeling drowsy. This was such an important day. If he woke up late and Elena regained consciousness, he needed to strike while the iron is hot and get everything done. Blinking his eyes to shake off sleepiness, Arlen went to the bathroom to prepare for washing up. Elena sat on the bed, staring at a tuft of hair defiantly sticking up from the back of Arlen's head, finding it both endearing and adorable. They were going to take wedding photos today, and Elena almost searched her wardrobe upside down to find suitable clothes. To look formal, she applied light makeup to ensure she looked beautiful in front of the camera. Looking at herself in the mirror, she was stunning, radiating beauty. Being with Arlen seemed too rushed, she should have taken more time to look at handsome men. Elena indulged in a moment of self-admiration. From the bathroom, Arlen's slow voice emerged. Krista, my hair is sticking up. Elena walked in and saw Arlen wearing a well-fitted white shirt and pants, standing tall like a poplar tree. He hadn't tied a tie, his shirt hugged his broad chest, sleeves rolled up, revealing his forearms. His cool expression and mature charm exuded sex appeal. But the stubborn tuft of hair at the back of his head made him look cutely disheveled. He looked like an elegant, successful man, but that tuft brought to mind a fresh-faced college student. Elena stood in the doorway admiring him, feeling lucky to have a man who could pull off 2 different vibes. How adorable. Not knowing why she stood there smiling, Arlen pressed down the tuft of hair, but it bounced right back up. Come on, let me apply some gel. Laughing, Elena walked up, smeared gel on her hands, and tiptoed to flatten the stubborn hair. But Arlen was too tall, even with effort, she could only reach his chin. How about you? As Elena was about to suggest he do it himself, she felt her body lifted easily. Arlen scooped her up onto the sink counter. Her body was sandwiched between him, and she could feel his strong thighs on either side of her waist. This made Elena blush, feeling rather embarrassed. Before she could speak, Arlen gently lowered his head, exposing his vulnerable nape, like a large beast showing its most tender spot. Okay, now it's perfect. Caught off guard, Elena forgot what she wanted to say. She leaned over and smoothed the gel over the disobedient hair. Unnoticed by her, Arlen stared straight at her profile. Done, Elena patted her hands, trying to get off the counter. It's perfect. Arlen closed his eyes and kissed her softly. This kiss was brief, less passionate than reassuring, confirming her presence and sensing her heartbeat and breath. Elena's hands unknowingly rested on Arlen's chest, unsure whether to deepen the kiss or push him away. Feeling her lips grow warm, she took a couple of deep breaths, burying her face in his chest. Arlen placed a hand on her back, helping calm her emotions. After a while, Elena looked up, puzzled. Did you wear perfume today? Arlen cleared his throat and turned away. No. Elena narrowed her eyes, clearly not believing him. When I bought it for you, you said this perfume smells terrible, better to use soap. Do you know any soap that smells like sandalwood? Note, the translation retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 365, Prenuptial Agreement. This person, what's the big deal if he got sprayed? She bought the perfume for him to use. It made no sense why he was being so stubborn. Elena was about to jump down from the sink when her eyes caught a large patch of foundation on Arlen's white shirt. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked up and noticed that Arlen's lips were unnaturally red, a shade matching her tomato lipstick perfectly. She grabbed 2 tissues, intending to wipe off the lipstick from Arlen's lips but was skillfully avoided by him. He squinted at his reflection in the mirror, oddly satisfied with his appearance. No need, this is fine. Elena wouldn't let him go out like that with her lipstick color on, but Arlen refused to cooperate. In this awkward moment, Elena couldn't help but recall a classic line from a confrontation. Hey, you freak. First, he gets sprayed with perfume, then has lipstick on his mouth. Are you declaring yourself taken to the whole world? Helplessly, Elena wiped away the foundation on Arlen's chest, only to have it smudge even more, covering a larger area of his chest. In despair, she threw the tissue into the trash can, blaming herself for forgetting about this mess. With no choice, she signaled Arlen to change into a new shirt. Fortunately, they had woken up early and still had some time. When Arlen left, Elena heard the doorbell ring. Arlen should know the entrance code, so why did someone press the bell? Opening the door, she saw a young man dressed in formal attire standing outside, holding a briefcase. Upon seeing her, he immediately smiled politely. Miss Elena, I'm the lawyer. Mr. Art asked me to come. As Arlen came back to the living room buttoning his cufflinks, he found Elena reviewing a pre-signed contract with his lawyer. Upon noticing him, the young man stood up cautiously. Good morning, Mr. Art. Arlen waved casually, sitting beside Elena as he waited for her to finish reviewing the contract. Why are all your assets transferred to my name? Though Elena didn't fully understand the legal jargon, she understood the main point. The entirety of Arlen's assets would be unconditionally gifted to her. If they divorced later, Arlen would end up penniless. Are you crazy? Elena thought she must be hallucinating. Who would entrust all their wealth to someone else? Yes, Arlen replied calmly. After marriage, you'll give me pocket money, right? Everyone says the husband hands over his salary card after getting married to support the family. Right, Arlen pointed to the contract in Elena's hand. That's the salary card. Whoever heard of a salary card measured in billions? Elena laughed bitterly, placing the contract on the table. I won't sign this. That's your hard-earned money, I can't take it. The lawyer, clearly surprised, realized that Arlen wanted to speak privately with his wife and tactfully left the room. Before Arlen could speak, Elena interrupted. I will never sign this contract. You've done enough for me. She loved him for who he was, not for his wealth or status. Even if she had known Arlen was just an unknown programmer, she would still have been willing to be with him. Arlen gently held her hand. I give you all this to prove to you that I'll never be with anyone else. This is a trump card, Krista. A trump card I'm giving you. If I ever betray you, you can leave me with nothing. I won't cheat, but I want you to feel secure. I've given you everything. There's no turning back for me. So, Arlen said seriously, this is my commitment. Elena felt both touched and sad by his gesture. She tried to keep her voice steady. I promise I won't do that again. Arlen, you're mine. I won't let anyone else have you. Nobody. That's good, Arlen said, smiling and pulling her into his embrace. I'm yours, and everything I have is yours too. As well, in exchange, you belong to me. Unseen by Elena, Arlen's eyes darkened, his thin lips looking redder than usual, giving him a slightly sinister charm. He closed his eyes, hiding his emotions. When the young lawyer returned, Elena had signed all the documents. The two seemed to have shared some intimate moments. The lawyer noticed traces of foundation on Arlen's shoulder. Suppressing his curiosity, he decided not to ask. Forget it, it's none of my business. Just as he bent down to gather the signed documents, Elena asked, can you draft another contract? I want to return the management rights of these assets to Arlen. These assets meant nothing in her hands. She knew her limits, being an actress might suit her, but managing a company or investing wasn't her forte. It was better to return them to Arlen where they could be better utilized. The lawyer glanced at Arlen. Arlen didn't say anything, just raising his eyelids slightly. Elena stared at him, as if demanding his agreement. It seems Mr. Art tacitly agreed. The lawyer nodded and promised to meet her request. Mariah seemed overly innocent. Those assets would eventually find their way back to Mr. Art anyway. Chapter 366, The Prey. The curtains were drawn over the room's windows, shrouding everything in a gray haze. Marnie felt as though her whole body had been run over by a truck. She clutched her head, the last scene in her muddled mind being her and Hartley drinking at the bar counter. The blanket slid off her, exposing her bare skin to the cold blast from the air conditioner. Only then did she realize she was completely naked, with a man's large hand resting on her waist. Marnie's mind buzzed as if blood rushed up. She screamed involuntarily. The sound startled the naked man beside her into waking. He lazily opened his eyes, which were clear, indicating he had already been awake for a while. You. Director Yisroel? Marnie held onto the quilt in disbelief, mumbling, how could this happen? Facing Marnie's collapse, Hartley appeared far calmer. Glancing around, a gleam of satisfaction flashed through his eyes, but he soon assumed an apologetic expression. Sorry. Menya. I don't know what happened last night, we both drank too much. You can hit me or scold me if you want. He reached out to comfort Marnie but retracted his hand upon seeing her recoil nervously. Lowering his head as if reflecting on himself, his voice softened. I will take responsibility for this, Menya. Believe me, my feelings are genuine, and I will treat you well from now on. I've liked you for so long. Give me a chance to prove it to you. Marnie couldn't bear listening any longer. Hugging herself tightly, she pointed towards the door and screamed, Go, just go. I don't want to see you right now. Hartley lowered his eyes, seemingly hurt by Marnie's words. He glanced at her once more before picking up his clothes and leaving the room, looking wounded. The moment the door closed, Marnie's muffled cries squeezed through the gap. Hartley's steps didn't falter, the pained expression vanished instantly. He shook out his jacket and walked away naturally. Marnie's reputation in the entertainment industry had plummeted after the company withdrew all resources following the emotional scandal. They even assigned her an uncooperative agent. Desperate, Marnie turned to him for help. Now that she was part of his production crew, she had no one else to rely on. If she offended him, she would lose her place in the industry altogether. Marnie, being intelligent, wouldn't fail to understand this. After all, this drama was her last hope for redemption. A smug smile spread across Hartley's lips. He awaited Marnie's acceptance of reality and her attempts to win back his favor. He wondered what magic Sean Curtis saw in her, enough to give her special treatment. Heavy metal DJ music echoed throughout the venue, young couples dancing passionately in the pool area. In a secluded booth, Hartley chatted with friends, sipping wine. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Glancing casually at his phone, Hartley raised an eyebrow before standing up to say goodbye, grabbing his coat and walking out. Who is it? Your new girlfriend? Hurry up, you're ruining our fun, a friend grumbled. Don't you even have it in you to keep your girlfriend in line? Hartley chuckled, stroking his chin. Sort of, it's something I've wanted for a long time. Under the colorful lights, his eyes remained inscrutable. I just got it, so I must be careful. After sending the message, Marnie sat motionless, understanding the significance of her actions but having no other choice. The company wouldn't provide any support, Daniel had cut ties with her, and potential roles in promising TV shows and films were no longer available due to her tarnished image. She needed Hartley now. She tried convincing herself that Director Yisroel was not bad, successful, wealthy, charming despite his philandering nature, and generous to his ex-girlfriend. It was just using her body to gain resources. Once the TV show made her successful again, Hartley would be nothing more than a stepping stone. Yet, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, her arms trembling. Her heart belonged to Daniel, a gentleman who embodied elegance and kindness. She imagined sweet nights filled with mutual love, where his eyes reflected only her. Instead, she found herself discarded like a rag in some random hotel room. Amidst this overwhelming sorrow, Marnie thought of Elena. Why should Elena be so happy with her lover and enjoy all the resources Marnie should have had? Was it because of what Marnie discovered about Elena's secret? From the Civil Affairs Bureau, Elena marveled at the efficiency of getting her identity changed from unmarried to married within half an hour. Everyone says marriage is the grave of love, yet she felt delighted entering this metaphorical grave with Arlen. Holding up the red certificate playfully, she teased, Mr. Art, do you have anything to say about this change in status? Arlen examined the document before contemplating slowly. When are you moving into my place? I really don't want to eat instant noodles anymore. Elena blushed and hurriedly tucked the certificate into her bag. Why are you saying such things here? Someone might hear us, it's inappropriate. Could he please stop making suggestive remarks in broad daylight? Elena sighed inwardly. Compared to her fluster, Arlen remained composed, blinking innocently. I meant when you will move in to cook for me every day. I really don't want to eat instant noodles. Elena's face flushed red, gritting her teeth, you move in first. She reconsidered, perhaps Arlen's lack of social grace warranted letting him fend for himself. Chapter 367, Getting the Upper Hand. Elena pushed the supermarket cart, watching as Arlen busily loaded it with all sorts of food she liked. Chicken wings, pork ribs, steak, he even tossed in some abalone and shark fins at last. While she understood his choices for the first few items, Elena was bewildered by the latter ones. She pointed to the abalone in the cart and asked, puzzled, what's this? Arlen answered straightforwardly, ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall. Elena. You're making it? Without finishing, Arlen just shifted his gaze back to her. Elena chuckled lightly, a hint of coldness in her smile. When did I say I would make it? Aren't these ingredients for you to cook at home? Arlen stood there somewhat stunned. Didn't you say you wanted to live with me? Elena shook her head, widening her eyes in an innocent act, her smoky-eyed allure charming yet seductive. I did say that yesterday, but now I've changed my mind. The final interpretation right belongs to me, she added with a sly grin. Arlen. He finally realized what it felt like to revel momentarily in empty promises, only to end up burning in hell. He wasn't just at the funeral home, he felt like he was already in the coffin being burned alive, desperately needing help. Arlen's mouth opened and closed as he watched Elena happily push the cart forward. A moment later, he caught up with her. I can still go to your place. Absolutely not, Elena replied, tossing her favorite snacks into the cart and flashing him a bright smile. I'll change my home security code when I get back. If you dare to break in. She gave him a challenging look. Arlen. Seeing Arlen following closely behind her, Elena's originally enthusiastic shopping mood began to wane. In the corners where Arlen couldn't see, a satisfied smile curved her lips, her amber eyes gleaming. Let him be all high and mighty every day, he deserved to be put in his place. They wandered into the bedding section, where a salesperson approached enthusiastically to offer promotions on beds and mattresses. Do you two want to take a look at our beds? They are exceptionally soft, perfect for young couples like yourselves. And, the salesperson said animatedly, we have extra-large versions, bigger than the standard sizes on the market. Even with a baby in the future, there won't be any crowded feeling. To be honest, this model is practically essential for newlyweds. Elena intended to wave them off and leave but saw Arlen suddenly stop as if struck by something, heading straight towards the bed display. Her steps faltered as she watched him sit down and test it out seriously. He looked up at her and suggested, why don't we buy one? Noticing the flirtatious smile from the salesperson, Elena felt her teeth grind. You can buy it yourself, no need to ask me. Arlen sounded a bit hurt. But I just turned over my salary card to you today, so I have no money left. The salesperson's eyes became even more flirtatious. Oh, they were already at the point of handing over the salary card. Clearly, though unmarried, their relationship must be quite intimate. Miss, why don't you try it too? This bed is huge, you can roll around without fear. Under the saleswoman's watchful gaze, Elena felt her face burning. She wanted to protest and remind everyone that as President Billy, Arlen surely had plenty of money. But this morning, she indeed signed a prenuptial agreement, transferring his assets under her name. Under the earnest stare of the salesperson, Elena pulled out a black card and said flatly, pack it up, and I'll pay. This action felt incredibly ostentatious but immensely satisfying. Elena truly experienced the thrill of being a domineering CEO, feeling lightheaded and exhilarated. But Arlen's tiny request, he really had her wrapped around his finger. After buying the mattress, their relationship seemed to ease up. However, Arlen was energized, roaming around the home decor section. Seeing red, Northeast-style beddings labeled as essentials for newlyweds, Elena raised an eyebrow. This style was too exaggerated for her taste, she never appreciated this aesthetic. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Arlen picking up a box and walking towards the salesperson. A vein throbbed on her forehead. Put that thing down. It was hideous enough to give nightmares, especially looking at that bedsheet at night. Was Arlen's taste deteriorating, thinking that just because it was listed as a wedding necessity meant they had to buy it? After a chaotic shopping spree, Elena lay exhausted on the sofa, while Arlen didn't cause any further trouble, returning quietly to his own place. Elena found it unbelievable, had he given up so easily? A sour feeling welled up in her chest. It seemed Arlen wasn't that eager to live together after all. That dog of a man, using sweet words to deceive her. Just then, her phone rang. Where did you last see your marriage certificate? Elena helped Arlen search for the certificate. They had only held it for less than 12 hours before losing it. True to Arlen's style, to casually lose such an important document. Arlen grunted and glanced at the staff installing the bed in the bedroom, his eyes downcast, casting long shadows beneath his sharp brows. It should be in my coat pocket, but I checked and didn't find it. What about your pants pockets? Not there either. Mr. Art, the bed installation is complete. The staff member left politely. Just as they exited, the doorbell rang. Your food delivery is here, placed outside your door. Arlen glanced at the flustered Elena. Why don't we eat first? Elena was irritated. We haven't found your marriage certificate yet. Arlen spoke slowly. I ordered barbecue, it won't taste good if eaten too late. Elena placed her hands on her hips and headed toward the dining table. Fine, let's eat. Arlen. Today, Arlen ate noticeably faster than Elena. Seated at the dining table, she heard his voice from the bedroom. I found it, in my wallet. Elena held a skewer of lamb. Wait, he hadn't mentioned having a wallet earlier. And who carries wallets nowadays? After dinner, Elena cleared the table and prepared to go downstairs. Arlen emerged from the room. Want to see my new bed? Elena paused, seeing Arlen earnestly saying, this bed is very large and extremely soft. Want to try it out? If you find it suitable, we could keep it. If Elena still didn't understand his intention by now, she'd be utterly rude. Wasn't this just like saying, my cat can do backflips, want to see? He certainly went to great lengths to come up with this excuse. Chapter 368, Princess Carrie. Should I give it a try? Elena slowly walked in. She glanced at Arlen, and seeing his expression remain normal, she sat on the soft, huge bed. It was fortunate that Arlen's bedroom was big enough, otherwise, there wouldn't be space for such a large bed. She moved slightly, and the mattress's elasticity made her lean back involuntarily. This was too soft. It felt like she was sinking into it. Imagining how Arlen would sink in while sleeping alone brought a slight smile to her face. Her bright eyes sparkled with amusement, and her light pupils were crystalline. Her gaze was so warm that one's heart might melt under it. Arlen, you really look like a prince from The Princess and the Pea now. How else could he have chosen such a plush bed? Arlen silently looked at her. The sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting over his dark eyes. Elena realized Arlen had closed the door when he entered. The sun outside gradually set, dimming the light inside the room. Sitting on the bed, Elena watched Arlen leaning diagonally ahead of her. If she wanted to run out, she would have to pass by him first. His gaze was not straightforward but carried an aggressive momentum, reminding Elena of what she said last night. After marriage, we can live together. Oh no, Elena inwardly wailed, wasn't this a pit she dug for herself? If only she had said, after the ceremony. The room's temperature was controlled by central air conditioning, maintaining a comfortable warmth year-round. However, the air was filled with Elena's faint sweetness, as if feathers caressed Arlen, making him feel inexplicably restless. His Adam's apple rolled as he stood before Elena, leisurely loosening his tie with his long, slender fingers. His hands were beautiful, his fingertips plump and round, looking like exquisite art against the dark tie. Even though Arlen was still far away and hadn't touched her, Elena felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Her throat felt dry and itchy, yet she couldn't find her voice, almost mesmerized watching Arlen, seducing her. While she knew what Arlen was doing, Elena reassured herself she was simply observing his plan unfold, part of her own strategy. Arlen's intention was clear, to finalize everything today, no matter what. It was their wedding night, and no one should disturb them. Remembering past moments where they were interrupted for various reasons left Arlen feeling extremely unsatisfied. Now, with all conditions met, he intended to make Elena pay for previous unfinished encounters. Seeing Elena still gazing softly at him, Arlen felt inexplicable annoyance. He tossed the tie aside, unbuttoned 2 shirt buttons, and his hidden gaze fell into deep shadows. Elena uncomfortably turned away, wanting to escape the stifling atmosphere, but suddenly found Arlen bracing his arms behind her, confining her against the bed. Wait, wait. Elena whispered in shock, trying to push Arlen back, accidentally touching his tense chest. The muscle felt amazing, causing her to pause in surprise. No need to wait. Arlen leaned down, trapping Elena between his body, aiming to kiss her lips. But Elena turned her head abruptly, causing Arlen's kiss to land on her cheek. Was Elena unwilling? Before any dark thoughts emerged, her hoarse, gentle voice broke the moment. I haven't brushed my teeth, Elena pouted, her delicate skin blushing pink. Let me brush them first. Do you really have to? Elena nodded seriously, not wanting to recall their first time tainted by the smell of lamb skewers. All right. Reluctantly, Arlen picked her up. I'll go with you. Ah, Arlen, how do you carry people like that? Feeling a sudden loss of balance, Elena hastily wrapped her arms around Arlen's neck. Others used graceful princess carries. Why did she feel like being pulled out of dry land? Although brushing her teeth, Arlen's gaze never left her, making Elena's cheeks burn continuously wherever his eyes landed. Finally, when she put down the toothbrush, Arlen came close again, placing her on the sink countertop. Elena pouted, about to complain about Arlen's rough carrying method, when she heard his low, husky whisper near her ear, sending shivers down her spine, making her lean against him, letting him take control. Krista, be good. Elena clutched Arlen's shirt for balance, her voice turning sultry. Where am I not good? Arlen chuckled softly, his iron grip tightening around her waist as he kissed her deeply. Elena's slippers dropped with a thud as neither of them paused. Cool minty breath became scorching as she clung to his shoulders, and Arlen cupped her face, deepening the kiss. Feeling like she was in a sauna, her legs weak, she noticed the cold mirror behind her, struggling like a boiled shrimp under Arlen's firm touch. Hey, the mirror is hurting, it's uncomfortable. Arlen's kiss halted briefly, his gaze lingering on her flushed eyes before kissing her gently. Elena felt his tongue trace her lips, then he carried her out of the bathroom. In that moment, Elena thought, so Arlen can also do a princess carry. But soon, this thought shattered. Behind her was the plush bed, easily supporting both of their weights. Arlen pinched her chin, kissing her tear-streaked eyes and moving downwards. While his kisses were tender, his grip on her lower back was strong, burning through the thin silk fabric. Elena instinctively shrunk closer to him under the searing heat. His palm's force seemed uncontrolled, rubbing against her delicate back as if to leave marks. In the mix of light and heavy touches, Elena nearly broke, following Arlen's lead step by step. Filled with her soft cries, the dim room saw Elena turn limp, tears sliding down her eyes, comforted by Arlen's patient, gentle kisses despite his ongoing actions. A wave of heat enveloped her, like water boiling over, needing release but unable to breathe or sob as she was captured in his kiss. Elena finally couldn't hold back her tears and bit down on Arlen's shoulder. Arlen paused in his kissing for a moment, then approached Elena's ear with his hoarse, deep voice. Call me husband. Chapter 369, Lost in a Stupor. Elena gritted her teeth and, under Arlen's threat, finally called him husband. Then, Arlen seemed even more excited. She should have known better than to call him that. Elena's eyes were half open, and sweat had drenched the strands of hair by her temples. Her eye corners and nose tip were flushed with a delicate red hue. Arlen murmured hoarsely near Elena's ear, his palm gently caressing her sweat-drenched hair. Don't cry anymore, baby. Why? His Adam's apple bobbed as if he was trying to suppress something. Are you so tearful? His words were answered by the marks Elena left on his back, eliciting a low gasp from Arlen. The large bed beneath them felt as soft as pudding. Elena panted against Arlen, her back tightly pressed against his muscular chest. The sticky sensation of sweat made her feel uncomfortable, but the burning sensation gradually subsided. Arlen lay lazily behind her, resting against the headboard, one arm around her waist, holding her absent-mindedly. Elena wanted to get up and wash off the sweat, but when she tried to stand, her legs buckled, and she fell back down. Arlen watched as Elena wriggled like an uncooperative little fish, attempting to escape his embrace. The fading heat within him flared up again. He controlled his heavy breathing and slowly approached her, asking, "What is it?" Hearing Arlen's raspy voice, Elena remembered what just happened and shivered. She cautiously moved away, trying to put some distance between them. He was utterly unreliable right now. He whispered sweet nothings yet treated her in a tenderly cruel way that made her feel like she was being swallowed whole. I'm going to take a shower, you clean up. It's so hot. Elena mumbled softly. Arlen's long lashes lowered, as if he realized his mistake. I'll carry you, you're not feeling well. Elena glanced at him suspiciously, deciding it would be best if someone helped her while she was in such pain. She tilted her face upward, staring wide-eyed at Arlen's sharp jawline, her thoughts drifting back to earlier moments when beads of sweat dripped from his chin onto the blanket, forming damp patches. He looked inexplicably alluring. As Arlen draped his robe over Elena, he saw her bright eyes misted over in the dim room, irresistibly alluring. Arlen paused while tying her robe, his gaze darkening under the warm glow of the nightlight, filled with destructive desire. Elena felt the heat radiating from his chest again and reflexively tried to jump off, only to find Arlen's hand still on the belt of her robe. There was no way she could leave the bed unless... Elena looked around helplessly and despairingly realized she could only lie back in Arlen's arms. You said you'd take me to shower. Elena bit her lip, feeling both embarrassed and angry at Arlen's lack of integrity. If not for her exhaustion, she would have struck him. But now, strength prevailed over will. She pushed hard against his large hand on her waist, yet he remained unfazed, pulling her closer. Of course I'll take you to shower. Arlen smiled too much tonight. His fingers idly played with the ties of Elena's robe. But, baby, can't you say something nice? He raised his eyebrows smugly and spoke in a gentle tone, exuding post-satisfaction laziness. When Elena didn't respond, he kissed her small ear and breathed warmly against her neck. Arlen, you dog of a man. After enduring so much, Elena's insult slipped out. Still unsatisfied, she seized Arlen's hand and bit down hard. Arlen gathered the irate Elena into his arms and, with a slight motion, the shoulder strap of her robe slid off. Looks like you don't understand yet. No worries, tonight, I'll teach you thoroughly. When Nadine woke up, the room was filled only with the low hum of the air conditioner. The curtains were drawn shut, casting the room in complete darkness. She finally understood that feeling described in those erotic novels, like being run over by a truck, her entire body weak and trembling. Her understanding of Arlen deepened. Previously, she thought he was just a nuisance, but now she believed he truly was a dog. No matter how she pleaded, he wouldn't budge. Saying what he wanted to hear only made him more excited, ultimately causing her discomfort. Elena squeezed her eyes shut. Although Arlen had changed the sheets last night, memories of their activity still flashed before her eyes. The deep breathing, the scorching sweat, the chiseled muscles of his abdomen. Thinking of how helpless she was, unable even to lift a finger last night, made Elena want to beat him up. Though Arlen wasn't there, his pillow was. Elena grabbed it, pounding it before burying her face in the covers. It's all Arlen's fault. And making her call him husband repeatedly. Now this husband would become a dead husband. I bought breakfast this morning. Do you want to get up and eat? The culprit's voice came from the doorway. Unlike Elena's frustration, he sounded exceptionally happy and content. Elena hugged her quilt tighter, muttering hoarsely from inside, I need clothes. Get out. Arlen laughed, and moments later, she heard the door close. She had anticipated what would happen last night. They were legally married, and Arlen's excuse about losing the marriage certificate to make her stay was too laughable yet too heartwarming. She had softened her heart, but he showed no mercy. Even without a mirror, Elena could feel the lingering soreness in her body. She lifted the quilt and saw clear signs of their intoxicated night together. Chapter 370, Sweetness. After getting dressed, Elena went out to find Arlen already seated at the table, waiting for her. The breakfast table was laden with a wide array of dishes, including a rare delight, bird's nest soup. Starting the day with bird's nest? Isn't that too nourishing? If this keeps up, wouldn't she be nosebleeding all over the place? Arlen, who was checking his phone, immediately handed her the chopsticks as soon as he saw her and pushed the bird's nest closer. Elena felt uneasy. After last night, every part of her felt allergic around Arlen. She wanted to stay as far away from him as possible, preferably never seeing him again. Arlen just called, saying you have work in the afternoon, and he will pick you up downstairs. Elena tasted the bird's nest and nodded. Indeed, we have the opening ceremony this afternoon. Everything is ready for filming. Note, the term is commonly translated as opening ceremony in the context of film or TV production starting, so I've made that adjustment for better fluency in English. She noticed that Arlen hadn't spoken after her words. Looking up curiously, she saw a hurt expression on his face. Don't you have honeymoon leave? We haven't even had our honeymoon yet. Elena, who was eating a steamed bun, almost choked on Arlen's words. She swallowed a sip of water. No, did you ask for honeymoon leave? And, did we ever plan a honeymoon? You didn't mention it before we got married either. Arlen nodded, putting down his phone, which displayed various honeymoon plans. It was clear he had planned for this long ago, considering even minor details like scenic spots and hotels. She cleared her throat and pretended to focus on eating. I'm in my career's prime right now, please understand me. If I leave the production team, what about my agent? And the company? My status in the entertainment industry isn't solid yet. A sudden hiatus would be bad for my career. She spoke lightly, adopting a tone usually used by middle-aged men trying to reason with their wives, almost asking if he understood. Arlen. All right, Elena finished her bird's nest, wiped her mouth, and smiled at Arlen. I need to review today's script. Could you handle the move? She propped her chin up, looking innocent and adorable. You know the house code, right? Pack my things as you see fit. I expect results when I return this afternoon. Oh, you can tell your company to cancel the honeymoon leave temporarily. Timing depends on my schedule. Arlen. It felt surreal. Typically, he set KPIs for his employees, but now it was Elena's turn. Elena stood up and walked away, focusing on reading her script while recovering. Meanwhile, Mr. CEO Art, acting like a diligent worker bee, rolled up his sleeves and began moving her things upstairs from downstairs. Elena had many belongings, and it was fortunate Arlen combined several rooms, or there wouldn't have been enough space. Sweat trickled down his jawline and into his clothes, reminding her of scenes from last night. Did she really scratch his neck so fiercely? Unconsciously, Elena's thoughts wandered back to Arlen. Her cheeks flushed. Just then, Arlen looked up, meeting her eyes. She hastily pretended to read her script seriously. Your script. Arlen paused, seems upside down. Startled, Elena fumbled to flip it, only to realize it was indeed still upside down. Arlen, ha. Elena, this scoundrel is messing with her. She sat straighter and avoided looking at him. Suddenly, a survival instinct flared up in Arlen as if triggered by a system prompt. He sank onto the sofa next to Elena, squeezing close to her. Elena shifted, and Arlen followed, cornering her until she glared at him in frustration. Don't be mad, it's my fault. Arlen apologized sincerely, kneeling at her feet. Elena harumphed, accepting his apology silently. Arlen reached out, pressing against her lower back, his scent enveloping her with subtle aggression. Does your back hurt? Let me rub it for you. Elena. No, not at all, I've just been sitting here too long. Elena wouldn't admit her back hurt, but images of last night kept flashing back. Fortunately, Arlen refrained from mentioning that or insisting she call him husband during the day. Though she didn't refuse his offer, they chatted. If there's too much, should we hire movers? Professional teams pack faster than you alone. She couldn't waste his time, considering how much revenue he generated per minute for City A. No problem, Arlen shook his head. I don't want others handling your stuff. Elena was touched until he added, mainly because your room is messy, embarrassing to let others see. Elena. A little messy? She wouldn't have emptied her closet just to take a satisfactory wedding photo yesterday. If not rushed by Arlen, she would have packed properly. This ungrateful man. Clearly aiming to make her hate him. In the afternoon, when Arvin picked them up, he noticed Arlen trailing behind Elena, seemingly talking. Arvin and Jacob were silent, wondering why Arlen always seemed under control in front of his artist. It was hilarious seeing Arlen so dominated. Elena put on sunglasses and sat in the car coldly. Arlen stood outside, talking through the window. When are you off this afternoon? I'll come pick you up. Chapter 371, Official Announcement. After Arlen's figure disappeared, Jacob, who was sitting there, let out a sigh of relief and then turned around mischievously from the passenger seat to look at Elena. Sis Krista, how does it feel to be married? Elena was fiddling with her phone. She recalled last night's event and this morning's antics of Arlen, then smiled faintly. Have you heard of cases where newlywed wives kill their husbands? Trust me, you wouldn't want to know. And find someone normal to marry. Some people might appear suave and rich, but there's always a reason they're still single. By day, he acts like a despicable man, by night, a beast. Elena only now realized the two faces of Arlen. Now that she was his closest person, she suffered deeply. Jacob was speechless. Wasn't sis Elena still happily talking about getting a marriage certificate yesterday, about finishing the final stretch of dating? Why did she have the look of wanting to commit murder today? Art Zone laughed silently while driving. In front of them, Arlen always made swift and decisive decisions, and wasn't Marnie's downfall orchestrated by him? Her affair with Lionel escalated into a scandal. The company executives withdrew Marnie's resources, and Jiaqing personally stepped in. Her agency avoided discussing it, successfully dragging Marnie from a rising star to complete obscurity. But in front of Elena, he acted like a little lamb. Art Zone could easily switch roles from CEO to an actor specializing in political intrigue. It was hard to imagine he was the boss behind everything. Right, Krista, didn't you say you would announce your marriage to Boss Art? Shouldn't you discuss the announcement with him? Elena raised her head from the phone. Yeah. It's already announced. Huh? Jacob exclaimed in shock. When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Elena blinked and showed Jacob her phone. Just now. What? Jacob hurriedly unlocked her phone. Sis Krista, you were too quick. Don't you need a well-thought-out post? Elena's announcement was simple, a hand reaching out under the sunlight, drawing attention more to the diamond ring on her ring finger than her delicate and fair fingers. I've gotten married. My marriage partner is Mr. Arlen. Jacob felt she was quick, but the comments poured in faster. What am I seeing? My new idol got married so soon, no. New fan here, taking a deep breath. Sister, you're so young, marrying early will hamper your career. Oh, congrats, congrats. Wait, this is my CP getting married, my CP. Thought I'd never see you two drop sugar again after face-to-face in love. Biggest news ever. Hope you have many kids to inherit your beauty genes. I can't handle it. Elena has no career heart. Marrying early is detrimental. What kind of love brain does she have? Well, as a new fan respecting and blessing you, but I'm unsubscribing. Marrying a nobody programmer who doesn't even have Weibo. You think without consideration for your career. Soon, news of Elena and Arlen's marriage hit the hot search list. Simultaneously, posts questioning Elena's career ambitions emerged. Fans of Elena and Arlen as a couple clashed with fans focused solely on Elena's career, leading to heated debates. CP fans celebrated like it was a festival, sending blessings on Elena's Weibo announcement. Career fans were devastated, never expecting Elena to be so focused on romance over her career, announcing her marriage before solidifying her position in the industry. Knowing female actors face fewer benefits in idol dramas after marriage and that Arlen was allegedly a programmer, the situation seemed laughable. Elena couldn't possibly ask Arlen to perform coding during resource competitions. YouTube company's official account cheerfully forwarded Elena's post. Congratulations. Wishing the new couple eternal happiness. This match is heaven sent, I support this union. Elena was already the spokesperson for Shenyan, so YouTube's congratulations made sense. But the official account went crazy, starting giveaways with grand prizes like 2-week overseas trips. Is this the treatment for a game endorser's marriage? Wow, excessive. When will Miss Elena shoot another promo for Shenyan? The last one feels like ancient history. Not quite understanding but respectful, and entering the draw. If I hadn't seen your retweet, I'd have thought a new game was launching. Tell us, when is the new game coming? Arlen works for you two, huh? Programmers get such good perks. Why don't they recruit me? When Arlen received the call, he found out what happened. Dale sounded jubilant, almost as if he were the one getting married. Not bad, you moved fast, sealing it so quickly. Arlen was folding Elena's clothes and simply, Ed, somewhat puzzled. Boss, you didn't know? Elena just announced it on Weibo and even shared your wedding rings. But why are the rings so small? They look shrunken. Why announce today? Why not wait until the ceremony and then share photos? Let everyone know you're married. Dale covered the phone and turned to Edric, who was lounging and grinning. Boss lost it, can only say, That's good, Edric giggled closer. You should cancel all overtime work. Dale agreed. Overtime was a cruel thing. He continued, Boss, why only Elena's announcement? You should create a Weibo account too. I've been working diligently, no overtime needed. Before he finished, Arlen chuckled coldly. Do you think I'm dumb? How blatantly selfish he was being. Dale wailed. Boss, what I said isn't wrong. Your failed proposal last time led to success this time, see, I'm right. And on such a happy occasion for your wedding, making me work overtime is too cruel. I'll tell your secretary. Dale immediately cheered. Boss, truly wise and magnificent. No wonder sis chose you. Since you're married, Edric and I discussed celebrating together tonight at a private restaurant downtown? No, Arlen paused. I'll help sis move and organize clothes, maybe in a few days. Dale. Is that human talk? Moving can be done by movers. Why would he personally help sis move? Chapter 372, Emoticons. Elena's role this time had limited screen time, and if the upcoming work proceeded smoothly, it would take less than a month to complete. Elena wasn't picky, whether it was the second or third lead female role, as long as the character stood out, she didn't mind giving it a try. Therefore, Ignacio once again became engrossed in reviewing countless scripts. The moment Elena entered the film set, she immediately fell into a busy working state. When she finally managed to get some rest, she realized she had 2 missed calls on her phone, one from Delilah and one from Arlen. Delilah's call wouldn't be returned. After checking her WeChat, she saw a long string of messages sent by Delilah. Did you accept Arlen's proposal? Why didn't you tell me? Are we still friends? Why did I only learn about your marriage from the internet? Wah, it's fine if you're happy. It doesn't matter to me. Oh right, when do you plan to hold the ceremony? Let me know the date soon so I can adjust my schedule and be your bridesmaid. I've been pretty idle lately and have plenty of time. Have you decided on your wedding dress yet? I have a few designer friends here who can help if you want. By the end, the messages turned into, Miss Elena, please reply to my messages ASAP. It was clear that Delilah was genuinely excited, having sent numerous voice messages. She began replying to each message Delilah had sent. I only agreed 2 days ago, and we got our marriage certificate yesterday. So, it's not too late for you to know. We haven't fixed the ceremony date yet. It's unlikely to happen soon because I just started shooting. I haven't decided on the wedding dress yet, but I'll keep an eye out for good designers. After replying to Delilah's messages, Elena checked Arlen's chat box. It turned out Arlen had only sent a few photos. Her clothes were neatly hung in the new wardrobe, even classified by color, with his simple black and white attire beside the colorful array. The cup she often used, the skincare products on her vanity table, and even the fluffy slippers she loved were all arranged orderly in their respective places. Though Arlen hadn't said anything, Elena could sense his tail-wagging pride through these pictures. Okay, indeed it was somewhat impressive, slightly altering her perception of Arlen. Arlen's culinary skills were terrible, leading her to believe his living abilities were poor too. Elena, it's much better than I imagined. Arlen replied quickly, so, can I get a reward? Elena. Your reward is that you can eat another bowl of rice tonight. Arlen. I meant tonight's reward, oh. More rice. And, Elena paused, where did you learn those emoticons? Arlen's manner seemed rather off. Online. I saw many of your fans using these emoticons and saying they're cute, * triangular ruler. Elena. Stop stalking my fans or lurking in my super topic threads. A man like him didn't need cuteness as a description. Arlen, good / amazed face / busy at work today? Want to have barbecue tonight? To improve fluency and naturalness in English, it would be better as Arlen, hey / amazed face / are you busy with work today? Do you want to have barbecue tonight? Or even more naturally. Arlen, hey, are you busy today? Want to go for some barbecue tonight? Elena. If she remembered correctly, they had barbecue last night as well. Was Arlen some kind of barbecue god? Messages from Delilah poured in like a storm, Elena seeing continuous notifications popping up on her chat screen. But you didn't tell me personally. I found out online that my best friend is getting married. Do you have time tonight? Want to go out and celebrate? Tell me the story of how you agreed to Arlen's proposal. Hey Qian, give me your crew address. I'll come over and see you, then take you home after work. Thinking she had nothing planned after work today, Elena figured going shopping with Delilah might be nice. She looked for Arlen, who seemed a bit flustered. Just as she was preparing to say she'd come home later tonight, she saw his latest message. If we eat barbecue tonight, there's an 85% discount. Elena. No wonder, you barbecue god. But Arlen's habit of eating high-fat, high-sodium food like barbecue and loving sugary drinks could lead to hypertension in middle age. To prevent turning her handsome Forrester into a pot-bellied middle-aged man, Elena decided to gradually change Arlen's eating habits. I'm going to dinner with Luo tonight, so you can eat barbecue alone without worrying about me. This will probably be your last carefree barbecue feast, amen. Arlen paused for a moment. Do you need me to carry your bags for you too? No thanks, Elena silently declined. If they met, they might fight instead, and neither would need bags. Indeed, a girlfriend and best friend cannot be had at the same time. Meanwhile, Arlen watched short videos on his phone in the silent room, clearly hearing the sound of the video playing. What should you do if your wife comes back from shopping with her best friend and files for divorce? Arlen silently scrolled down. As a man, what you should be wary of is not the mistress or colleagues but your wife's best friend. Here's why. Your wife's best friend always advocates for a breakup rather than reconciliation. They are a source of instability for family life. Married men, applaud if you agree. Arlen. What kind of big data is this? How could it predict his current situation? Had someone been eavesdropping? Also, Arlen frowned worriedly, closing his phone. Would Qian and Delilah file for divorce right after shopping? In the car, Delilah couldn't wait to ask once she picked up Elena. Did Arlen propose again? Was it more romantic this time? Elena, no. Huh, no proposal, yet you two ended up together and went straight to get married? More accurately, Elena blushed, her ears tinged with rose-red embarrassment. I proposed to him. Delilah, ah? Realizing the implications, Delilah clenched her teeth. That dog Arlen really lucked out. For such a beautiful woman to propose to him, Arlen must be on cloud 9. She was furious. Damn it, he must be ecstatic. The two laughed all the way to the restaurant. Delilah chose a place next to a large shopping center. After eating, they naturally planned to shop at the mall. As they passed by the menswear section, Elena suddenly stopped and gently asked the sales assistant to fetch the red hoodie from the window display. Oh wow, Delilah playfully nudged Elena's shoulder, teasing, you're already buying your husband clothes just a day after getting married? Qian, I'm so jealous of Arlen. Elena felt her ears burning from Delilah's teasing and turned away, avoiding eye contact. He doesn't have any suitable clothes. Arlen usually wore only black, white, and gray. Trying something red would look good on him, wouldn't it? Delilah huffed, I don't even have the right bag. Even with so many bags, none seem suitable when I go out. Why didn't you tell me about your needs? Elena immediately raised her hands in surrender, I'll send you one later. Miss Delilah can have whichever one she wants. That's more like it. You have this card? The legendary black card? The one that can make a plane turn around? Elena was greatly embarrassed, it's not that exaggerated. It just has a slightly higher credit limit. But Delilah wasn't listening to Elena and suddenly became indignant. Rotten game company, give me back my hard-earned money. Note, this passage seems disconnected from the previous narrative about Elena's marriage and shopping with Delilah. For continuity, it would be best if there were additional context or a transition to this new scene. Chapter 373, Phone Number. Elena now felt that Delilah and Arlen's relationship couldn't be described by words like best friends and boyfriend. Their relationship was probably akin to class enemies. Delilah wanted to ignite the flames of revolution against Arlen. Delilah complained indignantly to Elena, Arlen not only took away my best friend but also my money and even my game drop rates. Elena. Now, she realized that it wasn't a good thing for Arlen to be the boss of a game company. Sometimes, it made people hate him, naturally bringing a grudge buffer effect, as if he came with a built-in hatred value in every field. Finally, she understood why Arlen had been reluctant to admit his identity as the owner of Billy. Who dared to say it? An excited gamer might want to physically destroy him on the spot. Arlen called and said he was waiting for her at a shop downstairs. While packing up her newly bought clothes, Elena tilted her head and spoke to Delilah. Do you want to come down with me to meet Arlen? This will be your first meeting with him after our wedding. No need, Delilah shook her head casually. I just need to make sure he treats you well. If he bullies you in the future, I'll let him know I'm not someone to mess with. I won't intrude on your newlywed couple's moment. Elena smiled, hugging Delilah briefly. I know. I'll be happy. As Elena stepped out of the elevator, she understood why Arlen chose this store. It was a Shinyet game-themed shop. So Arlen was inspecting his business? With this thought, Elena walked towards the themed store. But outside the door, she saw Arlen being surrounded by two pretty young girls. Without the lover's bias, Elena still found Arlen stunningly handsome, making it unbelievable that he hadn't dated anyone during his school years. She stood some distance away, secretly observing how Arlen handled the situation. Her hiding place was concealed enough for her to overhear their conversation. Hey there, gorgeous. Can we add you on WeChat? Arlen didn't even glance up. I don't have WeChat. You're joking, right? Who doesn't have WeChat these days? Even without WeChat, surely you have a phone? Let's exchange numbers. Arlen replied coolly, I don't have a phone either. Then, as if remembering something, he added slowly to the two girls around him, but my wife does. She'll be here soon. The two girls' faces fell immediately. One of them muttered awkwardly, oh, you're married already? That's too bad. They murmured to each other while walking away, muttering about how unfair it was for such a handsome man to marry early. Elena was about to continue watching when she heard Arlen turn his head towards her direction. Come here. Elena chuckled and emerged from the corner with bags in hand. How did you see me? She believed she had hidden quite well. Arlen's bright eyes twinkled with amusement. You didn't show, but your bag did. Arlen reached out with his left hand to take the shopping bags from Elena and held her hand with the other, intertwining their fingers expertly. Why didn't you come out earlier if you were already here? Elena swung their linked hands, pretending to be jealous. Well, with two beautiful girls around you, how could I intrude? Coming over would have disturbed you. Arlen only offered a slight smile. Others may be ignored, but you are my wife, I must pay attention to you. But I don't want to interfere. Such things should be based on self-awareness, understand? Suddenly, Elena stopped and looked at Arlen seriously. If one day you no longer love me and want a divorce, tell me directly. I'll leave you generously. Before she could finish, Elena felt herself pulled into a warm, solid embrace. It won't happen. Buried in his chest, Elena couldn't see anything. She laughed and patted Arlen's back. I was just saying hypothetically. There is no hypothetical. Arlen's voice turned calm, almost icy. If one day you dislike me and ask for a divorce, I won't agree. Nor will I be generous and bless you. Elena. Why had it suddenly become so forceful? It's okay, Elena soothed Arlen, I was just kidding. That day will never come. Let's go home, I bought new clothes for you. Only then did Arlen's expression ease, following Elena's lead in changing the subject. What kind of clothes? When they drove back to the building, instead of taking the elevator from the underground garage, Elena circled around and exited the parking lot. Their residential area was high-end, yet still harbored a few stray cats and dogs. Everyone was friendly towards these small animals, which essentially lived off scraps from many households. Knowing this, Elena often brought leftover food to feed them. She visited so frequently that the strays recognized her. As soon as Elena appeared under the shade of a tree, a stray cat approached her. Arlen stood nearby, watching idly as Elena placed the salmon-filled bag in front of the little cat. They had Japanese cuisine tonight, and she brought back the leftover sashimi. Watching more and more cats and dogs gather around, Elena in the middle looked like something out of a fairy tale. In the eyes of these strays, you must be a kind little fairy. That's obvious, Elena grinned, turning to look at Arlen, I am a fairy. Unlike you, the wicked capitalist. Hearing this, Arlen raised an eyebrow, crouched down, narrowed his eyes, crooked his finger, and made a whistling sound. To her surprise, a white kitten eating the salmon moved toward the sound instinctively. Not just people, but cats fall for charm, too. Elena silently shifted the salmon-filled bag, and all the kittens and puppies followed suit, ignoring everything else. Standing up, Elena grinned at Arlen. So what if you look good? These cats and dogs are still practical. Forrester, you have much to learn. Straightening up, Arlen's eyes shone with mirth. If they can be lured away by salmon, maybe it's better they aren't interested. Elena giggled, then grew serious unexpectedly. Forrester, I think you should change your diet. End of chapter. Hashtag chapter 374, lifestyle. The autumn wind scattered the ground with the fragrance of osmanthus, and even the little strays returned to their cozy nests to sleep in the quiet night. Arlen had originally expected tonight to be an intimate and romantic evening. He had even brushed his teeth early, sprayed on perfume, and paraded himself like a peacock who accidentally fanned out its tail feathers. However, upon returning home, Elena immediately instructed him to gather all the chips, chocolates, sugary sodas, and instant noodles from around the house. Under Arlen's watchful eyes, she locked them all up in a cabinet. Starting today, we're going to lead a healthy and positive lifestyle. We'll cut back on fried and barbecued foods, and your snacks will be locked away. If you behave well in the coming days, you might earn yourself some treats as a reward. Oh, and, Elena glanced at the somewhat dejected Arlen, pinched her chin, and narrowed her eyes warningly, you'd better not sneak out to buy more snacks or barbecued food, or else, you know what will happen. Arlen. What about my meals? Arlen protested softly. He was a culinary genius, and if Elena went to work, no one would cook for him anymore. I've already arranged it with a restaurant downstairs. They'll deliver hearty and delicious home-cooked meals to your door at noon. For breakfast and dinner, we'll try to eat together. Starting now, no more late-night snacks. All right, Elena smiled warmly, that's settled then. Arlen, okay. It seemed that Elena had blocked all his escape routes. Arlen glanced at the locked cabinet. Farewell, my snacks and happiness. Elena went to take a shower, leaving Arlen alone with 2 bags of nuts, the only snack she left him. Arlen sat on the sofa, staring intently at the cartoonish nut characters on the bags, pondering whether he should open them. This bag was supposed to last him for half a month. If he ate it all tonight, he'd have none left. In the quiet living room, Arlen carefully took out 2 walnuts from the bag, considering his evening activities before tossing them back in. For tonight's perfect moment, a walnut-flavored kiss was definitely out of the question. When Elena emerged in her bathrobe, Arlen was lying on the bed playing with his phone. Hearing her come out, he paused his game of match 3. Elena felt her ears redden. Though they were married, sleeping in the same bed still felt slightly awkward to her. She began applying skincare products, from her face down to her neck, and finally her body lotion. She gently lifted the hem of her bathrobe, revealing long, pale legs glowing under the light. The scent of body lotion wafted through the air, carrying a faint sweetness of roses, blending into her skin as if turning into water. Just as she was about to lift the robe a bit higher, she felt the gaze behind her grow hotter, as if it could burn through her. Irritated and flustered, she demanded, will you stop staring? What was a normal action now made her feel embarrassed. Arlen sat up on the bed beside her, his voice hoarse and deep, making Elena shiver involuntarily. In the next moment, he snatched the body lotion from her hand. Let me help you. The belt of her bathrobe loosened, exposing a broad expanse of delicate white skin across her back and shoulders, which flushed red from the stimulation. Arlen's eyes darkened, and he leaned down to kiss her shoulder, his hot breath brushing against her chest, causing her to gasp lightly. I remember this spot hasn't been covered yet. Arlen, don't. Elena's voice trembled, like it could spill water. The lotion melted into her skin and soon evaporated into sweat, while the bottle was discarded unnoticed under the bed. Having found temporary satisfaction, Arlen picked up the limp Elena and carried her towards the bathroom, kissing her closed eyelids. His large hand gently rubbed against her leg, creating an intimate caress. Elena reached out and pushed his hand away, opening her eyes seriously. It's 11 o'clock, time to sleep. Staying up late is bad for your health. Arlen. Did such things have time limits? Edric and Dale noticed that Arlen's recent routine had become overly healthy. Someone who never used to eat breakfast now brought milk and tea eggs in the mornings. Work messages that once arrived late at night now came the following morning. The small fridge in the office no longer held sugary sodas or snacks. Instead, there were occasional bags of nuts and frequent boxes of beautifully packed lunches. Sometimes, Edric and Dale even received invitations from Arlen to join him at the gym. If they didn't know Arlen had gotten married and not joined a cult, they wouldn't imagine his life could be so miserable. Who wanted to go to the gym early in the morning anyway? An extra hour of sleep sounded much better. Why didn't Arlen go in the afternoon or evening? The party involved probably thought, I have to pick up Krista after work, and who wants to spend evenings with you single guys? That's settled, I have to go pick someone up. Boss hasn't replied to my work message yet. Maybe he's already gone to bed like a good boy. Dale messaged in their group chat. Edric added sarcastically, that's what happens when you get married. You lose even the freedom to eat as you wish. Sigh, men, sigh, marriage, sigh, being a good husband. Sorry, you have been muted by the group admin for 24 hours. Edric and Dale simultaneously received the same message. A slow message from Arlen appeared in the group chat, I just fell asleep. My phone vibrating affects family harmony, so please don't send any more messages. Elena rolled over, groggy. Pepe, why are you standing up at midnight? It's fine, Arlen turned off his phone screen and got back into bed. He rubbed her belly affectionately and kissed her forehead tenderly. Does your stomach still hurt? Elena buried her face in Arlen's chest, finding it unexpectedly cool. A little. Did you take a cold shower? Arlen opened his eyes and leaned back slightly, absently stroking her soft hair. Yes, go to sleep. I'm here. He silently sighed, luxury to frugality is indeed hard. Note, I've maintained the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring a natural, fluent English translation. Chapter 375, Blind Date. When Dale entered, Arlen was on the phone with Elena. He initially thought to leave and give them some space. Arlen waved him off, signaling it was fine for him to stay. Although Phone couldn't hear Elena's side of the conversation, he could guess from Arlen's responses. Yeah, I ate already, not really. So can we have barbecue today? Phone watched as Arlen's spirits visibly dampened. Clearly Elena had said no. It made him chuckle inwardly. Arlen, who once exuded an aloofness that kept everyone at bay, especially during his schooling days and when he founded Phone, now seemed entirely under Elena's thumb, leading a healthier life than a retired grandpa. Despite finding it amusing, Phone felt a twinge of envy. Though Arlen was managed daily, his expression revealed more pride than resentment. It was clear how happy he was. It was wonderful. Arlen's original family wasn't perfect, but fate had given him a new, complete, and happy one. After ending the call, Arlen raised an eyebrow, silently asking what was up. Boss, I want to invite you and your wife out for a nice dinner at a Western restaurant this weekend. Dale smiled sycophantically, turning a simple invitation into something almost bribing-like. Arlen hesitated but shook his head. Krista has been very busy lately. I'm not sure if she'll be available. This was true. Ever since joining the cast, Elena worked tirelessly, sometimes even staying to observe others' performances despite having no scenes. The director appreciated her diligence and often gave her guidance, making her stays longer. Boss, you and your wife must come, Fong urged. My parents introduced me to someone for a blind date. I don't know many women, so I hope your wife can help vet her. I've arranged a good spot for us, right behind our table. You. Arlen narrowed his eyes knowingly. You're not just a little interested in her, are you? Fong blushed slightly. She looks pretty good. Alright, Arlen relented. I'll ask Krista. Of course, I have no commitment Sunday evening. It's a small favor I should do. But, Elena turned to Arlen. I can't guarantee much. I don't know many women either. Arlen nodded, resting his head on Elena's shoulder, relaxed. Just treat it as a romantic candlelight dinner, no need for pressure. In reality, Arlen would have preferred they meet at a barbecue street market so he could indulge openly. He sighed wistfully, missing the opportunity. Elena kissed the corner of his lips, smiling warmly. Don't sigh. Your best friend is about to find love, shouldn't you be happy? All lingering irritation dissipated as Arlen pulled her closer for a deep kiss. His beloved was in his arms, better than anything else. Dale had clearly chosen a discreet location, considering Elena's celebrity status. They arrived 20 minutes early, waiting for Fong and his date. Elena, unusually eager for gossip tonight, casually picked 2 dishes before handing the menu to Arlen. She noticed the large strawberry parfait in front of him, its red syrup dripping into white ice cream, adorned with strawberries and chocolate, a tantalizing sight. Seeing her look, Arlen slowly passed the spoon over. It comes with the set meal. Elena. No wonder he agreed so readily, he knew she'd fall for it. But never mind, Elena decided to let it slide. Arlen had been doing well recently. Consider this a reward. Why didn't Edric come today? They three were usually inseparable, yet Edric was absent. He had work today, needed to stay late. Arlen scooped some ice cream, naturally feeding it to her. Elena bit down on the ice cream. It's cold but delicious. I want some too. As she reached for the menu, Arlen stopped her casually. No, it's just after your period. You can only have a tiny bit. Peetsy, Elena tugged at his sleeve, her fingers slightly pink from exertion, her eyes twinkling under the light. Just another bite, this huge cup you won't finish. Arlen nodded, his steady voice maddening. I can finish it. Suddenly, Edric barged in, enthusiastic. Boss, sister-in-law, I'm here. He grabbed the menu, boasting about completing his tasks quickly. I thought I'd be working late, but ended up finishing everything ahead. Did I miss anything? No one seems to be there yet. Just as Arlen was about to let Elena have more ice cream, Edric's arrival ruined the moment. Sensing his annoyance, Edric moved a bit away, then asked Elena. Are you two mad? Elena laughed heartily, unsympathetic. No, he brought it upon himself. Dale's date was a gentle young lady with long hair, soft-spoken. His usual charm vanished, appearing gentlemanly and refined. Only Arlen and Edric critiqued mercilessly. Look at him pour wine, trying so hard. Probably nervous enough to clench his toes. He slices steak like it's his first time, the lady does it better. His shoulders are all tense, risking muscle strain if he keeps this up. Their sharp comments amused Elena into eating more. After a hearty meal, Elena went to touch up her makeup. Just as she put the powder compact away, an unexpected face appeared in the mirror. Marnie, arms crossed, lips curled coldly, greeted her. Long time no see, Mariah. Chapter 376, Confrontation. This restaurant was already a famous old-style Western eatery in City A, so it wasn't strange for Amy to appear here. Elena nodded, she didn't want anything to do with this leading lady now. After tidying up her belongings, she was about to leave when Amy called her back. Mariah, have you also been reborn? Or are you simply not the former Elena? I sought out your previous agent, there's no resemblance between how you used to look and how you look now. Ignoring her, Elena continued walking towards the exit. Amy burst out as if holding in her words for too long. I only mentioned the matter to Arlen, yet soon after, I faced suppression from upper management. Mariah, by not answering me, are you admitting guilt? Elena turned around, flashing Amy a smile that made one's heart skip a beat under the bright lights, though her words evoked resentment. Miss Cold, are you suffering from any mental issues? I think you should consult a psychologist. If I'm not mistaken, slanderous remarks can lead to defamation charges. I don't mind giving your studio another taste of our legal means. In the past, she endured everything due to Amy's status as the lead actress, but now, to her, Amy was just an ordinary person. Elena wouldn't mind becoming the lead's enemy or confronting her directly. What if the heroine remained the lead? Even as the lead, she had her own dignity as a supporting character. It was as if fate had lost its sense, choosing someone like Amy. Having been reborn, instead of leveraging her advantage to build a career, she resorted to seducing men and engaging in absurd rivalries. Belittling everyone else as if being reborn elevated her above all others, oblivious to the fact that without other people and opportunities, her rusty acting skills were nothing. Her boasted achievements were merely castles in the air built on petty tricks and numerous admirers. Since they had torn their masks off, it was time to be clear. Miss Cold accuses me constantly, but does she have evidence? I am merely a newcomer who entered the industry later than you, even having acted in just one TV series. How could I have such influence over your company to make their upper management target you? I believe Miss Cold is a rational person. Do you really believe such claims? Elena laughed, mocking Amy's intelligence openly. No, absolutely you. Amy gritted her teeth. The timing of the upper management's actions right after their conflict couldn't be a coincidence. Elena shrugged, expressionless. If you say so, I must be quite formidable according to you. Frustrated by the lead's persistence, Elena quickened her pace. She suddenly turned around as she was about to leave, a wry smile forming on her lips. If I were so powerful, my first action would be to kick you out of the entertainment industry. Amy screamed, recalling her past humiliations. B*TCH, everything has been ruined because of you. Elena sped up, wanting to distance herself from this crazy woman. Wearing heels, she couldn't react quickly enough. Distracted by speed, she didn't notice a man approaching. He politely steadied her as she stood straight and promptly apologized. Sorry, I didn't see you coming. No problem, Hartley said with a mild smile. Engaging with such a beautiful lady is an honor. Elena felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Oh please, what a greasy guy. Krista, Arlen called from nearby. Quickly, she replied, sorry, my husband is waiting for me. Then, she hurriedly headed towards Arlen. The roaring behind ceased suddenly. In the silence, Elena heard voices. "Ah, Star Moon, do you know her?" "Of course," Amy answered disdainfully. "Elena, that actress who married a programmer recently, probably working for someone else." She spoke loudly, intending to mock Elena. Elena froze momentarily before running faster. If Amy preferred jerks, she'd keep them for herself. Arlen was too classy to be around such people. "Let's go, Bramway." Amy gritted her teeth, seeing Hartley watch Elena depart. Despite his proclaimed love for her, Hartley couldn't resist flirting. Thinking of Arlen's humble job, Amy felt reassured again. Hartley offered resources far beyond Arlen. Why is sister-in-law panting? Edric looked up, teasing, "Is the restaurant haunted?" Before Elena could respond, she felt Arlen's hand clench hers tightly. Surprised he feared ghosts. Shaking her head, she murmured vaguely, "I saw a spider in the restroom and got scared. It's fine now." As they chatted, Dale approached and sat beside Edric. "Elena, where did your blind date go?" "She had some urgent matters and drove home." Dale lowered his head mournfully. "Does this mean we have no future?" Edric grinned triumphantly. "Of course. You barely spoke. How could she fancy you?" Ignoring his friend, Dale looked at Elena eagerly. Clearing her throat, she said. She seemed genuinely amused. "Your first impression isn't bad. There might be hope. But no guarantees. Just based on my observations, don't get disappointed." Dale sighed in relief. "No worries, any hope is good enough for me." Edric scoffed. "You're silly, big sister's just comforting you." F***CKU, Edric. "You're eating my food and still won't defend me." Arlen ignored them, selecting items from the menu. Another pasta, steak, and caramel pudding. Elena. Arlen always knew exactly what he wanted. Please note that the text provided contains several colloquial terms, which I have translated while maintaining a natural tone. Any vulgarities present in the original text have been kept to preserve the intended tone and meaning. Chapter 377, Fate. 2 days later, Dale sent a message to Elena. "Big sister, Alicia agreed to go out with me this weekend. Big sister is truly clairvoyant and astoundingly intelligent. Big sister, do you have any recommendations for the date location? You being a woman too, your suggestions might be better. Big sister, I'm really troubling you. I'll bring you a set of limited edition skincare products on my next business trip." It was evident that Dale was genuinely excited. He hadn't stopped sending messages. Elena put her phone aside, considering the date spot while chatting with Arlen. Fyanchen's blind date replied to him. "They plan to go out this weekend and asked me for a date place." Arlen was trying on the new clothes Elena bought for him but didn't turn his head when he heard her. Let him figure it out himself. If he can't solve his own problems, why should you always trouble yourself for him? They don't see each other much as it is. "I'll see," Elena said as she walked over and stood in front of Arlen, sizing him up. Arlen looked up at her. The bangs fell gracefully on his pale forehead, giving off an aloof yet carefree vibe. His long red hoodie made his skin look even paler, dispersing the usual coldness and replaced it with warmth. His eyes were wide and bright, making him look like a college student. Elena couldn't resist hugging Arlen around the waist and nuzzling his sweater. Pay, this red hoodie suits you so well. It looks great. Warm and sunny, just like a campus heartthrob." She then pinched his chin playfully, looking at his handsome face. "Quickly, call me sister." Arlen's eyelashes flickered slightly, hiding the deep emotions in his eyes but obediently calling her sister. Elena felt as if she was possessed by some strange force. Excitement coursed through her veins as she forcefully pushed Arlen down onto the floor. With Arlen's puzzled expression, she hitched up her skirt and straddled his lap, revealing her smooth thighs against his pants. Her hand still pinched his chin as she lowered her head and smiled seductively at him. Arlen felt Elena's breath against his ear, sending shivers down his spine, followed by her soft, cool hands pressing against his abdomen. "Good little brother, your sister cares for you." "Sister, I have time limits here." "That's fine, not necessary tonight." Arlen blinked with a smile. Starting with light teasing, they ended up having an intense moment. Initially, everything went according to Elena's plans until she got physically exhausted, leaving Arlen to take advantage. Beauty can be tempting. Elena sighed inwardly, pounding her sore waist. Yesterday evening, caught up in flirting with college boy, she had forgotten to give Dale advice about the date. To her surprise, Dale came up with his own idea. He referenced the famous psychology phenomenon known as the suspension bridge effect and decided to take his date to an amusement park. "When Alicia is in a panic, I will step forward and leave a strong impression on her, showing her my manliness." Elena. "Probably yes." "Why are you smiling?" Arlen returned home with breakfast and saw Elena giggling to herself. "I'm not laughing at anything, just thinking about Dale's Sunday date plans. He's going to an amusement park and calling it his suspension bridge effect plan." Arlen didn't respond, sighing deeply when Elena finally looked up at him. Xian, we haven't been on a date in a long time." Elena spent all day at the studio and now even ate dinner separately. Her relaxed mood vanished instantly, and she thought hard. "How about we also go to the amusement park this weekend?" Arlen. In the evening, Elena noticed Arlen wearing the same red hoodie from the previous night. It brought a mix of thoughts. Didn't it get dirty last night? It dried already today? Yes, Arlen stepped closer. I washed and dried it first thing this morning. So, Arlen glanced at her, suddenly appearing shy. Sister, do you want to continue the story you didn't finish last night? Elena, you're so flirtatious. She never expected Arlen to go to such lengths for unlimited intimacy. Arlen raised his head, his delicate and handsome face showing vulnerability. Sister, are you bored of me? Unable to resist, she gave in to the temptation before her. Despite his complaints, Arlen appeared straight-laced beside Elena at the amusement park entrance. Learning from their past experiences with haunted houses and pirate ships, Arlen avoided these rides without putting up a fight, amusing Elena greatly. They started following a leisurely map, with the amusement restaurant being a must-visit spot. Arlen praised it highly and stayed there longest. Exiting the restaurant, they reached the renowned sweet shop in the park. After checking that Elena had no objections, he held her hand and entered. It was a weekday, and the shop wasn't crowded, but only 2 people wore masks and hats. Elena noticed someone dressed similarly upon entering, possibly another celebrity. That person turned to look at Elena, their expression stiffening upon recognition. Elena. Daniel looked closely at Elena, then bowed his head to avoid offending her gaze. I haven't congratulated you on your marriage. He thought he'd accepted it, but mentioning it to her still stirred bitter emotions. Elena nodded. All past guard dropped as she spoke with genuine warmth. No worries, we're in the same circle, we'll meet again. Why would you be here today, Shin Emperor? Daniel showed her the cake he held. My niece's birthday is today, and she loves this bakery's cakes. I had nothing else to do, so I came here. Elena nodded, knowing Daniel's niece from the original story who served as a glue between the lead couple, especially fond of Marnie, which ultimately led Daniel's family to accept her. But now, there wouldn't be a chance for that. And what about you? Daniel turned his head away to hide his emotions. Elena pointed at Arlen, who waited with a box of desserts, watching them with a hint of hostility but respectfully not intervening. On a date with my love. He loves sweets, so we're here exploring. Mentioning her lover so naturally caused a pang of pain in Daniel's heart. Right, no issues then. He tried to sound casual. I haven't wished you a happy marriage yet. You too. Elena's eyes curved into a crescent moon shape, sincerely wishing Daniel, I hope Shin Emperor finds both success and love in the future. And also, thank you for your guidance in the past. It has truly benefited me for life. As she finally let her guard down, Daniel chuckled softly, but his heart felt like it was bleeding silently. You're welcome. I was willing. What's missed is missed. He didn't fall for the Elena who liked him, just as Elena didn't fall for the Daniel who liked her. They had liked each other, but it was all at the wrong time. Fate can be so fickle, and perhaps that's how it is when destiny is shallow. End of chapter 377, Fate. The narrative concludes on a poignant note, reflecting the bittersweet nature of unrequited love and the passage of time, aligning with the overarching themes and tone of the previous content. Chapter 378, Tender. After chatting with Elena, Daniel smiled gently at Arlen, who was standing not far away. Arlen didn't respond but walked straight toward Elena, who was approaching him. Daniel couldn't help laughing. As the ultimate winner of this situation, Arlen displayed no gentlemanly demeanor, showing his displeasure plainly on his face. However, Daniel chuckled softly to himself. What good would it do if he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor? The tenderness and status that people like never mattered to Elena. Even if Arlen acted ungentlemanly, she might find it endearing. He picked up the princess doll cake he had bought for his niece and walked outside, knowing he'd be late for her birthday party if he delayed any longer. Despite his reluctance, he had to say goodbye. The two of them wandered around after leaving the bakery. Arlen held one of her hands while carrying the box of pastries in the other. After a long pause, he finally spoke. He likes you. Elena was deep in thought about earlier events. Daniel and Marnie were now completely unrelated, and her intervention had changed Daniel's destined love interest. Hearing Arlen's words, Elena feigned surprise with an, ah, trying hard not to let her amusement show too obviously. So, Arlen had finally spoken up. In the past, Arlen hadn't mentioned it because he didn't want Elena to notice Daniel as a rival, which made it advantageous for Arlen to let Elena believe Daniel liked Marnie. Now they were married, and Daniel still lingering was uncalled for, so it was necessary to expose his true intentions. Noticing Elena wasn't reacting much, Arlen turned his head to scrutinize her expression. Instead, he saw her smiling eyes gazing earnestly at him. I know, she said. Since Elena realized how different this world was from the novel, she understood that Daniel didn't like Marnie at all. On the contrary, he likely liked her. But, Elena swung their intertwined hands, I only like you. Only you, in both worlds. Forrester, she tiptoed to kiss Arlen on the lips, you have my only love in these two worlds. Her declaration was heartfelt and intense. Arlen's frown melted away, feeling as though he had just swallowed a mouthful of honey, making his entire being feel warm and happy. Moments later, he smiled faintly. Elena laughed out loud, oh, don't be shy about being happy. Do you like hearing me speak sweet nothings? No. Forrester, you're so shy. No. As they continued walking, they arrived at a familiar spot where the arcade game shop owner enthusiastically invited them to play without recognizing them. Arlen pointed at the variety of plush toys inside the claw machine. Which one do you want? Elena looked over and joked with Arlen, how about we take them all home? Too greedy. Arlen calmly placed a tray of coins nearby and nonchalantly replied, not at all. The young lady sure has big ambitions. How about this, if you can't get all the toys with one tray of coins, I'll give you 20 more. Let's see if you can fulfill your dream. Arlen didn't even blink as he inserted a coin into the machine. Arlen's movements were swift, and his accuracy impressive. Almost every grab landed a toy. The pool of plushies rapidly diminished, leaving only a few. The brash shop owner's face turned green. This guy was really going to take all his toys. Soon, the basket was overflowing, and the owner stood there, pale and trembling, nearly rushing forward to beg Arlen nicely. Elena patted Arlen's arm. Enough, let's stop. We can't fit any more at home. The owner immediately broke into a relieved smile. Right, what the girl says is correct. Sir, please don't come back here again, the owner added, looking bitter. We run a small business. Arlen nodded and handed the basket of toys to Elena. She didn't boast, and getting these isn't a big deal. The owner, that's true. You've humiliated me, so you're right. Elena chose a few toys she liked and put the rest back in the pool. Arlen didn't take the returned money. The owner thought for a moment, then fetched a giant teddy bear from the storage room. Here, this bear for the girl, it can hug her to sleep. Arlen took the bear and handed it back. She doesn't need it. The owner. Elena. Ultimately, Elena left contentedly with a few small toys, chatting joyfully with Arlen about how cool his skill was and asking if he practiced secretly. At first, it was a joke, but Arlen actually nodded. The last time I failed to get you that puppy was a regret. Next time, whatever you want, I'll get it in one go. So you won't regret it. Elena stared dumbfounded at the toys in her arms, her expression blank. Arlen couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her lips. I think I fell in love with you then. During their visit to the amusement park, he wondered how someone could be so irresistibly adorable, causing him to impulsively want to kiss her. Elena's filming progress was almost complete, and auditions for the next project were soon scheduled. Knowing the plot details, she subtly hinted at her preferences when choosing scripts during the day. This inevitably led to an encounter with Marnie. At the audition entrance, Elena met Marnie alone. The dynamic seemed reversed. Previously, Marnie looked down on her, but now Elena entered the hall escorted by others. Auditions proceeded by drawing numbers. Jacob queued for Elena, who sat reading the script for the new role. This script was funded by Ashvin, and Elena had smoothly made it onto the shortlist for the lead female role. The auditions for the lead female and the third lead female were simultaneous but divided into different queues. Murmurs began spreading in the third lead female queue. That Marnie still dares to audition? Which production crew would dare hire her with her reputation? You're brave. She's Hartley's girlfriend. Oh, did you know? Director Yisroel got a new girlfriend just days ago. She's been dumped. Sitting nearby, Elena heard the whispers. Marnie and the scumbag broke up. Chapter 379, Going Back. Some people are just jealous, wanting to be Director Yisroel's girlfriend. It's not your turn yet. Marnie, holding the script, sneered. Even if forgotten, Director Yisroel wouldn't choose any of you unknown actresses. Though she had fallen so low, Marnie's insults still managed to enrage the actresses. At least we're better than you. It seems you're so desperate for men, first Lionel and now Director Yisroel. Every actor who got into a scandal with you eventually dumped you. You don't think you're that young rising star that Daryl once promoted, do you? Everyone in the entertainment industry knows about your scandals. You'll never have a chance to make a comeback. One of these comments clearly struck a nerve with Marnie. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, her body swaying as if on the verge of collapse, but her face remained fierce like an enraged lioness. At least I was once promoted. Some people were only ever meant to be bit players because they're not worthy. Marnie, you cheating slut. No matter how many directors' beds you sleep in, you'll never get back up. Marnie had never spared others from her mockery during her prime, and now that she'd fallen from grace, many people were eager to trample her further. Worse, she couldn't keep a low profile. For every insult thrown at her, she retorted immediately. The supporting actress, who had some martial arts training, grabbed Marnie's hair, attempting to slap her. Marnie quickly retaliated by pulling another woman's hair. The three soon erupted into a chaotic brawl, their screams echoing through the room. Three of you, what is this place? Stop acting out here. Get out, none of you will be allowed to participate in today's audition. A middle-aged man emerged from the room, frowning deeply, shooing them away like pesky flies. Elena, is Elena here? Jacob snapped back to reality, responding, here. Elena stood up from the corner, calmly holding her script and addressing the man, I'm Elena. Oh, his expression softened, I know you. Quickly, go ahead with Yun Pian Ran's audition. Marnie stood there dazedly. Soon, security personnel came to escort her and the others out. Marnie was too shocked to react. Elena used to have nothing when she appeared on the show, living under Marnie's thumb, even tolerating her bullying without protest. Now, Elena walked confidently into the lead actress audition, while Marnie found herself treated like a madwoman, insulted by others, and escorted out by security, even losing her chance to audition for a supporting role. She had nothing left now and had to look up to Elena. She wished someone would kill her. Why should this happen? She was the one with the rebirth plot. Elena was nobody, married to a mere programmer. Why should Elena end up happier? Miss Elena, the results of today's audition will be announced in one day. Please wait patiently. Understood, thank you. You're welcome. Take care. Once the staff left, Jacob hurried to Elena's side. Krista, how did it go? Are you confident? Should be, pretty good. Elena walked out while speaking to Jacob, the sunset casting a crimson glow over her. But I felt my emotional portrayal wasn't perfect. Maybe. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. A car had crashed into them. Jacob froze, screaming in panic, running towards Elena. Someone help. Someone's being murdered. Call 911. My sister is inside. Elena heard Jacob's voice. She remembered dodging, yet now her entire body ached terribly. Was this also part of the protagonist's advantage granted by fate? Even if she escaped, she still took immense damage. Damn you, fate. Elena wanted to flip the finger at fate but fell unconscious due to the pain. Miss Elena, it's time to change your bandages. Elena slowly opened her eyes, seeing a nurse smiling gently at her. You're awake. You can be discharged this afternoon. In the future, please avoid staying up late. If not for your neighbor noticing you didn't leave home today, you could have been in serious danger. Elena felt her heart pounding and heard a loud roaring in her ears. She tried to speak, but her voice was hoarse from deep sleep. My husband. Is he here? No, the nurse seemed puzzled. Your neighbor said you live alone. What husband? Miss Elena, were you dreaming? Arlen, no, this wasn't a dream. Elena immediately checked her phone but found no entry for Arlen. Calling his number resulted in a deadline. Trying to stand, her legs gave way, nearly causing her to kneel down. Miss Elena, the nurse supported her worriedly. Are you okay? Should I call the doctor? After packing up her belongings, Elena took a taxi, hoping against hope by giving the driver the address where she and Arlen lived. The taxi driver looked skeptical. Miss, I've driven here for years. There's no such place in our city. Did you remember wrongly? What about you phone company? Do you know it? Never heard of it. Is it new? Elena confirmed she had returned to her original world, the one where she seemed to have died suddenly. Back in her rental apartment, Elena lay on the bed where she had initially traveled. Maybe she could return to Arlen after waking up and have dinner together. Thinking of him made her sad. How was she doing in that world? That car accident was severe. Arlen must have been terrified. He was all alone. She needed to get back to him quickly. When she woke up again, it was already midnight. She realized she hadn't moved an inch. She took a deep breath, rummaged through her cabinet for a cup of instant noodles. The aroma reminded her of how long they'd avoided instant noodles since trying to improve Arlen's diet. This smell only made her miss him more. Had he eaten? He turned ravenous when he skipped a meal. He had to hold on and wait for her return. Slapping her face to chase away those emotions, Elena ate while opening her novel-reading website. Chapter 380 Original Novel. After opening the website, Elena immediately found the novel she had been reading on her phone last night. Sure enough, it was still in an incomplete state, as if the finished version she had seen in that world was just a dream. She continued refreshing the page, but there was still no change. Don't panic, don't panic. Let me think about how I ended up in that world. First, I finished reading the whole novel, discovered it was incomplete, and because my name matched the name of the villainous female supporting character, I gave it a very negative review. Then when I woke up, I found myself in another world. So, would reading this novel again and giving it another bad review take me back? With this thought, Elena forced herself to read the unfinished novel. Her initial sympathy for the heroine turned into a blank expression now. How did she never notice this novel was so long? And there were so many unreasonable parts about the heroine. Would she have to spend days reading it again? How long would Arlen have to wait? Edric placed the flowers in a vase. He glanced at Elena, who lay on the bed with rosy cheeks like Snow White, and then looked at Arlen sitting motionless like a statue. Opening his mouth several times without speaking, he finally couldn't hold it in. Boss, the doctor said nothing is wrong with Big Sister Tang. You should go rest. Otherwise, she'll be heartbroken seeing you like this when she wakes up. She won't. If she felt heartbroken, she would have woken up by now. The doctors can't diagnose this either, Edric said somberly. I've already invited foreign doctors for consultation. Big Sister Tang's vital signs are all normal, she just won't wake up. This means there's still hope. Sitting here worrying isn't going to help, boss. Why don't you eat well and exercise? Isn't that what Big Sister Tang would want for you? If you skip meals, she'll definitely scold you for not taking care of yourself. Arlen nodded, put Elena's hand under the blanket, and adjusted the covers. Yes, Krista cares about that the most. I'll keep it up. When she comes back, a smile flashed across his eyes as if he saw Elena smiling at him. She'll be happy. I want to make her happy and never upset her again. Edric fell silent for a moment before patting Arlen's shoulder, his voice hoarse. Right, that's what Big Sister Tang would want. Take care of yourself, boss. Ching Alicia stood outside the ward holding a basket of fruit. Even though she had only met Elena and Arlen recently, she was deeply moved by Arlen's affection for Elena. She pushed the fruit basket into her boyfriend's arms and sniffled softly. Why are President Art and Miss Elena so pitiful? They're both alive but torturing each other like this. This isn't torture. Dale hugged his girlfriend and rested his chin on her hair. This is the vow of cherishing each other. Convinced by everyone, Arlen finally agreed to go home to bathe and change clothes. Coming out of the days after the bath, he saw an array of skincare products on the dressing table. Elena used to sit there talking while doing her skincare routine, laughing loudly at interesting topics, radiating vitality. Standing there, Arlen seemed to see Elena again. The room was silent except for the dead silence that filled it. His hand rested on the dressing table, his gaze fixed on the chair in front. After a long time without hearing Elena's voice, he spoke tremulously. Krista, if you're still here, talk to me. I really can't hold on much longer. The room remained silent, only the curtains stirred slightly from the air conditioning. Leaning on the dressing table, Arlen felt all his strength drained. He slowly squatted down, burying his head on the chair, murmuring to the empty air. Anything is possible. I miss you so much. Elena finished reading the novel again and immediately started writing a scathing review. Covering the plot, the overall structure, and even the heroine's name, she ranted until she was done. Then, she fell asleep once more, hoping for a miracle upon waking. When she opened her eyes the next day and saw her rental apartment, despair almost overwhelmed her. She had been back for days and didn't know how Arlen was faring. If this kept up, they'd both be worn out. Deciding she couldn't wait any longer, she reconsidered the reason for her crossing over. It must have been due to the same name coincidence. Now that the story had reached its end, I lost my significance in that world and was thus kicked out. So, could creating value in that world help me return? Preferably something related to Arlen, so I could get back to him. Following the author's clues, she found the author's Weibo account and sent a private message. Hello author, I'm a fan of your novel Actress Supreme, and especially love Arlen. I'm one of his devoted fans. Could you write an extra chapter featuring him and me? You don't need to publish it. Just write it and keep it hidden. After thinking of her savings, she bit the bullet, 50,000 yuan, for just 2,000 words. This price should give the author some face. Lying in bed, staring at her phone, she sighed heavily. As a fan, let her be with Arlen. In the evening, she received a message from the author. A series of exclamation and question marks followed, marveling at Arlen's charm and asking cautiously if Elena was serious. Who would pay 50,000 yuan for such a story? Writing about a rich fan and Daniel would be easier. Yes. Elena sat up abruptly. If you can write it today, the money will transfer immediately. This is my last savings, but I hope this works. The author made an okay gesture. I'll write it and post it privately for you. Is that okay? Yes. What's your name? Elena. Are you joking? Doctor, patient number 27 has woken up. Contact the family immediately. Chapter 381, Finale. When Elena woke up, she heard the nurses scream. It seemed her fate was intertwined with hospitals. Each time she woke up, it was in one. Soon, a crowd gathered around Elena's hospital bed. Doctors congregated to discuss her condition and gave her a physical examination. As Elena responded to their questions, she tried to locate a familiar figure in the crowd. All the doctors were familiar with Arlen and Elena and patiently comforted her. We've already called Mr. Art, he's on his way. Please stay calm, Mariah. Okay, Elena glanced out the window, surprised. Is it snowing outside? Why is everything white? Yes, said the doctor, pulling out his stethoscope with a smile. It's now winter, not long until the new year. How nice. You can spend the new year with Mr. Art now that you're awake, he added. Really? Elena laughed softly. She had been asleep for so long. Good thing I'm awake now. Otherwise, Arlen would have spent this year's spring festival alone. Arlen was at home washing clothes for Elena when he received the call from the hospital. Elena liked cleanliness, so he changed her clothes daily and brought new ones each time he visited. Mr. Art, did you hear that? Your wife just woke up. Mr. Art. The clothes intended for Elena were left abandoned where they lay, while only the sound of the washing machine seemed to mock them silently. Arlen drove down the main road before realizing he hadn't worn his down jacket through the rearview mirror. However, he didn't feel cold at all, enveloped as he was by a mix of panic and excitement. He felt his adrenaline spike despite the bitter night chill, his hands burning hot. The news was too shocking and exhilarating that Arlen almost believed he was still dreaming. He pressed down hard on the gas pedal, making the engine roar. A nearby driver saw a black car zoom past him. Driving so fast in such heavy snow, does he want to die? How many luxury cars does he own to waste like this? Look at that license plate number, 0001, a real millionaire. Rich people are reckless. Outside, the snow continued falling, with streetlights barely illuminating the snowy night. Slipping on the wet ground, Arlen stumbled but steadied himself and ran towards the hospital. Elena was waiting for him. He needed to get there quickly, she might be terrified waking up to find no one. When Arlen arrived at the ward, the snow on his body was melting into water, yet he felt nothing. He pushed the door open and found an empty room. Elena was nowhere to be seen. Krista. Only then did Arlen feel the cold, shivering as if frozen solid. He cried out her name, dazed and lost. Krista. Mr. Art, you're here, a nurse stopped him. Mariah is getting a CT scan. You can wait for her there. Because Elena had been bedridden for so long, she needed a wheelchair to move around. However, the nurse smiled, telling her that due to Arlen's daily massages, she should recover quickly. He does this often? Yes, the nurse smiled. Mr. Art is quite famous in our hospital. Everyone knows he comes to see you daily, talks to you, and massages your muscles. Many of us nurses believe in true love because of him. Elena felt a mix of emotions, unsure what to say but instinctively thinking how tough it must have been for Arlen recently. Did he follow her healthy living plan? Stepping out, Elena saw Arlen standing motionless, staring at her as if unable to speak. Tears welled up in Elena's eyes. Art. Before she could finish his name, the statue-like Arlen moved, pulling her tightly into his embrace. He wanted to laugh, to cry, but finally just held her tightly, afraid she might break if he squeezed too hard. Despite his rough actions, he treated Elena as if she were fragile crystal. Krista. Krista. Elena blinked, trying to control her emotions, but her voice came out thick with tears. Pepe, I'm back, really back. Don't be sad. Arlen held her tight, drawing strength from her presence. Moments later, he straightened up, moving away slightly. I'm all wet. You just woke up from bed, don't get close or you'll catch a cold. Mentioning illness deepened the rawness in Arlen's voice, clearly affected by her coma. In such cold weather, why aren't you wearing a down jacket? Ran over in a sweater, aren't you cold? Arlen rubbed his hands and offered them to Elena. Not cold at all, he looked at her sincerely. After a chaotic night, most of Elena's medical reports were ready. If all tests were normal, she could be discharged the next day. Her room was a VIP ward equipped with a bathroom and a small bed for company. Arlen took a quick shower to warm up, then, looking at Elena on the bed, lay down contentedly beside her. How wonderful, it felt like his Krista was truly back. Arlen kissed Elena's forehead lightly and snuggled into the warm blanket together with her. Snowflakes gently fell outside the window while inside the room remained warm as spring. How long was I asleep? Elena embraced Arlen's waist tightly, nearly tearing up again from his excessively thin frame. She tried to keep her emotions in check, casually chatting with Arlen. For months and 7 days, Krista, you slept for a long time. Elena buried her face in Arlen's chest, breathing in his scent deeply. Sorry, it's all my fault. I should have come back earlier. It's fine, as long as you're awake. I would wait however long. Thinking of Isa's deranged face before her accident, Elena asked, what happened to Isa? Arlen let out a bitter laugh, almost losing control of his anger. He spoke hoarsely about her fate. She will probably spend the rest of her life in prison. Krista. Don't be scared. Alright, I won't be scared. Neither should you. Elena repeated softly in her heart, neither should Pepe be scared. In the morning, Arlen woke up to find Elena missing. Panic-stricken, he jumped out of bed, fearing it was all a dream. Stumbling like a lost dog, he desperately sought her. Then he heard sounds from the bathroom. Elena emerged, greeting him warmly. Pepe, good morning. She leaned down, planting a kiss on his forehead. I'm here, and I'll always be with you. Chapter 382, Epilogue 1. Elena only realized that Arlen had lost his usual cheekiness when she returned home from the hospital. He used to intentionally provoke her with his words, but now Arlen was remarkably well behaved. Whatever Elena asked him to do, he did it without any resistance. But this change felt unsettling. Losing Arlen's playful antics was like losing a part of her identity, her husband's trademark trait. Was this still the man she married? Another significant point was when Elena came out of the bathroom and found Arlen sitting at the dressing table chair waiting for her. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw her. There was no need for such anticipation. She was just using the bathroom, not fighting a dragon. Did he really need to camp outside the door every day? I've told you before, I can go in with you. Elena, who was applying hand cream, replied firmly, no way. I'll stand by the side, I won't disturb you at all. I can even help. Help with what? Handing her toilet paper? Grinding her teeth, Elena asked. Do you want to die? Was she Empress Dowager Tzishi that she needed an entourage just to use the bathroom? Deciding to take back her previous thoughts, Elena concluded that Arlen's cheekiness hadn't vanished, it had simply shifted elsewhere. Due to the accident, Elena enjoyed a rare holiday break, staying by the side of her seemingly more fragile husband, Arlen. His cooking skills remained atrocious, so after Elena recovered, she took over the kitchen duties while Arlen helped with preparations. For their first meal together, Elena made 3 flavored dumplings. Although they weren't the shrimp-only variety Arlen always wanted, she adjusted the ingredients proportions, reducing other vegetables slightly. Is it good? It's a new recipe, and you're the first taster. Arlen nodded. It's delicious. Perhaps due to not having eaten Elena's cooking for too long, Arlen ate more slowly this time. Elena, holding her bowl, fell into deep thought. He looked too thin. While sharing the bed after her return, she could feel his prominent ribs. The muscles she had once encouraged him to build had disappeared during her coma. After dinner, Arlen dutifully washed the dishes, while Elena prepared fruit. Amidst the sound of running water, she heard Arlen softly say, "I thought I would never eat your cooking again." A mix of emotions surged within Elena. She fed him a clean strawberry. "Aren't I back?" She smiled, trying to lighten the mood. "It must be because my love for you moved heaven, so it brought me back." Arlen stared at her, his gaze thick and dark. "How much?" "Bro, your response is off." Others would express relief. "Why ask this?" "Very much." Elena quickly deflected. She couldn't tell him that she even claimed to be his dream girl to come back. That was too embarrassing to share. Arlen turned his head, burying his face in the shadow of looking down. In a soft voice, he confessed, "I also love you very much." Even amidst the noisy water, Elena heard those words clearly. A smile crept onto her lips as she leaned closer, chatting, "Shall we take a walk after dinner? It looks like it's snowing outside." "I've never seen snow in this city." During the day, Anton and Jacob visited Elena to discuss work and gossip about the entertainment industry during her months in a coma. Marnie's second trial verdict should be announced soon. She committed intentional harm and will likely serve a few years. Anton chuckled, her gaze cold, "But even if she gets out, the entertainment industry won't welcome her back." Jacob indignantly added, "Luckily nothing happened to Sister Chien. Otherwise, I would have fought her to the death." Elena smiled, recalling how she narrowly avoided Marnie but somehow still collided with her thanks to the protagonist's aura buff. Elena sipped her hot water, suddenly remembering something. What about Wyatt? Despite the lead male character not loving Marnie, Wyatt remained deeply devoted to her. With such significant events, he couldn't remain absent. "Anton, tisk Ed, he truly loves Marnie. Ever since she entered detention, he's been seeking connections to meet you, hoping for your forgiveness to reduce her sentence. Her lawyer is also someone he hired. I heard he's been clashing with his agent over this." Elena felt a twist of fate. If Marnie had met Wyatt in both lives, perhaps her marriage would have been happier and she wouldn't have ended up this way. Unfortunately, in the past life, she married before meeting Wyatt. This life, though aware of him, she preferred wealthy and powerful Daniel. Wyatt, being a young and passionate boy, couldn't compare. "Krista, I'm already reviewing new scripts. We can start filming after the new year," Anton said, changing the topic. Elena blinked with her cup in hand. Jacob immediately got excited. "Elena, keep working hard. Our group name hasn't changed, meaning your dream of becoming best actress hasn't come true yet. We all have to work hard." Amidst their earnest gazes, Elena hesitantly raised her hand, joining in the ritual. To becoming best actress. As the new year approached, Arlen grew busier. Only the faint indent on the pillow indicated he had been home the previous night. Elena appreciated his efforts and thus cooked extra to reward him. Each time she brought food, Edric and Dale were more excited than Arlen. Arlen glared at them while they competed for the food, then cruelly reminded them of the shared overtime reality. "Krista, I'm home. Shall we go shopping for new clothes tomorrow? It seems my wardrobe is missing 1, 2, 3, 4 new sets of festive clothing." Delilah pouted on the phone, and Elena, considering she had no immediate plans, agreed. "Sure, where shall we meet? I heard there's a nice mall near you phone. How about we shop there?" Elena had no objections. The next day, they shopped after eating at the mall. Indeed, shopping was therapeutic. Following Delilah into sweep mode, Elena found herself swept up as well. "I remember the changing room is in there. Pull the curtain, and you'll see it." "Okay, hold on." A white wedding dress appeared before Elena, its sequin sparkling under the lights. Chapter 383, Side Story 2. Delilah came up from behind, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of her lips. "This wedding dress is so beautiful, you'll look absolutely stunning in it." Elena's mouth turned down slightly, but there were twinkling tearlights dancing in her eyes. Why does he still love to surprise me like this? Saying nothing, isn't he afraid I might refuse him again? He's not afraid. Delilah pressed her shoulders gently and admired the wedding dress with Elena. "I'll accompany you once more. I am your forever friend, always on your side." When Elena emerged with the dress held up, she saw that Arlen had also changed into a corresponding suit. He rarely wore such formal attire, but just from his silhouette, one could tell he was tall and exuding an irresistible allure. "All right, here comes the bride." Delilah pushed Elena slightly towards Arlen with a smile. "Groom, you can turn around now." Elena watched as Arlen moved his feet slightly before slowly turning around with a smile to meet her gaze. Though he hadn't said a word, Elena couldn't help but well up with tears, wanting to wipe her eyes but refrained for fear of ruining her makeup. She could only hold back with effort. Seeing her crying, Arlen quickly walked forward and wiped away Elena's tears. Elena cried even harder, clutching onto Arlen's arm sobbingly. You smeared my makeup. Arlen stiffened for a moment, adjusting his posture to avoid her face as he carefully hugged her, patting her back comfortingly. Indeed. It's all your fault for pulling this surprise, making me look less pretty, and you're particularly fond of taking unflattering photos of me. Arlen defended himself. My photography skills have improved a lot since then. Tears didn't cease rolling down Elena's cheeks, nor did she loosen her grip on his clothes. Arlen stood rigid, even the line of his jaw tensed up. He leaned down and kissed Elena's forehead swiftly. You look beautiful, really. Stunned, Elena looked at him, her beautiful tears shimmering in her reddened eyes. Arlen's gaze flickered slightly, a layer of mist floating in his dark eyes. My bride will always be the most beautiful no matter what. Boss, are you ready? The plane has arrived. Edric's voice sounded from outside, indicating others were present too. What? Elena spoke confusedly as she was led by Arlen. We're going to get married, right now. Where? Why take a flight? Arlen turned and gripped her hand tightly. To City M, where it's summer. Don't you want a lawn wedding? That's the only place available for a lawn wedding now. Why are there so many ugly men in the entertainment industry? Every time I see a beautiful woman paired with an ugly man, I get a desire to die. It's not only that, don't you think the girlfriends of male celebrities are also unattractive? Who's actually dating handsome men? Yes, Elena. Her husband has consistently been strikingly handsome even from blurry pictures. How nice it must be to be a fan of Elena. Every day you see such a beautiful sister and handsome brother-in-law being sweet, their faces could literally save the world. I want to become a fan of the perfect couple too. I was laughing so hard when Elena got married. Everyone in the industry mocked her for marrying a junior programmer, like a beautiful woman aiding the poor. I used to dislike Arlen because he was just a nobody without any support in the industry, but which celebrity husband compares to our brother-in-law? He visits set every time she acts, waits at the airport with a bag full of her favorite snacks whenever she returns. Other female stars' husbands steal more scenes with their scandals than the women do. Adultery, domestic violence, psychological abuse, you name it. Arlen stands out as a breath of fresh air in this chaotic industry. Elena hasn't changed much over the years. Whenever she mentions her husband, her eyes light up. When will I meet someone like her husband? Arlen's whitewashing I don't buy, he's so arrogant. How can you possibly choose someone like that? If you don't believe me, check his past. Husband though whitewashed, his past stays online forever, forever. I'll be watching you, forever. On stage, Elena felt her hands trembling until she held the trophy, calming herself down slightly. She took a deep breath. I'm grateful to receive this Best Actress award. At the start of my career, this seemed like a dream. I thought perhaps I wouldn't get the Best Actress role, maybe Best Supporting Actress would be achievable. If all else fails, being the Villainess would do. My online reputation was such that only leaving the industry could quell it. Playing the evil Villainess didn't require much acting skill to make netizens hate intensely. Laughter erupted in the audience. Daniel, sitting at the front, gave Elena an honest smile. He'd recently married, and Elena attended his wedding as a friend. Elena steadied herself, gripping the trophy and continued according to the speech draft she had written, confident and relaxed on the stage. The spotlight shone entirely on her, the mermaid-like gown glistening. This top brand was worn exclusively by China's premier actresses. Confidently, she made her acceptance speech, resembling a proud phoenix, a far cry from her former timid self. Her speech, though brief, elicited laughs frequently from the audience. Raising the trophy again, she said, "Lastly, I should thank my husband. I once promised to give him a salary after becoming successful. Though late, I fulfilled my promise. I'm grateful for his support all these years. Without him, I probably wouldn't be standing here today." Do you expect some words of endearment next? Elena smiled, diamond earrings twinkling beside her radiant face, whose luster surpassed the diamonds. You're thinking too much. Such words will be reserved for when I return home. Disheartened directors noted Arlen never granted interviews, so they didn't invite him to the scene. Backstage, Edric playfully poked Arlen's chest. Now that big sis has become an actress, it's your turn to be pampered by her. Arlen smirked up at him. Being pampered is truly blissful. You won't understand unless you have an incredible wife like hers. Edric. Elena is our company's artist. As Elena came down backstage, a large hand appeared before her, white and long-fingered, a ring on the fourth finger glinting. Elena laughed, placing her hand in Arlen's, which gripped hers tightly. You should know what sweet words I wish to say, right? I love you. End of book.